High-tech, exhilarating, and thrilling, decisive, and ruthless. This book is also known as Eagle, Surrender. The Dragon Kingdom's mecha era has begun. Can you repair a tank for 300? 300 isn't enough. More money required. Sumo transmigrates to a parallel world and works part-time as a repairman during his holidays to earn tuition, claiming he can fix anything. He receives an order from a beautiful woman who asks if he can repair a tank for 300. Sumo is stunned. Repairing a tank for 300? Is she crazy? He immediately quotes 3 million, hoping to deter her with a high price. However, the woman is a diehard fan. She transfers the money on the spot and demands modifications after the repair, requiring the finished product to be wild and violent. Sumo is conflicted. He really doesn't know how to repair tanks, but he desperately needs the money. The money is in his account. There's no way he's going to throw it back. At this moment, the peculiar repair system successfully binds to him and quickly accepts the order. The finished product is a tank, and it needs to be wild and violent? Got it. Sumo activated the system, giving the tank, which now only had the chassis and engine, a major overhaul and modification. 7 days later, at the Salaran Heroes Gathering, the beautiful woman lifted the tarpaulin and was stunned to see the tank Sumo had repaired and modified. A powerfully designed heavy tank stood across the desert, its electromagnetic railgun pointing skyward, seemingly intent on piercing the heavens. Master Su, is it possible that Tank 300 is actually an off-road vehicle? Broadly speaking, tanks are off-road vehicles. Besides, it was modified according to your specifications, so tell me, isn't it wild and violent enough? Years later, equipment from all 5 branches of the Chinese military, Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space, transformed into mechs and soared into the sky. The stars and the sea, here we come. Chapter 1. 300 yuan to repair a tank? Late at night, various electrical appliances awaiting repair were piled up in an old repair workshop. Old tools hung on a weathered iron frame. A faint smell of engine oil filled the air. That's all for today, everyone. We'll finish the rest tomorrow. I'm logging off. Sumo put down the motor he had just repaired and ended the live stream. He untied his apron, hung it on the metal rack, and stretched. He was in his early 20s, a third-year mechanical engineering student at Longbei University of Science and Technology. His family wasn't well off, so he ran a repair shop to earn tuition and living expenses. He used his university knowledge to repair instruments and appliances for individual customers, and also did some live streaming. His live stream boasted the tagline, "I can fix anything," and his account already had 50 to 60,000 followers. With only a week left before school started, he was still short over 10,000 yuan for tuition, and he was worried he wouldn't be able to save enough. The thought of his parents having to beg and plead for money made him feel terrible. His phone suddenly beeped. He glanced at the screen. It was a friend request. Probably from a customer. He accepted. The other party immediately called back with an audio message. A clear voice came through the phone. "Is this Master Su?" "Yes, what's up?" "Hello, Master Su. I'm a fan of yours. My name is Hao Shuang. I watch your live streams every day lately. Your repair skills are amazing. Are you still taking orders?" "Yes, of course." "Great. Can you fix a tank 300? Hiss. Sumo's body trembled violently. 300 yuan to fix a tank? This isn't a fan. This is insane. Or maybe a troll trying to sabotage him offline. He couldn't let his live stream's reputation of, "I can fix anything," be ruined. "Of course I can fix a tank, the price." "Why don't you name the price? I need to see how bad it is first." "Let's put it this way. Everything that can be broken is broken. It's completely unrecognizable. If it weren't for my affection for old cars, I would have just bought a new one. I need it urgently. I need it fixed and delivered within a week." At this point, Sumo felt that this girl seemed serious. But what could he possibly repair a tank? He might as well just offer a high price to deter them. "How about this, a special fan offer of 3 million. If it works, you pay half up front and the balance after completion and delivery. If not, you can find someone else." Okay, as expected of a master who can fix anything, your tone is completely different from an ordinary repairman. "I'll transfer the money to you now." Before Sumo could react, a pleasant notification sound rang in his ears. 1.5 million credited to WeChat. Sumo's Adam's apple bobbed violently. His scalp tingled. Maybe the girl's initial 3 million meant 3 million. If he could really earn this 3 million, he wouldn't have to worry about tuition fees anymore, could improve his family's life, and would have his first pot of gold after graduation. He desperately needed this money. But what if I don't have the skills to repair tanks? "Master Su, why aren't you saying anything?" "I almost forgot. I've done a lot of top-tier modifications on this tank. You'll have to do those modifications along with the repairs, the power system, chassis suspension reinforcement, etc. Basically, the requirement is that it's wild and powerful enough, and worth the price." Master Su, are you listening? A girl's voice came from the phone. Sumo's lips twitched. He couldn't even repair it, let alone modify it. He should just return the money. He couldn't be a fraudster. He still had that much of a bottom line. But the feeling of transferring money back after it's in his own account was too painful. Who could understand? Just as he was about to click refund, a crisp sound rang in Sumo's mind. Detected the host's urgent desire to repair tanks. The evil repair system successfully bound. Newbie gift pack successfully issued. Available for collection at any time. Includes Universal Workbench LV1*1, 500 research points. A large amount of information flooded into Sumo's mind. His heart pounded. You've come at just the right time, my darling. The system was incredibly easy to use. It could help the host repair and modify any high-tech equipment. The emotional fluctuations caused by the repaired equipment would be converted into repair points, which could be used to repair even more equipment. Life was finally going to get better. Sumo suppressed his inner turmoil. I'll take this order. Okay, we should be in the same city. Give me an address, and I'll have someone transport the truck to you. Okay, remember, after the repair and modification, it needs to be extremely powerful. Get it ready in 7 days and transport it over. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Hanging up the phone, a glint of light flashed in Sumo's eyes. With the system, there were no surprises. This time, repairing the tank, he was going to completely solidify his reputation as someone who could repair anything. Half an hour later, a flatbed truck stopped outside the workshop. The driver pointed to a battle-damaged chassis, an engine loaded on the back. Handsome, you're here to pick up the goods, right? What's the last 4 digits of the license plate? Sumo stood at the door, dumbfounded, staring at the scrap metal on the truck. Good heavens, a tank damaged like this. Could it have been salvaged from the battlefield? This isn't repair, it's practically rebuilding. The outer armor is gone, the tracks are gone, the main gun is gone, even the steering wheel is gone. All that's visible to the naked eye is the chassis and engine. Sumo looked at the flatbed truck driver. Sir, my license plate ends in 9527. Unload the stuff to the warehouse over there. Okay. The flatbed truck had a built-in light lifting system, quickly completed the loading and unloading, and left. Sumo entered the warehouse, a place he'd rented to store large miscellaneous items when he rented the house and workshop. He hadn't expected it to come in handy now. With a thought, he retrieved the system gift pack. With a boom, a 3-meter-high multi-purpose workbench landed before him. System, it's all up to you, let's go. Host requirements read this repair consumed 400 research points related technological knowledge, transferred material scanning in progress. Scan complete, materials severely insufficient, unable to work. Sumo then realized that even with the all-purpose workbench level 1, he still needed materials. Even a skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients. However, he was delighted to find his mind filled with unimaginable advanced technological knowledge, all related to this tank repair and modification. He hopped on his electric scooter and quickly headed to the nearest hardware wholesale market. A Gulfstream G800 private jet flew from the capital of China to the northern border. Hao Shuang leaned back in her soft, custom-made leather seat. Her short silver hair shimmered under the cabin lights. Her eyes were clear, her nose straight. She wore a simple white t-shirt and super short denim shorts. Her long, straight, snow-white legs looked like they'd stepped out of a comic book. Beside her, Chun Guizhong, with his full head of white hair, looked at Hao Shuang. Xiao Shuang, who were you calling just now? What wild and violent stuff. A girl should be gentler. Grandpa, I'm going to the Salad Goodwill Heroes meet. The underground parking garage collapsed and caught fire recently, and my tank 300, which I won last year, was badly damaged. I paid Master Su to repair it. Is this Master Su reliable? How much does he charge? He's a conscientious streamer who can fix anything, and he only charges 3 million, not a penny more. Hao Shuang said, ignoring her grandfather's surprised look, her big, cute eyes shining. My older cousins always say domestic cars are no good, they like to modify Wranglers. Modifying just one car costs millions, not even counting the car itself, which costs 600,000 or 700,000. Last year I modified a tank 300, spending almost 3 million, and it completely outclassed my older cousin's modified Wrangler. This year I'll have Master Su modify it, and I'll still take them down. Chen Guizhong sighed inwardly. This granddaughter had been spoiled by her parents since she was little. She spent money like water and traveled by private jet. The reason he traveled on his private jet with his granddaughter was to attend the upcoming Northern Army Equipment Exhibition. Having dedicated most of his life to military research, he couldn't afford to miss this exhibition. Xiao Shuang, you're all grown up now. Grandpa won't say much. Just be more careful and don't get scammed. Okay, Hao Shuang nodded, thought for a moment, and then took out her phone to send a WeChat message to Master Su. Master Su, can you really repair a tank 300? Don't worry, beautiful lady. This price is very reasonable. You can definitely repair anything. Remember to use the wild and violent method. It has to be just right. If it's really not working, I can pay more. Really, Godfather? Duh. Northern border of China, Harbin. Su Mo reassured Hao Shuang a few times, didn't charge her extra, and looked at the materials piled up in the warehouse. He had already purchased all the materials in just 1 hour. He also rented a used pickup truck to carry the materials. That should be fine. Universal Workbench. Get to work. Ding material scan complete. Universal Workbench LV1 activated. Super large explosion impact load calculation complete. Quantum fire control array verification complete. Modular armor system verification complete. Variable cycle engine afterburner rocket propulsion module calculation complete. This maintenance will last 6 days. Starting maintenance. A series of cold, mechanical sounds echoed through the warehouse. The Universal Workbench emitted a buzzing sound. Four retractable mechanical arms began to swing. Pre-processing the materials. Sparks from acetylene cutting and laser welding illuminated the warehouse like daylight. The tank chassis and engine that Hao Shuang had sent over gradually transformed under the workbench's modifications. Everything proceeded smoothly. Su Mo watched the maintenance get on track, a smile appearing on his face. Everything would depend on what happened in 6 days. Chapter 2. The brutality of nature. That evening, Su Mo chose not to return home, remaining by the omnipotent workbench. Although this apparatus was intelligent, it still required human assistance at times. To accomplish the modifications, it was necessary to first fabricate secondary-level tools like intelligent lathes and alloy reactors, a tedious process indeed. It wasn't until the following evening that Su Mo, weary and exhausted, pushed open the door to his home. His mother, Wang Lan, upon seeing the bloodshot eyes and haggard appearance of Su Mo, was filled with concern. "Xiaomo, have you been working all night again? How many times must I tell you that you need not worry about tuition and living expenses?" "Mom, I have a plan. I will save enough money." Su Mo refrained from mentioning the 3 million required for tank repairs, deeming it too outrageous to share, fearing it would lead to more trouble. He resolved to wait until the repairs were completed and the money was in hand before discussing it. Wang Lan fell silent for a few seconds, sighed, and walked toward the kitchen, bringing out several plates of food. "Wash your hands first and eat." As Su Mo ate, he glanced toward the inner room. "Where's Dad?" "Your father went to work with Uncle Lee. He can earn 150 a day, and by the time he finishes, he might even borrow some from Uncle Lee. By the way, Xiao Mo, your father and I have discussed it. Why not close that repair shop of yours? We will manage the finances. You should focus on your studies and aim for a good job after graduation." "Mom, I really have a way to make money. I received a big order yesterday, and I assure you I can cover the tuition. Just wait and see." "All right, I believe in you." After finishing his meal, Su Mo retreated to his room. Lying on his bed as fatigue washed over him, a faint sound drifted from his mother's room. She was likely on the phone with his father. "Dear, I spoke with Lally today. After the job's done, besides earning 1,000, he can lend me another 1,000. But it's still not enough for Xiao Mo's tuition and living expenses. The price of gold is high now, and I still have the earrings from our wedding. I'll ask at the gold store tomorrow to see how much they can exchange for. Xiao Mo told me he has saved enough. I know he doesn't want us to worry. This child has been sensible since he was little. He will surely achieve great things." Listening to his parents' conversation, Su Mo clenched his fists, his gaze becoming profoundly contemplative. The next day, Su Mo arrived at the warehouse. Observing the dwindling materials, he set out in his second-hand pickup truck. For 5 consecutive days, he remained busy, exploring not only the hardware wholesale market, but also the electronic components market. Each day brought him closer to completing the tank's modifications, igniting a growing excitement within him. By evening, a compact remote control for the tank was successfully manufactured. Just then, Hao Shuang sent a voice message inquiring about the repair progress. "Master Su, how's the repair going? Can you send me a photo?" "Everything is going well. The workshop has commercial secrets, so I can't share photos. It will definitely be ready by the 7th day, right?" "Absolutely. How's its maneuverability? Is it durable enough? Does it embody the brutality of nature?" Su Mo turned his gaze toward the nearly completed heavy sci-fi tank. His eyes swept over the robust tracks, sharply defined modular armor, and the ominous electromagnetic cannon rail. Its maneuverability is exceptional, incredibly durable, and it fully embodies the essence of brutality. What about its power? Su Mo's gaze landed on the thrust rocket propulsion module being installed. Power is indeterminate. It grows stronger when faced with challenges. That sounds good. I've already prepared the key, and I'll send it over to you. Be sure to check for it. All right, Master Su. Another day passed, deep into the night. The advance payment of 1.5 million had nearly been exhausted, but fortunately, no further materials needed to be purchased. The tank was on the brink of completion. Su Mo leaned back in his chair, dozing off. A crisp sound echoed in his ear. Ding! Tank modifications completed, awaiting naming. Su Mo's eyes snapped open, the fatigue vanishing. He gazed at the heavy tank parked in the center of the warehouse, his pupils sparkling with determination. How about naming it the Emperor's Venom Blade Super Heavy Modular Titan Tank? That seems overly lengthy. Let's simplify it and call it the Venom Tank. Tomorrow marked the final day for repairs. Su Mo hastily wrapped the Venom Tank in camouflage tarpaulin and summoned a heavy-duty truck to deliver it overnight to the address provided by Hao Shuang. He knew he needed to rest for a couple of days while awaiting the final payment and the start of school. After 6 days of inadequate sleep, he longed for rest. The following evening, the truck driver called to inform him that the Venom Tank had been delivered to the Shalishan Desert Tourist Recreational Area. Su Mo immediately sent a message to Hao Shuang, confirming that the goods had been safely delivered and reminding him to settle the final payment after inspection. The next day, thousands of off-road enthusiasts, small vendors, and tourists gathered in the largest desert in the north, Shalishan. This place was a paradise for desert off-road lovers, where driving off-road vehicles was exhilarating and refreshing, with everyone praising the experience. In the core area of desert off-roading, a hardened square the size of a football field had been constructed. At the center stood a colossal metallic archway, adorned with 6 prominent characters, Shalishan Hero Gathering. Around the archway, a 4-meter-tall figure shrouded in camouflage tarpaulin had appeared, its origin unknown. Some speculated it was a model structure created by the organizers, serving as a symbolic photo opportunity that would be revealed at the appropriate moment. Various off-road vehicles, many of which had been modified, were parked around the square. At that moment, a standard Xiaomi YU7 came to a halt near the archway. Hao Shuang leaped out of the passenger seat, her denim jacket unbuttoned, and her work pants tucked into high-top Martin boots. A group of peers quickly gathered around her. Shuangzi, the hero gathering is about to begin. Why are you so late? Nice outfit. It gives off a desert cowboy vibe. Sister, how can you drive this car? With that suspension and tires, you might not even make it past the first hurdle. Where's your champion tank from last year? Hao Shuang's beautiful eyes turned toward the girl who had just spoken. It was her cousin, Hao Fangfang. They shared similar backgrounds and had played together since childhood, but Hao Fangfang later studied abroad in the United States, absorbing its culture. As soon as Hao Fangfang finished speaking, she quickly added, "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Your champion tank was completely destroyed in the fire and garage collapse. Fortunately, I brought 2 modified vehicles with my brother-in-law Jack this time. Feel free to borrow one. No need to be polite." She gestured behind her. Vroom vroom. The engines roared, attracting numerous gazes. 2 modified Jeep Wranglers screeched to a halt nearby. Hao Fangfang frowned slightly, calling out to one of the vehicles, "Jack, don't park next to those Chinese cars. It's bad luck. Park over here." The 2 vehicles drove directly in front of Hao Shuang, almost bumping into her. Many onlookers cast envious glances at the vehicles. Wow, those 2 cars are incredible. Avenger hoods, climber long-arm lift kits, front 6 and rear 4 forged brake kits. This car can go anywhere except the sky. It sounds like the engine has been modified too. There must be over 500 modifications on this vehicle. Capital has entered the arena. Hao Fangfang relished the murmurs around her, reaching out to pat the hood of one of the cars. "Sister, this Wrangler has undergone significant upgrades in power, chassis, suspension, and protection. It's slightly inferior to my other vehicle, but still quite impressive. You can enjoy driving this one for a few days. What good can domestic vehicles offer? Having grown accustomed to coarse domestic grains, you should experience the refined international fare." Hao Shuang was becoming weary of this rhetoric. "Cousin, just drive your own car. My champion tank 300 has already been repaired and should have arrived by now." Chapter 3. Why the long faces? Is laughter not to your liking? Hao Fangfang's gaze shifted as she scanned her surroundings. Is it here? Where? Hao Shuang was also peering around near the archway. According to Su Mo's words from yesterday, it should be nearby. After a thorough examination, she noticed several tank 300s, all of which had undergone minor modifications. None seemed to resemble hers. How strange. It had just been delivered yesterday. A smile curled at the corners of Hao Fangfang's lips. "Cousin, stop your theatrics. Your vehicle is severely damaged. Even if you were to enlist the finest repair studio from the States, it would take at least 2 months to fix. It's only been a week. Our local repair shops are even less capable. Trust me, let's just use mine." Hao Shuang continued to search the area, but her modified tank remained elusive. The eyes of many onlookers were upon her, amplifying her anxiety. She pulled out her phone and attempted to video call Su Mo. After a minute of no response, she tried calling, but again, no answer. Hao Fangfang's grin widened, a glimmer of schadenfreude appearing in her eyes. "Sister, you've been duped. Who did you send it to for repairs?" "I entrusted it to Master Su. He can fix anything. He wouldn't deceive me. Although Hao Shuang said this, uncertainty gnawed at her. The thought of becoming a laughingstock among so many in her circle was unbearable. Her fingers danced over the chat interface, sending frantic messages. Master Su, where's the car? You didn't fix it, did you? I trusted you. How could you betray me? You liar. Just then, Hao Fangfang's boyfriend, Jack, approached, clad in hip-hop attire and oversized sunglasses. His shiny bald head glistened as he spoke in somewhat broken Chinese. Hey, sister. In a moment, you'll ride in brother-in-law's car. He'll teach you what a performance beast truly is. With her heart racing, Hao Shuang had no time to entertain Jack. The inability to reach Su Mo had brought tears to her eyes. Familiar faces gathered around, whispering and pointing. One suggested, Shuangzi, why not call the police? You must have fallen victim to a scam. Consider it a costly lesson. Isn't that Master Su the online personality who claims he can repair anything? I've seen him. Others chimed in, their voices tinged with reproach, especially from the older crowd. Hao Shuang's face soured. She wished for a hole to swallow her whole. Losing 5 million was one thing, but the embarrassment was another. She would become the subject of ridicule in her circle. Frustrated, she shoved her hands into her pockets, scratching furiously. Suddenly, a sound broke through the murmurs. The source was a massive model structure draped in camouflage tarp. How could a model make a sound? It resembled the sound of a car key unlocking. As the crowd's attention was drawn, Hao Shuang inadvertently pulled out her car key, staring at the small, exquisite key in her hand, then glancing at the nearby covered structure. A jolt of realization struck her. With a deep breath, she licked her lips and slowly pressed the unlock button, her gaze fixed on the concealed object. The unlocking sound echoed. Her heart raced anew, and a spark ignited in her once dull eyes. Hao Fangfang and Jack noticed her sudden movement, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Could this concealed giant be Hao Shuang's champion tank 300? Yet, it appeared to be a model building, towering at around 4 meters. If it were truly a modified vehicle, what was that thick, elongated protrusion at the front? Hao Fangfang hesitated. Sister, could this possibly be your tank 300? How could it be ready in just a week? This massive thing, can it even go off-road? Shouldn't we unveil it for everyone to see? Jack added, this must be the work of that incompetent mechanic. Fooling you with some junk. Hao Shuang's heart sank at their words, her momentary hope replaced by unease. She couldn't fathom how Master Su could have modified it to such a size, nearing that of a truck. Who would make an off-road vehicle this enormous? The fact that Su Mo was unreachable only reinforced her fears. Seeing her hesitation, Hao Fangfang urged, Sister, regardless of its capabilities, let's unveil it. Let's see the extent of what a domestic mechanic can achieve. She whispered conspiratorially to Jack, this will be entertaining. Hao Shuang clenched and unclenched her fist, her expression torn. Finally, steeling herself, she approached the camouflaged behemoth. After all, she had already become the center of attention. What was a little more embarrassment? With a crowd of over 1,000 now gathered, curiosity bubbled as they drew closer. Hao Fangfang continued to prod. Come on, Shuang, don't dawdle, pull it back. Jack, barely containing his laughter, teased, Sister, hurry up. I promise not to laugh, unless I can't help it. Hao Shuang grasped the tarp's knot, inhaling deeply. With a glance at the multitude of eyes upon her, she decided to go all in. Seizing the edge of the cover, she yanked it away with force. As the tarp fell away, the breeze swept across the desert, revealing a magnificent sight. The sun's rays glinted off the silver surface, radiating an aura of power that enveloped the crowd. The gleaming armor of the tank sparkled as the turret stood proudly, its electromagnetic rail seemingly capable of devouring souls. The heavy treads left spiderweb cracks on the concrete beneath, measuring nearly 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 4 meters in height. The desert camouflage could not conceal its ferocity. It exuded an extraterrestrial presence. The visual impact was overwhelming. Onlookers appeared as insignificant ants beside it. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, the air thick with astonishment. For a moment, silence fell, as if the very breath had been stolen from their lungs. After what felt like an eternity, a voice broke through the shock. My God, Shuangzi, I've never seen a tank 300 like this. This is a real tank. The atmosphere ignited with excitement, conversations erupting as the temperature rose. All eyes turned to Hao Shuang, admiration replacing their earlier skepticism. No one paid any mind to the 2 modified Wranglers anymore. Questions arose about the mysterious Master Su who had repaired Hao Shuang's vehicle. Hao Fangfang's expression froze. Shock etched across her face. Her mouth formed an OAS. She swayed, nearly losing her balance. She seriously questioned her cousin's sanity. How could a tank 300 transform into something so phenomenal? What off-road vehicle could rival this? Jack, no longer laughing, supported Hao Fangfang. His expression darkening as confusion clouded his thoughts. Hao Shuang slowly raised her hand to caress the tank's armored side. The icy sensation sent her heart racing to her throat. As she touched the solid tracks, she felt as if she could be crushed to pieces in an instant. Master Su, is there some mistake? Is this truly my champion tank 300? Jack's expression shifted, as if a thought struck him, and he slapped Hao Fangfang's thigh with a sudden realization. I've figured it out. This tank must be a model. As soon as he spoke, Hao Fangfang had no time to concern herself with the pain in her thigh. Her eyes transformed with realization, her furrowed brows easing. She almost shouted, "Yes, that makes sense. There's no way such a massive tank exists in the world. Even if it were to be developed, it would require national-level research capabilities. How could a mere mechanic from Longwo create it?" Many onlookers nodded in agreement. Someone remarked, "There's simply no such tank. It's likely a figment of the mechanic's imagination. Perhaps it's just a shell with speakers inside. Regardless, it looks impressive. If only it were real. What good is it looking nice? It's just for taking pictures and checking in. It can't truly be used for off-roading." Hearing these words, Hao Shuang looked up at the entire tank again. There was some truth in what they said. Yet, as she caressed the tank's armored tracks, a sense of authenticity washed over her. Hao Fangfang's voice took on a teasing tone. "Sister, didn't your car key already unlock the door? Shouldn't we see what's inside the tank?" Jack chimed in. "The car key is probably just a prop. This tank has no doors. What is there to unlock? Could it be that this shell has a vertical entry like a real tank?" Hao Shuang's eyes brightened, and she quickly climbed up the tank's tracks. Indeed, she discovered a vertically opening hatch. Grasping the handle, she gently pulled. With a click, the hatch opened automatically, revealing a pitch-black interior. Hao Fangfang urged, "Sister, why don't you go in and take a look? We'll stay outside and record a video for everyone to enjoy." Taking a deep breath, Hao Shuang held her breath and carefully descended the ladder. An enthusiast for outdoor sports, her physical fitness was commendable. Climbing a ladder was a piece of cake for her. However, as she immersed herself in the darkness of the tank's cockpit, her anxiety grew. Her heart raced wildly. A prolonged beep echoed overhead. The cockpit lights automatically illuminated, revealing a space more spacious than she had anticipated. Two sci-fi-inspired semi-enclosed zero-gravity seats appeared before her. Peering past the seats, she saw the central control panel adorned with various buttons and indicator lights. Hao Shuang felt as though she had stepped into the cockpit of an alien warship. Surrounded by advanced technology, her eyes widened with disbelief, questioning if everything before her was merely an illusion. Yet, touching the surfaces confirmed their reality. The vertical hatch of the tank remained open, and voices from outside drifted in. "Shuangzi, what's it like in there? Why aren't you speaking? Are you dazzled? I told you it's definitely a shell with speakers inside. It could make anyone cry." Hao Fangfang's voice followed. "Sister, how about recording a video? Let us see too. We want to make fun of you." Just as Hao Shuang was about to respond, her phone rang. Initially thinking it was a video call from Hao Fangfang, she was surprised to find it was a call from Suimo. She had a plethora of questions to discuss, so she quickly answered. Suimo's urgent voice came through the line. "Ms. Hao, I've been repairing your car for days without rest, trying to catch a nap, and you keep calling. The tank has been delivered, modified according to your specifications, and I even prepared a little surprise for you." Who's the big liar here? You're not trying to evade the final payment, are you? Let me be clear, the final payment must be settled, or I'll have a word with you. Suimo's fervor practically hit Hao Shuang through the phone. Her expression twisted as she looked at the myriad of technological devices in the cockpit. At a loss for words, suppressing her inner turmoil, she timidly replied, "No, Master Su. I have no intention of defaulting. I just wanted to ask if there is a possibility that the Tank 300 is an off-road vehicle." A moment of silence enveloped both ends of the line. The air grew still. After several seconds, Suimo's tones softened, losing some of its earlier firmness, now tinged with a hint of a chuckle. "Well, off-road vehicles and tanks are quite similar. After all, a tank can also go off-road. It's not unreasonable to call it an off-road vehicle in a broader sense. And let me ask you, is it wild enough?" Hao Shuang scratched her temple, envisioning the tank's flamboyant design. Indeed, it was very wild. "Then let me ask you, is it violent enough?" Hao Shuang recalled the terrifying electromagnetic railgun of the tank, causing the entire structure to tremble. Definitely violent. "All right, what about its passability? Is it durable?" Hao Shuang's face twitched. The tank's tracks had the best passability, armored all over, ensuring durability. Isn't that settled then? How strong is the power? The power hasn't been tested yet, but it's guaranteed to be quite robust. If the superstart is activated, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 3 seconds. Everyone who has tried it says it's fantastic. That's enough. Transfer the final payment. And enjoy your vehicle. Oh, and if you have any questions about driving, there's a manual on the driver's seat. Ah, well, that sounds good. Hao Shuang felt somewhat dizzy. It seemed the tank had indeed undergone extensive modifications. She bore some responsibility for the miscommunication. After hanging up, she transferred the final payment. Beep. 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 Her phone received a video invitation. It was from the impatient Hao Fongfong outside. Without much thought, Hao Shuang accepted the call. The phone camera panned across the cockpit. Outside, Hao Fongfong unfolded her Sangxing folding screen phone, maximizing the display to show everyone the view. With a hint of mockery, she said, "Everyone, take a look. This is the so-called tank. Isn't it?" Her words were abruptly cut off, expression frozen, eyes widening to the size of saucers. She and those around her could clearly see the cockpit's interior on the screen. Chapter 5. Start up. Various incomprehensible high-tech devices and configurations appeared one after another. Even a single seat seemed extraordinarily impressive. The dashboard's indicators resembled those from a sci-fi movie. Even the simplest streamlined lighting gave them goosebumps. Had it not been for the presence of familiar faces watching her enter the cockpit, one might have thought this a product of cinematic special effects. Hao Fongfong felt as if she were hallucinating, rubbing her eyes incessantly, risking damage to her retinas, yet the visuals continued to astonish. Beside her, Jack wore an exaggeratedly surprised expression as if he had just encountered Columbus. He mumbled incoherently, "Holy cow. Oh my god, could this really be a tank? No. This is far too surreal." Hao Fongfong snapped back to reality, her hair somewhat disheveled, blood vessels visible in her eyes. She spoke each word with conviction. "I don't believe it. This must surely be a facade. To transform a scrap tank into this in under 7 days is something even the most brilliant scientists from the Eagle Nation couldn't accomplish. How could someone from Longwo achieve this? This tank absolutely cannot be started." Although they said this, the familiar faces and onlookers around them felt a palpable authenticity emanating from the screen. Someone shouted, "Shuangzi, start the tank." More voices joined in, urging, "Start it. Start it. Start it." Ultimately, thousands of voices clamored together, raising the atmosphere to an unprecedented level, the air growing increasingly charged. The roar of the engine resonated within the cockpit, causing Hao Shuang's ears to thrum. Observing the charged atmosphere, Hao Shuang felt compelled to comply. She settled into the driver's seat and tossed a thick manual onto the passenger side. Her bright, sparkling eyes were fixated on the one-touch start button on the central console, brimming with anticipation. Outside, the crowd intensified their chants, urging her on. "Start! Start!" Hao Fongfong, gripping her foldable smartphone, could not help but tense up, the veins on her hand bulging. Her gaze was fierce. "My dear cousin, do you really believe that a mere mechanic could conjure a tank in just 7 days? Such foolishness." As her voice faded, the crowd collectively held their breath, their eyes flickering towards the screen of her phone. Hao Shuang extended a delicate finger and decisively pressed the start button. Click. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time ticked by. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Nothing transpired. Hao Fangfang's anxious expression suddenly relaxed as she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, a smirk curling her lips. "See, I told you it was just a showpiece." In front of the camera, Hao Shuang smiled, a hint of relief washing over her. Deep down, she had harbored doubts about whether this tank was merely a model. Now it was confirmed. However, she held no ill will towards Master Su. This was the most stunning model she had ever encountered, and for 3 million, it was truly worth it. Facing the camera, Hao Shuang waved her hand gently, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment in her eyes. "That's enough. Everyone disperse." The crowd surrounding the tank sighed or shrugged, gradually dispersing. Hao Fongfong exchanged a knowing smile with Jack, both sharing a glint of derision. "Jack, let us head to our own car. What is so fascinating about a model? Indeed, this is utterly dull." As they took a couple of steps, a sudden crisp and cold voice emanated from the still-running video on the phone. "Driver scan complete. Feature registration complete. Driving authority verified. Initial startup in progress. Coolant infusion complete. Control valve activated. Quantum phased radar activated. High-energy weapon system mounted. Hydrogen power variable cycle engine starting." Boom. The tank erupted with a deafening roar. The powerful sound wave threatened to shatter countless hearts. The scattering crowd pivoted, their incredulous gazes fixed on the tank at the center. It exuded an almost palpable aura of impending destruction, as if an ancient beast had awakened, ready to hunt. A chilling sense of dread enveloped the onlookers, making some tremble as if caught in a dance of fear. Hao Fongfong was filled with terror, her eyes darkening and her throat dry, feeling as though sand had been shoved down it. Her voice twisted into a strange, distorted cry. No, don't be fooled. That's just the sound system. As she spoke, an unusual transformation occurred in the cockpit. A vast expanse of virtual light projections appeared before the driver's seat, displaying the external view ahead of the tank on the main screen. Hao Shuang looked over, as if peering through the tank's armor, granting her a vision of the outside world. The virtual interface displayed a menu and various option buttons. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her blood racing with exhilaration. She never anticipated that the tank was equipped with a powerful engine. The sci-fi quality of the virtual touch interface was beyond anything she had seen. It made even Avanda seem mundane. Her breath quickened, barely able to suppress the urge to slam her foot on the accelerator. The cockpit, along with the outside, was still filled with the cold, mechanical voice, growing increasingly urgent. L5 level driving assistance system activated. Full vehicle self-check complete. Hatch closed. Test drive route planned. Please fasten your seatbelt. Countdown to launch initiated. 10, 9, 8. The crisp tones rang like a death knell, striking dread into the hearts of the crowd. The icy chills surged from their feet, sending shivers up their spines. Anyone could discern that the roar of the engine was far from a mere sound system imitation. It was a ferocious growl, 100,000 times more menacing than AV-12. Hao Fangfang's insistence that it was just the sound system was patently stubborn. The hellish countdown sent chills down their spines, a premonition of something monumental approaching. An older off-road enthusiast, sensing the impending danger, shouted hoarsely, "Get back. Anyone who wishes to live, stay away from here. Run, run." His cries jolted the dazed onlookers back to reality. They fled, like a frightened herd of sheep. The countdown reached its climax. Those fleeing could not help but glance back. 3, 2, 1. Poison blade heavy tank, launch. In an instant, Hao Shuang slammed her foot on the accelerator. The terrifying acceleration thrust her into the plush seat, embedding her within it. Blood surged to her back, nearly bursting forth from her pores. Her vision dimmed as blood flow was redirected. Wow, this is intense. The tank's engine roared, drowning out her voice. The treads spun at an incredible speed, nearly flying off. The rapid friction between the treads and the concrete ignited a shower of sparks. The poison blade tank shot forth with the force of a cannonball, leaving a blur in its wake. Chapter 6. I must have eaten too many mushrooms. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bodies frozen like statues. Their bewildered expressions seemed to question their very existence. Hao Fangfang's face drained of color, her jaw trembling uncontrollably, and her body shook as if in a seizure, her chest heaving. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mechanic possibly create something like this? Absurd. Jack, too, was at a loss, his already pale face now resembling coal. His worldview shattered. He muttered, "What the hell? What is this?" The crowd began to regain their composure, voices trembling with astonishment. What was that noise? It felt less like a tank starting up and more like a missile launch. They had expected a mere model, yet it had surged forward. The acceleration was under 3 seconds. Even a Bugatti would pale in comparison. Look, it's entering the desert obstacle course. Thousands watched in awe as the poison blade tank thundered into the challenging course filled with man-made pitfalls, obstacles, dunes, and quicksand. The difficulty surpassing last year's by more than double. Initially, they had debated that no off-road vehicle would traverse it intact this year. Yet, the poison blade tank boldly charged in. Even tanks could get stuck. Hao Fangfang's dim gaze flickered with a glimmer of hope. Taking a few sips from a bottle of water handed to her, she felt somewhat revitalized. "Dear sister, I didn't realize you were playing possum. But don't overestimate your tank. The pitfalls could ensnare you. The obstacles and dunes could flip you over. The quicksand could bury you. Wait for your sister to save you." As the words were uttered, a thunderous sound echoed from afar. The heavy body of the venomous blade tank crashed into the pit, completely disappearing from sight. A torrent of shifting yellow sand surged into the pit, and the situation looked dire. Someone exclaimed in alarm, "This tank is too heavy. It could be fatal. We must rescue them." The atmosphere suddenly tightened. Even Hao Fangfang felt her nerves tense. Growing up alongside her cousin, Hao Shuang, both had come from affluent families and shared similar interests. Yet, in both hobbies and academic achievements, Hao Fangfang could never surpass Hao Shuang. She longed to win against her cousin at least once. Studying abroad in America had introduced her to a different environment and culture, instilling her with confidence. However, losing to her cousin's domestically modified car in last year's desert rally left her deeply unsettled. She had expected to outshine her cousin this year, only to witness Hao Shuang unveil a real tank. The spotlight was once again snatched away by her cousin. Nevertheless, when her cousin's life was in danger. Hao Fangfang couldn't stand idly by. Jack, hurry and help rescue her. What? Aren't you two always at odds? Why save her? Enough. She is still my sister. With that, Hao Fangfang rushed towards her off-road vehicle, heading towards the pit. Others around them also mobilized to prepare for the rescue. The desert's unique geology meant that the tank was far heavier than a typical off-road vehicle. If it remained trapped in the pit for too long, it could sink dozens or even hundreds of meters deep, lost to the shifting sands of the desert forever. The situation was critical. Hao Shuang's life hung in the balance. Everyone's hearts raced. Suddenly, a deep rumble reverberated beneath their feet. The ground trembled slightly, as if some subterranean beast was rampaging below. Many people abruptly turned to look at the pit. Someone shouted, "Something is coming." Boom. A vast cloud of sand erupted from the pit. A colossal shadow broke through the dust, defiantly emerging. The desert's camouflage pattern shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a chilling gleam. Arcs of electricity crackled along the electromagnetic rail of the turret. The treads churned violently, as if to grind the very planet to dust. The roar enveloped the entire area. It was the venomous blade tank. It had escaped the pit in the most brutal and straightforward manner, pushing forward relentlessly. Hao Fangfang and the countless onlookers were dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, nearly bursting from their sockets in shock. Even a real tank could not accomplish such a feat. What kind of power was needed for this? Was the law of conservation of energy being disregarded? Even Newton would be astounded. This was no off-roading. It was a quest to flatten the surface of the Earth. Inside the tank's cockpit, Hao Shuang was startled by the earlier incident of falling into the pit. Fortunately, the venomous blade's auxiliary driving system activated automatically. And with its powerful engine, she simply pressed the accelerator and burst out of the pit through sheer force. Master Su had been right. This vehicle was incredibly powerful, growing stronger in the face of adversity, with no upper limit. She reflected on how fortunate she was to acquire such a formidable machine for merely 3 million. The price seemed too low. Through the virtual screen, she surveyed the obstacles ahead, feeling no fear. Bring it on. Any desert hindrance was mere flatland before the venomous blade. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, she slammed the accelerator. Obstacles, sand dunes, and quicksand were all effortlessly traversed by the venomous blade. Everywhere it went, the terrain was leveled. In the blink of an eye, the desert obstacle course had transformed into a grand thoroughfare. Thousands of spectators stood in awe, jaws dropped to the ground, stammering incoherently. Today was truly an eye-opener. Hao Fangfang plopped down on the ground, her expression dazed. "Sister, what kind of monster have you acquired?" Jack slumped beside her, his face pale and lifeless, resembling a corpse just risen from the grave. "Your country is insane. So crazy. I want to go home. I'm never coming back." The thousands of spectators in the square gazed at the venomous blade tank, all filled with admiration and emotion. This was the true romance of off-roading. What modified off-road vehicle could compare to this? The crowd buzzed with excitement. "If I could just take it for a spin, I would die content. It's just so cool. Who thought of bringing a tank to the scene? A genius. Nothing can compare to the speed of the venomous blade. By the way, what is the cockpit like after the tank is started?" As soon as the question was posed, curiosity ignited among the crowd, and their gazes turned towards the stunned Hao Fangfang. It dawned on her that she still held her unfolded foldable phone. Picking it up, she was stunned by the dazzling virtual projection displayed. The interior of the cockpit after activation was worlds apart from when it was idle. The overwhelming sense of cutting-edge technology made one doubt the reality of the situation. Had she not fully awakened, or was she dreaming? Many approached to peer at the screen, their pupils reflecting the vibrant lights and lines. Captivated by the stunning visuals, someone murmured, "This is the pinnacle of virtual imaging technology in the world. It can't be surpassed." Incredible. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, who would dare believe it was real? "I must have eaten too many mushrooms. Someone pinch me to wake me up. Ouch. You twisted it. Now it's broken. Take me to see a doctor." Chapter 7. I truly will thank you. Under the gaze of thousands, the venomous blade tank, under Hao Shuang's chaotic driving, sped across the desert. The vehicle kicked up a cloud of flying sand and rocks, resembling an extreme desert sandstorm. The air was thick with the scent of sand. Some focused on the astonishing sci-fi visuals within the venomous blade's cockpit, while others gazed in awe at the tank's breathtaking speed. Everyone could feel the tank accelerating after emerging from the desert obstacle course, reaching speeds that were hard to track. Some absent-mindedly remarked, "How fast is this thing going now? It feels like it's treating the desert like a highway. At least 100 miles per hour. More than that. Absolutely more." As they spoke, Hao Fangfang suddenly noticed something on her phone screen, her body trembling. It seemed she had seen something terrifying. "What is this?" Others nearby followed her gaze. The screen displayed the cockpit view of the tank, where the edge of the virtual projection panel revealed a menu, with a dynamic dataset pulsating in a blue-lined box at the bottom. Jack, stumbling over his words in broken Chinese, read the data aloud, his voice rising to a near shout. Current driving mode, beginner. Engine RPM, 200,000. Gasp. Hao Fong and the surrounding spectators gasped in astonishment. One person exclaimed frantically, "The maximum RPM of an F1 car is only 15,000. This engine's current RPM is over 10 times that of an F1 car, and it's still increasing. It's already at 250,000. Insanity. This wasn't an engine, it was a dragon drill." Jack, seemingly unaware of when it happened, began to twitch intermittently, resembling a certain someone next door. He continued to recite the dynamic data displayed in the virtual projection. Current speed, 210 miles per hour. Oh my goodness. Hao Fong and the onlookers witnessed the data with their own eyes. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, while others trembled uncontrollably, their knees threatening to give way. The colossal tank raced across the desert at an astonishing speed of 210 miles per hour, a sight that defied belief. No wonder the eyes struggled to keep up. It was already moving at such a rapid pace. If deployed on the battlefield, the enemy's projectiles might scarcely be able to keep pace. This was indeed a marvel of warfare. Hao Fang's expression shifted continuously, her complexion a blend of pale and green, tinged with a hint of darkness. Her skin twitched like that of a Shar-Pei. A tank of such magnitude, moving at such speed. One could only imagine the fuel consumption. It might soon run out of gas. Before she could finish her thought, Jack beside her tugged at her sleeve, hesitating to speak. Eventually, he could not resist whispering, "Darling, you should finish that virtual projection report." Hao Fong glanced at the end of the report, her pupils dilating sharply, vibrating within their sockets. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart seemed to cease its rhythm. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Fuel remaining, 99,999. Current range, 500 meters. With that, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. A group hurried to support her, some pinching her to revive her. Others slapping her face. Fong, what's wrong? You're not dying, are you? Wake up." After a vigorous attempt to rouse her, Hao Fong slowly opened her eyes, as if returning from the dead, though her face remained pale. The commotion had also reached Gu Shuang in the cockpit of the tank, who heard the alarming news of her cousin's sudden peril. She quickly swerved the tank towards the Heroes Association Square. Gu Shuang had been off-roading for 2 years, yet she had never experienced such exhilaration. Despite the chaos outside, the tank's interior remained relatively comfortable. Even when traversing obstacles, she barely felt any jarring from her seat. This was the epitome of zero-gravity seating. Moreover, the virtual projection panel was incredibly useful, as if granting her a pair of X-ray vision, leaving no blind spots in her field of view. When she turned her head, a virtual projection akin to a rearview mirror appeared simultaneously, allowing her to see everything clearly behind her. It was no exaggeration to say this was the most magnificent vehicle she had ever driven. Under Gu Shuang's command, the Poison Blade tank finally arrived at the Heroes Association Activity Center Square. Thousands gathered there, their eyes wide with fear as they witnessed the approaching dust storm and the small black dot at the forefront. "Run! The dust storm is coming. Don't come near us. It's going to crush us. Stand down." Amidst the cries of alarm, the Poison Blade tank made its entrance, its mighty engine roaring, drowning out all other sounds. The massive vehicle thundered into the Heroes Association Square, the concrete ground shattering under its weight, while the furious winds swirled and spread, sweeping across the land. Many shielded their eyes in terror, as their hair and clothes danced wildly in the wind. With a resounding crash, the earth shook, and then everything fell eerily silent. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust. People swallowed hard, their gazes wandering around. At the archway, they spotted the remnants of the Poison Blade tank's impact. The once towering arch had been reduced to 2 segments, completely collapsed. Anxiously, the crowd drew closer. Hao Fong and Jack leaned against each other, unsure of what to say as they beheld the scene of devastation. The sight exceeded their comprehension. The nearly 20-meter-high steel arch had crumbled like paper under the tank's assault, utterly helpless, while the tank itself had not even lost a speck of paint. Truly, it was a tank of unparalleled strength. No modern tank could possibly withstand such force. With a click, the tank's hatch opened, and Gu Shuang poked her head out. "Cousin, are you all right? Are you okay? I heard someone say you were dying." Hao Fong, already feeling overwhelmed, could not help but bleed from the corner of her mouth at his words. She managed a pale smile. Cough. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Nonsense. You're bleeding. We need to get you to a hospital. Should I drive you? It's fast. Gu Shuang insisted, patting the tank's turret. How Fang's eye twitched. And she replied darkly, I truly appreciate your concern, but no. With that, she had no desire to linger any longer and pulled Jack away. Onlookers began to whip out their phones to capture videos and photographs, not wanting to miss the chance for viral fame. Once the video was posted, it garnered immense attention. The news of an alien tank at the Heroes Association spread like wildfire. Gu Shuang glanced at the arch that the tank had destroyed, feeling a twinge of apprehension. The tank had autonomously identified and avoided hitting any people, which had led to its collision with the arch. Had it not been for the tank's intelligence, a far worse accident could have occurred. She sighed, realizing she should have read the manual or at least understood the basic driving rules before taking it out. She then contacted the Heroes Association organizers to discuss compensation. Meanwhile, in the northern region, in Harbin's old industrial zone, a dilapidated repair shop echoed with a voice in Su Mo's ear. Shock emotion received. Research points. 2. Research points. 5. Research points. 3. Chapter 8. Who is this girl? The continuous accumulation of research points filled Su Mo with elation. With these points, he could repair even more items. Reflecting on the phone call from Gu Shuang, he felt a mix of emotions. It was entirely his fault for being oblivious to civilian vehicles, resulting in a botched repair. After all the fuss, the Tank 300 was merely a civilian off-road vehicle. Fortunately, he had managed to gloss over the situation. The other party was kind enough to settle the remaining payment without causing any trouble. Having earned some money, Su Mo transferred a portion back home. When his parents inquired about the source of the funds, he had to employ considerable effort to fabricate a plausible explanation. Some truths, once clarified, could lead to even greater problems. With classes resuming tomorrow, Su Mo intended to savor his last moments of leisure. He planned to study for a while longer and then find a reasonable excuse to take a leave of absence, dedicating all his energy to repairs. The reason for not immediately dropping out was twofold. He could not explain it to his parents, and he cherished the friendships he had forged at school with Wang Fei, Tao Zhiasu, and others, wishing to experience university life a little longer. Su Mo took out his phone and opened the Douyin app, casually scrolling through the screen. A familiar scene suddenly caught his eye, causing a jolt of surprise. Good heavens, Ms. Gu, you really took the tank off-roading. In the video, the strikingly designed super-heavy tank sped across the desert, kicking up clouds of yellow sand, looking undeniably cool. Within minutes of being posted, the video had already amassed tens of thousands of likes. As he continued to scroll, the next video was even more outrageous. Images of the tank crashing through a giant steel arch. Just as he was about to check the comments, his phone screen suddenly went black. This 3-year-old budget phone's battery was no longer reliable, and the system had become unbearably sluggish. It was unclear whether it had frozen or simply run out of power. Su Mo frowned slightly and murmured, Universal Workbench, fix this. Half an hour later, the phone was repaired and upgraded. The materials used were leftover scraps from the tank. Upon completion, the phone's processor performance was remarkable, and the system ran as smoothly as silk. Its appearance was quite futuristic, with a nearly 100 screen-to-body ratio. The screen's durability had also been enhanced, and the phone's security features were top-notch, preventing anyone from tracking or listening in on it. The battery life reached an astonishing level, with just 10 minutes of charging providing a month of use. The only downside was that he had consumed 50 research points, hard-earned through his efforts. After the repairs, Su Mo resumed his enjoyment of browsing short videos. The Poison Blade tank's popularity skyrocketed online, and it seemed his reputation as a repairman would be forever cemented. Meanwhile, preparations for the Army Equipment Exhibition in Harbin's northern region were in full swing before the event. The recent Army Equipment Exhibition has attracted a multitude of stars. A plethora of new equipment from various military research institutions will fill the expansive venue of 160,000 square meters. Among the most captivating exhibits are the 99C main battle tank, the second-generation Lynx, the Hongjian 17 anti-tank missile launcher, the J-21 armed helicopter, various models of drones, and an array of new individual weapons, among countless others. The exhibition's supervisor, Li Weidong, appears somewhat aged yet exudes vitality. Clad in a neatly tailored Zhongshan suit, he commands respect without uttering a word. Under his astute management, half of the army's equipment has already been set up. His murky gaze drifts toward the largest empty exhibition stand at the center, and he furrows his brow, muttering to himself, why hasn't it arrived yet? As he speaks, he takes out his phone and dials a number. Hello? Xiao Ding. Where is the custom second-generation Shadow model? The exhibition starts tomorrow. Oldly. This model is different from previous ones. Not only is it larger, but we have also meticulously refined the details. We are still rushing to complete it, and will deliver it before the exhibition begins. It must be done. Yes, we will ensure it is completed. After hanging up, a voice calls from a distance. Oldly, Li Weidong's gaze shifts to the entrance of the venue, where an elderly figure appears. The familiar sight brings a smile to his face. Old Chin. Oh my. Two septuagenarians greet each other with joy, clasping hands tightly. Old Chin, weren't you researching the intelligence of land combat tanks? What brings you here? You should have informed me in advance, so I could welcome you. Oldly, we are brothers from the same dormitory. There is no need for such formalities. As I arrived, I was wondering which familiar face would be in charge. And to my surprise, it is you. Ha ha ha. Come, let us discuss in the lounge. As the two old friends walk side by side toward the lounge, the surrounding subordinates whisper among themselves. Who is this elder? The usually stern old Li seems transformed in his presence. Goodness, you don't recognize Chen Qiuzhang? Look at these army equipment around us. Over half of them utilize his research technology. Old Chun and our old Li are revered as the guiding stars of the Dragon Kingdom's army equipment sector. Most of the staff present are young officers from military academies or transferred from active duty, all gazing at the two elders' backs with respect. Once seated in the lounge, the two exchange pleasantries when suddenly, Li Weidong's phone rings. Initially thinking there might be an issue with the venue setup, he checks his phone and is taken aback. What is going on? Old Chin asks, puzzled. Look at this. He lays his phone on the coffee table. A subordinate has sent a video and images. In the video, a colossal tank races across the desert, gliding effortlessly. Old Chin's expression shifts slightly before he regains his composure, joking, Old Li, you wouldn't be getting forgetful in your old age, would you? This is certainly a video effect, nothing to fuss about. Before he finishes, a message pops up in the chat. The technical department has determined that the video has not undergone any special effects. The two elders exchange solemn glances, the atmosphere thickening with tension. They replay the video, noting a few seconds of long-range zoom that reveals the tank's exterior and intricate details. Old Chin's expression grows serious, his voice steady. Old Li, did you notice the turret structure and the connection method of the track modules? This configuration aligns with the optimal structure for future tanks that our strongest research teams have been validating. Logically, everything is still in the validation phase, with several technical challenges yet to be overcome. How could a physical model suddenly appear? Li Weidong contemplates for a moment, then turns sharply to Old Chun. Could it be that a research institute has surreptitiously overcome these technical difficulties and produced a prototype without public knowledge? Old Chun slaps his thigh in realization. That must be it. It has to be the Southern Frontier Armament Manufacturing Institute. Their research progress is currently the fastest. He immediately dials a number. When the call connects, a middle-aged voice responds. Hello, Chun, how can I assist you? Xiao Lu, I must ask, has your institute achieved any breakthroughs in the development of a new tank? Oh, I must confess, we have indeed made some progress recently. Word travels fast. I hadn't reported it to you yet. Old Chin's expression tightens, his tone heavy. The video of your new tank's testing has already circulated widely online. You think it's appropriate to test it at some heroic gathering, surrounded by so many people? This is a serious breach of confidentiality. What? That can't be right, Old Chun. Our tank technology has only partially advanced. We haven't produced any prototypes yet. You must be mistaken. Old Chin's voice softens. So it's not you? Old Chun, I understand the principles of confidentiality. I would never be so careless. I swear it's not us. Very well, we will leave it at that. After ending the call, Old Chin's confusion deepens. Across the Dragon Kingdom, the only teams capable of producing a new generation of tanks, aside from the Southern Frontier Armament Manufacturing Institute, are those led by himself. Surely, it cannot be his own team. Meanwhile, Li Weidong casts a dubious glance at Old Chun. Old Chun, it wouldn't be you, would it? Old Chun shoots him a glare. Of course not. Unable to fathom the situation, the two turn their gazes back to the phone. Recalling that there are still two images left to view, they switch to the first image, which is a close-up of the electromagnetic railgun on the tank turret. The blue arcs of electricity dance in the air, as if they might leap out of the picture, sending shivers down their spines. Both elders feel their hearts race. Their throats dry. As experts in their fields, they know exactly what this represents. Old Li, are you certain your technical department isn't mistaken? If this isn't a video effect, it's utterly absurd. This surpasses the scope of the next-generation tank. It cannot be. The assessment of whether the video and images have been digitally altered should not be an error. Old Chin swipes to the next image, and his expression changes dramatically. Eyes wide as saucers, filled with incredulity and frustration. Li Weidong, turning his neck stiffly toward Old Chun. Demands, Old Chun, stop pretending. Are you still insisting it's not you? Who is this girl? Old Chun is equally bewildered, his wrinkled face contorted in confusion. In the image, a delicate little head emerges from the tank's cockpit, perfectly captured by the photographer. Chapter 9. Professor Gao refutes rumors. Stunned for a moment, Old Chun immediately grabs his phone, finds Hao Shuang's number, and dials. When the call connects, Hao Shuang's voice rings out. Grandpa, are you finished already? Are you coming back together? Xiao Shuang, I need to ask you something. Answer me seriously without concealing anything. All right. What is so serious? What did you do today? Did you drive a tank? Grandpa, I just came out of the cockpit. How did you know? But Master Su said this tank could broadly be considered an all-terrain vehicle. An all-terrain vehicle? Old Chin glances at Li Weidong's phone, which displays the imposing and futuristic design of the Poison Blade tank. This thing can be called an all-terrain vehicle? What kind of logic does Master Su have? Xiao Shuang, how is the performance of your so-called all-terrain vehicle? As she speaks, Hao Shuang's voice on the other end grows slightly excited, her enthusiasm palpable even through the screen. Grandpa, this vehicle is incredible. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in under 3 seconds, and I just reached 210 kilometers h in the desert. Sitting in the zero-gravity seat, I hardly felt any bumps. Indeed, this tank is remarkably sturdy, having effortlessly smashed through such a thick steel archway. As Old Chin listened to his granddaughter's excited narration, his breath became increasingly rapid. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the emotion in his eyes was undeniable. Beside him, Old Li had tensed up at some point, wishing he could dive into the phone to personally inquire and confirm. If it were true, it would be utterly astonishing. Old Chin immediately instructed, Xiao Shuang, you must cover that tank with something and arrange for it to be transported here with utmost urgency. I will send you the location. Understood. If I find someone for transport, it should arrive by early morning at the latest. I'll urge the driver to expedite the process. And if anyone inquires about it, you know nothing. Got it. After concluding the call, Old Chin glanced at Old Li. Both shared a look that conveyed a sense of unreality. They were uncertain about the veracity of Xia Shuang's claims, but once the tank arrived, they would discern the truth for themselves. If real, it would signify a monumental leap in the military technology of Longguo. It might indeed suggest the presence of remarkable talents in the civilian sector. The previous industrial assessment had evidently overlooked certain aspects. Old Li understood the implications and suggested, Old Chun, should we send someone to receive it? Directly delivering it might pose risks along the way. Old Chin shook his head, stating, in our country, there should be no issues. Moreover, sending someone to escort it would only attract the attention of certain espionage organizations and provoke greater public speculation. I need to contact Professor Gao to clarify matters online. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the public. Old Li nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Wait, Professor Gao? ISNT at General Zhang? Old Chin shot him a glance. General Zhang has retired. The current active figure in the Bureau of War Deception is Professor Gao. The two continued to discuss the tank depicted in the photographs. Half an hour later, a situation arose at the exhibition venue, prompting Old Li to step out to coordinate arrangements, with Old Chun accompanying him to assist. The venue consisted of a single expansive floor, surrounded by a 15-meter-high canopy, with an open central area designated for the upcoming display of the Fangzi 21 aircraft. The glaring sunlight poured down, causing the staff to sweat profusely. At day's end, with the moon high above, they finally wrapped up their tasks. All exhibiting army equipment had been brought in, save for the largest central display, which remained conspicuously empty. Old Chin inquired, Old Li, what will be placed on that central stage? Old Li smiled mysteriously, you'll find out tomorrow. He then sent another message to Shouting, urging him to expedite the completion and transportation of the items. Shouting replied, assuring that, barring unforeseen circumstances, everything would arrive bright and early, just in time for the exhibition's commencement. At that moment, Hao Shuang was aboard a private jet en route to Harbin. This year's Shalishan heroic event had been overshadowed before it even began, thanks to her toxic blade tank. She noted that many people were discussing her online. Remaining in the spotlight was no longer appealing to her. Leaning against the business class seat, she scrolled through short videos on her phone, stumbling upon several clips featuring her. The audacity of current netizens astounded her. They seemed unconcerned about blurring her face. Just as she was contemplating this, the Douyin app suddenly pinged with a live broadcast notification. Hao Shuang quizzically murmured, what is this? Why is Professor Gao broadcasting so late at night? She entered the live stream. In a brightly lit office, Professor Gao sat serenely at his desk, a steaming cup of tea and a tablet before him. As the broadcast commenced, he remained silent. seemingly reviewing materials or preparing for the stream. Within 2 minutes, the live stream audience surged to 100,000, catapulting it to the top of the trending list. Professor Gao's influence was formidable. As the viewership stabilized, he cleared his throat, looked into the camera, and greeted the audience with a smile. Good evening, everyone. I am your old friend, Professor Gao. Hao Shuang, a fan of Professor Gao, promptly joined the viewers in flooding the chat with comments. Good evening, Professor. It's been a while. I see some gray hair. You're back at work after the last incident with the white elephant. Who will you fool this time? As Professor Gao observed the enthusiastic comments, he maintained a stoic demeanor and replied earnestly, I trust you are all aware of the rumors circulating online regarding an alien tank. Tonight's broadcast is specifically to address this matter. I solemnly assure you that our technical department has verified that those videos and images are merely fabrications, all digitally altered. His words ignited a flurry of comments. Professor, I can hardly believe you. Images can be edited, but videos cannot. I was at the Shalashan site, and the archway that was smashed remains unrepaired. How do you explain that? Professor, are you sweating because the air conditioning is off? Professor Gao, taken aback by the barrage of comments, felt the pressure mounting. This generation of netizens was not easily deceived. With the conversation veering in this direction, he pressed on, Friends, I urge you to remain vigilant while navigating the internet. Do not believe in outlandish claims. Stay discerning and differentiate between fact and fiction. Avoid spreading rumors, and do not give certain internet celebrities the chance to sensationalize these matters. Concluding the broadcast, Professor Gao sighed deeply. Perplexed by the antics of Old Chun and the others, how could such advanced military equipment have been permitted to circulate online? Viewers, eager for more, flooded Professor Gao's account with messages after he abruptly ended the stream. Professor, why did you end the broadcast in such disgrace? Do you think we'll believe you? Let us just pretend to believe. Otherwise, the position of the second-generation bureau chief might be at stake. Chapter 10, Mobile Combat Mode with the debunking concluded. Images and videos pertaining to the alien tank, along with related discussions, were swiftly removed from the internet. Those who had maliciously capitalized on the topic faced long-term bans. Users were unable to type the words alien tank in the comments. Under some mysterious influence, the hype had plummeted. Hao Shuang breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this outcome. She had no desire to become an internet sensation. Turning off her phone, she reclined her seat and prepared to cover herself with a blanket for rest, only to discover something hard pressing against her. She fished it out to find it was the key to the toxic blade tank. Oh no, the key is still in my possession. Never mind, once the plane lands, I'll send it to the old man. Hao Shuang examined the key under the bright cabin lights. It was undeniably beautiful. The exquisite craftsmanship was unlike anything she had ever seen. The key boasted 10 buttons, the purpose of which remained a mystery to her. Setting it aside, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, at 2 a.m, a 16-wheeled heavy flatbed truck delivered a large, tarpaulin-covered object to the gates of the Northern Army Equipment Exhibition. Armed personnel confirmed the password before granting access. Night shift worker Xiao Lu, upon seeing the delivery, felt a flicker of confusion. Hadn't it been stated that it would arrive at dawn? The truck driver, looking weary, explained. The owner doubled the payment and insisted on getting it here as quickly as possible, ensuring safety above all. I haven't taken a break or eaten. With the payment in hand, the driver activated the lifting system on the truck, placing the covered object in the center of the exhibition hall, as directed by Xiao Lu. After completing the delivery, he hurriedly departed. Xiao Lu finished his night shift and headed to the duty room. Due to security and confidentiality protocols, only one staff member remained on site at night. After he left, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The moonlight spread a pristine veil of illumination across the earth. A colossal object, shrouded in tarpaulin, lay dormant, resembling an ancient beast of prey poised to strike. Before dawn, a Gulfstream G800 descended upon Harbin International Airport. The landing was somewhat jarring, jolting Hao Shuang from his slumber. The car keys beside him clattered to the floor. As Hao Shuang reached down to retrieve them, the plane jolted again, causing him to inadvertently press a button marked Mode Switch. What could Mode Switch imply? At such a distance, the remote signal should not reach. Surely, there was nothing to worry about. With a self-soothing thought, he disembarked the aircraft. At that moment, in the heart of the Army Equipment Exhibition, the poison blade tank shuddered. A series of cold mechanical sounds echoed. Command received. Initiating combat mode. Infusing wide-temperature anti-wear hydraulic oil. Raising 4 legs. Armor deploying. Quantum phased radar activated. High-energy weapons at level 1 standby, awaiting further instructions. Accompanied by eerie sounds. The tarpaulin that had enveloped the poison blade tank lay shredded around it. The various components of the tank interlocked and transformed, morphing in mere seconds. In the pale moonlight, it was discernible that its height surged from 4 meters to 6 meters, an aura of violent menace engulfing the scene. The chirping of insects and birds fell silent, creating an unnerving stillness, as if a dark overlord had awakened. In the absence of commands, entering hibernation mode, the tank's radar light atop slowly dimmed, awaiting a wake-up command. The following morning, long before the exhibition doors opened, an interminable line had formed outside, with thousands of eager eyes anticipating the grand reveal. Enthusiastic discussions erupted among the crowd. Whispers circulated that formidable new technologies would debut at this Army equipment exhibition. Perhaps the 4th-generation Silent Hunter would make an appearance. What's that? I've heard the new main battle tank, the 99C, will be showcased, murmured those at the front of the queue. Suddenly, a voice from behind interjected, that's nothing. I bet there's something even more impressive. Countless eyes turned toward the speaker. Someone retorted, dude, what could possibly surpass the Southern Skygate project? With a smirk. The speaker replied, have you heard of the Mecha era? The mere mention of those 4 words sent a shiver through the crowd. Recently, the central bank had indeed released related news. But no one expected to see a tangible model so soon. Yet even the prospect of a mere prototype was enough to ignite fervor among the attendees. The anticipation grew palpable, as the crowd seemed ready to crash the doors open to catch a glimpse. Meanwhile, staff members were seen swiping their cards to enter, preparing everything in advance. Yet, upon stepping inside, they were struck by the sight of the colossal metallic figure at the center, gasping in awe. Is this the 2nd-generation Shadow? It looks astonishing, they exclaimed. With this model at the exhibition, it's bound to be a sensational hit. Didn't we clean this place yesterday? Why are there so many scraps of tarpaulin on the ground? Must have blown in with the wind. As the clock approached 7:40 a.m., only 20 minutes remained until the exhibition commenced. Elder Chun and Elder Li, both clad in black Zhongshan suits, approached the staff entrance with measured steps. Hearing the crowd buzz about the Mecha era, they exchanged knowing glances. It seems the netizens are quite informed, Elder Li remarked quietly. Last night, Xiao Lu texted me, saying the 2nd-generation Shadow model has arrived. It will surely be the center of attention today. Elder Chen responded, yesterday, when I asked you what was on display, you were tight-lipped. Now it seems we've come full circle. By the way, did the duty officer receive that tank? Elder Li shook his head. Xiao Lu didn't mention it. It must not have arrived yet. As they entered through the staff passage, nearly everyone congregated around the central display, their astonishment palpable. As they drew near, both elders followed the gaze of the crowd and were taken aback. Their eyes nearly popped from their sockets, jaws agape in disbelief. Standing prominently at the display was a 6-meter-tall quadrupedal mech. 4 robust hydraulic steel limbs supported the weighty mech's body, while impenetrable armor modules encircled it, forming an impenetrable fortress. Atop it loomed a 5-meter-long supersized electromagnetic railgun, emitting crackling blue arcs along the tracks. The faintest electrical discharge seemed to struggle against the immense internal pressure, sending shivers down the spine from a distance. Elder Li, where did you get this model made? It looks incredibly realistic. Elder Li replied. I never anticipated the 2nd-generation Shadow model would appear this way. The real-world effect is astounding. Chapter 11. Grandfather, may I try it? Both elders' lips were parched, their throats dry from disbelief. Although they understood it was merely a model, their hearts were profoundly stirred. They hastened closer, standing beneath the quadrupedal mech, feeling as though they might be crushed at any moment. Elder Chen scrutinized it closely, the initial surprise in his expression evolving into solemnity. As tumultuous waves of realization surged within him, his voice wavered. Elder Li, observe the structural intricacies. The mechanical connection points appear to utilize nonlinear magnetic couplers. This technology, only the most elite research institutions in our country and the U.S. possess, right? Who crafted this model? Is it truly necessary to achieve this level of detail? Elder Li seemed oblivious to the barrage of questions, his gaze fixated on another section of the mech, muttering to himself, my heavens. 12 degrees of freedom in the manifold hinge. I've never encountered anything like it. Both men were entranced, meticulously examining every aspect of the quadrupedal mech. The more they scrutinized, the more their hearts raced. Eventually, they exchanged glances. Elder Chen gripped Elder Li's arm tightly. Elder Li, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't merely a model. Elder Li's expression twisted in confusion, grappling with the implications. Logically, it must be a model. We have indeed researched the quadrupedal mech as a platform for firepower output in modern warfare, but we have yet to materialize anything. As they conversed, A throng of visitors surged through the entrance, and the exhibition finally commenced. Upon entering, many quick-witted individuals immediately noticed the massive quadrupedal mech at the center, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they rushed towards it, enveloping the display. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Wow, this is incredible. The quadrupedal mech looks so stunning. Indeed, the mecha era has arrived. It feels so real, as if a sci-fi film has come to life. Did our government provoke something out in the cosmos, aiming to confront aliens with such technology? Elderly, listening to the surrounding chatter and the incessant clicking of camera shutters, regained his composure and remarked, Xiao Ding has executed this task exceptionally well. With this, the exhibition's popularity will surely soar, perhaps even attracting foreign military procurement agents. As he spoke, he took out his phone to message Xiao Ding, praising the successful completion of the task. In the next moment, Xiao Ding's reply arrived. Elderly, I was just about to call you. The model has just arrived at the exhibition entrance. Should we bring it in now, or is it too late? Elderly, perplexed upon reading the message, muttered, Xiao Ding's model has only just reached the exhibition door. What, then, is currently on the display? Elder Qin caught sight of the message as well. After a moment of confusion, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyelids twitching. Elderly, it seems we may have made a grave mistake. Before them stood a colossal figure, and Chun Lao hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After a brief pause, he continued. Yet, the disparity in appearance is striking. They are clearly not the same. Li Lao suggested, why not call Xiao Shuang and inquire? Nodding in agreement, Chun Lao, filled with uncertainty, dialed the number. On the other end, the voice of Hao Shuang came through. Grandpa, did you receive the package? Was it not stunning? Xiao Shuang, where is it? Chun Lao inquired, perplexed. It arrived last night at midnight. The delivery man said it was unloaded at the central exhibition stand. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I planned to wait until morning, but I overslept. Did you not receive it? Chun Lao gazed up at the massive four-legged mech that dominated the sky. Licking his chapped lips, he replied, the package may have arrived, but there is a significant discrepancy in its appearance compared to the images you sent. Ah, Grandpa. It's quite normal for there to be some deviation between the actual item and the photos. Chun Lao was at a loss for words, turning to Li Lao. Is this typical? Li Lao shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Lao suggested, Xiao Shuang, why not come over? This situation is too bewildering. You are the only one who has operated it, and your assistance may be required. All right, I'll take a private jet over right now. You can land directly at the Northern Border Red Dragon Military Airport. I'll send an armed helicopter to pick you up for efficiency. After ending the call, Chun Lao murmured, who exactly is this Master Su? Surely, he is not merely a mechanic. Could he be a hidden research luminary? An hour later, Hao Shuang hurriedly entered the exhibition hall through the employee entrance. Spotting the central exhibition stand, her pupils dilated in astonishment. This exhibition is incredible. I have never seen a mech like this before. As she spoke, Chun Lao and Li Lao approached. Xiao Shuang, do you have a way to move this colossal machine elsewhere when the crowd thins? It's too crowded here for proper examination. With a puzzled expression, Hao Shuang replied. The poison blade tank, right? I can operate it, though I'm not very familiar with it. Where is it? In unison, Chun Lao and Li Lao pointed towards the central exhibit. ISNT that it. Hao Shuang blinked in disbelief, her expression blank. Grandpa Li, you can't be serious about letting me drive it? Chun Lao's lips moved slightly. What do you think? Hao Shuang scratched her head, momentarily at a loss. The three stood frozen, the atmosphere thick with tension. The crowd surrounding the four-legged mech swelled from thousands to nearly 10,000, a palpable heat permeating the air. Excitement surged in the eyes of the onlookers. A live stream was initiated by a presenter. Greetings, everyone. I am the Silk of Listening Wind. What you see here is the debut of this four-legged mech on screen. It's strikingly realistic. As my elder brother often says, our dragon country is formidable. While others are still toying with shopping bags, we have ushered in the era of mechs. The presenter emphasized, this time, there are indeed mechs. International journalists were present as well. A blonde, blue-eyed American reporter scoffed at the crowd's admiration for the four-legged mech, crossing her arms. These dragon country folks are so easily impressed. It's merely a model. If you didn't know better, you'd think they had actually created a mech. Her words incited ire among those nearby. The reporter shrugged and turned away, her demeanor haughty. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang remained transfixed, scrutinizing the four-legged mech. This clearly isn't my poison blade tank, yet it bears a resemblance. Suddenly recalling her accidental button press on the tank key during the arrival last night, she seemed to have an epiphany, pulling out the key. Grandpa, may I give it a try? Chapter 12. Can a mere mechanic create this? Chen Lao glanced at Hao Shuang's key, surmising it was for remote unlocking. It should not cause any major issues. Go ahead. Upon receiving her grandfather's consent, Hao Shuang located the mode switch button on the key and, unnoticed by the crowd, pressed it. The four-legged mech trembled slightly. Its 2 rows of ice blue lights flaring to life, illuminating from dim to blinding brilliance. The thousands of onlookers shifted their gaze, astonished. It seems to be moving. How is that possible? The blonde reporter, still nearby, halted as a commotion erupted behind her. Turning, she observed with a smirk. A mere shell with some lights and a bit of electricity, and you think it's a mech? Pathetic. But before she could finish, mechanical sounds emanated from the four-legged mech. Mode switch. Initiating tank assault mode. Cooling valve switch complete. Power transition complete. Environmental sensing complete. Danger. Please maintain a safe distance. Do not approach. Transformation imminent. 5. 4. The chilling voice resonated like a hammer striking the minds of the crowd, their expressions mirroring the awe of discovering a new world. Hao Shuang's nerves tightened, her grip on the key turning pale as she held her breath. Chen Lao's cloudy eyes filled with apprehension as he glanced at Hao Shuang. Then back at the mech, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. Li Lao shivered, taking a deep breath, and shouted to the crowd, "Step back. Everyone retreat." Upon hearing his warning, the crowd snapped out of their stupor, hastily retreating. The cold mechanical voice quickened, heightening the urgency. 2. 1. Initiating transformation. Under countless gazes, the mech's 4 robust steel legs swiftly retracted and integrated with its body. Weight-bearing wheels emerged from within, seamlessly connecting tracks and armor. The electromagnetic railgun atop locked into place, forming a turret. The originally 6-meter-tall 4-legged mech was reduced to 4 meters, its form now unmistakably resembling a strikingly designed tank. A commanding aura radiated outward, a visual impact that struck the spectators with overwhelming force, tearing through retinas and shattering lenses. After a brief silence, gasps erupted. I'm astounded. This is the Decepticon from Transformers. The mech era is upon us. The blonde American reporter's cannon R1 camera lens cracked under the pressure of her gaze fixed on the central display. Her eyes darted, nearly bursting from their sockets. This is impossible. How could a mech transform into a tank? A chill gripped her as her mind raced. Thoughts short-circuit, leaving her unable to stand. Chen Lao and Li Lao stood frozen, transformed into wooden statues, their faces etched with disbelief. Hao Shuang's eyes sparkled with illumination, her throat gasping for breath. Her heart pounding wildly. She had never anticipated that Master Su's modifications to the tank would be so extraordinary, allowing for a seamless transition between mech and tank forms. Master Su had alluded to a delightful surprise, and this revelation was indeed overwhelming. A minute later, Chen Lao and Li Lao finally shifted their gaze from the tank. As the initial shock in their eyes gradually faded, a sense of anxiety began to take its place. Old Li spoke hastily, "Old Chen, we currently have no idea whether this tank possesses genuine combat capabilities, but given the spectacle we just witnessed, it certainly warrants significant effort for research and study. The advanced technology it encompasses could propel Dragon Country's scientific advancements by at least 2 decades. If word were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of certain nations, potentially driving them to desperate measures." Old Chun nodded gravely, fully in agreement, his murky gaze scanning the crowd. There were too many people. How could they contain the information? Old Li stroked his beard and said solemnly, "There's no other way. We must proceed with this plan." He called his subordinates and issued a series of directives. The network signals at the venue were abruptly severed, as everyone stood baffled by the sudden loss of internet connectivity. Several sharp sounds echoed near the central display area, reminiscent of someone tossing aluminum cans. Thick smoke billowed upward, rapidly enveloping the area. A fire alarm blared overhead. Confused and alarmed, people began to flee. Hundreds of staff members worked to direct the crowd to the resting area, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Hao Shuang dashed into the cockpit of the poison blade tank, skillfully maneuvering it away along the route outlined by Old Li. Meanwhile, the shadow model, which had already been transported outside the exhibition, was quickly hoisted in and positioned at the central display. Old Li personally addressed everyone in the resting area. "I apologize for the scare. Due to the large crowd at the exhibition, we organized this fire drill for safety reasons. Once the smoke clears, we welcome you to continue your visit. To safeguard military secrets, photography is prohibited from this moment onward. We will ensure everyone deletes any previously taken videos or images. We appreciate your cooperation." Soon, all photos and videos were expunged. During this process, staff encountered an unexpected twist. A blonde, blue-eyed female reporter from Eagle Nation turned out to be a spy infiltrating their ranks. She was promptly handed over to security. Some streamers attending the exhibition were called in for private discussions. Afterward, they briefly resumed their broadcasts in designated rooms. Hello, family. I'm the Silkworm of Listening Wind. Wasn't the AI effect of the mech transforming into a tank just spectacular? We all got fooled, right? I must clarify, there was indeed an effect used. Everything you saw was fabricated. As Seventh Brother said, our video live streaming effects technology has made tremendous strides. Countless question marks flooded the comments section. Half an hour later, the smoke cleared from the exhibition center. However, the display had transformed into a 5-meter-tall Shadow tactical mech model, equally impressive, yet somehow lacking in intrigue. Some speculated that the tank had morphed into this Shadow mech, while others countered that it was impossible due to differences in size, materials, and paint. The Northern Army's equipment research base lay a mere 20 kilometers from the exhibition site. Hao Shuang had navigated the Poison Blade tank, albeit clumsily, to the base's equipment testing area. Old Li and Old Chun had already contacted the Security Bureau, initiating confidentiality agreements for those who had witnessed the Poison Blade tank at the heroic meeting and the Army equipment exhibition. After wrapping up their discussion, they proceeded to the testing area. Standing before the Poison Blade tank, Old Li reached out to touch the cold tracks, reminiscent of caressing a beloved partner. The material was neither titanium alloy nor high-strength steel. It appeared to be a novel alloy. Who could have crafted this transforming tank? It certainly could not have been the handiwork of a mere mechanic. They all turned their gaze towards Hao Shuang. Old Chun said earnestly, "Little Shuang, do tell your grandpa. Where does this tank actually come from?" "Grandpa, it's the mechanic, Master Su, whom we contacted on the plane. You were there too, weren't you? But can a mere mechanic create this? I swear I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, call him yourself." Chapter 13. The so-called Nobel Prize is insignificant in its presence. Hao Shuang displayed Sumo's phone number on her mobile device. Old Chin immediately took out his phone and dialed. After a lengthy wait, there was no answer. Hao Shuang opened a chat window on WeChat and messaged Sumo, but received no response. He might be busy. His phone is likely on silent, she speculated. Old Chin suppressed his curiosity about Master Su and turned his attention back to the tank. Let us contact him later. For now, let us examine the alloy composition and mechanical properties of this tank. Old Li, does your base have an X-ray fluorescence mechanical instrument? Yes. Old Li picked up the phone. Dr. Zhuang, could you please bring the X-ray fluorescence mechanical instrument over? We have a new alloy material that needs composition analysis. After nearly half an hour, a tall middle-aged man, slicked back with hair gel and carrying a black leather case, entered the equipment testing area. Most of the base staff were clad in blue standard research uniforms, making this man's black suit seem out of place. Who on earth manufactured this peculiar tank? It's quite impressive in appearance, Dr. Zhuang remarked. His interest peaked as he examined the tank. He tapped his hand on the side armor with curiosity and amusement. Old Li explained, this tank was developed by a talented mechanic in our country. It's quite extraordinary. Did you bring the instruments? Let us test its armor material and mechanical properties, Dr. Zhuang inquired. A talented mechanic? Dr. Zhuang chuckled incredulously. The most formidable tank in the world is Eagle Nation's M1A2, which utilizes aluminum oxide ceramics. This surely isn't aluminum oxide ceramics. It's likely just for show. I recently acquired a new type of mechanical instrument from my alma mater in Japan, and it's en route. It should arrive in less than half an hour. It's certainly more advanced than our domestic X-ray fluorescence mechanical instrument and will yield more accurate results. Should we wait? Old Li replied nonchalantly, no need to wait. Let us use the domestic instrument. Very well, we'll make do with this, Doctor. Zhuang conceded as he retrieved the X-ray fluorescence mechanical instrument from his black case and began operating it. Old Li observed Dr. Zhuang with a hint of discontent in his eyes. Old Chun maintained a composed demeanor as he awaited the test results, while Hao Shuang openly exhibited her disdain for Dr. Zhuang. In a hushed tone, she asked Old Li, Grandpa, what is this person's role? He is a dual-degree PhD who studied at the prestigious university in Japan, specializing in materials science and semiconductors. He is a recent recruit, a bit of a foreigner. No wonder he comes off as so sarcastic. As Hao Shuang voiced her critique, Dr. Zhuang positioned the testing probe against the tank's armor and pressed a button. The instrument's screen displayed a green progress bar. A line of small text appeared above the bar, conducting material mechanical analysis. Current progress, 20. Current progress, 40. Old Chun and Old Li fixated on the instrument screen, holding their breath. Hao Shuang tensed, curious about the upcoming test results. Dr. Zhuang's expression relaxed, a faint smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Current progress, 100. Material composition analysis complete. Current material composition, 75 carbon, 25 alkene. Old Chun and Old Li's pupils dilated in shock as they exchanged incredulous glances. Dr. Zhuang's smile faltered. No. With only carbon and alkene as constituents, this indicates it's a carbon-alkene polymer, not an alloy. Yet it feels distinctly metallic. His voice rose in pitch, perplexed. As he scratched his head, Hao Shuang appeared bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning of the discussion. Old Chin quietly explained to her, carbon and alkene are not pure metals. Regardless of how they react, they Shun-Ti exhibit metallic properties. Yet, whether by touch or visual observation, it resembles an alloy. Undoubtedly, this represents a groundbreaking synthetic material, opening a new realm in the field of materials science. Beside him, Mr. Li nodded vigorously, his tone growing increasingly fervent. Indeed, this is not merely a new discovery. It represents a groundbreaking endeavor. The stagnant field of materials science is poised for unprecedented advancement. If this achievement were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly secure the Nobel Prize in Chemistry this year. Hao Shuang, momentarily taken aback, found it hard to believe. Her expression shifted constantly. She had invested only 3 million in this razor-edged tank, yet it concealed such profound intricacies. The potential for a Nobel-worthy material had been casually incorporated into the tank's armor by Master Su. Did he not fear that others might appropriate his inventive triumph? Hao Shuang's curiosity about Master Su had reached its zenith. Had it not been for pressing matters, she would have sought him out in person. Doctor. Zhuang's eyes glistened with a reddened hue, reminiscent of an acute conjunctivitis. His countenance darkened, brows furrowing deeply. Perhaps it was mere luck that this repairman stumbled upon such fortune. However, even if a new material were developed, it was uncertain whether it would possess superior mechanical properties, let alone be applicable in a tank. Before the last word had left his lips, the X-ray fluorescence mechanical instrument emitted another voice report, while the screen displayed a series of small characters. Mechanical properties analysis complete. Room temperature strength, 10,000 MPa. Ductility, 50. Lightweight ratio, ADL. Dr. Zhuang's face twitched, contorting like a crumpled rag. His voice took on a slightly deranged tone as he incessantly scratched his scalp, pulling out tufts of hair. Strength of 10,000 MPa? And this ductility and lightweight ratio reach ADL. What a marvel! Old Chin stepped forward, his gaze aflame, breathing rapidly as though about to expel his bronchial tubes. Currently, our 5th-generation aircraft and those of our American counterparts utilize TC-4 titanium alloy, which has a strength of merely 900 MPa. This carbon nanopolymer exceeds TC-4 titanium alloy by more than tenfold. Frankly speaking, even a tactical nuclear bomb might struggle to destabilize it. Even more astonishing, gold's ductility is only 50, yet this material displays similar ductility, with remarkable plasticity. Simultaneously, it possesses lightweight and high-strength characteristics comparable to carbon fiber. Mr. Li's eyes sparkled, resembling searchlights, his face brimming with excitement. The applications for this material are boundless. It is not an exaggeration to assert that it could incite an unparalleled revolution in materials science. The Nobel Prize pales in comparison to its significance. Hao Shuang was astounded, feeling as though struck by a thunderbolt. The brilliance of this tank was beyond her imagination. Dr. Zhuang appeared to have lost his wits. Clutching a handful of hair he had pulled from his own head, his body twitching slightly as he murmured, "How could our dragon country possibly develop such a superpolymer material? Even the birthplace of modern chemical materials, John Bull, could not create this. There must be some mistake." Hao Shuang cast a hostile glance at Dr. Zhuang. She had never liked him, and her disdain had now reached a boiling point. "So, Dr. Zhuang, you imply that the so-called countries of the West, like the United States and Britain, will always surpass us?" Dr. Zhuang, slightly regaining his composure, turned his gaze toward Hao Shuang. "Young lady, a nation's strength cannot rely solely on words. We still face significant gaps in technology compared to the West, including the United States. We must acknowledge reality. It is not fear of inferiority that we should harbor, but rather the arrogance of ignorance. We must learn and emulate the technological advancements and culture of Western nations, step by step, and as long as we do not give up, we will eventually catch up." Upon hearing these words, Hao Shuang felt as though she was facing another imposing figure. Unable to contain herself, she was about to retort when a staff member in a base uniform approached briskly, dragging a white-wheeled case. From a distance, he called out, "Dr. Zhuang, someone sent this instrument over for you." Upon seeing it, Dr. Zhuang's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands. I understand now. Our X-ray fluorescence mechanical instrument has malfunctioned. Let us use this brand new mechanical device to uncover the truth. He disdainfully tossed aside the domestic X-ray fluorescence instrument, opened the white case, connected the power supply, and firmly affixed the suction cup of the device. After initiating the instrument and allowing it to warm up, he confidently declared, "This device can not only measure material composition and mechanical properties, but also assess thermal characteristics. Just watch." With a click, he pressed the button, and the instrument whirred to life, noticeably larger than the X-ray fluorescence device. It emitted a gentle hum, with the system set to display in Chinese, making the text comprehensible to all. The results displayed were largely consistent with those of the previous instrument, save for an additional temperature measurement section. A lengthy green progress bar surged from 10 to 95. Dr. Zhuang straightened his posture and proclaimed, "Everyone, take note. Results are imminent. Domestic products are utterly unreliable. It is the advanced technologies of the West that stand the test of use." Just as he finished speaking, the instrument emitted a crisp sound. Current material composition, 75 carbon, 25 alkene. Room temperature strength, 10,000 MPa. The results matched precisely with those of the previous measurement, without a hint of deviation. Dr. Zhuang was utterly flabbergasted. His eyes lost their clarity, becoming a deep azure. His lips moved, but no words emerged. His fingers gripped his hair fiercely, resembling a frantic poultry plucker, leaving him nearly bald. Shortly thereafter, the instrument reported the final set of data. Thermal conductivity coefficient, 0.001 Wm. The moment this figure was revealed, a hush fell over the room. Time seemed to freeze, and the air temperature rose swiftly into silence. Everyone stared at the instrument, speechless. Both Old Chun and Mr. Li, typically composed, were now utterly unhinged, their eyes brimming with a tumult of exhilaration, shock, and bewilderment. Having devoted a lifetime to research, they had never before lost their composure in such a manner. Dr. Zhuang's hand, which had been tugging at his hair, froze in midair, his expression akin to that of someone who had just ingested a foul fly. Hao Shuang, utterly bewildered, cautiously inquired, "Grandpa Li, what does this 0.01 Wm signify?" Mr. Li took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. With a voice tinged with tremors, he replied, "Let me put it this way. The world's most advanced insulating material is carbon nanotube film, which, with just a thin layer, can withstand temperatures of 2,600 degrees. This carbon nanopolymer requires only 1/3 the thickness of carbon nanotube film to achieve the same insulation against 2,600 degrees. It can be applied in aerospace, military, energy technology, and numerous other fields." Hao Shuang comprehended fully at last. In other words, this material excelled in every conceivable aspect, showcasing unparalleled excellence. Dr. Zhuang pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could this instrument be faulty as well?" He found a piece of metallic scrap near the testing area and conducted a test, receiving normal data. He then retested the razor-edged tank armor, obtaining identical readings to those before. He was beside himself with rage. The situation had exceeded his comprehension. A voice emerged from his throat, raw and torn. "How can this be? A mere repairman from the Dragon Country could not possibly develop such an outrageous material. The feats that Eagle Sauce and Little Sun cannot accomplish. How could this person achieve? This is simply unfathomable. How absurd." Hao Shuang snorted coldly and remarked, "Dr. Zhuang, did your teacher in the Little Sun class not instruct you on how to handle such situations?" Dr. Zhuang's lips trembled, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Genuinely unsure how to respond, Hao Shuang continued unabashedly, "In your fantasies, Eagle Sauce and Little Sun, along with the once mighty Western powers, remain the strongest. Little do you know that today's Dragon Country has transformed beyond recognition. Our industrial strength, cutting-edge technology, and comprehensive national power have all surpassed Eagle Sauce." His voice grew louder, resonant, and thunderous, with each word striking heavily like a great iron hammer upon Dr. Zhuang's chest. "It is you, the arrogant and insular one, who sits in a well and perceives the sky. Having knelt for so long, you now fear heights when you stand." Upon finishing this tirade, Hao Shuang appeared quite at ease. Dr. Zhuang swayed, his vacant gaze shifting from Hao Shuang to the tank beside him, then to the instrument panel. His expression wavered, and his legs weakened, collapsing to the ground like a heap of discarded flesh. Elder Chen leaned closer to Elder Li, lowering his voice, "Old Li, how could your base possibly require such a person?" Elder Li managed an awkward smile, having exploited the privileges of the talent introduction policy. "The base has been discreetly assessing whether he harbors any espionage tendencies. It now seems there might be some possibility. However, even if he is a spy, His rank is likely not high. Elder Chen pondered. Indeed, a truly skilled spy would likely be the antithesis of what he has displayed. Hao Shuang chimed in quietly, Grandpa. Elderly, will the materials just tested on the tank be at risk of theft? Elder Chen chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. Knowing the component ratios of the materials holds little significance unless one understands the manufacturing process and the complete macromolecular structure of the carbon nanopolymer. With fixed ratios of the two substances, there are countless molecular configurations. Just as carbon in its elemental form can manifest in many molecular structures, such as diamond, graphite, carbon nanotubes, graphene, activated carbon, charcoal, and coke. Hao Shuang nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Elder Chen shifted the topic. Little Shuang, have you managed to contact that Master Su you know? Chapter 15. Is Master Su on planet Pandora? Hao Shuang pulled out his phone and checked. I haven't received a reply on WeChat. He.S. probably busy. Elder Chen contemplated for a moment before stating gravely, we can wait no longer. This individual is of great significance. We must pay him a visit post-haste. Elder Li's gaze sharpened, a calm smile gracing his lips. Leave the search to me. In these extraordinary times, we shall employ extraordinary measures. In less than 5 minutes, my technical department will pinpoint his location. Elder Chen's eyes lit up. Old Li. What are we waiting for? Hurry. Elder Li summoned several base management personnel to conduct an immediate isolation investigation of Dr. Zhuang. He then led Elder Chen and Hao Shuang to the base's network data center. Upon entering the vast underground server room, they were surrounded by an array of medium to large data processors. Staff clad in anti-static suits busied themselves with their tasks. Elder Li instructed a bespectacled chubby technician. Xiaoji, here is a phone number. Can you locate this individual's current whereabouts? Certainly. How long will it take? 2 to 3 minutes. All right. It's in your hands. The chubby technician glanced at the phone number, leisurely stretched his neck, and hung his coat on a chair, with his fingers interlaced. He cracked his knuckles, wearing a confident grin. The air of expertise and prestige enveloped him. His fingers danced across the keyboard, moving with such speed that they appeared to blur. Hao Shuang observed in astonishment. His speed is incredible. His fingers are leaving afterimages. Elder Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at Elder Li. Old Li, you have many talented individuals under your command. Elder Li beamed with pride. Ah, I have plenty of talents like this. If your research institute is in need, I can assign a couple to you. Elder Chen's lips twitched in annoyance. How infuriating. This old fellow is showing off again. Back in our dormitory days, he was always the one trying to impress the brothers, and he is still at it. Elder Chen squeezed out some words through clenched teeth. No need. My research institute is not lacking in talent. Besides, once we recruit Master Su, we will have even more. What? Elder Li caught wind of a sensitive topic and instantly became alert, his expression turning grave. Old Chen, we are brothers who emerged from the same dormitory. Let me be forthright. This Master Su is someone I found, and he should join our research base. Elder Chen immediately assumed a resolute stance. A cold smirk on his face. Old Li, don't try that with me. The phone number was provided by me, and it was my granddaughter who first made contact with Master Su. He is destined to join our research institute. The two old men glared at each other, their resolve unwavering. Old Chen, how about this? You can choose anything you like from my base, as long as Master Su comes to me. Old Li, do you think I'm foolish? Are you trying to deceive a child? This individual has developed the top-tier military equipment known as the Poison Blade tank and directly triggered a revolution in material science with carbon nanopolymers. Even if you offered me your entire base along with your wife, I wouldn't trade. In that case, let us see who has the better skills. Fine. Let us go. The rivalry between the two elderly researchers reached a fever pitch, each determined to succeed. Elder Chen's shrewd gaze turned to Hao Shuang. Little Shuang, I recall this Master Su is quite young. Yes, he is only a couple of years older than me. What is he like? He is very nice. Quite handsome and sunny. I've been watching his live streams lately. His repair skills are exceptional, and he is very diligent. What is your relationship like? We know each other, but we're not particularly close, Grandpa. Why do you suddenly ask this? Grandpa thinks highly of little Su. You should get to know him better. Before Hao Shuang could respond further, Elder Li interjected, pointing an accusing finger at Elder Chen. Old Li, you are resorting to underhanded tactics to steal someone, aren't you? How low can you go, employing the beauty trap? Elder Chen scoffed. If you have the skill, then use it. Hearing this, Elder Li nearly choked. My granddaughter is only 12. Elder Chen feigned innocence. Well, that is beyond my concern. While the two elders bickered, the chubby technician had completed the final positioning tasks. A progress bar appeared on the computer screen. Both elders turned their attention to the screen, their eagerness to recruit Master Su bubbling over. He was only a couple of years older than Hao Shuang, around 21. Such a young genius in research is truly a treasure. Any research institution that acquires him would ascend to the highest echelons globally. The progress bar filled rapidly. A voice announced, IP location has been locked. The chubby technician pressed the enter key and slightly bowed to the two elders. Elderly, Elder Chun, I apologize for the delay. Here is the current location of this individual. Elder Li and Elder Chun leaned forward eagerly to glance at the latest pop-up on the screen, which clearly displayed the IP location of the phone, Planet Pandora. Hiss. Both elders and Hao Shuang inhaled sharply in unison, swallowing hard. Elderly asked, Xiaoji, is there a mistake? The technician, sensing the change in expression from his superiors, turned to the screen, his confident smile fading to confusion. Where's Planet Pandora? Is there such a place in our country? Hao Shuang hesitated. Planet Pandora is the home of the Gnostics. Humanity once sent the Avatar to land there and discovered numerous precious rare minerals. The technician's cheeks flushed crimson. It seems that there may be a malfunction in the positioning system. Please hold on while I attempt to recalibrate. A series of rapid keystrokes ensued. The loading bar concluded. An IP address emerged. This time, it was different from the last. Li Lao read it aloud. The phone's IP location is Cybertron. A profound silence enveloped the room. The chubby boy was filled with existential doubt. He had undertaken countless localization tasks, yet this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Li Lao, allow me to try again. This time, a different method was employed, resulting in a pinpoint to Krypton. The chubby boy slumped in his chair, surrendering to despair. The signal transmission was normal, and the communication quality was stable, yet issues arose when it came to position locking. There was something peculiar about this individual's communication device. The previously excited expressions of Li Lao and Chun Lao shifted to a somber tone, as if they had hit a dead end. Suddenly, Hao Shuang had an epiphany and suggested, Master Su has done live streams. Perhaps we can locate him through past recordings or directly contact Dian for the streamer information. Absolutely feasible. The chubby boy straightened up and initiated the AI script. 10 minutes later, facial recognition yielded results after comparing identity information. It turned out his real name was Su Mo, a university student attending Longbei University of Technology in Harbin. With the summer vacation just concluded, today marked the first day of classes at this institution. Hao Shuang realized. No wonder he wasn't answering the phone. He must have had his device on silent during class. Li Lao immediately declared, let's set off for Longbei University of Technology. Moments later, a bright red LS-7 armored vehicle exited the Northern Army's Equipment Research and Development Base, flanked by two fully equipped Dongfeng Minchi military off-road vehicles. The trio of vehicles sped down the national highway, racing towards Harbin. Chapter 16, Sumo's first day of the new semester. Harbin, Longbei University of Technology. The first day back from summer vacation typically entails little coursework. The academic advisor gathered the students in a small classroom to emphasize important details for the semester. Generally, he only makes an appearance at the beginning and end of the term, rarely seen otherwise. Midway through his speech, he was called out into the hallway by the director. Seizing the opportunity, the students began to chat casually. Suemo sat in the last row by the window, boredly glancing outside. The girl sitting next to him gently poked him. Suemo, what did you do during the break? I invited you to join us, but you ignored me. Suemo turned to look at her. I was repairing various mechanical and electrical devices during the break to earn tuition. I can't always ask you for money, can I? The girl's name was Tao Ziasu, sporting a youthful doll-like face and a prominent nose adorned with large black-rimmed glasses. Her long black hair was braided into 2 strands, casually draping over her ample bosom. Dressed in simple casual attire, she appeared both charming and adorable. Over the past 2 years at university, she had offered Suemo some assistance, and their relationship was quite amiable. Tao Ziasu continued. Oh, did you earn enough? Yes, I heard you've begun live streaming. Claiming to fix anything, is that true? Before Suemo could respond, a teasing voice came from the front row. Old Su can indeed fix anything, even a leaking wife. Right? Suemo nodded earnestly. That, I haven't actually fixed. Haha. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open. It was not the academic advisor, but the head of the mechanical engineering department, Fan Yude. Students, may I borrow your time briefly to announce some good news? Your class has been selected to host exchange students. Let's welcome our new classmates. Under Fan's lead, most students clapped politely, albeit without much enthusiasm. 5 male exchange students entered one after another, standing at the podium with smiles, their gazes sweeping across the classroom. Fan introduced the 5 of them briefly before assigning them seats. One tall student named Mars stood up after settling in, walked over to Suemo. a superior smile gracing his lips as he slightly nodded. In broken Chinese, he asked, "Classmate, could we swap seats? I wish to sit next to this beautiful girl." "No," Sumo replied without even looking up, firmly rejecting the request. He was accustomed to sitting in the last row by the window in every classroom and had no desire to change that. A flicker of displeasure crossed Mars's eyes, and his smile became somewhat strained. "Classmate, you should really consider switching," he insisted. "I won't," Sumo replied. Mars stood beside the desk, his expression darkening slightly. He did not leave immediately, but turned to look at Fan. Fan quickly approached, casting a cold glare at Sumo. "This student. Please be mindful of etiquette towards new classmates. Your lack of decorum reflects poorly on our school." His tone was stern, filled with an undeniable reprimand. "Immediately. Take your belongings and move to that side." Sumo raised his head slightly, frowning. "Director, the seating in our school has always been on a first-come, first-served basis. If I want to switch, I can. If not, I need not. Why impose moral constraints on me?" A student in front, Wang Fei, muttered, "Mars isn't the principal. Why should he sit wherever he pleases?" Beside him, Tao Zaisu added, "I don't want to share a desk with anyone else. If Sumo changes seats, I'll follow him. We'll still be desk partners." Mars's face shifted from blue to red, struggling to maintain composure. He had never experienced such disdain before. How dare this pretty boy challenge him? He should have been furious, but it was the first day of school, and with so many eyes upon him, he had to retain at least a semblance of dignity. Clenching his fists, he spoke in a low voice. "Fine, Director. I am an easygoing person. I can sit anywhere. Since this student prefers this seat, let him have it." With that, Mars returned to his seat. Fan shot a fierce glare at Sumo, mentally noting this troublesome student, before exiting the classroom. The academic advisor returned and glanced at the 5 exchange students before continuing to outline the semester's key points and distributing textbooks. After half an hour, the advisor announced a break for the students before continuing. Mars cast a sidelong glance at Tao Zaisu, his expression one of determination as he exited the classroom. Approaching noon, Fan summoned Tao Zaisu and a few others outside. The hallway echoed with raised voices. "Why do they want us to help? Isn't that inconvenient? Why not? You are attentive and gentle, making you better suited to provide assistance." "What assistance? On what grounds?" "All selected individuals will receive credit rewards. Participation is voluntary. The school will not coerce anyone. However, I must remind you, some matters could impact your graduation." The classmates inside the classroom overheard snippets of the conversation, their expressions turning sour. Even the advisor sighed heavily, clearly exasperated. Minutes later, Tao Zaisu and her companions returned to the classroom, their faces drawn. Fan entered soon after, directing his gaze toward the tall boys in the last 2 rows, including Sumo. "You 3, do not rush off for lunch. First, help Mars and his group move their luggage, demonstrating our spirit of mutual assistance." The final bell for the last class of the morning rang. Sumo had initially planned to slip away quietly. He certainly did not wish to assist Mars with his belongings. However, the advisor called the 3 of them over, handing each a can of Red Bull. "When you help them move their luggage, just do it as a gesture. If you can carry it, do so. If not, then don't. Call me if anything happens." Sumo was reluctant to help, but over the past 2 years, the advisor had been aware of his family's difficulties and had advocated for various subsidies on his behalf, treating him well. To simply refuse would reflect poorly on the advisor when reporting to higher-ups, undoubtedly incurring the director's wrath. "Fine, I'll help a little. After all, how the luggage gets moved is up to him." Moments later, Mars and his 4 companions led the way, burdened with heavy luggage, while Sumo and Wang Fei trailed behind, pulling their wheeled suitcases as if on a leisurely stroll. The suitcases clattered along the ground, the wheels nearly bouncing off the pavement. They claimed to assist with the luggage, yet the 3 of them hardly exerted any effort, even somewhat hindering progress. Mars and his companions protested all the way, but were disregarded by Sumo and Wang Fei. Wang Fei lowered his voice, saying, "Old Su, don't we resemble dog walkers?" Sumo chuckled lightly. The group proceeded through the campus living area. As they walked, Wang Fei found it odd. "Aren't we heading in the wrong direction? The only place left ahead is Dormitory 8, where Tao Zaisu and her friends are?" Mars replied. "Director Fan showed us the dormitory this morning. It's just that building ahead." Sumo and the others, puzzled, continued forward until they reached the base of the building, where they halted. Advancing further would surely lead to misunderstandings. A conspicuous sign hung at the entrance, stating "Stop." Mars frowned with displeasure. "Why have we stopped? The 3rd floor is right inside." Sumo pointed at the sign. "Stop." Chapter 17, No Moving. Wang Fei pulled out his phone. "We need to confirm this with Director Fan. It'd be troublesome if we got it wrong. He dialed Director Fan. Once connected, he stated, Director, we're moving luggage for Mars and the others, and we've arrived at Dormitory 8. Are they really supposed to live here? Yes, just follow what they say. Came the reply, I'm busy now, call me if there's anything else. Director, are you certain it's Building 8? The call ended abruptly. Mars, in a commanding tone, addressed Sue Mo and the others, stop dawdling. You're in such poor shape that you can't even carry this little bit of luggage. Hurry up and move it inside. With that, he charged toward the door. Stop. You cannot enter. A familiar, high-pitched voice echoed from the hallway. Tao Zaisu and her friends blocked the entrance. Mars looked at Tao Zaisu, not angered but rather intrigued, his eyes glinting with undeniable desire. He licked his lips and approached, saying, I noticed you in class. You're far more alluring than any beauty I've dated before, very yummy. Tao Zaisu's eyes filled with disdain, completely unfazed by his compliment. Her expression turned even colder upon hearing his words. The term yummy implied deliciousness. Was he treating her like a mere dish? Mars, this is a dormitory, you cannot enter. Please leave, or I will immediately report you to the school authorities. Mars shrugged. It's your school's administration that arranged our accommodation. Besides, we don't discriminate by gender. Cohabitation is allowed. You're so outdated and closed-minded. Move aside. We're tired and want to rest. One of Tao Zaiasu's friends retorted angrily. We want to let you in. Leave this place. More gathered around, loudly reprimanding them. This is not a place for you to enter. Hurry and go. The expressions of Mars and the other 4 exchange students grew increasingly grim. You are so arrogant and unreasonable. This is the most uncultured place I've ever encountered. Not letting us in is discrimination and a lack of respect for us. Damn it. Get lost. Mars turned to Sue Mo and the others, issuing a heavy command as if commanding his servants. You idiots. What are you staring at? Move the luggage inside and ignore these bitches. Suddenly, Mars's suitcase was thrown to the ground by an unseen hand. Sue Mo plopped down on it, gazing at Mars with a calm demeanor. When friends come, we offer fine wine. When wolves approach, we wield shotguns. And when ungrateful wolves arrive, we have whips. We do not welcome your kind here. Retreat before you encounter the whip. The words struck a nerve with Mars and his companions, who could no longer maintain their composure. It was evident that everyone understood Sue Mo's veiled insinuation, and they struggled to suppress their laughter. The previously fuming Tao Zaisu burst into laughter. However, the atmosphere became even tenser, the air thick with hostility. Mars glared fiercely at Sue Mo, his rage evident on his face, nostrils flaring like a furious zebra. He wanted to throw a punch, but was restrained by a fellow exchange student. After a moment, Mars snorted contemptuously, pulled out the newly issued iPhone 17 Pro Max 1 terabyte, and dialed. Hello, Mars. Have you settled into the dormitory? Enjoy your college life. Feel free to reach out if you have any issues. Director Fan. We are still at the dormitory entrance. Your students want to let us in and are hurling insults, vandalizing our luggage, and even attempting to assault us. Is that so? Wait a moment. I'm coming over. Upon hanging up, Mars crossed his arms, casting a mocking glance at Sue Mo and then at the obstructive students. Prepare for disciplinary action from the school. Tao Zaisu casually replied, Mars, if you insist on entering, you can. Mars's eyes flickered, revealing a triumphant smile. Now you're scared, huh? Where was this fear before? Tao Zaisu shook her head. If you wish to enter, there's a prerequisite. You must first visit Taiguo. Once we truly become sisters, then you may reside here. The smile on Mars's face froze. He bared his teeth like a snarling dog. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Director Fan arrived, his steps hurried, and immediately shouted, What is going on? Who dares to prevent you from entering? Is there no law here? Some students, intimidated by the director's presence, shrank back. Sue Mo and Tao Zaisu stood their ground, showing no signs of retreat. Mars pointed at Sue Mo and the others, recounting the earlier events. Director, this is the so-called friendly initiative you mentioned? It's been half an hour, and we can't even return to our dormitory. Moreover, we have been subjected to these shameless insults and humiliation. This matter will not be over. I will expose your school's ugly face on the global internet. Director Fan nodded, smiling apologetically, occasionally shooting glances of annoyance at Sue Mo and the others. Mars and Tom, please calm down. It's all our fault. They're just ignorant, and I will educate them properly in the future. He urged Sue Mo and Tao Zaisu to quickly make amends, warning them that if the situation escalated, no one would be able to resolve it for them. Sue Mo remained unmoved. Director Fan had no choice but to continue smiling at Mars. I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Please let it go this time. It's getting late. Let us hurry inside. I will personally take you to the designated dining hall. Mars remained indifferent, coldly stating, "Is this all?" "No, no, no. This won't do." Director Fan sighed helplessly, turning to Su Mo and the others. "What are you standing there for? Come and apologize to these students. We are a nation of etiquette and should be brave enough to admit our mistakes." Su Mo sat motionless atop Mars' suitcase, showing no intention of apologizing. Tao Xiaosu and her friends looked at Director Fan with disdain. An apology was out of the question. Director Fan felt speechless, wiping his face. In a conciliatory tone, he said, "Mars, I'll temporarily apologize on their behalf. Tomorrow, I will ensure those who offended you make a profound self-reflection at the school assembly. Moreover, our mechanical department will provide each of you with 20,000 in compensation for emotional distress. How does that sound?" Mars reluctantly nodded. Director Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Su Mo and the others with a reprimanding tone. "Why aren't you moving Mars and his luggage inside? You're always causing trouble." Su Mo's expression remained calm as he slightly raised his head to look at the director move. "Not going." Chapter 18. I want to go to Longbei University of Technology. "What?" Director Fan and Su Mo exchanged incredulous glances. "You dare to refuse?" Seeing Su Mo's unyielding stance, he laughed in anger. Fine, fine. If you want to move, there are plenty who will. Time will tell. Let's wait and see. Wang Fei, you lot move." The expressions of the students besides Su Mo were indifferent, their gazes towards Director Fan resembling those directed at a clown performing tricks. Director Fan was already brimming with rage, and now it had been completely ignited, his face contorted in fury. "Very well. I strive to uphold the school's reputation and international relations. Yet you presume to act like lords. The school has no need for students of such ill breeding." With that, he took out his phone and dialed. "Hey, could you print a few expulsion notices for me and bring my stamp along?" "Understood, Director, I'm on it. Just wait here by Building 8, hurry." Hanging up, Director Fan surveyed the room, some students unable to meet his gaze, bowing their heads. Mars and his companions stood there, exuding an air of superiority, their eyes filled with mockery directed at Su Mo and the others. Director Fan's gaze landed on Su Mo. In light of today's situation, it was imperative to set an example. Otherwise, who would take him seriously in the future within the mechanical engineering department? The surroundings fell momentarily silent. The atmosphere weighed down as if filled with lead. At this moment, on the Harbin Ring Expressway, a hunky car sped at 120 km/h, leaving two Dongfeng military vehicles in its wake. In the back seat, Elder Chun and Elderly were filled with urgency. Elder Chun incessantly urged the driver, "Xiao Gao, isn't the speed a bit slow? Step on it." Xiao Gao was nearly exasperated. "Elder Chun, this is a bulletproof vehicle. Ideally, the speed shouldn't exceed 80 km/h. We're already at the limit with 120. I've had my foot on the gas since we hit the highway." Elderly suddenly interjected, "Old Chun, do you think it might be a bit impolite to just show up unannounced? Should we prepare some gifts?" Elder Chun pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "I don't think it's necessary. Any gift would pale in comparison to the tank crafted by Master Su and the cutting-edge technology involved. This university student and mechanic are merely his facade. He is likely a hidden scientific luminary with an undisclosed research team behind him." As Elder Chun spoke, he stroked his chin, his seasoned eyes reflecting wisdom. "I suspect the reason he produced that lethal tank for Xiao Shuang is that he was already aware of her connection with me. By this seemingly casual means, he has offered his top-tier technology to the nation. The reason we cannot pinpoint his phone's IP location is that he does not seek recognition. He is an admirable recluse in the scientific community. Such a person, who holds fame and fortune in disdain, deserves our respect." The group seemed to envision Master Su's imposing figure, illuminated and majestic in the light, sitting in the passenger seat. Hao Shuang initially had not thought much of it, but after her grandfather's remarks, her curiosity about Su Mo deepened. She already understood the immense value of that tank. Even at 30 billion, it would be fiercely sought after. 300 billion, or even 3 trillion would not be an exaggeration. If placed on the global stage, some nations might even clash over it. It could propel any country into a technological renaissance. Its worth immeasurable. Master Su only asked for 3 million. What difference does that make from giving it away? He is indeed an eccentric who seeks neither wealth nor fame. Contemplating this, Hao Shuang glanced at her phone. Master Su still hadn't replied. It was already noon. He must be quite busy. Suddenly, a phone rang. "If our homeland is under threat, we, the valiant sons, must stand strong, toasting with our hometown's wine." Elderly answered the call, a rugged voice resonating from the receiver. "Old leader, how are you? Colonel Huang, is there something you need? Please, don't flatter me." Just call me Xiao Huang like when I was your bodyguard. Haha, you suddenly call. It must not be just to check on this old man, right? I indeed miss those days. Without your guidance, there would be no me today. I heard you and Elder Chun are in Harbin. My troops are stationed nearby. And I'm in the city. Where exactly are you? I'll come find you both and consult about the new army equipment development. Elderly smiled. We are heading to Longbei University of Science and Technology to meet a research talent named Su Mo. The core development task for our army's new equipment may rest on this young man's shoulders. There was a noticeable pause on the other end, laced with uncertainty. Old leader. If he is truly talented, why not invite him directly to the base? Why the need for both you and Elder Chen to personally fetch him? Elder Li's expression turned serious, his tone earnest. Xiao Huang. This individual is extraordinary. We must meet him personally to demonstrate our sincerity. Understood. I am not far from Longbei University. I will head over first to help locate him. Just ensure to maintain proper etiquette. Elder Li reiterated several points before finally hanging up. In the outskirts of Harbin, 6 military vehicles that were about to exit the Ring Expressway swiftly turned around, speeding towards Longbei University. In the lead vehicle, a rugged middle-aged man activated the intercom, firmly stating, "Listen carefully. Once we enter the university campus, maintain military decorum. We are to meet a significant figure, one whom both General Li and Academician Chun hold in the highest regard. Anyone who falters will face a punishment of an 80-kilometer forced march." A shiver ran through the ranks in response to the stern warning. Understood. Received. Meanwhile, Elder Chun and Elder Li's official vehicle exited the Ring Expressway. The toll booth staff wiped the sweat from their brows as they watched the official car leave the ramp. The sight of a state gift version bulletproof hunky, escorted by military vehicles, commanded respect. The staff hurriedly contacted their superiors to report the situation. The operations of the Ring Expressway are directly managed by Harbin's administrative hierarchy. The news quickly reached the ears of Harbin's mayor, Wei Jianzhong. He immediately checked the license plate information, and upon seeing the words "read confidential," he felt a chill run down his spine. After much effort, he learned from Colonel Huang about the visit from Elder Chun and Elder Li. Wei Jianzhong sprang from his seat, striding out of his office. Attention, all departments. A significant figure is visiting our city. Guard your posts and ensure there are no mistakes. Secretary Zhou, arrange a vehicle immediately. I must go to Longbei University. Hurry. Chapter 19. My name is Su Mo. Expel me. The once tranquil Harbin city suddenly surged with hidden currents. The streets were now bustling with law enforcement personnel. Each department's staff on high alert, as if something monumental were approaching. Units lacking sufficient rank were unable to obtain accurate information, leading them to convene emergency meetings to discuss the unfolding events. After deliberation, some units discerned an unusual trend. It seemed that prominent figures had suddenly become highly attentive to a particular focal point, Longbei University of Science and Technology. There was no mistake. This was the 15th inquiry we had received regarding the university. Something must have transpired here, or someone was drawing the attention of these significant figures like a black hole. An immediate investigation into Longbei University was warranted to uncover what had occurred today. At Longbei University, in the president's office, President Feng Xixing hung up the phone, confusion nearly spilling from his eyes. He was on the verge of losing his composure, having served as president for 7 or 8 years. It was his first time feeling so utterly bewildered. Within 10 minutes, he had received 13 calls, all from individuals of remarkable status. Even the last call, from an organization beyond Harbin's jurisdiction, was enough to send shivers down his spine. These callers did not disclose their intentions, but merely inquired about the happenings at the university today, the state of campus development, and the achievements in student quality enhancement. President Feng lightly rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his gaze. Could it be due to those exchange students? He felt as though he had grasped a critical insight. He hastily contacted Director Fan, who was in charge of the exchange student arrangements. Director Fan, how are the arrangements for the 5 new students coming along? Brother-in-law, there has been a minor hiccup, but it will be resolved shortly. A few seasoned students have been disrespectful towards Mars and the others, and they refuse to comply with my management. I plan to expel a few of the ringleaders to set an example. How many times have I told you to address your position during work hours? What exactly is the issue that warrants expulsion? This is serious. It's a bit complex to explain in just a few words, but rest assured, I will handle it. I won't let the exchange students suffer even a slight grievance. Not only should the new students not be wronged, but the old students must also be treated fairly. Decisions must be just and equitable. Understood, brother-in-law. Principal Feng listened to the busy tone after hanging up, furrowing his brow. He was puzzled by the incessant twitching of his right eyelid. Could it be that the bigwigs were concerned about these mere 5 exchange students? He hoped Director Fan wouldn't stir up unnecessary trouble. After much contemplation, he decided to go see for himself. He couldn't rely on his brother-in-law to handle things. Several groups converged from different directions toward Longbay University of Technology. The fastest group had already parked in the university lot. 3 Audi A6s drifted around a corner, neatly aligning in the parking spaces, leaving behind traces of burned rubber on the ground. Wei Jianzhong, the head of the Harbin General Administration, was the first to exit the vehicle, rushing toward the depths of the campus with a throng of subordinates, attracting the attention of countless students. Many speculated about the purpose of their visit, noting their apparent status. Some curious onlookers trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding events. In the residential area, outside Building No. 8, the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. The silence was so thick it was suffocating. Some individuals at the entrance could no longer bear it and began to retreat, wishing to distance themselves from the brewing conflict. Mars and Tom, along with their companions, wore expressions of defiance, their lips curled in smug satisfaction, confident they had imparted a lesson on the local students on their very first day. From this moment on, they believed no one would dare defy them again. Mars cast a glance at the visibly anxious Tao Zaisu, and with a sly smile, said, "Classmate Zaya, there's an old saying here. To acknowledge one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. It's not too late for you to admit your error. I can intercede on your behalf with Director Fan." Tao Zaisu clenched her fists, feeling a mix of trepidation and resolve. "We did nothing wrong, so why should we apologize?" When you come to me for help, it won't just be about admitting a mistake," Mars replied with a wicked grin, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intent as they roamed over Tao Zaisu. A girl beside Tao Zaisu urged, "Zaisu, perhaps it's best to let it go. We've already done our best today." Another, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, "I refuse to live in the same building with these people. If they move in, I'd rather drop out." Just then, a panicked voice echoed from a distance. "What do you mean drop out? Focus on your studies. If it weren't for someone notifying me, I wouldn't have known you were causing such a ruckus." The instructor hurried over, first offering a smile to Director Fan, then nodding at Mars and his group as a form of acknowledgement. Finally, with a resigned look, he directed his attention to Su Mo and Tao Zaya, his words sounding more like a heartfelt plea than a reprimand. "What is going on? Didn't I tell you to get along with the new students? And now you've stirred up trouble. It's just a few people sharing a dorm. What's the big deal? Just keep the dorm door shut." Director Fan frowned, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Teacher Gao, what do you mean by that? It sounds as if I'm bullying them." The instructor maintained a submissive demeanor, filled with entreaty. "Director, I take responsibility for today's events as well. How about this? Let us give a minor reprimand to the ringleaders, and I'll forfeit my performance bonus for this month as a lesson. Let us call it a day." He gazed longingly at Director Fan, evoking a sense of helplessness. Director Fan, observing the instructor's continual display of weakness, recalled Principal Feng's words from the earlier phone call, leading to a moment of hesitation. However, Mars's expression turned cold. "No, we are all adults. Those who err must face the consequences. A lenient approach will only embolden the wrongdoers. They must be expelled." Director Fan shrugged, indicating his helplessness, and stated that he would proceed with due process. Su Mo remained seated atop Mars's suitcase, casually checking her phone and noticing over 20 missed calls and more than 50 unread messages. She opened the chat window to find a flurry of messages from Hao Xuan. Pondering the contents, she eventually sent her location with a message stating, "I'm currently dealing with something here and can't respond promptly. Apologies for the delay." At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the concrete echoed nearby. Director Fan's secretary approached, clad in a white blouse and a fitted black skirt. Swaying as she walked, "Director, here's what you requested." Director Fan accepted the expulsion notice, pointing at Su Mo. "What's the student's name?" I can't quite recall at the moment. Perhaps it's because I haven't eaten yet. How about we have a meal first, take a nap, and then deal with this matter later?" "Teacher Gao, do you think delaying this is beneficial?" The instructor chuckled awkwardly, opting to remain silent, appearing rather overwhelmed. At this juncture, Su Mo rose slowly, her expression calm as she addressed Director Fan. "Director, my name is Su Mo. Please proceed with my expulsion." Chapter 20. Such talent wasted if not pursued. The ink of the scholar, so close to the red, yet so far from learning. Director Fan inscribed her name on the notice without hesitation, firmly stamping it with the departmental seal, thereby finalizing the expulsion decision. He then turned his gaze to Wang Fei beside him. "What is your name?" The instructor stepped forward, placing his hand on the notice. The smile that once adorned his face had faded significantly. Although remnants of his previous submissiveness lingered, there was a stark contrast to his prior demeanor. Director, one expulsion is already sufficient. We cannot continue with this. It's not easy for them to get into university. Director Fan abruptly raised his hand, slapping the instructor's hand away. Are you teaching me how to do my job? When I'm in a good mood, I'll call you Teacher Gao. When I'm not, you amount to nothing. Do you wish to leave the school? If you can handle it, then do so. If not, get lost. The instructor, hearing the insults and reprimands, forced a smile, a hollow laugh escaping his lips. His previous display of submissiveness was gone, replaced by an unsettling calmness in his eyes. Director Fan, I may choose to step down, but they have committed no wrongdoing. You cannot expel them today. If I cannot uphold this minimal sense of justice, I would be ashamed to continue as their teacher. You may have more power than I, but do not forget. There is one thing that is truly equitable in this world. Every person has but one life. One life. His voice was not loud, but each word was distinctly articulated, especially the last three, which resonated with an unyielding firmness. Director Fan's gaze shifted as he regarded the instructor. His perception altered, as if seeing him anew. The school's renowned pushover had learned to stand his ground. You're quite the joker. Director Fan chuckled derisively, his tone brimming with arrogance. Today, I will expel them. I stand here. Who can challenge me? Come on. His voice reverberated through the crowd, jarring and abrasive. More students gathered around, their eyes filled with fury as they witnessed the humiliation of their instructor, fists clenched tight, knuckles whitening. Director Fan has long been a figure of intimidation, instilling fear among all. No one dares to voice their discontent, for standing up might lead to expulsion. As the counselor remarked, gaining admission to a university is no small feat. How would one explain an expulsion to their family? The indifference in the counselor's eyes reached an extreme, hinting at a flicker of madness. Just as a decision was about to be made, Wang Fei unexpectedly stood up, slowly raising his head. His gaze was remarkably clear. Director, my name is Wang Fei. Expel me. Almost immediately, another voice chimed in. I am Zhou Yu. Expel me. Mars scoffed. Director Fan, these three are the instigators. They must be expelled. Director Fan nodded and recorded the names of Wang Fei and Zhou Yu. In the next moment, a slightly hoarse, childlike voice timidly proclaimed, I am Tao Xiaosu. Expel me. Countless eyes turned toward Tao Xiaosu. Many did not hear her clearly. Her face was filled with anxiety and fear, her eyes reflecting a struggle. Finally, she took a deep breath and mustered all her strength to shout, I am Tao Xiaosu. Expel me. Upon finishing, a look of relief washed over her. Director Fan snorted coldly and wrote down her name. Expelling 4 disobedient students publicly would surely deter others from crossing him. The students surrounding them understood the gravity of the situation. Countless gazes directed at Director Fan, and Mars burned with fury. If looks could kill, Director Fan would have been reduced to ashes. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a sky laden with dark clouds, brooding with tension. Director Fan closed his folder, cleared his throat, and stated solemnly, the instigators have been dealt with. The expulsion notices will be announced throughout the school. Let this serve as a warning. Aspire to be students of quality and character, and do not emulate these 4. Yet, no one moved. The crowd was unwilling to disperse so easily, as if brewing something. Director Fan felt a twitch in his eyelid, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a girl beside Tao Xiaosu exclaimed, Director, I am Lin Miao Miao. Expel me. Director Fan glanced at her. So you wish to be a martyr too? Very well, I shall oblige. After a moment's hesitation, he added Lin Miao Miao's name to the expulsion list. Soon after, another voice piped up, Director, I am Wang Yuxian. Expel me. Ah, sisterly bonds, is it? I shall fulfill your wish. Although he said this, he did not write another name. A string of voices followed. I am Zhang Yunhan. Expel me. I am Xiaoruo Shui. Expel me. I am Yun's Hang. Expel me. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. No one retreated. The glimmer in their eyes intensified. Even the dark clouds above seemed to part. More voices arose. I am Zhang Wei. Expel me. I am Shi Xiaoming. Expel me. I am Li Fiyu. Expel me. The chorus continued unabated. Director Fan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. If 3 or 5 could be dealt with, perhaps, but dozens, even hundreds? If he expelled all these students today, the principal would soon dismiss him, only to reinstate them afterward. His narrowed gaze swept over those calling out their names. Roughly counting, he realized there were already 400 to 500. Some newcomers, having grasped the situation, continued to step forward, demanding expulsion as well. Were they all mad? Do not incite chaos. This ends here. Director Fan, sensing the urgency, attempted to leave the scene. Just as he took a step, A hand forcefully pressed him down. Director, the matter is not over. You cannot leave. Turning. Director Fan saw that the hand on his shoulder belonged to Su Mo, the very first student he had expelled. The counselor also blocked his path. Director, clarify matters before you depart. Director Fan halted, his expression flickering like a traffic light, speechless. A voice rang out from the crowd. Director Fan, do you not enjoy expelling students? Come now, expel all 500 of us. Yes, you shall not leave until every last one of us is expelled. If not all, then none should be expelled. Director Fan, you are but a sycophant. Surrounded by the crowd, Director Fan felt a surge of fear, even amidst the verbal assaults. He could only pretentiously ignore them. In this moment of powerlessness, Principal Feng emerged from the throng, unfazed. Director Fan, what is happening here? Upon seeing the principal, Director Fan exhaled in relief, quickly donning an expression of an innocent victim. Principal, here's the situation. I was merely arranging for Mars and the other 5 freshmen to settle into the dormitory, but Su Mo and Tao Zaisu obstructed us, hurling insults and slandering us publicly. Their behavior was akin to that of a gang, causing a very detrimental impact. They even provoked the school, demanding their expulsion. Such an unprecedented request left me no choice but to acquiesce. A ripple of laughter erupted among the onlookers. Director, you are so talented. It's a pity you're not writing. Indeed, turning black into white. Such a skill is only found in farcical tales. We 5 or 600 are watching. Continue your fabrication. Principal Feng turned to the counselor. Please explain this matter in detail. The counselor recounted the events leading to this point, revealing how Director Fan had pressured Tao Zaisu and others into being academic scapegoats for Mars and his companions. Principal Feng's expression darkened ominously as he glared at Director Fan. With so many eyes upon him, shielding his subordinate would be impossible. Yet, considering the numerous influential calls inquiring about the situation, he felt a twinge of caution. His penetrating gaze fell on Mars and his companions. Could they truly be at the heart of the upheaval? It was indeed plausible. After all, without a significant background, how could they have traveled across oceans to be exchange students here? The school had grown to this point with great difficulty, and should this incident jeopardize its future, Principal Feng would be forever marked as a villain. Realizing this, he sighed. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang abruptly. Upon answering, an urgent voice relayed. Principal, the commander has arrived and wishes to meet with certain students. Where are you? I am at Building 8. Please convey my regards to the commander. I will be there shortly. The commander has stated it is unnecessary. His team has already inquired and found the individuals he seeks right beneath Building 8. As it appears an altercation has occurred. He is on his way. What? Principal Feng hung up, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. He looked at Mars and his companions with newfound intensity. What he had assumed to be mere connections now seemed of great consequence. There was no time to lose. The situation needed resolution before the commander arrived, or it would spell trouble. I am aware of the situation. Su Mo, your actions merely offended the new students. Expulsion seems excessive. Each will receive a major demerit and be placed on probation. Counselor Gao, your mishandling of this matter warrants a deduction from your salary this month. Director Fan, your mismanagement also incurs a salary deduction. Mars, as Building 8 is a dormitory, it would be inconvenient for you to reside there. Therefore, I propose you temporarily move to the faculty dormitory, where each of you will have a 1-bedroom apartment equipped with a private bathroom, air conditioning, water heater, gas stove, range hood, refrigerator, and computer. How does that sound? Mars turned to his 4 companions, who began whispering among themselves. Living in the faculty dormitory would indeed be more comfortable. They readily agreed. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Each with our own apartment. Absolutely agreeable. It seems that a prominent figure just called the principal and intends to visit in person, confirming our influential status here. I had long heard that the people in this area exhibit a servile demeanor, and today's encounter certainly validates that reputation. Those individuals will eventually be dealt with, as opportunities will surely arise. They conversed in a language of eagles, and though their voices began quietly, they soon spoke without restraint. Everyone present understood this language. So how could they not comprehend? Principal Feng was particularly agitated. All right, let us leave it at that. Everyone disperse. Today's events must not be disclosed to outsiders. As the situation concluded, the onlooking students began to scatter. Wang Fei muttered in discontent. This is outrageous. Zhou Yu nudged him and whispered, given the outcome, we should count ourselves fortunate. We must be cautious going forward, as Mars and his associates will surely try to retaliate. Su Mo remarked nonchalantly. They likely won't have the opportunity. Wang Fei and Zhou Yu exchanged puzzled glances at Su Mo's words. At that moment, the crowd, which had not entirely dispersed, stirred with excitement. Shortly after, a pathway was cleared. The cacophony of voices swiftly transformed into hushed whispers. A group of 8 individuals donned in black administrative jackets approached with an air of authority. Wei Jianzhong strode confidently at the forefront, his commanding presence intimidating to behold. Even the followers behind him were distinguished figures in their own right. Principal Feng and Director Fan recognized the visitors instantly, their expressions turning to shock. Did the leadership of the entire top-level management of Harbin City come here? Was the sky about to fall? They waved at Mars and his group, forcing smiles as they hurried to greet the visitors. Mars and his companions, realizing the significance of the arrival, followed closely. Aware of the decorum required in the presence of authority. Principal Wei, it is an honor to have you here. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Principal Feng called out enthusiastically from a distance. The minor unpleasantness earlier between Mars and his classmates had already been addressed, with Su Mo, Tao Zaisu, and the others receiving the necessary reprimands and remaining under observation. Wei Jianzong's expression remained largely unchanged, but when he heard the name Su Mo, a flicker of tension appeared in his eyes. Clutching a phone with a constantly lit screen, he scanned the crowd for a familiar face. As Principal Feng extended his hand toward Wei Jianzhong, he continued to chatter incessantly. Accommodations for Mars and his peers have been arranged. They will enjoy the same conditions as the faculty, so rest assured. Director Fan slightly inclined his body, lowering his stance as he reached out to shake the hand of Wei Jianzong's secretary. Wei Jianzhong's gaze traversed the crowd until he located the face from the photograph. Ignoring Principal Feng, Director Fan, and Mars, he walked directly towards Su Mo. Principal Feng and the others were left standing awkwardly, their outstretched hands suspended in midair. The awkwardness was palpable. Wang Fei felt a surge of anxiety as he watched the Harbin dignitary approach. What does he want with us? Tao Zaisu clenched her fists. We've already been reprimanded. What more could they want? Su Mo remained unperturbed, casting a reassuring glance at the two. No need to worry. He's likely here for me. Amidst hundreds of astonished gazes, Wei Jianzhong and his entourage gathered before Su Mo. The usually stern and formidable Wei Jianzhong transformed. Displaying a warm and benevolent smile, his eyes filled with concern. Greetings, you must be Su Mo, correct? Su Mo responded with calm composure. Indeed, I am. They exchanged polite handshakes. Wei Jianzhong continued. Su, what transpired? I hope you are unharmed. I am unscathed. Thank you for your concern. Su Mo replied. Having learned of Wei Jianzhong's identity from Principal Feng, feeling a sense of surprise, Wei Jianzhong placed a reassuring hand on Su Mo's arm. You can call me Old Wei. All is well. All is well. The tension that had gripped Su Mo suddenly dissipated, the heavy burden of anxiety falling away. Earlier, his secretary had inquired about the conflict and the possibility of violence. Wei Jianzhong had broken into a cold sweat, relieved to find Su Mo unharmed. Had Chen Lao and Li Lao discovered that their quarry was being assaulted here, or worse, seriously injured, he would have had much to answer for. His position as a leader would have been jeopardized. Chapter 22. Heroes Emerge in Youth. Wang Fei, Zhou Yu, and Tao Zaisu stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling at the astonishing sight before them. The unremarkable Su Mo was conversing with a figure of such stature as Wei Jianzhong. Waves of shock washed over them, rendering them speechless. The absurdity of the situation spread through their minds. Nearby, the instructor's eyes were wide as saucers, ears perked like antennas, mouth agape in disbelief. He began to question his own reality. He was acutely aware of Su Mo's circumstances. It was inconceivable for him to know such a high-profile individual. Yet, the unfolding events felt undeniably real. Was this not the tangible world, but rather a fantastical narrative beloved by students? Hundreds of onlookers were equally mesmerized, their gazes fixed on Su Mo with a mixture of astonishment and envy. It was rare for anyone to receive such regard from Wei Jianzhong. Even a hint of connection with him could elevate one's status significantly. After a brief silence, murmurs of disbelief began to circulate. Who would have thought that Su Mo, who appears so unassuming, would be playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Had I known Su Mo was a potential asset, I would have engaged with him more. Wang Fei, Tao Zaisu, and their friends felt they had struck gold with Su Mo's connection to Wei Jianzhong. Their university years were bound to be smooth sailing. Principal Feng, overhearing the hushed discussions, wore an expression of deep discomfort. Director Fan was even more flustered, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He had made a monumental blunder. He had stepped on a titanium alloy board. His future seemed bleak. Mars and his companions braced themselves, knowing they could only endure. At that moment, the crowd erupted once more, the commotion even more intense than before. Something greater appeared to be approaching. Countless eyes turned in that direction. Make way. Colonel Huang, accompanied by his security detail, entered swiftly. A palpable aura of military discipline and resolve filled the air. Old Wei, I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Old Huang, you aren't late either. Colonel Huang nodded at Wei Jianzhong, his sharp gaze locking onto Su Mo. He had studied the photographs numerous times on the way here, imprinting them in his mind. He took a few steps forward and extended his hand. Su Mo, greetings. Hello, may I inquire who you are? Su Mo replied respectfully. Soldiers who protect their homeland deserved his utmost admiration. Colonel Huang got straight to the point. I am Huang Longan, a veteran. You can call me Old Huang. Just like Wei Jianzhong. Our old leaders will be arriving shortly. Su Mo's mind raced in recognition, recalling the name. Recently, he had received a text message announcing that Huang Longan's Armored Combined Battalion had been awarded the title of Model Unit, and that it was being expanded into an Armored Combined Division, with Huang Longan promoted to commander. This meant that the seemingly robust middle-aged man before him commanded one of the mightiest military units in Longguo. No wonder he exuded an air of boldness and valor. Wait, what did Colonel Huang mean by the old leaders are arriving soon? Was there even more significant authority on the way? Su Mo's heart raced, contemplating whether he should call Hushu to inquire about the situation, but the atmosphere seemed inappropriate for such a conversation. The onlookers clearly shared the same thoughts, their astonishment palpable. The crowd was left in a state of shock. What kind of figure could be referred to as old leaders by someone of such stature? The implications were too daunting to fathom. Could it be that Su Mo was a long-lost prince? Surely not. The Qing dynasty had long been overthrown. Wang Fei and Tao Zaisu gazed at Su Mo with an even more bewildered expression, after spending more than 2 years in a class. How could it be that no one had discovered Su Mo's immense capabilities? Director Fan's face turned ashen. His legs trembled uncontrollably, as if he were engaged in some peculiar dance. Principal Feng, standing nearby, dared not utter a word, casting a glance at Director Fan that seemed to pierce through him, as if he were calling forth the ancestral spirits to express his discontent. He felt a surge of murderous intent towards him. After a brief yet enthusiastic exchange with Su Mo, General Wei and Commander Huang sought to understand the recent events from the instructor and the surrounding students. General Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment and shared a meaningful glance with Principal Feng, who felt a chill run down his spine. Eventually, 2 elderly figures appeared from the now dispersed crowd. Old Chun and Old Li, clad in black Zhongshan suits, approached briskly, flanked by a contingent of armed security personnel. The 2 elders, along with Hao Shuang, made their way directly to Su Mo. Hao Shuang introduced herself. Master Su, I am Hao Shuang. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. She then introduced Old Chun and Old Li. However, Su Mo recognized them instantly, for as a student of mechanical engineering, it was impossible not to know these 2 eminent figures. Old Chun, a titan in the field of army equipment research and development, had made significant contributions across multiple disciplines including mechanics, automation, fluid dynamics, aerodynamics, and explosive reactions. He was a senior academician at Lonk Institute and a recipient of the National Medal of Honor. Old Li, similarly distinguished in army equipment research, had authored a plethora of academic papers, also a National Medal of Honor recipient and a major general in the army. The 2 were respectfully referred to as South Chun and North Li in their field. General Wei and Commander Huang exchanged a few words with the elders, but the 2 remained focused on Su Mo. Old Chun grasped Su Mo's hand with palpable excitement, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, true talent emerges in youth. With individuals like you, how can our nation not rise? Old Li firmly held Su Mo's other hand, agreeing, Old Chun is correct. We thought our contributions had come to an end until you appeared, reminding us of what true research entails. This is not the place for conversation. Let us find a more suitable venue, Old Li suggested, exchanging a knowing glance with Old Chun. It seemed they had already conspired. As they enthusiastically escorted Su Mo away from the scene, Hao Shuang trailed closely behind. Commander Huang waved off the soldiers he had brought, following suit. General Wei had intended to converse further with the 2 elders, but seeing the opportunity slip away, he sighed and turned his gaze towards the silent, downcast Principal Feng and the visibly shaken Director Fan, his expression darkening. Secretary Zhou, issue an immediate notice to suspend Principal Feng and Director Fan from their duties. All involved parties are to be restricted from leaving the country. A joint investigation team from the Discipline Inspection and General's Office will be established to conduct a thorough inquiry into Longbei University of Technology. Secretary Zhou's eyes widened in shock as he nodded respectfully. The general was serious. This investigation could create significant repercussions. Moments later, Secretary Zhou recalled the 5 individuals from Mars. What about them? He inquired. General Wei snorted coldly, his demeanor starkly different from moments before. They are suspected of bribery, instigating unrest, and severely disrupting public order, as well as slandering a national talent, causing considerable negative impact. They will be detained according to the law and will face trial once the facts are established. What? The 5 from Mars turned pale, their expressions filled with terror. No. This is all a misunderstanding. We did not intend to cause trouble. We haven't broken any laws. Secretary Zhou replied indifferently. Whether you have broken the law will be determined in court by the judge. Chapter 23. What did you just say? Mars was utterly panicked. Glancing around, he noticed that everyone regarded them as if they were mere dogs. No one was willing to speak on their behalf. He grew frantic. Damn it. Brothers, let us run. With a loud shout. The 5 abandoned their luggage in an attempt to flee. However, as they took a few steps, the previously innocent-looking university students surged with excitement, driven by a desire to rid the world of evil. In no time, they subdued the 5 from Mars. Soon after, law enforcement arrived, handcuffing them. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, while several students seized the opportunity to hurl their water bottles at Director Fan. With one person leading, many followed suit. Director Fan became a pariah, his former glory diminished, utterly humiliated. His face reflected sheer panic, as if he were engulfed in despair at the impending investigation. The crowd gradually dispersed, and General Wei and his companions departed. Only a group of girls, including Tao Xiaosu, remained beneath Building 8. Whispers filled the air. What kind of person is Suemo? Who knows? But being recognized by Old Chun and Old Li, his future is limitless. If I could become his girlfriend, wouldn't that be something? Surely he would seek someone like Xiaosu. The girls turned their gazes toward Tao Xiaosu, whose cheeks flushed as she retreated into the building. Seated in the rear of a bulletproof hunky vehicle, Suemo found himself sandwiched between Old Chun and Old Li. The 2 elders continually inquired about his studies and life. Akin to concerned relatives, yet something felt amiss. Gradually, the vehicle entered the highway. When the doors finally opened, Suemo stepped out, bewildered. Old Chun, Old Li. Where's this place? Hee. Old Li chuckled, stroking his beard. This is the Northern Army Equipment Research and Development Base. The school was too noisy earlier, so we thought it best to bring you here for a more in-depth discussion. Sumo's lips twitched, feeling as though he had been lured into a trap. Though their smiles appeared benevolent, they were inscrutable. Old Li, you initially said we could find a quiet place to chat. Was it truly necessary to speed down the highway to arrive at such a location? Old Chun interjected. In addition to conversing, we wish to consult you on some research matters. You will understand shortly. Hao Shuang gently tugged at Sumo's sleeve, encouraging him to relax. Commander Huang remained beside them. With little opportunity to interject, the group proceeded directly to the equipment testing area. After passing through identity verification and security gates, they entered the testing zone. The lights flickered on, revealing the poison blade tank, poised silently before them. Old Chun wasted no time, addressing Suemo directly. Young friend Su, to be candid, the reason we invited you here is to inquire about this poison blade tank. Rest assured, you are free to speak your mind. And we have no intention of restricting your freedom. You may leave at any time. Suemo nodded, inviting Old Chun to pose his questions. Old Chun approached the poison blade tank, pressing his hands against its armor. He turned his gaze, his deep-set eyes locked onto Suemo. Your team has developed such remarkable military equipment that it puts our lifelong research efforts to shame. The technologies involved are truly enlightening. May I ask how many individuals comprise your team, and how long did it take to develop this tank? Suemo hesitated, surprised by the question after such elaborate build-up. Scratching his head, he replied earnestly, I do not have a team. If I must say, I am the only one. It took a total of 6 days. After Hao Shuang placed the maintenance order, I was informed it needed to be delivered to Shalashan by the 7th day. He glanced at Hao Shuang. Is that correct? Yes, I believe so. Hao Shuang nodded, albeit absent-mindedly. Old Chun and Old Li exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could it truly be that such advanced technology was solely the work of this young man? Even a once-in-a-century genius would require assistance in manufacturing a tank, wouldn't they? However, Sumo's change in expression earlier did not seem to indicate deceit. How strange. Old Chin's face twitched slightly, and he laughed awkwardly. Su, you jest. The advanced scientific knowledge embodied in this tank is as vast as the sea of stars. At such a young age, even if you began your research at 3, you would never finish it. With utmost seriousness, Suemo replied, I truly developed it all by myself, with no one else involved. Old Li, With a glint in his eye, slowly inquired, Su, if what you say is true, you must be thoroughly familiar with the technology involved in this tank, inside and out. Correct? Well then, let me ask you, what materials were primarily used in the armor of this tank? Suemo stepped forward, gently caressing the armor module. This armor is composed of carbonane polymer, exhibiting metallic properties externally. I refer to it as carbonane alloy. It's quite hard. You can easily test it yourself. Old Chun and Old Li exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. We have indeed tested it. It is remarkably hard. Old Li continued. You should be aware of the tank's engine, correct? Could you enlighten us about its energy conversion method and power structure? Sumo's expression turned serious, pausing momentarily to contemplate. It was a complex question that required careful thought. Old Li and Old Chen's eyes sparkled, both sporting faint smiles. The materials issue was merely an appetizer. The engine question was certainly not something one could answer with a mere glance. Clearing his throat, under the unwavering gaze of the two elders, Suemo began his explanation. This Venomblade tank employs a hydrogen-powered variable cycle engine, featuring an unconventional dual external compression system. It can switch between turbojet and turbofan operating modes by adjusting its geometric structure. The energy conversion starts with hydrogen, transforming into. Surely you understand this, right? Old Li. Sumo's clear gaze met Old Li's, who appeared somewhat stiff, swallowing hard. His neck turned awkwardly, reminiscent of a rusty bearing. Old Chun, you surely grasped it all. I can manage, Old Chun replied, both men keenly aware of their mutual discomfort. The initial parts of Sumo's discourse were comprehensible. Yet as he progressed, it became like an arcane script. They could not claim ignorance, but rather, they simply did not grasp the content. Given their research caliber, they should have navigated this with ease, yet they found themselves hurried and flustered. Breathing quickened, their blood pressure rising. Old Li found himself at a loss for words. Old Chun, mustering his strength, said, Su, regarding the engine, it seems that we two old fellows still have much to learn. Let us put that aside for now. Could you reveal what kind of vehicle chip is used in this Venomblade tank? With sincerity, Suemo responded. The Venomblade employs a dual-mode design, necessitating exceptionally high stability and multitasking capabilities for its vehicle chip. I compromised on process precision, utilizing only a 1 nanometer precision chip with a 3D spatial stacking structure, foregoing higher precision in favor of a balance between energy consumption and performance. Old Chun, somewhat dazed, nodded absently, muttering, indeed. One must find a balance between energy consumption and performance. Wait, what did you just say? Old Chun felt as though he had missed something crucial. A spark of realization flickered in his eyes. Suemo recalled, I said I chose to forego higher precision in favor of achieving a balance between energy consumption and performance. Old Chun shook his head, hastily insisting, not that. The previous statement. The 3D spatial stacking structure? Incorrect. The one before that. The 1 nanometer precision chip? A collective gasp filled the room. Both Old Chun and Old Li were astonished. They had discussed the vehicle chip for this tank, knowing it must be extraordinary. Yet, they had not anticipated it reaching 1 nanometer. Chapter 24. He can forego, but we cannot. At present, the Dragon Country is among the few in the field of cutting-edge technology that has yet to attain the pinnacle in certain categories. Who would have thought that a mere university student could achieve such a breakthrough? Listening to him, it seemed he still had more to offer. He had only utilized 1 nanometer out of necessity for stability and reliability. If applied elsewhere, the precision might reach even higher. Under normal circumstances, they would have doubted the veracity of such claims. However, with the Venomblade tank present, the chip precision would eventually be verified. And Suemo had no reason to deceive them. Moreover, based on the elite scientific knowledge he had just expounded upon, it was implausible that he would lie. Both elders felt their blood pressure surge again, their cardiovascular systems invigorated. After the initial shock, an overwhelming joy surged within them. With such a person, the fortune of the Dragon Country was upon them. A seismic shift in scientific research was about to commence. The global order would be reshaped by the power of technology. Hao Shuang, though not well versed in scientific research, understood the significance of chip process precision. Currently, the highest precision for mobile processors was merely 3 nanometers. And the prevailing international consensus suggested that further enhancement was unattainable. Yet, here was Suemo, effortlessly achieving a breakthrough. Puzzled, Hao Shuang asked, how can a 1 nanometer chip be created, given its complexity? Isn't it true that the Windmill Country doesn't sell us lithography machines? Old Li suppressed his own astonishment, adding, the lithography machines from the Windmill Country encompass the world's pinnacle in semiconductor technology and light source technology, currently only capable of achieving 3 nanometers. To advance precision further would require overcoming the coherence issues of EUV extreme ultraviolet light at the 1 nanometer wavelength. Thus, the mainstream belief is that 3 nanometers represents the ultimate limit for chip process precision. Su, how on earth did you achieve this? Both Old Chun and Old Li were equally perplexed. In unison, they turned to Su Mo, eagerly awaiting an explanation. Su Mo patiently elucidated, as Old Li mentioned. When the EUV light source precision reaches 1 nanometer, coherence issues arise. Therefore, I employed an alternative light source, the FEL free electron laser, during my research, which completely resolved the coherence issues. Furthermore, I had to surmount atomic-level precision control using a combination of piezoelectric ceramics and laser interferometry. Finally, I utilized reverse lithography techniques to compensate for quantum tunneling and proximity effects at the 1 nanometer process, successfully completing the 1 nanometer chip fabrication. And that is how it was done. I trust you all understood. Old Li and Old Chun exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh. Their eyes reflected clear frustration and madness, akin to having a delectable dish tantalizingly close yet out of reach. They recognized that this knowledge was priceless, but they could only grasp a general understanding, with numerous details requiring relentless research and experimentation to comprehend fully. Hao Shuang had never intended to understand, but noticing the peculiar expressions on the two elders' faces, she inquired, Grandpa, Li, why do you look like that? Is Su's explanation too complex? Old Chun replied, what Su has discussed, along with the materials, engine, and other related research knowledge, may appear intricate, yet it is anything but simple. To fully comprehend it would likely require a considerable amount of time. Old Li wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, some delicacies may appear enticing, but not everyone can digest them. Hao Shuang regarded Su Mo with newfound astonishment. This was the first time she had heard such words from her grandfather and Grandpa Li. Su Mo pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Old Li, do you have paper and a pen? I do. Old Li produced a small notebook from his pocket and handed Su Mo a pen from his chest pocket. As Su Mo contemplated, he began writing and sketching in the notebook. Old Li and Old Chun peered at the content, their pupils constricting to tiny dots as they trembled in astonishment. A rush of air surged through their throats like cannon fire. Hao Shuang, puzzled by what he was writing, opened her mouth to speak, but Old Chun swiftly covered her mouth. In a slightly trembling whisper, he cautioned, don't speak. Don't disturb him. An inexplicable tension and excitement filled the atmosphere. Hao Shuang felt as though she were a bewildered monk, unable to grasp the situation. 5 minutes later, Su Mo concluded the last line with a period. This is the casting process of carbonane alloy, the core structural diagram of the hydrogen-powered variable cycle engine, and the manufacturing process of the FEL lithography machine. With this, repeated observation will surely lead to comprehension. As he spoke, he handed the small notebook to Old Chun. Old Chun's wrist quivered, nearly causing him to drop it. Cradling the notebook in both hands, he appeared somewhat disordered, his face etched with disbelief. Su Zaiao, you have directly bestowed us with these cutting-edge technologies? Su Mo nodded. These are not particularly formidable technologies. There are far more advanced scientific innovations awaiting us in the future. This is merely a long-term investment. Old Chun was at a loss for words. For a researcher, scientific achievements are akin to one's very existence. Who would so readily offer them without expecting anything in return? Moreover, the 3 scientific technologies inscribed in the notebook, any one of which could incite a whirlwind in the international research community, are beyond valuation. A single line within could potentially enable a world-class scientist to break through a bottleneck and enter a new realm of research. Old Chun swallowed hard, cautiously stowing the notebook in his pocket, feeling its weight significantly increased. He turned to Old Li. At that moment, Old Li was staring at Su Mo in a daze. Initially, when Su Mo had just arrived, Old Li had regarded him with scrutiny and doubt. This was soon replaced by shock and admiration, and now it had transformed into genuine respect and even reverence. To share priceless scientific knowledge in such a manner. Who possesses such openness and audacity? Old Chun nudged him. What's the matter? It feels a bit stifling in here. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? Yes, I was thinking the same. Hao Shuang, you and Su Zaiao will continue your discussion. We'll step out for a moment. The 2 elders strode purposefully out of the equipment testing area. Once outside, Old Chun carefully retrieved the notebook, casually opening to a page filled with densely packed formulas, words, and diagrams. They gazed at the content, nearly entranced. Old Li, have you discerned it? With such complexity, how could I possibly comprehend it? Tisk. That is not what I meant. Old Chun closed the notebook and looked at Old Li. I meant, Do you understand the reason Su Xiao provided us with this scientific knowledge? Old Li pondered for a moment, his expression gradually turning serious. It seems intentional. It appears he wishes to impart these 3 advanced technologies to us in this seemingly casual manner, or perhaps offer them selflessly to the nation. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts. Old Chen exhaled deeply, contemplating. He likely guessed that even if we obtained the poison blade tank, we might struggle to comprehend it. So he chose to personally impart the knowledge to us. This is akin to having our meals served to us. I find myself at a loss for words. Such invaluable scientific knowledge, given freely and without expectation of return. Old Li felt a profound sense of emotion rising within him. Su Xiao, so young, yet with such achievements. I can only imagine the arduous journey he must have undertaken to acquire this knowledge. The relentless pursuit, the sleepless nights, the obstacles faced, risking life and limb for the sake of research. Yet, after attaining success, he so easily relinquishes it to the state, asking for nothing in return, only wishing for the nation's strength to rise, free from the oppression of foreign powers. At this point, his eyes glistened with moisture. As fellow researchers, they understood the struggles Su Mo had faced along his path. His voice quivered slightly. Such character commands respect. Old Chun wiped his eyes, clenched his fists, and declared emphatically, "We cannot let this go unreciprocated. He may choose to give, but we must ensure his contributions are acknowledged. Rewards and treatment must not be diminished. They should be doubled." Old Li shook his head. "That is not sufficient. Merely offering bonuses and benefits won't suffice. We must also ensure other forms of support. Everything that can be given should be given." The 2 elders exchanged resolute glances, their determination unyielding. Chapter 25, Testing of Mobile Combat Formations. Once the 2 elders concluded their discussion, they hurried back to the equipment testing area. It was inappropriate to leave Su Mo alone here. Upon returning, Old Chen noticed that Su Mo and Hao Shuang were engaged in lively conversation, his eyes sparkling with delight. Old Li sighed heavily, muttering, "Had I known, I would have encouraged my granddaughter to grow faster." Hao Shuang approached Su Mo for advice on operating the poison blade tank, and Su Mo generously obliged. The poison blade tank differed significantly from conventional tanks, especially when entering mobile combat mode. It was not merely about operating machinery, but rather a comprehensive test of battlefield perception and collaborative combat. The crux lay in safe operation, environmental adaptability, and teamwork, without considering battlefield combat. Those were the essential points to heed. "Thank you, Su Ge." Hao Shuang looked at Su Mo with admiration and curiosity. Despite being only a few years her senior, he seemed to possess an encyclopedic understanding. It was not a facade. He truly grasped the concepts. Old Chun, with a smile, inquired, "What are you 2 discussing?" "I was asking Su Ge for some advice on driving." "Excellent. You should learn more from Su Xiao in the future." Hao Shuang stole a glance at Su Mo and quietly remarked, "Grandfather, Su Ge has his own matters. We cannot waste his time." Old Chen laughed heartily and turned his gaze to Su Xiao. "From your conversation earlier, it seems you conducted the driving test for the poison blade yourself?" Su Mo nodded. "Yes, the testing area was relatively small. We conducted a brief assessment to ensure everything was functioning properly before allowing the transport driver to remove it." Old Li suggested, "Our Northern Army's equipment research and development base is vast. We can conduct tests freely. Shall we fully assess the driving performance?" Old Chen agreed. "Previously, I only watched a video of Hao Shuang driving. Witnessing you personally test the driving would surely provide a different perspective." After they spoke, the 2 exchanged subtle glances. This would serve as their final evaluation of Su Mo. Under normal circumstances, researchers do not personally test their developed equipment. Specialized personnel are designated for such tasks. If Su Mo could indeed drive proficiently, combined with the information obtained earlier, it would confirm he lacked a supporting research team. Conversely, if his driving were clumsy, even less adept than Hao Shuang, it would indicate that there were hidden forces bolstering his scientific endeavors. Once the 2 elders concluded their discussion, Hao Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging, "Su Ge, give it a go." Colonel Huang, who had been circling the tank in silence, popped his head out from behind. "Su Lei, come on." Seeing everyone so eager, Su Mo felt it inappropriate to decline. Moreover, he was also intrigued by the idea of personally testing the performance limits of his own creation. "All right, let us do it." Su Mo paused, turning to Old Li. "Old Li, since this is a test, should we synchronize the data and visuals for you?" "Yes." Old Li's body jolted. He had been pondering how to broach the subject when Su Mo brought it up. The more he observed Su Mo, the more he found him likable. Su Mo pointed to a nearby computer monitor. "When I connect the data stream to the computer in the testing area, please approve it." "No problem. I'll head into the driver's cabin. As Suemo spoke, he swiftly climbed onto the tank's body. Hao Shuang followed suit. Just as she was about to retrieve the vehicle's key to unlock the driver's cabin. Click. Suemo had already managed to open the cabin door by some means. The Poison Blade tank offers dual methods for entering the driver's cabin, via the key or facial recognition. Pressing the button here initiates the identity verification process. Hao Shuang, with anticipation, asked, Su-Gu, may I also join you inside for the test? Of course. However, it might get a bit fast. Make sure to buckle your seatbelt. All right. The two then entered the driver's cabin in succession. The interior lights flared to life like a tidal wave. The environment, brimming with a sense of futurism, felt worlds apart from the one outside. Suemo settled into the zero-gravity seat of the main driver's position and pressed the one-click ignition on the central console. The familiar roar of the engine resonated, echoing through the air. With a flick of his hand, a virtual projection panel enveloped him. After a few taps, the computer desktop of the equipment testing area displayed a signal access request. Mr. Li, Mr. Chun, and Chief Huang approached the computer and clicked to approve. The computer screen flickered, splitting into two views. The left revealed the interior perspective of the Toxic Blade cockpit, while the right displayed the external view. Chief Huang had meticulously examined the tank's exterior during their earlier conversation, captivated by its striking design. Now, seeing the interior left him utterly astonished. Were one to gaze solely at the interior visuals, they might mistakenly believe it to be the cockpit of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Mr. Chun and Mr. Li, witnessing it for the first time, were equally entranced. Mr. Chun murmured, Old Li, look. The 3D virtual projection can actually be operated by touch. Currently, the finest virtual projection technology in the world could only manage projection itself, not touch interaction, could it? Mr. Li, fixated on another point on the screen, exclaimed in excitement. Old Chun, observe the seat. Once a person sits down, it appears to disconnect from the tank's main body. It is suspended. This is true zero gravity. Furthermore, its backrest adapted seamlessly to the contours of the occupant's shoulders and legs. The two elders were too engrossed to ponder each other's words. Their astonishment palpable. Chief Huang's urgency intensified, his desire almost tangible, as if he wished to take the tank home and embrace it nightly. A voice emanated from the monitor. Mr. Li, please open the testing area door. Regaining his composure, Mr. Li picked up the remote key and clicked it toward the door. The rolling shutter door ascended slowly, piercing sunlight cascading through. Heat surged into the cockpit as Sumo's hands danced across the virtual control interface, culminating in a forceful jab at a red button. Let's test the combat mode. The cold, mechanical voice echoed instantly. Current driving mode. Developer. Activating combat mode. Smart assistance disabled. Situational awareness engaged. Power permissions fully granted. Weapon permissions fully granted. Transformation complete. Please fasten your seatbelt. 3, 2. In the passenger seat, Hao Shuang was unprepared for Sumo's swift maneuvers. Before she could settle in, an immense force pressed against her back, and the sound was distinctly different from her own driving experience. Goosebumps prickled her skin as she hastily secured her seatbelt. The moment the buckle clicked, a terrifying thrust slammed into her back, the sheer force seemingly threatening to shatter her ribs. She attempted to cry out, but the sound was trapped within her throat. 1. Toxic Blade. Engage. Chapter 26. As steadfast as a mountain? Before Suemo, the steering wheel retracted, replaced by a left control lever and a right throttle lever. At the moment of engagement, he gripped the throttle tightly. With a metallic clang, he slammed it to the maximum. The carbon alloy lever struck the slot, bending into an arc. Had it not been for the material's hardness, it surely would have snapped. The Toxic Blade, now transformed into a quadrupedal mech, unleashed 2 jets of flame from its rear vector nozzles. Its 4 steel limbs scraped against the ground, producing dazzling sparks. Like bullets, it shot forth, vanishing from sight. In an instant, it was outdoors. The expressions of the 2 elders and Chief Huang at the computer desk were frozen in disbelief, utterly bewildered. They had just witnessed the Toxic Blade morph into a 4-legged mech, sparkling with energy before disappearing. Chief Huang's lips trembled as he uttered an incredulous sound. Did I just see an Autobot? Mr. Chun took several deep breaths to calm the tremors in his heart and explained. What we just witnessed was the combat mode of the Toxic Blade tank, which caused quite a stir at today's equipment exhibition. We exerted considerable effort to keep it under wraps. Chief Huang's expression was one of confusion, questioning his reality. Mr. Chun, am I dreaming? The tank transformed into a mech. And a 4-legged one at that. Wait, could the much-discussed mech era be real? Mr. Chun hesitated, unsure how to respond, ultimately nodding in agreement. He too found it hard to believe. Yet Suemo had indeed made it a reality. Disbelief served no purpose. Chief Huang gazed at Mr. Chen's nodding head, feeling flustered. Just yesterday, they had convened to discuss new modes of modern army combat, and today, it was the mech era. If they could employ this marvel in next week's red-blue exercises, wouldn't it be an outright domination? The three men's gazes returned to the monitor. The mech had now ventured outdoors. Sunlight glinted off its surface, the desert camouflage armor shimmering with a fierce arc glow. The colossal electromagnetic railgun on the mech's shoulder pulsed with energy. Its forelegs thudded against the ground, having just survived the terrifying launch. Hao Shuang recalled the fear instilled by the toxic blade tank yesterday. She felt a tinge of regret. Had she known it would be this exhilarating, she might have opted out of the testing. Sugo, it seemed like the mech just flew out of the testing area warehouse. Can this mech actually fly? Suemo nonchalantly maneuvered the control and throttle levers, causing the mech's legs to unleash powerful, swift jumps, making the toxic blade appear as agile as a flea outdoors. Constantly shifting and twisting, he patiently addressed Hao Shuang's inquiry. Of course, it cannot fly. That was merely utilizing the booster propulsion. When the toxic blade needs to execute an instantaneous position change, such as during a fierce assault or a hasty retreat, this method can be employed. Suemo spoke calmly. His movements effortless, yet the mech's leaps induced a formidable impact, nearly disorienting Hao Shuang. Were it not for the continuous flow of cool, refreshing oxygen within the cockpit alleviating her oxygen deprivation, she might have fainted. With a sense of responsibility toward his passengers, Suemo continued his thorough instruction. The previous demonstration showcased jumping. Now, we will focus on showcasing the charge maneuver. Watch closely, and you will grasp it. Upon finishing, the recently landed toxic blade mech's rear vector nozzles erupted with flames. A powerful thrust was applied to the chassis, causing the four-legged mech to execute what appeared to be a teleportation maneuver. In less than 2 seconds, it appeared 100 meters away. Have you got it, Hao Shuang? Hao Shuang, still dazed, shook her head, her brain feeling as if it might burst. I have no capacity for learning this right now. Suemo, undeterred, replied. Then I shall demonstrate once more. Pay attention to how the left control lever and right throttle lever must coordinate precisely. Once again, he executed a charge maneuver that resembled teleportation. Hao Shuang looked somewhat dazed. Sugo, perhaps you should refrain from showcasing this. I fear I might not survive long enough to learn it. Suemo, with a hint of regret, suggested, let us test the defensive capabilities instead. Observe closely. This is particularly suitable for positional defense. He tapped the virtual panel. The armor modules surrounding the toxic blade mech clinked and clicked as they interlocked. In an instant, they formed a semicircular shield, 6 meters tall and 8 meters wide. The shield's surface shimmered with electrical currents, and a gap was left in the center, from which the electromagnetic railgun was poised to strike with lethal precision. The mech's body was securely shielded behind the semicircular barrier, leaving no openings for enemies at the front or sides to exploit. Clearly, this significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities, albeit at the cost of mobility, trading agility for absolute protection. A virtual panoramic view was also available before Hao Shuang, allowing her to observe everything outside through the virtual panel. Upon witnessing the quadrupedal mech transform in such a manner, I instinctively covered my mouth in astonishment. This, Sugu, I believe I have deduced the name of this form. It must be called immovable as a mountain, correct? Suemo, intrigued by the appellation, responded, that designation is quite fitting. From now on, it shall be known as immovable as a mountain. Hao Shuang's lips trembled as she murmured in a daze. No wonder it looks so familiar. This is simply the Shield Mountain. Don't think I wouldn't recognize it just because it's an older version. In the materials testing facility, Chen Lao, witnessing the mech's capabilities, found himself leaping from his chair in excitement. He bounded towards the monitor, nearly wanting to dive into it for a closer look. The transformation of a tank into a quadrupedal mech was already ludicrous, and now, to see it manifest something like immovable as a mountain, akin to an indestructible fortress, was beyond comprehension. Li Lao's face was alight with exhilaration, his heart racing to over 800 beats per minute, and his breath came in quick gasps. The semicircular surrounding armor materials were evidently composed of carbon alloy. This shield, let alone ordinary firearms, could withstand even missiles armed with depleted uranium penetrators. Beside him, Colonel Huang was utterly flabbergasted, as though his mind had been filled with a heavy haze, leaving him dazed. The thought that depleted uranium rounds could not breach this creature's defenses left him in disbelief. If it were to enter the battlefield, it would indeed be unrivaled. Non-nuclear weaponry would be futile against it. Yet, the power of that electromagnetic railgun remained a mystery. If it could only demonstrate its might, That would be splendid. Nonetheless, even if the railgun were merely average in power, its functionality and mobility alone could earn it the title of a terrestrial war god. On land, it would be invulnerable. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder before the screen, their eyes glued to the display, not daring to blink lest they miss any more explosive visuals. Inside the cockpit, Su-Mo diligently instructed Hao Shuang on the deployment and retraction of the immovable as a mountain form. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Shuang took a deep breath. Recovering some vitality, steadying herself, she noticed the electromagnetic rail displayed at the center of the virtual screen and casually inquired, Su-Go, is this electromagnetic rail meant for launching some form of projectile? Su-Mo, with a benign smile, clarified, strictly speaking, it does not launch projectiles. You'll see soon enough. Chapter 27. Suspected tactical nuclear strike. Hao Shuang, puzzled, asked, how do we test it? Su-Mo pointed to the distant target range displayed on the virtual screen. That area should suffice. After speaking, the toxic blade mech's quadrupedal stance bent low, then surged forward with immense force. Its massive steel frame leapt into the air, crashing down with a thunderous sound mere seconds later. Its four colossal limbs embedded themselves into the concrete, causing spiderweb-like fractures to spread outwards. Su-Mo looked up towards the cockpit's embedded camera and asked, Li Lao, can we conduct a target test from here? Li Lao, momentarily shaken from his stupor, replied in a daze, I suppose so. Excellent. We intend to test the primary weapon. Let us hope it doesn't end in catastrophe. Indeed. With Li Lao's approval, Su-Mo's fingers danced rapidly across the virtual screen. A cold voice echoed through the cockpit. Initiating micro full load energy assault mode. Medium voltage DC variable frequency module engaged. Energy conversion pathway activated. Charges are being absorbed. Rail energy storage commenced. 1020. A massive surge of electric energy erupted from the electromagnetic rail on the shoulder of the toxic blade mech. Countless minute silver dots coalesced into serpentine forms, writhing along the rail. The core of the rail became red-hot due to excessive pressure, with terrifying plasma swirling within. Constantly, tiny charged particles, unable to withstand the high pressure, dissipated only to be reabsorbed moments later. As the energy buildup intensified, the overwhelming force began to induce a sense of trepidation. Despite the mech's four limbs being deeply embedded in the concrete, the massive vibrations caused it to emit faint creaking sounds, as if its entire structure were on the verge of detonation. A dazzling silver luminescence enveloped the mech, obscuring the surrounding scene. Li Lao, observing the ominous activity on the monitor, had a premonition that the entire base might be obliterated. His already frail body felt as though it could no longer stand. His heart racing up into his throat. He attempted to speak, but his throat betrayed him, his vocal cords retreating in fear. Chen Lao's eyes were bloodshot, and he gripped the desk, on the brink of collapse. Having conducted research on electromagnetic cannons himself, he had never encountered anything like this. Judging by the current state of the rail, it was conservatively estimated to exceed 100,000 volts. It was utterly unfathomable. Colonel Huang held his breath, bracing himself for the impending release. He could sense that something tremendous was about to transpire. Under the watchful gaze of the three, Su-Mo maintained a calm demeanor in the cockpit, his eyes betraying a flicker of fervor. This was his inaugural firing. The initiation of their plan began here. Meanwhile, beside him, Hao Shuang's heart raced tumultuously, her anxiety reaching its zenith. The sheer magnitude of energy above her head felt as though it were pressing down on her scalp, threatening to scorch her pituitary gland. Her complexion drained of color, mirroring her silver hair. Noticing Hao Shuang's distress, Su-Mo endeavored to soothe her with a gentle tone. It's natural to feel nervous on your first attempt. Do not fear, it will be over soon. Once the energy is released, everything will be fine. Take a deep breath and relax. Upon hearing this, Hao Shuang's face twitched uncontrollably. My heart isn't even beating, and you tell me to breathe deeply? My nerves are frayed. How can I relax? What in the world is this terrifying racket about to unleash? It wouldn't be a plan to annihilate the entire blue planet, would it? Please wait, I want to get out. I want to get out. As the energy accumulation reached its climax, it may have seemed lengthy, but it was merely a matter of seconds. 90, 100, energy accumulation complete. Ready to launch 3 consecutive strikes at target. The announcement resonated. A pulsating crosshair appeared on the cockpit's virtual main display. As the crosshair moved, the electromagnetic rail on the shoulder of the toxic blade mech adjusted its aim. A furious electric arc coalesced into an arrow-like shape. The instant the crosshair settled upon an abandoned tank target, Su-Mo's thumb flicked the safety latch off the control stick with a snap, and with a forceful jab, he pressed the button, nearly breaking his finger in the process. Watch closely, This shot will look spectacular. Zzz. A torrent of electricity surged from the rail in an instant. A silver arc over 5 meters long shot forth, moving faster than the eyes of all present could follow. In a flash, it struck the target tank. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted at the target range. It resembled the impact of a colossal meteorite colliding with the Earth's surface. A fiery ball erupted at the tank's position, flames swirling and intertwining with the dispersing electric arcs, expanding in all directions. The blinding light obscured half of the sky. The rolling waves of heat turned the sky crimson, subtly transforming into a small mushroom cloud that began to rise. Fragmented electric arcs danced in all directions throughout the air, akin to silver raindrops showering down from the periphery of the mushroom cloud. The tremendous sound reverberated throughout the entire base. The security department and emergency response teams were instantly mobilized. The disaster alarm blared across the facility. Woo woo woo. Significant ground tremors detected at the base. Suspected tactical nuclear strike. The possibility of further attacks cannot be ruled out. All personnel are advised to immediately take shelter in the air raid shelters. Alarm! 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 Please take cover immediately. An atmosphere of sheer terror enveloped the entire base. No one had anticipated that their routine work would suddenly be interrupted by an unidentified tactical nuclear strike. This was the heartland of the Dragon Kingdom. Which force would dare to provoke such a catastrophe? If the perpetrators were discovered, they would face dire consequences. Panic-stricken crowds rushed from various departments of the base, racing towards the air raid shelters. Upon emerging, they gazed upward, their pupils trembling in shock. Their legs turned to jelly from the astonishment. Were it not for their professional training, they would have been unable to move. The entire Tianan city felt this tremendous upheaval as well. Adjacent to the Northern Frontier Army's equipment research base, the city was engulfed in a cacophony of disaster alarms the moment the explosion occurred. Many people turned to their windows, witnessing the towering mushroom cloud on the horizon, their hearts sinking into despair. The proximity of a nuclear detonation meant that even if one miraculously survived the initial blast, the severe radiation would claim their life within months. Yet, who would choose to die if they could live? The instinct for survival compelled numerous individuals to flee their places of work, study, and residence, desperately seeking escape. Once the disaster alert concluded, a voice crackled over the loudspeakers. Our city is suspected to have been struck by a tactical nuclear weapon. According to predictions, the next wave of attacks may arrive in 5 minutes. Please remain calm and do not panic. All personnel should proceed to the nearest underground parking lots and commercial areas marked for civil defense. The announcement looped repeatedly. The streets became congested with people. Law enforcement and firefighters mobilized en masse to maintain order. The alarm echoed through every alley and street. Though only 5 minutes remained, every effort was made to save as many lives as possible. Chapter 28. Brace yourself. Acceleration is imminent. At the Northern Frontier Army's equipment research base. In the materials testing area, Old Lee, upon hearing the alarms, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "This is bad." Such a commotion would not only affect the base, but would also resonate throughout Tianan City and perhaps even the entire Dragon Country. Old Chun, report this up the chain immediately. I must contact Tianan City to explain the situation. The two elders quickly complied, each making a call. Minutes later, after hanging up, matters began to gradually settle down. Under Old Lee's direction, the base slowly resumed operations. Old Lee, along with Old Chun and Chief Huang, turned their attention to the monitor. The mushroom cloud still loomed large. The tank targets several kilometers away had been reduced to ashes, and several nearby tank targets had vanished as well. Old Lee pinched the bridge of his nose, suggesting, "Old Chun, little Huang, shall we go see the scene?" "Yes, let us bring the nuclear radiation protective suits. They may prove useful." The three swiftly exited the testing area. Within the cockpit of the toxic blade mech, Hao Shuang sat slumped in her seat, as if the blast had drained all her strength. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her mind had shut down, incapable of further thought. The mushroom cloud loomed in her mind, leaving her head buzzing. Initially, she had merely intended to repair Tank 300, and now, the modified vehicle had unleashed a mushroom cloud. Could one even believe it? It was beyond what one could dare to write. Suemo, after firing the shot, relaxed his brow and turned to the motionless Hao Shuang, asking, "How do you feel?" With lingering trepidation, Hao Shuang replied, "That shot was too powerful. I am utterly spent." With a smile, Suemo said, "Shall we go check the impact point?" "Sure." Suemo thrust his wrist forward on the control stick. With a sharp sound, he floored the throttle. The mech's four legs thrashed wildly, charging across the ground like a runaway stallion, trailing clouds of dust. Each footfall left massive imprints, the ground rumbling beneath them. Hao Shuang glanced at the current speed, her body jolting as the fullness of her chest nearly spilled from her neckline. The color drained from her face once more. 350 miles per hour. Su Ge, are we going a bit too fast? There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Should we perhaps slow down a tad? Su Mo regarded Hao Shuang, asserting, there is no need to worry about safety. This quadrupedal mode is the slowest. It can easily traverse any terrain. Do you not remember? You insisted on improving the vehicle's off-road capability after the modifications. Hao Shuang's expression twitched. She was at a loss for words. Initially, she had indeed hoped for better off-road performance, but she hadn't anticipated such a frenzied gallop. As they sped towards the impact point, an armed helicopter soared above, heading toward the explosion's epicenter. Chief Huang piloted the G-21, with Old Chun and Old Li seated in the rear. Old Chun marveled. Chief Huang, I never knew you could fly a helicopter, and so skillfully. Chief Huang humbly replied. Well, it's just passable. Before serving as a bodyguard to Old Li, I was in a flight squadron, capable of flying both helicopters and small planes. I even won a few first prizes in flying competitions. Old Chin gave a thumbs up, impressed. Chief Huang's eyes sparkled with pride, though his words remained modest. Old Li's murky gaze fell upon the land below. A cloud of dust rolled into view. What is that? He prompted, causing both Old Chin and Chief Huang to look down. Something was racing across the ground at an absurd speed, kicking up so much dust that it nearly obscured the sky. Chief Huang glanced briefly and casually conjectured, it looks like a horse running. Old Chin immediately retorted, why is this horse faster than our helicopter? Chief Huang checked their flight speed. We're currently flying at 300 miles per hour. My heavens, what kind of horse is that quick? As he spoke, Chief Huang adjusted the control stick to increase the helicopter's speed. Yet, even as they accelerated, they found themselves left further behind by the mysterious creature. Chief Huang's expression shifted, his faith in reality wavering, a wave of frustration washing over him. This is impossible. Not even a BMW, Hummer, or any racing horse could run this fast. What on earth is that? Seeing it pull further ahead, Chief Huang piloted the helicopter in pursuit. After a frantic chase, the creature finally slowed, and the dust settled. Only then did Chief Huang and the others recognize that it was the Toxic Blade mech. No one had expected the seemingly clumsy mech to run at such incredible speed. Old Chin questioned, if the Toxic Blade mech can run this fast, then why does it still need to take tank form? Wouldn't this form suffice for all purposes? Old Li replied, we cannot fathom the genius mind of Su's young friend. The G-21 landed beside the Toxic Blade tank. Once the rotor blades ceased spinning, the three donned white nuclear radiation protective suits and disembarked from the helicopter. As they gazed into the unfathomable black crater before them, Old Li stood there, bewildered. With a look of confusion directed at Old Chun, he asked, Old Chun, where are we? What is this pit? Old Chin's expression shifted, urgency in his voice. This is your Northern Frontier Army's testing range. Are you asking me where we are? This pit was just created by Su's shot. Old Li could certainly deduce that. But the sight before him was so staggering that it was almost beyond belief. The black crater was as large as half a football field, its depth unfathomable. To the unknowing observer, it might have seemed as if a comet had struck, triggering the extinction of the dinosaurs. Small arcs of electricity crackled in the air, occasionally striking the trio's scalps, sending tingling sensations through their brains. Why are you all in protective suits? There is no nuclear radiation here. At most, there is a slight amount of ionizing radiation, not strong enough to be harmful. Su Mo and Hao Shuang emerged from the mech, striding towards Old Chun and the others. Upon hearing this, Old Chun glanced at the instrument panel on the suits, confirming the absence of radiation. He pulled down the headgear and removed it. Old Li approached. Excitement etched across his face as he grasped Su Mo's arm. Su, it's fortunate that your shot hit the testing range. Had it targeted elsewhere, the consequences would have been dire. The power is immense. Old Li added, the mushroom cloud above us has yet to dissipate entirely. The recent explosion reverberated throughout the Dragon Kingdom, prompting senior officials to call and inquire whether a tactical nuclear weapon had been detonated. A hint of embarrassment crept across Su Mo's face. He hadn't considered the magnitude of the noise at the time. In retrospect, it was indeed plausible that such a commotion could arise. He resolved to exercise caution during future weapon tests. With palpable excitement, Colonel Huang exclaimed, Su, does that remarkable blast have a name? Su Mo shook his head, about to respond when Hao Shuang interjected, indeed. That shot was dubbed the Purgatory Unmatched Scorching Wave Cannon. Colonel Huang trembled with exhilaration. The name was undeniably imposing. In the following moments, Elder Chun and Elder Li conducted a preliminary examination of the crater, collecting soil samples for subsequent analysis in the laboratory. Once this was accomplished, Colonel Huang boarded a G-21 helicopter, accompanied by Elders Chun and Li, and headed toward the research and development area of the base. Su Mo and Hao Shuang returned to the cockpit, where after a series of operations transformed the poison blade back into tank form. The control stick morphed into a steering wheel, and the throttle lever became an accelerator pedal. Su Mo pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the tank's treads roared to life, spinning with such velocity that the bearings nearly began to wear out. The tank surged forward with familiar acceleration, pressing Hao Shuang back into her seat. Fortunately, she was prepared. Otherwise, the jolt would have been overwhelming. As the acceleration gradually diminished, her taut nerves began to relax. The next moment, Su Mo's voice rang out, "Hao Shuang. Hold on tight. We're about to increase speed." Startled, Hao Shuang was momentarily confused. Were they not already accelerating? Without time for contemplation, Su Mo tapped the afterburner button on the virtual screen. A chilling voice echoed in the cockpit. Current form, tank assault mode. Switching to cycle turbofan power output mode. Airflow valve opening. Potential energy lock disengaged. Level 1 afterburner activated. As the final word echoed, 2 vector nozzles at the rear of the tank expelled flames, creating a jet of fire that transitioned from red to blue, ultimately transforming into orange. A myriad of Mach rings enveloped the tank. The fierce thrust slammed into the poison blade, causing Su Mo and Hao Shuang to momentarily lose their vision. Fortunately, the life support system activated swiftly, enhancing oxygen supply and restoring their sight. Their bodies were deeply pressed into their seats, enveloped completely. The contact points between the seats and their bodies engaged acupressure and mechanical massage simultaneously, mitigating the discomfort caused by the acceleration and minimizing the impact. The poison blade's speed escalated dramatically, with the treads spinning wildly. As Hao Shuang regained her vision, she glanced at the virtual screen displaying the tank's data panel. Her voice trembling in astonishment. Current speed, 730 miles per hour. Su, are we about to take off? Using the term take off was misleading. It was merely ground effect flying. Were they truly airborne? Hao Shuang's heart nearly ceased beating as her blood pressure surged to 998. As the tank accelerated, a layer of airflow appeared beneath it, lifting the entire chassis and allowing the treads to cease movement. They were now hovering a meter above ground, skimming along effortlessly. The flames trailing from the tank threatened to incinerate the surrounding space. Hao Shuang was on the verge of insanity. She swore this was the first time she had witnessed a tank in flight. Su Mo cautioned, "Be alert, we're truly about to accelerate." Again, just when she thought they had reached full speed, it was merely the beginning. Before she could prepare herself, an even more ferocious thrust crashed down upon her. Feeling as though 1,000 pounds pressed upon her, she could hardly endure it. When would they genuinely accelerate? Was it too much to ask for clarity before her imminent demise? Su Mo bore the same overwhelming force, yet he managed to execute precise maneuvers despite the pressure. The zero-gravity seats and the cockpit's health maintenance system provided a degree of protection, ensuring their safety was not a concern. Level 2 afterburner activated. At the moment the mechanical voice announced this, a thunderous explosion erupted around the tank. Hao Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief as a translucent conical vapor enveloped the rear of the tank. "Is this the sound barrier cloud?" she gasped. "By the Jade Emperor, we're supersonic." Hao Shuang feared she might truly perish, convinced that what she witnessed was a mere hallucination before death. The tank's ascent was one thing, but achieving supersonic speed defied all rationale. "Newton, how fares your coffin? Perhaps you should emerge to witness this madness." Unfazed, Su Mo continued his operations, tapping the virtual buttons twice more. Level 3 afterburner activated. Level 4 afterburner activated. A colossal force surged into the poison blade tank, with the seat back transmitting the pressure into Su Mo and Hao Shuang's bodies, threatening to compress them into two-dimensional beings. Blood rushed to their backs, nearly forcing its way out through their spines. Hao Shuang, in a moment of desperation, mustered every last ounce of strength to glance at the virtual panel displaying their current speed. The impact was staggering, akin to being struck by 100 tons of freight. She could no longer hold on. "Current speed, for Mach. Su Mo, we must halt. The outside is engulfed in sound barrier clouds." This velocity resembled the opening of 8 gates. If they continued, they might collide into the ultimate conclusion. Su Mo too had reached his limit. Without professional training, even with a robust physique and technological enhancements, he could not withstand greater acceleration. Achieving this velocity during the first test was already a considerable triumph. The Poison Blade tank soared low toward the research and development area of the base. At the Northern Army Equipment Development Base's Air Defense Early Warning Center, 2 soldiers diligently monitored the changes on the air defense radar. They dared not relax their vigilance. Previously, there had been an incident involving an Eagle reconnaissance aircraft breaching their airspace, but they had swiftly dispatched interceptors to drive it away. Today felt unusually tense, warranting heightened alertness. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. The number 9 phased array radar detected an unidentified flying object attempting to breach low from the southeast. It was traveling at 4 Mach, exhibiting significant heat signatures. Preliminary assessments indicated it to be a supersonic cruise missile. The possibility of a nuclear warhead cannot be dismissed. It will reach in 5 minutes. Immediate evasive action is required. Before the soldiers could react, the piercing air defense alarm blared once more overhead. Many base personnel wore expressions of annoyance. Here we go again. Surely this was another misunderstanding. They expressed their frustrations when suddenly the announcement blared over the intercom. This is the Air Defense Early Warning Center. Radar has detected a cruise missile suspected of carrying a nuclear warhead rapidly approaching our position. All personnel must immediately proceed to the nearest air defense shelter. This time, everyone took the warning seriously. Abandoning their tasks, they hurriedly fled. The previous alert might have been a mistake, but this information came from the Air Defense Department. It could not be wrong. In an instant, all personnel at the base surged toward the shelters. Elderly, still aboard the helicopter, received a call. Seeing the red urgent prefix, he quickly answered. This is the base's Air Defense Center. 1 minute ago, we detected a 4 Mach cruise missile approaching from the southeast. It was flying nearly at ground level to evade our radar detection. There is a possibility it carries a nuclear warhead. Upon hearing this barrage of information, Elderly shot upright from his seat, his expression grave and serious. 4 Mach. Is it possible that a nuclear warhead could be mounted? Currently, the only cruise missiles capable of reaching such speeds are the Zircon from Russia, the Routemaster from the United States, and our longsword. It must be either the Americans or the Russians behind this. At this moment, the Russians are engulfed in flames of war, certainly too preoccupied to engage in such actions. Could it be the Americans? Have they truly become so audacious as to provoke us? The urgency in the voice on the other end of the line was palpable. Even through the receiver, the cruise missile would reach the base in less than 5 minutes. I implore you, launch the military's air defense missiles immediately and intercept it. Lee's grip on his phone grew sweaty. In such a moment, clarity was paramount. Rash actions must be avoided. After 2 seconds of hesitation, a more frantic voice echoed through the phone. How dare the Americans lay a hand on us? A mere grain of sand, daring to compete with the sun and moon. Lee, just give the order. Let our missiles strike them down with ferocity. Chapter 30. Strictly speaking, I am merely a mechanic. As time dwindled, there was no room for further contemplation. Lee was prepared to give the order when suddenly, Chin reached over and covered Lee's phone. Old Lee, wait a moment. Is it possible that the cruise missile is piloted by Sue and his team in the Poison Blade? This suggestion caused Lee to pause. Could the Poison Blade truly reach Mach 4? Yet, recalling the countless incredible feats accomplished by Sue Mo, it seemed not entirely impossible. Chin promptly called Hao Shuang. Xiao Shuang, what is your current location? On our way back to the base or D area, probably in the southeast direction. What speed are you traveling? Grandpa, you might find it hard to believe. Why not take a guess? Upon hearing the southeast direction, Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he said in a peculiar tone, I guess it's Mach 4. Huh. Grandpa, are you cheating? That's spot on. This Poison Blade tank, when using afterburners, can fly close to the ground. It's incredible. Let us leave it at that. We'll discuss it further when we reach the base. After hanging up, Lee's phone rang again from the Air Defense Center. Lee, the safety lock for the missile launch has been disengaged. My finger is on the button. We're just waiting for your command. Stop right there. Lee wiped the sweat from his brow and took a deep breath. Immediately halt the interception. That is our tank, our people. He instructed the base that the earlier incident was merely an air defense drill and that there was no cause for alarm. At the Air Defense Center, 2 soldiers, puzzled by the abrupt end of the call, exchanged bewildered glances. The atmosphere grew tense. After a few seconds, they began to voice their confusion. The radar clearly identified a cruise missile. How could it be a tank? How could a tank fly close to the ground like a cruise missile? Let alone at Mach 4? Perhaps Old Lee misspoke. It could have been our own cruise missile. Either way, they quickly proceeded to relay the notification to the base, realizing it was a false alarm. 5 minutes later, the Poison Blade tank returned to the base. Suemo executed a drift, smoothly parking it in the center of the designated spot. Observers from a nearby building watched in awe, speculating that the previous alerts were caused by this formidable tank. Sugo, could you teach me that tank drift maneuver you performed earlier? I've seen it in movies. It was so cool. Hao Shuang hesitated. Sure. Since old Li and the others haven't returned yet, we can practice a bit. Su Mo replied, switching seats with Hao Shuang. Thankfully, the cockpit was spacious enough for an effortless transition. Hao Shuang began to practice driving the poison blade tank. Su Mo, embodying the role of a patient instructor, emphasized the importance of mastering the vehicle without relying on assisted driving, as it would hinder one's skills. The tank maneuvered adeptly in the parking lot, the roar of its engine resonating like a powerful lion. Onlookers from the office building pressed their faces against the glass, filled with astonishment. Regulations at the base dictated that all information observed or heard within its confines must remain confidential, and personal mobile phones were strictly prohibited. Everyone had signed a non-disclosure agreement. If only they could capture a photo with their phones and post it online, it would undoubtedly become a viral sensation. Some recalled a trending video from the previous night, featuring a tank that bore a striking resemblance to this model. The building buzzed with chatter. Our nation truly possesses hidden depths. When that tank returned from the shooting range, I distinctly saw it skimming the ground. How astonishing. I also developed tanks, but seeing this one makes me feel like my brain is underdeveloped. Compared to the creators of this tank, I'm utterly insignificant. After several minutes, Hao Shuang had become adept at basic maneuvers, effortlessly reversing into the garage, parallel parking, and navigating S-curves and inclines. Su Mo marveled at his innate talent. Fortune had smiled upon him. Su Mo's proficiency stemmed from his thorough understanding of the tank's mechanics, creating a seamless connection between man and machine. Yet, for Hao Shuang, having driven only a few times, to reach such a level of skill was impressive. No wonder he enjoyed off-roading. With that talent, he could easily outshine everyone. Finally, the helicopter carrying Li and the others returned to the base. Upon seeing Su Mo again, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Li grasped Su Mo's hand firmly, declaring, Su Zhao, I, Li Weidong, nearing the end of my journey. Feel fortunate to meet such a brilliant talent in research. Chen also took hold of Su Mo's other hand, his face alight with excitement. With individuals like you, our nation has no reason not to rise. Even if I were to pass on now, I would do so contentedly, feeling the sincerity and warmth in their words. Su Mo responded resolutely, Li, Chen, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will do my utmost. The two elders beamed at Su Mo's statement. However, just as they were about to speak, Su Mo quickly added, but to be honest, I am not a researcher. If anything, I am merely an amateur mechanic. Li's expression froze momentarily before he burst into hearty laughter, his beard quivering. You, a mechanic, are far superior to us. Su Zhao, have you ever considered working in a research facility? I currently have a vacancy for a researcher. Before Su Mo could respond, Chen interjected, Su Zhao, my Longbei Research Institute is the leading unit in the field of armored equipment for the Dragon Nation's army. We are urgently seeking a researcher like you. Just give the word, and the benefits are yours to dictate. Even if you wish to be the head, I will arrange it immediately. Caught off guard by the sudden offers, Su Mo found himself in a dilemma. Agreeing to one party would be unfair to the other. He felt troubled. Li quickly added, whatever conditions Old Chen offers, I will match them unconditionally. The head of the base can be arranged immediately. Chen swiftly countered, whatever Old Li offers, I will triple. The two exchanged glances, their eyes locked in a competitive glare. I'll offer quadruple. I'll go for 5 times. All right, Old Chen. Are you really trying to outbid me? I'll offer 10 times. 10 times? I'm all in for 20 times. Chapter 31. Su Mo's Repair Workshop. The two elders released Su Mo's hand, engaging in a heated debate, their words flying like sparks. Su Mo stepped aside. Weariness etched on his face. Hao Shuang felt embarrassed by these two old children. Colonel Huang's expression was somewhat awkward. It was the first time he had witnessed the elders in such a frenzy. A few minutes later, Su Mo spoke up, Elderly, Elder Chen. There's no need for such formality. I am accustomed to working in that old workshop. If you wish to collaborate, feel free to summon me. It is not mandatory to be affiliated with a specific research institution. Elder Li's gaze flickered as he looked at Su Mo. Collaboration sounds feasible. I have a little notebook here. Should you encounter difficulties in obtaining materials or face other challenges, it may come in handy. As he spoke, he handed a blue work identification card to Su Mo. Upon opening it, Su Mo was taken aback to find it boldly inscribed, Special Technical Consultant. Northern Frontier Army Equipment Research and Development Base, Su Mo. A passport-sized photo was affixed, taken at an unknown time. Elder Chun was astonished. Old Li, that was quick. When did you manage this without me noticing? Elder Li smirked. If you had detected it, it would have been a disaster. Elder Chen chuckled. I share a bond with my brother. He plays tricks on me. Turning to Su Mo, he added, young friend Su. The numerous research achievements you applied to the poison blade tank have had a profoundly positive impact on the entire scientific community of Longguo. Elder Li and I have already submitted an application for commendation on your behalf, which will be awarded on a forthcoming date. The nation will not overlook any scientific talent. Su Mo was momentarily speechless, not anticipating such an advantage. Noticing Su Mo's hesitation, Elder Li quickly urged, young friend Su, do not decline. If individuals like you do not receive the respect you deserve, it will dishearten the entire scientific community of Longguo. Su Mo gladly accepted. As time passed, the group conversed further. The old workshop Su Mo had mentioned piqued the elders' interest, and they expressed a desire to visit it. Su Mo agreed. Colonel Huang wished to utilize the poison blade tank for the upcoming Red-Blue military exercise, but Elder Li and Elder Chun did not immediately acquiesce, which left Colonel Huang anxiously fidgeting, on the verge of exasperation. Half an hour later, Hao Shuang drove Su Mo out of the base in a white military off-road vehicle. They sped along the highway, and after nightfall, the vehicle headed straight to the school, arriving at the dormitory building. Just as Su Mo was about to exit the car, Hao Shuang suddenly asked, Su Go, do you have a girlfriend? Without waiting for a response, she added, no worries. I'm leaving now. Be safe on your way. Only after Su Mo disappeared into the dormitory building did Hao Shuang restart the vehicle, pressing the accelerator as she departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Fei and Zhou Yu immediately surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Old Su, who would have thought you were a hidden powerhouse? It's like a fantasy come to life. Under the command of the Dragon King, 100,000 special forces gather in Harbin, obliterating all enemies. You might even be the personal guardian of the campus bell. At the moment of crisis, Old Su steps up, charming the damsel with one hand while delivering a fierce slap to the villain with the other. If I were the campus bell, I'd give you one chance. Su Mo glanced at these two dramatists, smirking, come on, today was merely a coincidence. A few big shots sought me out for matters. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired? Wang Fei, laughing, said, did you know? Director Fan has been found guilty of embezzlement, accepting bribes, and using substandard materials in multiple renovations at the school, jeopardizing public safety. He has been prosecuted and may face over 10 years in prison. Principal Feng remains relatively clean. But with relatives like that, he won't escape responsibility. His position as principal is surely at risk. Su Mo nodded, acknowledging that such an outcome was to be expected. The next day, the school organized a baseline examination across various majors, aiming to assess whether students had forgotten the knowledge learned during the previous semester over the summer break. There were 4 subjects in total: mechanical design and automatic control principles in the morning, followed by material mechanics and CNC technology in the afternoon. Su Mo completed each exam in merely 5 minutes. That afternoon, he received a phone call and departed from the school early. Wang Fei and Zhou Yu, who were in the same examination room, couldn't help but murmur upon seeing Su Mo finish each subject in just 5 minutes. He must be the Dragon King returning. Utterly disinterested in the exam. Even sitting for 5 minutes in the examination room shows respect to the invigilator. Tao Zaisu also noticed Su Mo leaving the exam room early. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern. With such a powerful backing, it seems he has lost interest in studying. Relying on external forces cannot sustain long. True strength must come from within. I need to find time to talk to him. In the evening, a bulletproof hunky vehicle drove into the old industrial area of Harbin, stopping in front of a dilapidated repair workshop. Elder Li and Elder Chen exited the vehicle in succession, with Hao Shuang also stepping out from the driver's seat. Su Mo had been waiting at the warehouse entrance, quickly approaching them. Elder Li, Elder Chen, little Shuang, welcome. Young friend Su. It's a pleasure to see you again so soon. Am I being too intrusive? Not at all. Su Mo replied, his gaze sincere. Since establishing a collaborative relationship, these individuals had become significant benefactors. The client was here for a business inspection. A warm welcome was in order. Please, come inside. Su Mo led the 3 into a small room beside the warehouse. A dim yellow light bulb hung from the beams, casting a half-lit, half-shadowed atmosphere in the workshop. Rusty parts bins rested atop the workbench, with wrenches and screwdrivers poking out of open metal boxes, smeared with dark brown oil. In the corner, various components from household appliances and small machines were piled up. The air was thick with the scent of rust mingled with machine oil. Elder Li and Elder Chun exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions momentarily stunned. Elder Li could not help but exclaim, young friend Su, is this the handcrafted repair workshop you mentioned? It is quite different from what we envisioned. I usually repair small items here, Larger ones are taken to the back warehouse, Suemo explained. Elderly said nothing further, merely exchanging a subtle glance with Elder Chun. Hao Shuang observed the scene with a sense of familiarity. Previously, Sumo had worked and streamed live from this very place. His meticulous work ethic had left a lasting impression on her. The live stream had featured filters, but entering the actual workshop allowed her to feel an inexplicable sense of sorrow. It became clear that such a talented individual had emerged from this environment. She could easily imagine the hardships and setbacks he had endured. Let us head to the back warehouse, Suemo suggested, leading the way as the group entered through a side door. Inside, it was pitch dark. Suemo reached out to feel along the wall. With a click, the switch emitted a crisp sound, illuminating the vast warehouse with bright overhead lights. The blinding white light flooded the space, causing Elder Li and the others to instinctively squint. Chapter 32. My machine tool is highly praised by all who use it. Moments later, their vision adjusted, revealing two towering intelligent CNC machine tools, each over 3 meters high. Each machine featured two mechanical arms that, despite being idle, exuded an undeniable aura of formidable strength. Behind the machines was a towering alloy smelting furnace, with twisted pipes resembling veins connecting to its base. Beyond that, nothing was visible. Just the sight of this scene left the two elders astonished. They had never seen such a machine tool before, recognizing immediately that it was extraordinary. Elderly, with years of research experience, had encountered the world's top machine tools, but had never seen anything like this. Realization dawned on him, and he cautiously asked, "Young friend Su, could these two intelligent CNC machine tools possibly be your creations?" Indeed, Suemo confirmed. These machines were specifically developed for the modification and repair of tanks. Their advantage lies in their high degree of automation, but the drawback is they consume a lot of electricity. I end up spending several thousand yuan on electricity each week. Suemo spoke with a hint of exasperation, his expression one of resignation. Elderly struggled to contain his astonishment. The advancement required to fabricate a toxic blade tank utilizing a lathe is truly remarkable. Let us not concern ourselves with the trivial matter of electricity costs. With a hopeful expression, Old Chun exclaimed, "Su Zhao, might we draw near for a closer look? My old eyes are somewhat weary, and I cannot discern from a distance." "Certainly. Thank you, Su Zhao." Both Old Chun and Old Li expressed in unison, striding eagerly towards the imposing intelligent machine tool. Suemo and Hao Shuang quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the machine, Old Chin's weathered hand ventured to touch its edges, peering into its exquisite internal structure. How precise! It is as ingeniously crafted as the toxic blade tank. Old Li suddenly grasped Old Chin's arm, exclaiming, "Look here." On the side of the lathe was an engraved specification sheet. Old Li read aloud. The spindle speed reaches 100,000 revolutions per minute. The spindle runout is less than 0.001, with a machining precision achievable to 0.001 millimeters. 12-axis linkage. Equipped with a fully closed-loop grading feedback system capable of self-correcting precision errors. His voice crescendoed, soaring into a dolphin-like pitch. This. Old Chin's breathing quickened, his heart racing, emitting incoherent sounds. The most advanced lathe in the world, in comparison to this one, seemed as trivial as a child's toy. Old Li swallowed hard, reminding, "Let us not forget, this lathe is fully automated." The minds of the two elders churned with possibilities. If this lathe were to be utilized in the domestic aerospace sector, it would undoubtedly elevate the performance of various cutting-edge military equipment to unprecedented heights, compelling nations like the Eagle and the Little Sun to experience a significant downturn. After a prolonged silence, Old Li was the first to regain his composure, his gaze reflecting a rare mix of apprehension and embarrassment. "Su Zhao, I have an ungracious request. I implore you to consider it." Suemo adjusted his demeanor slightly. "Please." Old Li, speak freely. Having devoted their lives to the defense of the Dragon Country, the contributions of these two elders to its current international standing are immeasurable. Even at their advanced age, they continued to toil at the forefront. Suemo held deep respect for them. He would not refuse any reasonable request. Old Li hesitated, his expression awkward. Finally, he mustered the courage to propose. "Might we rent your intelligent lathe for a period to conduct some research? Name your price." After uttering this, Old Li felt a pang of regret. For a researcher, the fruits of their labor are worth more than life itself. Having already donated several groundbreaking technologies from the toxic blade tank to the nation, it felt excessive to request further access to another's innovations. Old Li quickly added, "Rest assured, beyond the rental fee, we shall also compensate you with a technology transfer fee. Furthermore, We guarantee that the lathes associated technologies will only be applied within the realm of the Dragon Country's defense and will not be divulged elsewhere. Old Shun remained silent. Yet his eyes mirrored Old Li's, eagerly fixed upon Suemo, their nerves taut and breaths held. Should Suemo acquiesce, it would be a monumental boon for the entire Dragon Country. Conversely, if he declined, it would be entirely understandable. They could not impose moral coercion upon him. Such behavior would be utterly shameless. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Hao Shuang, too, was curious about what answer Suemo would provide. Suemo blinked, his clear eyes locking onto Old Li. In truth, his agreement to allow the elders to visit was motivated by a desire to dispose of the surplus machinery gathering dust in the warehouse. These two lathes had been created as universal workstations to facilitate the rapid modification of tanks. Their application in other areas would be ill-suited. Opportunity had presented itself, and he needed to act swiftly before it slipped through his fingers. Selling abroad would inevitably risk technology leakage, making a sale to the government the perfect solution. Clearing his throat, and under the watchful gaze of the two elders, he declared, "Old Li, your proposition is intriguing." Old Li and Old Chen's expressions darkened. Their laughter tinged with bitterness. It appeared the answer was not favorable. A touch of disappointment flickered across their faces, yet they held no resentment. Suemo swiftly shifted his tone. "I shall simply give it to you. Take both lathes. Just cover my costs, and do not worry about returning them." Old Li was momentarily taken aback, while Old Shun appeared bewildered. Their faces were etched with disbelief as they grappled with the notion that these invaluable lathes, which could spark a global sensation, were being so casually relinquished to them. What magnanimity, having previously gifted the toxic blade tank. Now he was prepared to bestow upon them the very lathes that could produce tanks. It seemed as though he feared that even with the tank samples and technology, the nation would still struggle without industrial machinery, thus offering yet another form of support for the nation's growth. Downplaying his own generosity, concerned they might feel uncomfortable, he suggested merely covering costs. Such consideration for their feelings. Suemo meticulously observed the changing expressions of the two elders, speaking steadily. "Old Li, although these two lathes may have been idle, they are still highly functional and powerful. Those who have operated them have sung their praises. You are aware that they have only been used for a few days. They are truly like new machines. Am I wrong?" Chapter 33. As you know, I am not seeking profit. Old Li and Old Shun were momentarily stunned, nodding blankly. Hao Shuang tilted his head, curiously fixated on Suemo. He continued, "The effort I expended to create them was immense. I toiled day and night, pulling numerous all-nighters. A considerable amount of materials was consumed. Rent, utilities, and labor all incur costs. Alas, in this day and age, money is hard-earned, and sustenance is equally challenging. We are friends. I shall not demand more." Upon hearing this, the two elders understood. After all this time, he merely wished to discuss pricing. To save face, this young man had truly played his part to the fullest. Beyond feeling touched, what else could they say? Feigning difficulty, Suemo hesitated for a moment, then proclaimed, "Let us settle on this figure. Just a token gesture." He gestured with his fingers to indicate 8. "As you know, I genuinely do not seek profit. The cost for these two lathes was approximately 50,000. Requesting 800,000 is not unreasonable, is it? The profit margin would only be a few dozen times. Should the elders find the price excessive, they could certainly negotiate further." Old Li and Old Shun exchanged glances, their eyes gradually reddening. An inexplicable sorrow welled within them. The world's foremost lathes are priced over 10 million, presenting a vast performance disparity compared to Sumo's model. Conservatively, Sumo's could fetch tens of billions. If a suitable buyer were found, potentially even reaching hundreds of billions. Moreover, acquiring two at once, even if considering solely the costs, excluding rent and utilities, the research and development expenses alone surely exceed $1 billion. Asking for only 800 million is akin to giving it away. The painstaking effort invested in scientific research, the arduous journey to achieve results, was it truly so devalued? Old Li's lips quivered slightly, emitting a choked sound. "We understand. We know all too well. You never intended to profit. Then let it be 800 million. I shall return to the base and promptly approve the special procurement fund." Old Chun, visibly moved, could not help but exclaim, "Without Su Xiao, the realm of scientific research would remain in perpetual darkness." Suemo forced a strained smile. Had these two truly lost their senses, or was there some misunderstanding? How could it be 800 million, with an extra 2 zeros seemingly appearing out of thin air? Surely, something was not articulated clearly. Drawing a deep breath, he quickly clarified, "Old Li, we must clarify the terms. The two lathes I am offering you include only the machines themselves, and the associated manufacturing blueprints. They are one-time only. I will not be responsible for future maintenance or updates of the lathes. Do you understand my meaning? Suemo merely wished to sell the two machines. He did not want to be tethered to them, acting as a caretaker for these lifeless tools. Rising in the middle of the night to lubricate the machines would be no different than waking to feed a child. Both endeavors could drive one to madness. Oldly, taken aback by Suemo's lengthy explanation, struggled to comprehend. I understand your point. It will only include the machines and the associated manufacturing blueprints, correct? Wait a moment. As the conversation reached a critical juncture, breath caught in his throat, he inhaled deeply, feeling as though his lungs might burst. His expression was entirely unrestrained, breath coming in rapid bursts akin to a bellows, while his heart seemed to leap into his throat before retreating again. He found himself incessantly echoing the latter half of what Suemo had just uttered, including the machinery itself and the associated manufacturing blueprints, the related manufacturing blueprints. Tears nearly welled up in Old Chen's eyes. If they were to receive the blueprints, it would fundamentally mean bestowing all the technological know-how of the lathe. Giving away the machine itself was one thing, but to entirely package and gift the technology was another. Suemo had truly exhausted himself for the advancement of the country's military industry, tirelessly catering to their needs. After regaining his composure, Old Li grasped Suemo's arm firmly. "Young Su, thank you." Old Chen joined in. "On behalf of everyone, we express our gratitude." Suemo managed a stiff smile. It appeared that a deal was struck. With a quick glance, he pointed towards a nearby alloy smelting furnace. "Old Li, Old Chen, I have a furnace that's as good as new. Would you be interested?" The alloy smelting furnace could indeed be useful in the future, but in his haste to repair the tank within 6 days, he had substituted some rare materials with ordinary ones, leading to significant wear on the furnace. He planned to construct a more efficient one when time permitted. For each alloy smelting session incurred substantial material costs. The two elders followed Suemo's gesture, their eyes widening in astonishment. Simultaneously, they exclaimed, "Young Su, can that also be transferred to us?" Suemo replied boldly, "As long as you two are interested, I can sell it. Come, let me show you up close." Absolutely authentic. The trio moved quickly, as though fearing the other might change their mind. Upon arrival, Old Li and Old Chen were transfixed. Old Li ventured weakly, "Surely the carbonane alloy was smelted right here?" Suemo nodded affirmatively. Old Li and Old Chen's pupils constricted. Their gazes towards the furnace glimmered with an intensity akin to searchlights. Since discovering the carbonane alloy material, they had pondered how it could be smelted. Even with the smelting steps provided by Suemo at the base, many aspects remained challenging, as not everyone possessed such extraordinary talent. Little did they realize that Suemo had anticipated this outcome, and the alloy smelting furnace awaited them here. Seizing the moment, Suemo remarked, "As you know, my expenses for rent, utilities, and labor." Before he could finish, Old Chen eagerly interjected, "Young Su, we are well aware. Just give us a price." No longer playing coy, Suemo raised his hand to indicate 8. "The cost of this furnace is around 50 to 60,000, so 80,000 should suffice." "Well, let's make it 80 million. Old Li immediately concurred. Given that the furnace could smelt carbonane alloy, asking for 800 million or even 8 billion was hardly excessive. Even if Suemo demanded 800 billion today, they would grit their teeth and acquiesce. Suemo felt a bit overwhelmed. "Old Li, we are discussing dragon coins, not some obscure currency. Of course, I will transfer the funds to you within 3 days. The expenses would only encompass the furnace and the manufacturing blueprints. With no hidden costs, correct?" "Absolutely none." "Then all is well." Suemo sighed with relief, calming his racing heart. Suddenly, Old Li noticed a pile of materials in the corner, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Curiously, he asked, "Young Su, what are those materials?" Suemo glanced over those. "They are scrap pieces of carbonane alloy." Old Li rubbed his hands together with a smile. "Are those scrap pieces transferable?" The base is currently struggling to find small testing materials made from carbonane alloy. Suemo's eyes flickered. Those were merely offcuts, and he had been at a loss for how to dispose of them. He nodded emphatically, "Absolutely." Old Chen interjected, "Young Su, won't this be too much trouble for you?" Suemo straightened, "Not at all." At that moment, all three could not suppress their smiles, their eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Chapter 34. This child is too kind-hearted. The air was thick with a jubilant atmosphere, the temperature inexplicably rising several degrees. Suemo contemplated the pricing. "Let me think." Old Li and Old Chun observed him thoughtfully, their initial excitement now tempered. A new dilemma arose. Carbonane alloy was exceedingly precious, and its price would naturally be high. This novel material held revolutionary significance in modern scientific research. With only Su-Mo possessing it, its rarity was beyond measure. Regardless of the price Su-Mo set, they would have to accept it without hesitation. The intrinsic research value of the material was immeasurable, and should Su-Mo sell it to someone else, resulting in a leak of scientific secrets, it would spell immeasurable loss for the entire Dragon Country. As national-level researchers, their funding was under governmental oversight. If Su-Mo's price proved exorbitant, they would have to collectively petition the state for approval, and it was likely the government would be willing to allocate the funds. In the few seconds that Old Li and Old Chen contemplated Su-Mo's deliberation, they had already made up their minds, their eyes filled with determination. Su-Mo aimed not to set an outrageous price, but given the rare opportunity with these two affluent buyers, he felt compelled to earn a bit more. Future modifications and repairs could incur substantial costs. He decided to start with a high price and gauge the buyer's reactions, ready to lower it if necessary, ensuring he would not incur losses. This time, rather than signaling with his fingers, he stated succinctly, "Let us set it at 100,000. Old Li and Old Chen exchanged glances, visibly relieved. 100,000 per gram was a price they could easily manage. Currently, the world's ultra-rare metals, such as californium, could reach $27 million per gram. Young Su is only asking for 100,000 per gram. What a conscientious seller. This child is indeed too magnanimous. All right, Young Su. We agree to your terms of 100,000. Su-Mo paused, slightly furrowing his brow. They agreed so readily? Surely there was no misunderstanding. He quickly clarified, Old Li. Old Chen, please don't agree too hastily. It would be unfortunate to create any misunderstandings. I'm not saying 100,000 per ton. Old Li's expression relaxed as he stroked his beard, smiling. They certainly understood it was not 100,000 per ton. If it were, it would be utterly disrespectful to this superalloy. Su-Mo continued without pause. Everything is based on our industry's customary practices. We sell metallic offcuts by weight. These small pieces may seem insignificant, but while I can't think of an immediate use for them, they will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. But at only 100,000 per pound, it's truly not expensive. You understand what I mean, right? After speaking, he met the elder's gazes. He then realized that their expressions had taken on an odd quality. Old Li, Old Chen, what's wrong? We are still getting to know each other. Pricing can be negotiated amicably. Old Li and Old Chen stood frozen in place, as if their ears had been blasted by a sound wave of 100,000 decibels. Even metals like gold, which are not classified as ultra-rare, cost around 450,000 yuan per pound. Yet carbonate alloy was only priced at 100,000 per pound. It was practically akin to giving it away. Young Su's selfless spirit of generosity was profoundly moving. Old Li let out a long breath, stating seriously, Young Su, I understand your intentions. Let us go with this price. As per usual, we will settle the payment within 3 days. Very well. Su-Mo felt elated. In just half an hour, he had made quite a sum. The anxiety of his bank balance had significantly diminished. Old Chen chuckled, Young Su, you truly are a master negotiator. We two old fellows cannot keep pace with your thinking. Old Li added, the ideas of a genius are simply beyond the grasp of ordinary folks. Hao Shuang remained silently observant, refraining from interjecting. However, from the conversation, it became evident that Su-Mo had undoubtedly faced significant losses for the sake of national defense research. Su-Mo humbly remarked, you both flatter me. This is my first time engaging in such a substantial deal. He then inquired, where shall the three of you dine tonight? It's my treat. Old Li glanced at the materials he had just purchased, alongside the two heavy-duty intelligent machine tools and an alloy smelting furnace behind him, and regretfully replied, perhaps next time. We must expedite the approval of funds to transport these materials and machines back. Old Chen concurred, saying, when you next visit the base, we shall host you for dinner. By the way, Su, do you have ample free time? Su-Mo hesitated for a moment before responding. I suppose so. Is there something you need? Old Chen replied earnestly. On our way here, Old Li and I contemplated whether you could personally oversee the construction of a few production lines for the poison blade tanks. If those tanks could be deployed to the military, it would certainly make an impact on the powers that be. Without hesitation, Su-Mo affirmed, absolutely. Engaging in combat against foreign powers and eliminating adversaries is a duty I cannot shirk. However, you shall need to provide manpower, resources, and financial backing. I shall only contribute my expertise. The two elders were taken aback by Su-Mo's swift agreement. Every researcher possesses their own rhythm and focus, and typically, there is little time to oversee the establishment of production lines. It seems Su-Mo is still a passionate idealist. Old Chen declared with joy, excellent. Let us schedule the Poison Blade production line project. Rest assured regarding compensation, the nation will not shortchange any loyal servant. Once the production line is completed, we will offer you a percentage based on the military procurement price for each Poison Blade tank. Surprised by the potential for profit, Suemo rubbed his nose and tentatively suggested, "Since we are discussing remuneration, I shall be forthright. It is best to be clear among brothers. You are aware that the expenses for my workshop, housing, utilities, and labor are considerable, and when I travel for work, I leave things behind. A 10 cut seems quite reasonable." Noticing their expressions shift dramatically, filled with astonishment and doubt, Suemo quickly mitigated. "I may also have to contend with missed classes and potential fees for retests. There are costs for accommodation and transportation when working off-site, all of which add up. However, since we are old acquaintances, let's settle on a flat rate of 9. That is not excessive, is it?" In unison, Old Chun and Old Li replied, "Not at all excessive." Their gazes towards Suemo brimmed with renewed respect. Under normal circumstances, individuals holding independent patents in the military industry would typically command a share of 12 to 15 from related products. This share exists to incentivize researchers to develop superior equipment. For the financial demands of research are unparalleled in any other field, especially in military applications. Sumo's initial demand for 10 followed by a self-reduction to 9 could be seen as a severe concession. Old Chun whispered to Old Li, "Su is finding ways to contribute to the nation." Old Li responded in a hushed tone, "We cannot let this go unreciprocated. Any benefits he forgoes here must be compensated elsewhere." In the following chapter, discussions between Suemo and the two elders concerning the site selection and material reserves for the production line ensued. 10 minutes later, the two elders departed in a red flag armored vehicle, content with their meeting. As Suemo waved goodbye at the door, his phone chimed with a message from Hao Shuang, stating, "I will visit you again in a few days." Suemo promptly replied, "Looking forward to our next collaboration." The next morning, Suemo received a message from Old Li confirming that the location for the Poison Blade production line would be established at the Northern Army Equipment Research Base, which boasts the most comprehensive supply channels and security measures, along with sufficient technical and research personnel to assist in the construction. Suemo texted Wang Fei, requesting him to mark his attendance during roll call. However, Wang Fei quickly responded that attendance was no longer taken in the traditional manner. The teacher simply captured a panoramic photo, which was intelligently processed to identify attendees. Those skipping class were readily apparent. Suemo marveled at the rapid advancements in technology. 2 hours later, under the escort of a dedicated vehicle, Suemo arrived once more at the Northern Army Equipment Research Base, where the construction of the Poison Blade tank commenced. Initial tasks included site clearing, foundation reinforcement, concrete pouring, and placement of embedded components. With remarkable efficiency, these infrastructural tasks were completed in under 2 days. By the evening of the second day, a heavy-lift transport helicopter hovered over the old industrial district of Harbin. Under Sumo's guidance, a set of precision instruments, the size of a semi-trailer, was gently lifted and transported into the distance. Old Li stood at the warehouse entrance, gazing at the lithography machines swaying above, his heart racing with excitement. He turned to Suemo and asked, "Su, is it truly safe to hoist such an expensive machine this way? Won't it affect its precision?" "Indeed it will," Suemo confirmed. Old Li's expression shifted to one of concern. Suemo reassured him, "However, the equipment is equipped with a self-correcting precision system. Once it reaches its destination and is properly installed, it will intelligently adjust any precision deviations, returning to within 1 nanometer. I will also verify the self-correction results during my subsequent adjustments. There will be no issue." Old Li was visibly moved. The ASML lithography machine, which amalgamates the pinnacle of technology from numerous countries, cannot achieve such self-correction capabilities nor maintain precision within 1 nanometer. Previously at the base, he had heard Suemo mention that the precision process for the Poison Blade's vehicle chip is 1 nanometer, and witnessing a 1 nanometer lithography machine was almost surreal. "Old Li, let us return to the base. The machinery is nearly all transported back." As the lithography machine was transported, many onlookers gathered in the industrial area, some capturing the moment with super telephoto cameras. Old Li and the others did not intervene, believing there was little harm in the release of certain information. In just a few minutes, a high-definition image of the helicopter hoisting the lithography machine appeared across various domestic news and short video platforms. The clarity of the photo excited netizens, as even the parameters on the machine were clearly visible. Model: Assault 1 light source, FEL electronic laser wavelength, 1 nanometer overlay precision, 1 nanometer production capacity, 188 wafers per hour application scope, military, and aerospace. This cascade of data left netizens stunned. The post featuring this image quickly soared to the top of trending lists across platforms, accumulating millions of views in under 10 minutes, with countless comments from enthusiastic users. Unbelievable. This is absolutely remarkable. Aren't we being stifled in the chip sector? And yet, a 1-nanometer lithography machine has emerged in the military domain so unpretentiously? This isn't an EUV lithography machine. It's an FEL lithography machine, regarded as the ultimate research direction in semiconductor technology. And we were the first to develop it. Enough talk. Let's rally and contribute to the military budget. Who knows, we might even produce a 1-nanometer lithography machine next year. The entire internet in Longwo buzzed with excitement. Users expressed their fervor as the long-standing frustration of being constrained by eagle sauce in the chip sector had been overwhelming. The emergence of this 1-nanometer lithography machine was invigorating. News of the development quickly spread across the global network. One post stated, Longwo has developed a military-grade 1-nanometer lithography machine. The days of ASML's monopoly are numbered. What are your thoughts? This attracted passionate comments from netizens worldwide. Eagle sauce, clearly a hoax. Longwo is attempting to deceive us into lifting the ban on their chips and lithography machines. Little son, Windmill Nation, ramp up production at your ASML lithography machine factory. Just don't sell to Longwo. Let's frustrate them. Windmill Nation, Little Japan, stop whining. After the Dragon Kingdom's ban on rare earth minerals, ASML's lithography machine manufacturing plant has followed suit and ceased production. Without neodymium, dysprosium, and terbium, it is impossible to produce lithography machines. The employees have already been on leave for half a year. Pickled Cabbage Nation, nonsense. In any case, the images are undoubtedly fake, a conspiracy of the Dragon Kingdom. We shall continue to strangle each other. Let us see who falters first. This news has stirred a torrent of discussions across the global internet. Some have conducted technical analyses on the images circulating worldwide, discovering that they have not been altered. However, there are also those who believe the machine itself is a fabrication. The authenticity of the images is of little consequence. At this moment, a domestic influencer with millions of followers, Kishida Tojin, emerged. Adopting a didactic tone, he posted several messages. Any technological advancement requires a gradual approach. Our development of lithography machines started late. And to catch up with Western nations like the Eagle country will take at least another 30 years. Little Japan, this 1-nanometer lithography machine image is surely a fake. Let us not indulge in blind self-congratulation. We must recognize the gap between our Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle country, and strive to be awakened citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Little Japan, foolish ignorance will not strengthen our nation. Acknowledging our shortcomings is the only way to realistically pursue progress. Little Japan. His posts went viral domestically and were shared by countless foreigners online. Many foreign commenters noted that the Dragon Kingdom still has some clear-minded individuals. Not all are dim-wit. This public figure from the Dragon Kingdom spoke wisely. Acknowledging our backwardness is essential. What purpose does it serve to boast while producing fake lithography machines? It's akin to burning paper money at a grave, deceiving ghosts. The people of the Dragon Kingdom remain so feudal and backward. It is said that 90 of them cannot afford vegetables and can only eat pickled cabbage, and they cannot even afford eggs. How pitiful. Kishida's statements garnered support from numerous countries led by the Eagle country. Many domestically also voiced their support. What Kishida said was profoundly insightful. It is a lesson learned. He is correct. We have a long road ahead to catch up with the Eagle country. Recognizing our reality is crucial for long-term development. The Eagle country and Little Japan represent the world's direction, illuminating the path for all humanity. Last time, the payment was not made. Can we ensure that this time the previous amount is included? It was agreed upon $5 per unit, not a cent less. Professor Gao, is the matter of the 1-nanometer lithography machine true? A massive public discourse has emerged. With the efforts of the Eagle country and Little Japan, most nations, along with some individuals domestically, believe the 1-nanometer lithography machine is indeed a fabrication. At the Northern Frontier Army Equipment Research Base, the newly constructed Assault 1 lithography machine and its embedded components fit perfectly. Suemo, clad in a white dust suit and mask, was thoroughly encased, his gaze earnest, fully immersed in the instrument's debugging work. Li Lao, Chun Lao, Hao Shuang, along with more than 10 technicians, observed closely. The machine was too complex for them to assist. Li Lao stroked his beard and asked, Xiao Shuang, did you bring your phone? Hao Shuang turned back. Yes, but the battery is low. What's up, Grandpa Li? Li Lao replied, there's quite a fuss online about the lithography machine. Let us do a live broadcast. Chapter 36. This phone is quite impressive. Hao Shuang immediately asked. Isn't that going to leak our technology? Li Lao shook his head. The world order is being reshaped. The competition between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Country is nearly public knowledge, and we cannot afford to lose in the realm of public opinion. Revealing the lithography machine news could boost national confidence, as long as we prevent foreign entities from stealing our technology. Suemo had just completed the first phase of debugging and interjected, this assault. One can be photographed from all angles. It won't leak any technological secrets. Even if we disassemble the entire machine and give it to the Eagle Country, they still cannot replicate it. Hao Shuang checked her phone, noting only 15 battery remaining. I estimate my phone can only broadcast for a few minutes. Grandpa, can't your phones live stream? Li Lao chuckled. Our phones are specially provided by the base, and the system prohibits any platform's live streaming features. Suemo pulled out his phone and handed it to Hao Shuang. Use mine. As he handed it over, the phone unlocked. Hao Shuang held Suemo's phone, somewhat astonished. What brand is this? It looks much better than my Mate X7. The screen-to-body ratio must be nearly 100. And it's so lightweight. The grip feels fantastic. I want to buy one too. A series of exclamations caught the attention of Li Lao and Chun Lao, who approached with curiosity to examine the novel phone. Li Lao suddenly recalled tracking Suemo's phone location, which pinpointed to Krypton. It might be directly related to this phone itself. Hao Shuang illuminated the screen. Besides common apps like WeChat and QQ, there were also Douyin, Tomato, and games like Honor of Kings. She noted the remaining battery at 95. Sugu, how long can this 95 battery last? No problem for days and nights, he replied. Hao Shuang was taken aback. What phone can last that long? Currently, the phone with the largest battery capacity in the world can barely sustain a live stream for 1 or 2 hours. This phone seems a bit unusual. Curiously, she opened the settings to check the phone's specifications, reading aloud, battery capacity, 200 Ah? How can it only be 200? My phone has 4000. She did not notice the significant change in expressions of Chun Lao and Li Lao beside her. Their gazes toward the parameter table began to tremble slightly. Chun Lao cautioned. Hao Shuang, that S200 Ah. Your phone is merely 4000 mAh. You must understand, the batteries for electric bicycles usually only have about 20 Ah. By the last sentence, Chun Lao's tone was nearly a shout. The volume startled Hao Shuang, making her head buzz. Her elegant face grew progressively astonished. Meaning this phone's battery capacity is equivalent to that of 10 electric bicycles. Li Lao, visibly moved, remarked, if we were to compare it to cars. Even a typical small electric car wouldn't have such a large battery capacity. Hao Shuang was dumbfounded, speechless. As her gaze shifted to the other hardware specifications of the phone, the two elders continued to examine further. Chun Lao swallowed hard, reading word by word. Processor manufacturing process, 1 nanometer. Just like the chip in the poison blade, it uses a 1 nanometer process. A pixel count of 10 billion. Chun Lao's neck creaked as he turned to Li Lao, who also struggled to turn his head. The two elders shared hollow stares, as if their souls had been lost. They remained dumbfounded for more than 10 seconds before mumbling. Old Li, have you ever heard of a 100 billion pixel camera? Of course not. The Hubble Space Telescope's images, after processing and stitching, can only reach a maximum of over 600 million pixels. This phone seems to also integrate ultra-wide-angle and super long-distance capabilities. If sent to low Earth orbit on a clear day, it could capture what hairstyle we left behind. Come on, you only have a few white hairs left. You look like a fire cloud evil god. What hairstyle do you still have? Chun Lao did not take offense at the teasing from his old comrade. Focusing intently and suppressing the tumult within, they continued examining the subsequent parameters. Li Lao proceeded to read the next parameter table. Phone screen material, carbonate alloy. My goodness, carbonate alloy can actually exhibit properties similar to glass. Chun Lao enlightened. Old Li, don't forget, carbonate alloy is not purely metallic, it's a polymer. And it could indeed be used to make a screen. Li Lao considered this and conceded, that is true, but a screen like that could withstand bullets without a scratch. It's incredibly tough. Let us continue to look. Current network speed, 100 gigabits per second. My heavens, 100 gigabits per second. Currently, our nation boasts the fastest 5G network speed, averaging around 500 megabits per second, while the theoretical maximum speed for 5G is only 10 gigabits per second. How is it possible to achieve 100 gigabits per second? Old Chun shook his head vehemently, asserting that such speeds are unlikely, as network infrastructure primarily dictates speed. Even the finest smartphones cannot provide such rapid connectivity. Could it be a misprint? Li also entertained this suspicion. Suddenly, Hao Shuang proposed, why not test it? The two elders paused and turned to glance at Suemo, who was engrossed in debugging the equipment. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mo was entirely oblivious to their discussion, as the intense focus required for calibrating the No. 1 lithography machine left no room for error. After a moment's contemplation, Li decided against it, reasoning that using a browser or any other method might inadvertently invade Su Xiaoyu's privacy. Hao Shuang quickly countered, I have Su Ji's WeChat. I can send a large file to determine the download speed without infringing on privacy. With that, she retrieved her phone and sent a sizable file to Su Mo via WeChat. Just as it displayed waiting for the recipient to download, a crisp notification chimed. Su Mo's phone screen revealed a prompt. File received from Shuangzi, download complete. Hao Shuang gasped. A 15 gigabytes file had downloaded in an instant. Before they could say anything further, another alert appeared. Memory occupied 0001. Total capacity 200 terabytes. Hao Shuang was stunned, and both Old Chun and Old Li were left speechless. After a long silence, Li suddenly inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Our nation's Galaxy supercomputer has only 100 terabytes of memory. Su Xiaoyu's phone is akin to a super server. At this point, they had reviewed all the parameters available in the settings. Hao Shuang calmed her tumultuous thoughts. Once settled, she opened the international version of Douyin and logged into a new account, titling the live stream. Shocking. A mysterious base in Dragon Country has unveiled a 1-nanometer lithography machine, and technicians are currently debugging it. Click to watch live. After slightly adjusting her silvery short hair in front of the camera, feeling satisfied with her appearance, she clicked to start the broadcast. At that moment, discussions worldwide regarding the 1-nanometer lithography machine in Dragon Country were fervent. Viewers from various nations were drawn to the live stream upon seeing the enticing title. Once inside, they were greeted only by a beautiful host, prompting a flurry of playful comments. What a sham. Where's the 1-nanometer lithography machine? We were lured in to see just a pretty face. Hey, did you not notice the host is a beauty? If you don't like it, just leave. Some viewers, disappointed by the absence of the lithography machine, exited the stream, while others, captivated by Hao Shuang's charm, lingered, adhering to the principle that beauty is justice. Many onlookers, recognizing the stream was just beginning, decided to stay and see what would unfold. Hao Shuang, facing the camera, was unperturbed. Hello, everyone. I am your host, Xiao Shuang. As you may have gathered from the stream title, today's broadcast aims to showcase the 1-nanometer lithography machine developed in our Dragon Country. Once we surpass 100,000 likes, we will immediately commence the demonstration. Although not a professional host, Hao Shuang's captivating subject matter was sufficient to draw attention. The stream's popularity surged rapidly. Language barriers were no longer a concern, as the international version of Douyin would automatically translate the host's words into the viewers' respective languages, with comments also synchronized, allowing seamless communication. The public chat was lively. I'll give you 100,000 likes, just to see if you can present the lithography machine. If Dragon Country can produce a 1-nanometer lithography machine, I'll eat my phone. Wow. Beautiful lady, if you can't show us the machine, we will have to punish you, just so you know. Hao Shuang noticed the stream's engagement had climbed to 20,000 viewers with 130,000 likes. She flipped the camera, and the live feed transitioned, revealing a massive, 3-meter-high, 7 to 8-meter-long rectangular machine to countless foreign viewers. It resembled a silver-gray metallic fortress, its exterior adorned with intricate cooling vents and sealed interfaces. In the frame, a technician clad head to toe in protective gear seemed to be performing some adjustments or repairs on the lithography machine. Without any preamble, the atmosphere in the live stream exploded. Comments flooded in. Is that really a lithography machine? Dragon Country is truly impressive. Who just said they would eat their phone? Calm down. Just because it looks like a machine doesn't mean it is one. If that is the case, I could call my containers lithography machines. If it's not a model, I'll eat a big bowl of noodles. What a joke. They think we're fooled by a model. Hao Shuang, observing the viewers' comments, slowly approached the No. 1 lithography machine with her phone, maintaining a steady hand. Viewers felt an immersive closeness to the machine, holding their breath, eyes fixed on the screen. The closer they got, the more they could sense the technological essence emanating from the machine's shell. This colossal device resembled a beast from a future world, quietly lying in wait. The technician appeared as a tamer, attempting to master this science fiction creature. The comments began to shift. Goodness. I can't shake the feeling that this is indeed a real lithography machine. Models don't have this level of quality. Dragon Country is known for deception. Don't be fooled. Dragon Country has never deceived any nation. You are the real thieves. I'm a seasoned lithography machine developer. I will expose Dragon Country's charade to everyone. Watch and learn from my expertise. The camera drew nearer to Su Mo, who had completed a crucial step in the second phase of debugging. With only the final parameters left to finalize on the touchscreen, his deft fingers tapped the screen with remarkable precision, more skillful than any excavator operator at the S-15 Global Finals. Hao Shuang zoomed in on the screen as Su Mo clicked, heightening the tension in the live stream. The public chat became increasingly animated. No need to look further. This is undoubtedly a genuine lithography machine. A model could never be this realistic. Who are you to speak? I'm the lithography machine expert here. This screen and system may appear to control the machine, but I guarantee it's Dragon Country's trickery. Only this part is real. Everything else is fake. You can type so many words in a comment. No wonder you're a so-called expert. You seem to be all talk. You're just a mouth without any substance. Hao Shuang disregarded the comments, calmly inquiring, Master Su, how is it going? Su Mo glanced back, having just completed the second phase and was about to initiate the third. Thank you for your hard work, Hao Shuang said as she reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Su Mo's forehead. The live stream erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. How could my Hao Shuang wipe the sweat of that handsome guy? I oppose this union. They are a perfect match. Do you really think you have a say in this? The audience must not be distracted. We must focus intently on this situation. For the flaws of this counterfeit lithography machine are soon to be revealed. The nation of IP Windmill possesses the capability to allow us a glimpse inside the lithography machine. Wouldn't that clarify everything at once? The IP Eagle country asserts that their reluctance to show us the interior undoubtedly indicates its fraudulent nature. Hao Shuang did not respond to the barrage of comments, but stood quietly, awaiting Su Mo's next testing action. Su Mo approached the side of the lithography machine and, with a deliberate motion, pressed a series of buttons in a specific sequence. He casually remarked that the third step of the test required opening the side door of the lithography machine to manually initiate the internal light source system, workpiece table, and control system. With a click, the side door swung open, and the internal lighting system activated automatically. Hao Shuang directed the livestream camera towards it, revealing an astonishingly intricate technological scene within the broadcast. The public chat suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Viewers were profoundly struck by this astonishing sight. While many had heard of lithography machines, few had ever witnessed their inner workings. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The number of online viewers surged past 1 million. In this moment of collective anticipation, Su Mo reached into the lithography machine, his hand just able to touch the manual start button for the light source system. He gently pressed it, and the machine emitted a soft, low hum as a green indicator light illuminated. He then pressed the start button for the work table, and finally, he replicated the process to activate the control system. All three components came online, and the internal lights of the lithography machine flickered to life, signaling the normal functioning of its precise modules. Having completed these actions, Su Mo exhaled deeply, casting a clear-eyed glance towards the livestream phone held by Hao Shuang. Thus, the debugging of the number 1 lithography machine was thoroughly accomplished. Chapter 38, Entering Attack Mode. A torrent of comments flooded the screen. Incredible. IP Dragon Country has spoken. This technician, though obscured by a large mask, is truly handsome. What was that about wanting an oligarchy, hot or cold? The atmosphere in the livestream soared. Countless comments from Dragon Country and friendly nations dominated the screen, and the broadcast was simultaneously shared nationwide, inciting a frenzy of posts across the internet. At this moment, the renowned figure from Dragon Country, Kishida Higashijin, emerged once more, voicing his thoughts. It appears that our nation has indeed produced a lithography machine, though it is certainly only capable of 30 nanometers or above. I advise the streamer and the behind-the-scenes team not to resort to deceit for the sake of traffic, tarnishing their own country's reputation. Accompanying his post were screenshots taken from Hao Shuang's livestream, indicating he too was watching. As a prominent public figure, Kishida's remarks attracted considerable attention both domestically and internationally. Similarly, many international public figures offered mixed reviews of Hao Shuang's livestream. The number of online viewers in Hao Shuang's stream reached unprecedented heights, soaring into the tens of millions. The barrage of comments nearly obscured the entire screen. No wonder it felt authentic. After all, this was indeed a lithography machine, albeit not at 1 nanometer precision, more like 30 nanometers. Dragon Country is merely pretending to hunt while concealing a dead rat in their pocket. To feign a 30 nanometers lithography machine as 1 nanometer is quite an audacious act. Dragon Country truly knows how to puff up its image. The cunning fox cannot escape the hunter's eye. Dragon Country, cease your performance. We have already seen through your ruse. Su Mo, oblivious to the barrage of comments, continued with his operations according to his own plan. He connected the wafer supply port of the number 1 lithography machine and checked the photoresist filling capacity. After confirming everything was in order, he returned to the touch screen of the lithography machine. Rapidly tapping the screen, Hao Shuang inquired, "Master Su, hasn't the debugging been completed?" Su Mo casually replied, "We just happen to have some wafers and photoresist in stock. I'll run a test on the machine and etch a few integrated circuit templates." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the touch screen. The lithography machine emitted a deeper noise, and a crisp mechanical voice announced, "Circuit template data scanned. Wafer alignment complete. Light path opened. Photoresist engaged. Hydrogen depassivation lithography commencing. Current progress, 1. As the announcement echoed, a long green progress bar appeared on the lithography machine screen. Hao Shuang aimed the livestream camera at the progress bar, and viewers watched in awe as it slowly advanced. No one had ever live-streamed the process of a lithography machine etching a chip before. This was indeed a first. Hao Shuang, speaking off camera, stated, "Dear viewers, as you have just heard, the number 1 lithography machine has begun its trial run and is about to etch a genuine chip. Whether it can achieve 1 nanometer precision remains to be seen." The comments erupted in response. What a bold move. They truly intend to pretend to etch a chip in front of the entire world. Dragon Country is quite audacious. Everyone, stay alert. There will surely be some underhanded chip-swapping operation. Etching a chip with a lithography machine takes at least 50 hours. How can they possibly livestream for that long? During the next livestream, who knows what trickery they will employ? Perhaps they will insert a chip purchased from abroad into the lithography machine and pretend to have created it. This tactic is fraught with risk, yet the chances of success are high. Many viewers from the Eagle Nation and its allied countries fervently commented, their fingers flying over the keyboard as they reveled in disparaging Dragon Country. Once a defeated foe, Dragon Country now dreams of surpassing the West in chip technology, a fantasy. In the Crystal Palace of the Eagle Nation, President Chuan Yu reclined in a soft leather chair, savoring Western delicacies. His secretary, with delicate hands, expertly kneaded his shoulders. On his desk, a monitor displayed Hao Shuang's livestream. "Mr. President, why do you think Dragon Country is putting on this show? Could they really be capable of producing a 1 nanometer chip?" Chuan Yu chuckled derisively. "Julie, you overestimate them. As Kishida Higashigen pointed out, chip development requires gradual progress, without long-term accumulation. They couldn't even produce a 12 nanometers chip, let alone 1 nanometer. This live stream is merely a farce, and the notion of 1 nanometer is nothing but a grand joke. I am genuinely curious how Dragon Country intends to extricate itself from this situation." With that, Chuan Yu lifted his coffee cup, enjoying a sip and releasing a contented sigh. Julie nodded in agreement. "You are right. We shall await Dragon Country's public humiliation." As they conversed, many comments in the live stream grew impatient. "Are we really expected to wait 50 hours? Surely this female host will claim it's getting late and resume the live stream just before the chip is nearly finished. Inserting a chip stolen from ASML into the lithography machine, pretending it was made by them. I could predict this plot with my heel. It's utterly absurd. I'm done watching." The excitement has dissipated, leaving a sense of ennui. The realm of chip technology lies at the pinnacle of cutting-edge advancements. And the recent live stream of the lithography machine from the Dragon Country has captured not just the attention of the Pentagon, but also that of numerous other nations. Observing the comments from netizens in the chat, it seems they too anticipate the unfolding of such a narrative. In the Crystal Palace, Chuan Yu stifled a yawn. "Let's call it a day, Julie. There's little point in continuing to watch." "All right." Just as Julie was about to turn off the screen, a crisp sound emanated from it. Both Chuan Yu and Julie halted, their expressions shifting to one of caution as they gazed at the live stream. The screen remained focused on the lithography machine, with a green progress bar indicating a mere 5 completion. Chuan Yu's lips twitched. "Damn it. I thought we had results." Julie murmured. "The Dragon Country really knows how to create suspense. You startled me." Simultaneously, viewers from around the globe were taken aback by the commotion, with exclamations filling the chat. "What on earth is that noise? I thought they had finished the chip. It's only at 5. Who are they trying to fool? This farce directed by the Dragon Country is too juvenile. I'm out of here." Amidst the lively chatter, some impatient foreign viewers decided to exit the live stream. The familiar mechanical voice resonated again. "Adaptive operation of the heavy machinery has concluded. Full power engaged. Entering aggressive mode. Current engraving progress, 6:19:38. As Chapter 39 unfolds, the live stream was under the scrutiny of millions, and the percentage atop the progress bar began to leap rapidly. The engraving speed accelerated dramatically, seemingly unstoppable. At this pace, completion was imminent in under a minute, far from the 50 hours speculated by the Windmill Country's netizens. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted, a palpable tension enveloping the viewers. Heartbeats quickened in sync with the rising numbers. Blood pressure surged alongside the progress bar. It was clear that something monumental was about to transpire. Countless netizens from the Eagle country and its allies clutched their phones, their eyes trembling with disbelief. They muttered to themselves, "This cannot be happening. How can such a backward nation produce an industrial marvel? If they can indeed create a lithography machine, I would rather perish in the live stream." The anxiety among the viewers from the Eagle country intensified. Their eyelids twitched uncontrollably, their expressions resembling those of individuals driven to madness. The lithography machine on screen seemed to morph into an eastern Kylan, roaring defiantly at the world. An invisible weight pressed heavily upon the shoulders of the Eagle country's viewers, making even breathing difficult. In stark contrast, the netizens from the Dragon country and its allies radiated a brilliant fervor. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, and excitement surged to the surface. The moment had arrived. The Dragon country's 1-nanometer chip might truly be on the horizon. The engraving progress soared to its final stages. 77, 89, 99, 100. The engraving was complete. The sounds of the lithography machine ceased abruptly. As the progress bar filled, a notification appeared indicating task completion. The live stream fell silent. In an instant, the chat was devoid of comments, as if everyone had lost their voice. In front of the camera, Sumo resumed operations on the device. A crisp sound resonated as a 30 centimeters diameter wafer was ejected. Sumo casually picked one up and moved to an adjacent electron microscope for examination. Hao Shuang shifted the live stream focus accordingly. Sumo nonchalantly explained, "This is an electron microscope designed for observing chips, integrating exposure and development of photoresist, allowing direct measurement of the gate length of transistors. This is the most direct method to test the precision of chip fabrication." The microscope's display magnified the chip's circuit patterns, visible clearly to the live stream audience. The red outline highlighted the gate length of the transistors, 0.6 nanometers. Many viewers from the Eagle country could no longer contain themselves, their hands trembling violently as they gripped their phones, nails nearly flying off. Their eyes were bloodshot, expressions akin to those of rabid animals. At that moment, a striking comment popped up in the chat. Where are those naysayers now? Too proud to speak? This ignited a torrent of comments. What right does this primitive country have to produce a 1-nanometer chip? Hey, this isn't a 1-nanometer chip. Look closely. It's 0.6 nanometers. This is absurd. The Dragon country must have acquired technology from aliens on the moon. They often burn aliens with cigarette butts. This lithography machine must have been stolen from the Windmill country. Right? Where's that expert from the Windmill country? Come out and explain yourself. The atmosphere of jubilation surged throughout the Dragon country. No one had anticipated that this live stream would genuinely showcase the creation of a chip before the entire world. Moreover, the initially claimed 1-nanometer was merely modesty. It was indeed 0.6 nanometers. This achievement represented the pinnacle of human capability. It signified that henceforth, the Dragon country would dominate the chip industry, eclipsing Western nations. However, the expressions of the Eagle country's viewers were shrouded in despair, their faces resembling those who had just crawled out of a sewer, seething with frustration. Finally, the long-awaited expert from the Windmill country emerged in the chat. "Please stop tagging me. Must I come out and embarrass myself? This is a 0.6 nanometers chip. We in the Windmill country's ASML cannot produce such a lithography machine. And look with open eyes, this is not an ordinary chip. It possesses distinct characteristics of a quantum processor chip. No nation could replicate this." Enough said. Today has been a monumental embarrassment. As the final comment faded away, countless viewers from the Eagle country stared wide-eyed, their minds momentarily short-circuiting. It dawned on them that this indeed possessed the characteristics of a true quantum chip. Was this merely a casual engraving of integrated circuit templates? Many spectators' gazes turned to the young man in the live stream, his face concealed by a mask. From his demeanor, it was evident that he possessed profound knowledge of the lithography machine. He could very well be one of its creators. Every viewer from the Dragon country felt their blood boiling and gradually reaching a fervent climax. This was an achievement of global significance. For years, they had been stifled in the semiconductor chip domain by the Eagle country and other Western nations. To access high-performance chips, they had to heed the whims of the Eagle country. The frustrations and heartaches of this struggle were indescribable. Now, they had finally broken through the blockade, delivering a lesson to imperialists. Ecstatic netizens from the Dragon country flooded the chat with comments, their hearts seemingly intertwined. From this moment forward, in the international chip arena, who would dare speak boldly before the Dragon country? ASML, may your lithography machines rot in storage. From now on, I can only stand to use the restroom. My back is too stiff to squat. The Eagle Country is no more. The Dragon Country has risen, and in this present age, all is auspicious. The final comment resonated deeply, stirring the emotions of countless citizens. More voices joined in, and within moments, the live stream was awash with these 16 characters. A magnificent dragon ascends with a powerful surge. The eagle has fallen, and the dragon kingdom shall rise. In this present year, fortune smiles upon the world. In the Crystal Palace, within the presidential office, Chuan Yu's eyes glimmered with contemplation. How could the Dragon Kingdom possess 6 nanometers lithography technology? Such advanced capabilities could not have been pilfered from elsewhere. The secretary, Julie, hurriedly approached with an expression of unease. Mr. President, the technology department has provided results. The livestream itself was unaltered, devoid of any AI effects. The lithography machine and the chips showcased are indeed authentic. Furthermore, technicians from both Jiaotong and Weiruan firmly believe that the chip observed under the microscope is a genuine quantum chip. However, its cutting-edge technology is so advanced that even upon seeing it, we are unable to replicate its manufacture. Chuan Yu squinted, pondering. The Dragon Kingdom certainly relishes in quietly amassing wealth. Transmit my presidential decree. Immediately instruct the Network Technology Department to trace the live stream's mobile device location. This would effectively lead us to the lithography machine's whereabouts. As he spoke, he lifted his coffee, blowing gently at the froth atop, his lips curling into a confident smile. No one understands the Dragon Kingdom better than I do. By then, we shall have ample means to acquire its core technological secrets. Even if we fail to obtain the secrets, we can still obliterate it. Chapter 40. Little Za. Mind the details, take notes. Julie gazed at Chuan Yu with a hint of admiration. Many believe Chuan Yu lacks capability. In truth, he is remarkably astute. Faced with numerous challenges, he often devises brilliant ideas. Just as Julie was about to carry out the command, Chuan Yu suddenly called her back. Our network technology department should be able to locate this live-streaming mobile device, correct? Julie lifted her chin confidently, rest assured. Our technicians are top hackers recruited from around the globe. Not only can we locate a mobile phone, but we can also extract all internal information from it without issue. Chuan Yu contemplated for a moment, then rose. Let us go. I'll accompany you. The two hurried towards the Crystal Palace's network technology department. They entered an underground hall, where towering server machines loomed around them. In the center stood a colossal 150-inch LED screen, displaying a kaleidoscope of data charts. Among them were surveillance on certain key figures within the Eagle Nation and ongoing information theft from significant foreign locations. Two technicians wearing headsets were furiously typing on their keyboards at a desk beneath the screen. Julie gently nudged one of the technicians. Bell, our leader has arrived. Bell removed his headset, signaling to his colleague to stand. He respectfully nodded toward Chuan Yu. Honorable leader, greetings. Chuan Yu, eager to avoid wasting time, quickly stated. Assist me in locating the IP address of a mobile device currently live streaming on the global internet. As of now, we only know it is within the Dragon Kingdom. With no further information, can you manage this? Bell maintained a smile, his expression unchanged. He nodded again towards Chuan Yu. This task is quite manageable. We have numerous methods at our disposal. Chuan Yu nodded. Then let us commence swiftly. Bell leisurely replied, at your service. Returning to his seat, he turned to his assistant. Little Za, here is your chance to showcase your skills. Thank you, Director. Little Za's eyes brightened as he cast a grateful glance at Bell. Such opportunities to demonstrate one's prowess in front of the leader are rare. He must leave a lasting impression to secure a promotion and a prosperous future. With Bell's support, he would undoubtedly owe a debt of gratitude once he ascends. Taking a deep breath, Little Za received the live stream link of the Dragon Kingdom's 1 nanometer lithography machine from Julie. A sharp glimmer ignited in his eyes as he commenced his operation. Chuan Yu noticed that this young man, named Little Za, carried an unusual aura, and a flicker of admiration appeared in his gaze. Julie, sensing Chuan Yu's thoughts, quietly explained. Little Za is the hacker prodigy recruited by Director Bell 2 years ago. He once infiltrated the National Cybersecurity Department of Persia, extracting extensive data before retreating unscathed. He is also engaged in cyber warfare with top hackers from the Great Bear, emerging unscathed. Chuan Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated such talent lurking within the Crystal Palace. If he performs well today, he could certainly be of future use. As the group watched, Little Za's operations accelerated. The enormous screen transitioned to his domain, with the live stream of the Dragon Kingdom's 1 nanometer lithography machine displayed in the upper right corner. The remaining interface was a dazzling array of code and data streams, with dozens of small windows rapidly switching. His fingers danced across the keyboard, akin to a maestro conducting a symphony of hacking. An atmosphere of anticipation enveloped the room. Chuan Yu and Julie felt their nerves taut, while Bell appeared unfazed, pride glimmering in his gaze as he observed little Za's performance. Gentlemen, Ms. Julie. The mobile IP localization method employed by little Za is known as triangulation through base stations. For the Dragon Kingdom's female streamer to broadcast online, her device must connect to multiple nearby base stations. Little Za has now acquired the identifiers and location information for 3 base stations. By employing triangulation, we shall ascertain her precise location. Look, the results are imminent. With a sudden flourish, little Za struck the enter key. The crisp sound of keystrokes resonated through the underground hall. The main display flashed, immediately switching to Google Maps. A red dot danced frantically on the map, poised to settle at a specific location. Little Za, not waiting for the conclusion, turned to Chuan Yu and Julie with an air of bravado. Mission accomplished. Chuan Yu, ignoring little Za, eagerly focused on the large screen behind him. Julie and Bell followed suit. The previously erratic marker on Google Maps suddenly veered wildly towards the edge of the map. Google Maps, too, seemed bewildered, rapidly expanding. The edges of the map extended out to encompass the blue star, enveloping the entire solar system. Yet, the regions beyond the blue star were a void, annotated only with the familiar 8 planets. The red marker settled firmly on Mars. A flicker of confusion washed over Chuan Yu. What does this mean? Has the Dragon Kingdom established a colony on Mars? Have they relocated the 6 nanometers lithography machine there? Julie scratched her head, equally perplexed, turning to Bell. Bell's face twitched, his complexion becoming increasingly unnatural, struggling to maintain composure. Locating Mars was clearly a blunder, a comical error. Little Za, having just spoken, awaited Chuan Yu's appraisal. After a few moments of silence from the leaders, he assumed they were awestruck by his remarkable operation, as evident from their astonished expressions. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Esteemed leader, my ability to complete this task swiftly stems from countless days and nights honing my skills. A soldier is trained for a day of battle. I believe one day my talents will radiate with brilliance. Finally, this day has arrived. Of course, I must also express my gratitude to Director Bell. During my years at the Crystal Palace, I have learned many professional skills and valuable lessons from him. Additionally, I am profoundly grateful to my father." Shut your mouth. Focus on where you've located it, not on giving a victory speech. Bell interjected, his voice rising sharply. He shot a red-faced glance at Chuan Yu. This boy's not quite right in the head. My apologies for the amusement. Next, I will personally locate the live-streaming mobile phone, ensuring that no mishaps occur. With that, Bell settled into his seat. Rolling up his sleeves, he interlaced his fingers and moved them a few times to warm up. The moment his hands pressed against the keyboard, he seemed to merge into it, an aura of mastery radiating through the air. He began to type, his speed surpassing even that of Zuckerberg. The large screen transitioned to his control interface, while the live broadcast from the Dragon Nation continued in the upper right corner. Nearing its conclusion, waves of code surged across the main screen. He had to act swiftly before the broadcast ended. Any delay might prevent the successful location of the device. As he operated, he muttered to himself, the signal transmission of civilian mobile phones requires meticulous control over the phased coding of communication protocols. By performing a non-protocol packet capture during this mobile phone's phased code transmission, I can achieve precise localization at an unprecedented speed. This positioning data is directly linked to GPS, accurate to the centimeter. Zuckerberg, pay attention to the details and learn. At this stage of operation, he faced little resistance, and Bell let out a sigh of relief. The peculiar situation Zuckerberg encountered earlier had made him apprehensive about potential obstacles, but it seemed those worries were unwarranted. Done. Task completed. With a decisive press of the Enter key, Bell smirked at the Google Maps that appeared on the large screen. His expression suddenly froze. Chapter 41. Undercurrents of International Affairs. The map once again encompassed the entire solar system, but this time, the red location marker had shifted to Mercury. Cram's gaze moved from the screen to Bell's slightly panicked face. Director Bell, care to say a few words? Bell's face twitched, struggling to muster a smile. Unsure of how to explain, after years as a hacker, he found himself confronting an absurdity for the first time. Every step had been correct. How could it point to Mercury? This was utterly unscientific. Not even Tesla could explain this. Julie urged, Bell, what on earth is happening? Speak up. As Bell felt the pressure mounting, Zuckerberg suddenly had a revelation, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. Mr. President, could it be possible that this live broadcast from the Dragon Nation is actually taking place on a spacecraft? When I was locating, The spacecraft was passing Mars. And when Director Bell was locating, it coincidentally passed Mercury. Thus, our positions are correct. It's just constantly moving. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Cram, usually unflappable, exhibited a significant change in expression. His face elongated, his fair skin taking on a darker hue with hints of purple. Julie couldn't contain herself, biting her teeth. Zuckerberg. Do you hear yourself? A spacecraft from the Dragon Nation, carrying a lithography machine, broadcasting from outer space? Where do they intend to take the lithography machine? Departing from Blue Star, passing Mars, then Mercury. What's next? Landing on the Sun. With such a wild imagination, you should be writing short plays instead. Zuckerberg, chastised, lowered his head, timidly muttering, I have thought about writing a short play. I intended to write one about the president falling in love with a divorced woman with 2 kids and gynecological issues working at Procter & Gamble. Julie gasped, taken aback. She looked at Zuckerberg with an expression that barely concealed her disdain. How on earth did Bell recruit such talent? Strangely enough, upon hearing that title, it piqued her interest. Cram was also baffled. How did he unwittingly become a television protagonist? Bell covered his face with one hand, while vigorously pinching Zuckerberg's thigh with the other. Zuckerberg. That was quite a statement. But for heaven's sake, stop talking. Leader, I assure you, Zuckerberg is undoubtedly a bit eccentric. It was my oversight to bring him on board. Rest assured, I have devised a method to accurately locate the live-streaming mobile phone of the Dragon Nation. This time, I will directly exploit the vulnerabilities in the mobile system. There will be no errors. Julie replied coldly, Director Bell, this may be your last chance. Cherish the few opportunities you have to prove yourself. Yes, Bell shouted, tossing aside his jacket. His eyes radiated a fierce determination. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing like a twig snapping. The previous failure in localization could only mean one thing. The opponent's phone was equipped with an anti-location security program. Breaking through this security in a short time frame seemed unrealistic, but I can find a way around it. Any phone connected to the global network must update a YJ security module. This module has a flaw, and I can exploit that. Bell spoke rapidly, his gaze more resolute than before. His fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving behind a flurry of ghostly afterimages. After years in the field, he had never met anyone who could outdo him in hacking skills. If he couldn't locate this mere mobile phone from the Dragon Nation, he might as well consider himself dead. Cram and Julie observed Bell's actions and the codes dancing across the large screen, an inexplicable confidence swelling within them. It felt as if this time, success was genuinely within reach. Zuckerberg regarded Bell with newfound admiration, his eyes filled with awe and affection. Indeed, Director Bell, knowing the bug in the International Network Connection Protocol is impressive. This will surely lead to success. Just as he finished speaking, Bell pressed a finger down on the keyboard. Completed. Leader, this time. His words were abruptly halted as he glanced at the large screen, his expression transforming in horror. His mouth fell open, and his tongue shot out like a spring. A bizarre and comical sensation surged through him, sending shockwaves to his brain. The map expanded once more to encompass the entire solar system, and this time, the location was startlingly marked at the sun. The atmosphere in the room became frenzied. Everyone seemed on the verge of madness. Zuckerberg, initially stunned into silence, soon exclaimed, Mr. President, look, just as I speculated. A spacecraft carrying the lithography machine is indeed heading toward the sun. Julie coldly interjected, Director Bell, you and your subordinate can go to work on the sun tomorrow. Individuals like you should stand side by side with the sun. Cram pinched the bridge of his nose, weary of wasting further time, and turned to leave the scene. Julie hurried after him. The underground hall fell into a deep silence. 2 minutes later, Director, are we about to be fired? Shut up. On the large screen, the live broadcast from the Dragon Nation had concluded. The world was engulfed in the exhilarating aftermath of the Dragon Nation's lithography machine broadcast. The online discussions had dominated the trending topics. News spread throughout the Dragon Nation. Even those who hadn't watched the live broadcast were aware. The 6nm lithography machine had shattered industrial limitations. Many netizens celebrated with fervor, and the atmosphere in the country was jubilant. Numerous semiconductor companies in the Dragon Nation saw their stock prices soar as if on a roller coaster ride, propelling the entire market upward. Investors were ecstatic. Conversely, ASML's stock plummeted, triggering a circuit breaker. The semiconductor industry in the Windmill Nation faced a seismic shockwave. Stock prices fell, and most orders were canceled, leading to a halving of profits and necessitating layoffs to cut costs. Once, ASML had acted as a henchman for the Eagle Nation, enforcing a total blockade against the Dragon Nation in the lithography machine semiconductor field, fighting wherever the Eagle Nation directed. The Dragon Nation had placed orders and paid in full. Yet they refuse to deliver on the pretext of technical security. Such despicable behavior deserved the consequences that ensued. The majority of the tax revenue and employment opportunities in the windmill nation are derived from the semiconductor industry. This incident has struck a significant blow, leading to noticeable unrest within the country. Indignant netizens from the windmill nation flocked to government websites to express their grievances. You incompetent fools! You've plunged the nation into chaos. Do you have pigs behinds for brains? With the economy in such disarray, you must find a solution immediately. What good is our taxpayer money if it sustains your ineptitude? Please disband yourselves. You insisted on being lapdogs to the Eagle Nation, and now, the populace suffers like stray dogs because of you. Many citizens, dissatisfied with the government's actions, took to the streets carrying banners to protest. Initially, the march comprised only thousands, but within hours, it swelled to tens of thousands. The spirited procession paraded through the central avenue of the capital, their chants resounding. The Prime Minister must resign. The foolish government should disband at once. Restore the integrity of the windmill nation. Some radical individuals publicly burned the flag of the Eagle Nation, expressing their discontent with its control over the windmill nation's government. Chapter 42. Struggling to seize merely an office? In the government building of the windmill nation, the Prime Minister's office, Hawkins reclined in his chair, puffing on a cigar in silence. Beside him, his female secretary appeared equally flustered. Prime Minister, the impact of Dragon Nation's live demonstration of the 06 nanolithography machine on us is immense. Public discontent is boiling over, with protests erupting nationwide, demanding our immediate disbandment. You must act swiftly. After finishing his cigar, Hawkins slowly exhaled smoke and turned to his secretary. Immediately notify the courts to seize all companies controlled by Dragon Nation within our borders and transfer their ownership directly to the Windmill Nation. The secretary's expression froze. Prime Minister, wouldn't that be outright robbery? Would Dragon Nation acquiesce? Hawkins scoffed. This mess was instigated by Dragon Nation. They must pay the price. Confiscating these companies will not only showcase the grandeur of the Windmill Nation, but will also allow us to reinvest their profits into our domestic economy and win favor from the Eagle Nation. 3 benefits in 1. The secretary's eyes brightened, as expected of the Prime Minister. That is indeed a brilliant idea. I shall attend to it immediately. 10 minutes later, the secretary hurried back into the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister, bad news. Our courts have just declared those Dragon Nation companies as belonging to the Windmill Nation. And Dragon Nation has swiftly severed our control, announcing a break from our domestic management. The equipment and facilities of these companies are all located within Dragon Nation, leaving us powerless. Hawkins sprang from his seat, rushing to the secretary, gripping her arm tightly and exclaiming, "Does this mean we have merely seized an office?" The secretary nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. Moreover, Dragon Nation has also cut off our supply of rare earth materials. Our reserves will only last 3 days, after which 70% of our semiconductor companies will cease production. We are in deep trouble." Hawkins, normally composed, now appeared visibly shaken, his breathing quickening, sweat pooling in his palms. His lips trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally managing to utter 6 words: Dragon Nation. Unprincipled behavior. With that, he closed his eyes and collapsed, hitting the ground heavily, succumbing to unconsciousness from the overwhelming stress. High-ranking officials, hearing the secretary's cries, rushed to the Prime Minister's office, creating a cacophony. "Prime Minister, are you all right? You mustn't die. If you do, who will take responsibility for the nation's plight?" As Hawkins stirred slightly, showing signs of waking, he rolled his eyes at his subordinates and fell back into unconsciousness. The situation in the Windmill Nation was dire, and the Eagle Nation, along with others such as the British Bull, the Hans Cat, the Gallic Rooster, and the Little Sun, felt varying degrees of impact. Soon after, the Eagle Nation issued a statement online to Dragon Nation. "Since you have demonstrated the capability to produce advanced lithography machines, we can no longer constrain you in chip production. Please refrain from throttling us on rare earth supplies, all right?" Dragon Nation's succinct reply was no. The Eagle Nation and its allies were incensed. Trump called for a renewed trade war. Dragon Nation responded, "We will fight to the end." Observers noted that Dragon Nation seemed different from before. Previously known for its softer approach, it now exhibited a more assertive demeanor. Even the Eagle Nation could no longer coerce Dragon Nation into submission. Perhaps the world was indeed at a turning point. In the 3 days following the lithography machine's live broadcast, Sumo remained at the Northern Army's Equipment Research and Development Base, overseeing the installation of production lines. During this time, the research points surged to over 500. The funds from the Lee family had also arrived, bringing him immense joy and invigorating his work. With increased research points and funding, he could produce more powerful military equipment. However, he was somewhat troubled by his parents, who, now free from financial burdens, began arranging matchmaking for him. To avoid such encounters, he opted to reside full-time at the base, and his school even granted him leave at Wang Fei's request without hesitation, given the recent events. Hao Shuang initially assisted Su Mo in constructing the poison blade production line, but she had mysteriously vanished in the last couple of days. In the office of the base's leadership, Major Huang wore a sincere expression. Old Chen, please agree. I assure you that Xiao Shuang will not face any hardships in our unit. She will grow into the best soldier. Old Chen pondered over his teacup for a moment, his face revealing hesitation. He glanced at the standing Xiao Shuang. Do you truly wish to join your Uncle Huang's unit for training? Absolutely. Xiao Shuang stood tall, her voice clear and confident. Just 2 days ago, you and Grandpa Li selected Uncle Huang's unit as the primary deployment for the poison blade tank. I have already begun training as a driver for the poison blade tanks, and am gradually adapting to military life. Old Shun turned to Li. What do you think? Old Li contemplated before responding. I believe it is a good idea. Since we have chosen Major Huang's unit as the primary deployment for the poison blade, we must train the drivers before mass production. Xiao Shuang is the only one who has received direct guidance from Mr. Su. Who better to be the chief instructor? We cannot ask Mr. Su to abandon his research to train soldiers. He has already contributed so much to the nation. Old Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Su has devoted everything. How can we ask for more? Xiao Shuang, your enlistment has been approved by Grandpa. I will explain to your parents. Train hard in the unit. And I look forward to seeing a transformed you next time. Hao Shuang beamed. Grandpa, I will not disappoint you. Major Huang displayed a look of joy. Thank you. Old Chen. Thank you, senior leader. The unit is currently resting in Harbin, preparing for the upcoming red-blue exercises. Time is short. I will take Xiao Shuang now. With that, Major Huang led Hao Shuang away. Old Chun and Old Li exchanged smiles of satisfaction as they watched her depart. Old Chun, that girl has truly grown up. Indeed. In the past, this girl was solely focused on amusement, but that will surely change in the future. By the way, how are the preparations for Mr. Su's commendation ceremony coming along? Everything is in order, just awaiting the completion of the organizational procedures. I have heard that this time a significant medal will be awarded, though I cannot ascertain the truth of it. Let me tell you, there is not just one. Chapter 43. The Art of War is a Strategic Path. When Hao Shuang accompanied Commander Huang back to the military camp stationed in the suburbs of Harbin, it was already afternoon. As soon as they entered the temporary command center, Commander Huang's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted with surprise. He hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Commander Qin. Yes, Commander Huang. The red-blue military exercise is scheduled for tomorrow. The exercise will take place in the Qiushan exercise area to the north of Harbin, with combat commencing at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Understood, Commander Qin. I will depart immediately and arrive at the designated exercise area before 8 a.m. I must remind you, your opponent is exceptionally formidable. His team has participated in over 30 exercises without a single defeat and possesses access to a variety of cutting-edge modern equipment. Commander Huang's eyes flickered, his expression growing serious as a figure appeared in his mind. Commander, you must be referring to Lin Zai. Indeed, it is he. Are you afraid? Not at all. Commander Huang took a deep breath, resolutely declaring, when brave men meet on a narrow path, the valiant shall prevail. Even if Lin Zai is a fierce tiger, I will wrench out a couple of his fangs. Excellent. There is a spirit in you. I hope that after the battle concludes, you can maintain this vigor. After hanging up, Commander Huang's demeanor was no longer as composed as it had been prior to the call. Hao Shuang, puzzled, asked, Commander, who is Lin Zai? Is he difficult to deal with? In a solemn tone, Commander Huang replied, this individual is well-versed in the most advanced modern warfare techniques, proficient in all high-tech combat methods. Artificial intelligence warfare, hypersonic weapon strikes, electronic warfare, and spectrum warfare are all his specialties. On one occasion, during an exercise, his team simulated the deployment of tactical nuclear weapons against the Red Command Center within just half an hour of commencement. Subsequently, using the 191 long-range rocket artillery to eliminate the remaining forces of the Red side. The exercise was declared over in less than an hour. This incident sent shockwaves through the entire Dragon Kingdom army system, becoming a classic case. After a series of revelations, Hao Shuang felt the terrifying nature of Lin Zai, and a question arose in her mind. Commander, how did Lin Zai know the location of the Red Command Center so quickly, as if he had a full map perspective like the legendary strategist Han Xian? Commander Huang chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with admiration. The scope of that exercise was quite large, encompassing several villages inhabited by civilians. Lin Xiaozai established rapport with the local vendors before the exercise began. Some of these vendors, riding their tricycles, roamed the exercise area, and even if they encountered exercise soldiers, they would only guide them to safety. Through their warnings, Lin Xiaozai was able to ascertain the military deployments and command center locations of the red side. Hao Shuang blinked, astonished. It could be done this way? Commander Huang responded with a smile. In warfare, the most crucial aspect is victory or defeat. Lin Xiaozai is hailed as a rare talent in regional warfare, truly deserving of his reputation. However, he added, his gaze taking on an enigmatic glimmer, I, Huang Longan, am not without my own preparations. Can Lin Xiaozai accept his own defeat? Commander Huang's voice echoed through the command center. A huge question mark loomed in Hao Shuang's mind. Given Lin Xiaozai's prowess, what could Commander Huang possibly employ to contend with him? After pondering for a few seconds without finding clarity, she decided to set it aside. For tomorrow would reveal all. The next day, at 7:30 a.m., Huishan Exercise Area. This location had been cordoned off early as a military exercise zone, prohibiting entry to all. The atmosphere in the Red Combat Command Center was far from optimistic. The officers seated on either side of the long conference table appeared lethargic, their eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Commander Huang sat at the head of the table, his lion-like gaze sweeping across the room. Everyone, this exercise presents us with an exceptionally formidable opponent. We must not underestimate them. They have been granted access to numerous cutting-edge technological combat capabilities, and their forces are 3 times our size. We must hold our ground at this 888 high point for 24 hours. If we succeed in holding it, it will be deemed a victory in the exercise. A staff officer seated in the front raised his hand and spoke. Commander, with the battle about to commence, shouldn't you share the combat plan with us? Even if you worry Lin Xiaozai may steal the plan, it shouldn't be withheld until now. Another officer raised his hand to voice his agreement. If we only hear this now, the troops will need to redeploy, and time may not permit. Yet another chimed in. Commander, you must have already devised countermeasures. Please do not keep us in suspense. Commander Huang's expression remained unchanged as he declared, very well, I will announce the combat plan. The entirety of the plan can be summarized in 2 words. Lay flat. You will all disperse in your respective combat teams, adopting a defensive posture. And I expect you to adhere to these 2 words wholeheartedly. Regardless of what transpires, we must maintain this stance. The surrounding officers were left bewildered, their eyes wide with confusion as they stared at Commander Huang, seemingly questioning his sanity. Commander, are you suggesting we surrender without a fight? Some could no longer contain themselves, and, after much hesitation, one spoke up. Commander, I will carry out your orders without question, but I do not endorse this act of surrendering resistance. Even if we must ultimately lose, we should fight with the spirit of the Wild Wolf Brigade. We cannot falter. Commander, you have not taught us this. Seeing their attitude, Commander Huang remained calm, his demeanor unyielding. Time is of the essence, and our tasks are heavy. You may disperse. Despite their confusion, the officers had to obey the command. One by one, they stood, saluted Commander Huang, and exited the command center. Some murmured quietly. What is the commander really planning? I refuse to believe he would surrender without a fight. Who knows? Let us just follow orders. I believe the commander is playing a psychological game. The more we lay flat, the less likely Lin Xiaozai will dare to launch an attack. He will surely want to ascertain what we are truly doing. If we can last for 24 hours, we will win. Exactly. That is how He Jinyan defeated the karate master. As the saying goes, in warfare, deception is paramount. The command center was left with only Commander Huang at the head of the table and Hao Shuang seated at the end. Commander Huang's eyes sparkled with determination as he said, Indeed, in warfare, strategy is everything. I will make Lin Xiaozai understand what true strategy entails. Hao Shuang remained silent throughout, her military uniform accentuating her resolute demeanor. She exuded a sense of competence, with her earrings and studs removed, and her emerald necklace tucked away. Her impressive figure could not be concealed by the camouflage pattern. Her silver hair appeared somewhat unconventional. Time had not allowed her to dye it back to black. Commander, may I prepare now? Go ahead, and remember, you are the key to this exercise. The success or failure hinges upon you. Understood. Hao Shuang stood, executed a precise military salute to Commander Huang, and briskly departed. Chapter 44. The exercise begins. Simultaneously, in the Blue Command Center, the final pre-battle meeting was underway. Lin Xiaozai held a porcelain cup, gently blowing away the tea foam before savoring a sip. He was entirely unperturbed by the impending exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, in this exercise, We possess 3 times the military strength of the red side, along with authorization for various models of high-tech equipment. Although Commander Huang's forces occupy a high ground that is easier to defend than to attack, to speak frankly, in the face of overwhelming strength, topographical advantages hold little significance. Our orders from above are to capture the high ground within 24 hours, and I believe we can achieve this in no more than 2 hours. Setting the teacup back on the table, he surveyed the officers around him, continuing at a deliberate pace. After the commencement of the exercise, Team A launched a frontal feint against the red forces as per the established strategy. Meanwhile, Teams B and C executed an extreme flanking maneuver, encircling from the rear to strike decisively at the heart of the matter. Teams D and E approached from the side. It is imperative to remember that the red forces will resist fiercely. We must show them no mercy. My objective is to capture Commander Huang alive and teach him a lesson. The surrounding officers sat up straight, responding in unison, yes. One officer, hesitating slightly, remarked, "Commander, we have dispatched our main forces. What about the security of your command post?" Lin Zai, with a calm demeanor, looked at the officer and said, "Commander Huang and's red forces are entrenched in high ground, leaving no possibility for a surprise attack on our command post. Moreover, my command post is not easily located. Even if he finds it, who is to say it won't be a decoy?" The officer's expression changed, and a smile appeared on his face. It turned out that the commander had been well prepared. Lin Zai wasted no more time, rising to announce, "The exercise is about to begin. Everyone prepare." Yes. At the Qiushan exercise ground, the underground observation center featured an enormous LED screen suspended at its center. 2 elderly figures, exuding a steady and reserved demeanor, lounged on the sofa, clad in immaculate military uniforms. One elder bore 2 gleaming stars on his shoulder, radiating an aura of combat readiness. Such presence can only belong to those who have tasted the blood of battle. The other, wearing reading glasses, appeared more civilian than military. Yet his murky eyes held a glimmer of wisdom. A young soldier hurried forward, standing at attention to salute, reporting to Commander Qin and Chief of Staff Lu. Both sides are fully prepared. The exercise is about to commence. The surveillance systems at various points in the exercise field are operational, allowing us to observe different areas at any time. Very well. Ensure that the monitoring and communication systems remain functional. Commander Qin responded before turning to his companion. Lao Lu, who do you think will emerge victorious in today's contest? You already have your answer in mind, Lu replied. My answer is mine alone. I wish to hear your perspective. In terms of the comparative strength of the red and blue forces, as well as historical performance, Lin Zai's blue side clearly holds the advantage, particularly in siege warfare, which is his forte. However, Chief of Staff Lu's voice trailed off, his tone shifting. Commander Qin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? Commander Huang is not to be underestimated. His armored combined arms division is among the finest in our nation. He is adept at both solidly defending and achieving unexpected victories. I am curious to see how he will perform under such apparent disadvantage today. Commander Qin shook his head. Huang is one of my own. I will not show favoritism. The disparity in forces between the red and blue sides is too great, and Huang is on the defensive with little chance of winning. I would wager that before nightfall, the exercise will conclude with a decisive victory for Lin Zai. Chief of Staff Lu smiled silently. Both men turned their gaze to the large screen, which displayed dozens of small monitoring images, each scene rapidly cycling through the current status of both sides in the exercise. As their eyes shifted to the red positions, they paused. Commander Qin furrowed his brow. What is Huang doing? It is already 8 o'clock. The exercise has begun, yet his troops have not even taken their positions. Chief of Staff Lu, equally perplexed, picked up the remote and began switching through the screens. They are indeed defending their positions. Could Huang be planning something unexpected? Just then, the monitoring feed switched to a temporary encampment of the red side's main forces, where the sound of a resounding assembly call echoed. Soldiers, while fastening their uniforms, emerged from the camp, lazily making their way to the open area. Their lethargic demeanor suggested they had just awakened. Both Commander Qin and Chief of Staff Lu froze, their expressions stiffening as their eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time they had witnessed such a lackadaisical scene in a military camp. The last time they encountered such a sight was during a training session with another nation's forces in He Is Who. Commander Qin, incredulous, exclaimed, Lao Lu, is this truly our military camp surveillance feed? It's 8 o'clock, the exercise has begun, and they are only now assembling. These soldiers seem to be in a daze. Chief of Staff Lu adjusted his glasses, leaning closer to the screen, his gaze equally bewildered. This is utterly bizarre. After a moment, he switched the feed again. this time to another main Red Force camp. As the image flickered to life, the sound of a military bugle resonated. Yet, no soldiers were visible outside the camp. Commander Chen's expression darkened. What is happening? They are only just assembling as well. Chief of Staff Lu added, Lao Chen, listen closely. This is not an assembly call. It is a wake-up call. Commander Chen inhaled sharply, his composure beginning to fray. These rascals are only now getting out of bed. What on earth is Huangyan thinking? Does he still wish to keep his position as commander? At that moment, Chief of Staff Lu switched the feed again, now displaying the camp of the Red Side's 3rd Main Force. The situation mirrored the previous camp. No soldiers were in sight, and another bugle sounded. Commander Chen clenched his fists, his breathing growing erratic. Huangyan, whom he had promoted, was tarnishing the reputation of the entire Northern Army with this level of negligence. This Huangyan, I am calling him immediately to relieve him of his command. If he doesn't wish to participate, let him go feed the pigs and logistics. Chief of Staff Lu quickly interjected, Lao Chen, do not be hasty. We can take action after the exercise concludes. Commander Chen slammed his palm on the table. What is there to wait for? Look, the 3rd Main Force has just woken up. They clearly have no intention of resisting. Huangyan was boasting about the bravery of those who meet in narrow paths. But before he could finish, Chief of Staff Lu interrupted. That unit is not just waking up. Listen closely to the bugle. It is a lights-out call. They seem to be preparing for bed. Chapter 45. A battle of wits with the air. Commander Chen's aged frame trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. His clenched fists quivered. After so many years as the commander of the Northern Army, he had faced countless storms, yet had never encountered such an abominable situation. Chief of Staff Lu switched the feed to the Red Side's 4th Main Force camp. This time, the scene appeared somewhat more normal. Soldiers leisurely roamed the camp, and as a bugle sounded, they gathered in one location. However, instead of weapons, they held stainless steel trays. Chief of Staff Lu discerned the unfolding scenario and exclaimed, this unit has just begun their meal. That was the meal call. Commander Chen's vision darkened, and he slumped back onto the sofa, his lips trembling with fury. He was on the verge of laughter from sheer exasperation. Well, Huangyan, you have truly opened my eyes today. What kind of soldiers are you leading? I had hoped you would last until nightfall, but now it seems unnecessary to watch any longer. The exercise will conclude in 10 minutes. What a disgrace. Chief of Staff Lu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Lao Chen, sometimes what we perceive may not reflect reality. Commander Huangyan aims to win this exercise through unconventional means. Although I cannot yet comprehend his strategy, the truth will eventually reveal itself. We shall observe closely. Commander Chen crossed his arms, leaning back against the sofa, his expression icy. Regardless of the circumstances, to achieve victory, one must employ tactics. With the main forces asleep, what do they intend to fight with? Huangyan, if you dare to act thus, I hope you have a profound purpose. Otherwise, even though you are my protege, I shall have to discipline you. At 888 Heights, under Huangyan's orders, the entire division set up camp around the area. The soldiers were either sleeping, waking up, or having their meals. There was no sign of tension during the exercise. Meanwhile, Lin Shaoji's feigned assault troops and flanking units had arrived at the designated attack points. In the Blue Command Center, Lin Shaoji observed the positional information relayed by the frontline troops, and the last traces of seriousness faded from his eyes. A nearby staff officer remarked, Commander, it seems that Commander Huang's deployment strategies still require refinement, as we have taken these positions with no resistance at all. This is akin to us occupying advantageous positions before a team battle. Once the combat commences, the opposition will surely be overwhelmed. Lin Shaoji nodded and ordered the frontline troops to initiate the attack according to plan, instructing them to conclude the battle within 2 hours and to capture Huang long and alive. Yes, sir. The staff officer saluted sharply, and the command was swiftly disseminated. The main forces of the blue side moved with the swiftness of a gazelle, surging from all directions toward the trench positions surrounding Hill 888. Such an indomitable momentum is not something every unit possesses. However, as Team A, the frontal feigned assault unit, charged forward, they gradually sensed something amiss. The captain abruptly raised his hand, speaking into the intercom, ceased the charge immediately. Deploy a reconnaissance drone to ascertain the situation. They had nearly breached the enemy trench without encountering any resistance, which seemed suspicious. The drone operator swiftly launched a single-unit drone, which transmitted real-time footage to the captain and several officers. The drone encountered no obstructions and soared above the position, revealing a stark reality. Not a soul was present in the trenches. The captain's face was etched with confusion. This position served as the frontline gateway to Hill 888. If lost, the red side would be unable to defend itself. There must be a trick. Report the situation here to Commander Lin immediately. Coincidentally, the units responsible for the encirclement from the rear and flanks, teams B, C, D, and E, were also ensnared in immense perplexity. The anticipated staunch resistance had entirely failed to materialize. The red forces appeared to have evaporated into thin air. Not even a shadow could be seen in the trenches. The situation was promptly relayed to Lin Xiaoji's command center. As he listened to the incessantly returning updates, the ease on his face gradually vanished, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment. Old Chun, what on earth is Huang Longan up to? Could it be that the trenches are laden with anti-infantry mines? He might be employing an unexpected strategy to deliver a heavy blow instead of engaging in a positional battle. Beside him, Staff Officer Chen concurred, that is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, abandoning all positions would be tantamount to surrender. Huang Long and must be attempting to use mine warfare to slow our advance. I propose we immediately deploy mine-clearing robotic wolves to inspect the red positions along our route of attack, seeking a safe passage. Lin Xiaoji decisively agreed. Soon, the mine-clearing robotic wolves mobilized from all directions. Each formidable machine emitted a hissing sound as its hydraulic systems engaged, eyes gleaming with a crimson light, swiftly advancing toward the red positions. Equipped with cameras, the robotic wolves provided a first-person view to Lin Xiaoji at the command center. Observing the large screen on his desk, he chuckled. Commander Huang surely did not anticipate that during this exercise, I would not only be authorized to deploy various models of drones, but also utilize robotic wolves. Attempting to deceive me? Not a chance. The robotic wolves operated meticulously, employing both electromagnetic scanning and metal detection in tandem. After half an hour of diligent work, the mine-clearing feedback was transmitted back to the Blue Command Center. The mechanical voice of the robotic wolves resonated in Lin Xiaoji's and Staff Officer Chen's ears. Target area investigation complete. Number of anti-infantry mines detected, 0. Number of anti-tank mines detected, 0. No suspicious targets found. Upon hearing this result, Lin Xiaoji slumped into his chair, a look of confusion crossing his face for the first time. He scratched his head, disheveling his hairstyle. The absence of mines indicated that Huang Long and had indeed surrendered the positions without a fight. This was illogical. There must be a ruse. Surely, we have overlooked something. As he pondered, a flash of realization struck Lin Xiaoji. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I understand. Huang Long and must have secured the right to use the 191 long-range rocket artillery. His rockets are likely aimed at these positions. Just waiting for us to take the bait. Ha ha ha, Huang Longan. It seems you were indeed waiting for me. Staff Officer Chen, relay my orders to have the Exoskeleton Armored Special Operations Team ascend from the southwestern slope. Eliminate their 191 long-range artillery positions. Staff Officer Chen responded, Indeed. We have the authorization to deploy the Exoskeleton Armored Special Operations Team. With their capabilities, they can easily navigate even the steepest terrain of the southwestern slope and directly take out the red long-range artillery. I will convey the command at once. Soon, a fully armed Exoskeleton Armored Special Operations Team was mobilized, stealthily advancing from the extremely steep southwestern position of Hill 888. Although their speed was somewhat slow, they benefited from the element of surprise. No one would expect Lin Xiaoji's forces to approach from this direction. The exercise footage was meticulously displayed in the observation center below. Commander Qin and Chief of Staff Lu reclined on the sofa, observing the starkly contrasting situations of both sides, evoking an indescribable feeling. Commander Qin furrowed his brow, remarking, Lin Xiaoji is being overly cautious. The red side has neither laid mines nor established long-range artillery. Directly advancing would yield the fastest victory. Why engage in a battle of wits with thin air? Chief of Staff Lu chuckled, Old Qin. An hour has already passed since the exercise commenced. Had Huang Long and adhered to conventional tactics and held his positions against Commander Lin's threefold forces bolstered with advanced technology, he would likely have faced total collapse. His empty city strategy has instead maximized the delay. Commander Qin contemplated this, conceding, that may be true. However, once Lin Xiaoji realizes Huang Long and's feigned empty city strategy and bypasses the positions, Huang Long and's hold on Hill 888 will be swiftly dismantled, leading to inevitable defeat. Chief of Staff Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering aloud, since the outcome of failure is already determined. What could be Huang Long and's true purpose behind this empty city strategy? Is it possible that he possesses a secret method to turn the tide, using time merely to gather strength for a decisive strike? The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty. They had witnessed many exercises, but had never experienced such a sense of bewilderment today. Chief of Staff Lu poured tea for Commander Qin, saying, "Old Qin, I have a premonition that something significant is about to occur." With that, he picked up the remote control on the table and clicked it toward the oversized screen. Let us see what Huang Long and troops are currently up to. They surely cannot be napping. Chapter 46. Act swiftly. We can no longer hold out. The surveillance footage shifted to the camp of the Red Side's 1st Main Force Unit. As the scene cut in, a familiar, resounding military song filled the air. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron. This strength is steel, harder than iron, stronger than steel. In a flat expanse. This main force unit was divided into 6 small formations, arranged meticulously with consistent spacing. The soldiers sat cross-legged, back straight. One formation was proudly singing the military song. Commander Qin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the scene. What is happening? Seconds later, as the song concluded, a spirited and unified chant erupted from one formation. "4th Company, give us a cheer. Come on, 4th Company. If you're going to sing, sing. Don't be shy." What does that sound like? Like sheep. The adjacent formation chimed in, machine guns, on 2 legs, preventing 4th Company from opening their mouths. Everyone, give a round of applause for the brothers of 4th Company. The entire venue erupted in warm applause. The 4-member team reluctantly commenced an internal discussion about who would perform the program. Commander Qin, at this point, seemed to comprehend the situation. His expression became rigid, and his body stiffened as if he were made of stone. His jaw felt rusted, making it difficult for him to articulate. "Chief Lu, am I hallucinating? It appears that the main force of the Red Side is engaged in a song tug-of-war." Chief Lu also wore a look of disbelief. "It's not an illusion. I see it too. Commander Huang has truly orchestrated something grand." As he spoke, he clicked the remote, and the screen shifted to another Red Side main force unit. A cacophony of voices erupted. "Go, go, put in more effort. We're close to winning. Keep it up." A rope, thick as an arm, was being tugged fiercely by 2 groups, their faces flushed as they exerted all their strength. The red rope in the middle swayed back and forth near the center line, indicating a stalemate. Chief Lu chuckled. "Old Qin, they seem well fed and are pulling the rope. Which side do you think is stronger, the left or the right?" Commander Qin's face twitched. It seems that Huang Longan has lost his mind. How did I end up training such a character? This is a drill. A drill. Leaders from several combat zones are inquiring about the progress of the exercise. Many eyes are focused here. If this gets out, where will I hide my old face? What kind of empty city strategy is this? He never intended to compete. Chief Lu soothed him. "Let's not be hasty. Let's observe what follows." As they sipped tea and monitored the screen, it transitioned to another military camp's open area. Soldiers were hopping on one leg, clutching their ankles, engaging in playful knee battles amidst laughter and merriment. Chief Lu, just about to sip his tea, inadvertently sprayed Commander Qin's face when he saw the antics on screen. "How amusing. This is incredibly entertaining. They are playing a game." Commander Qin slammed his fist on the table, nearly fracturing his fingers. "Outrageous. This is lawless. I will call Huang Longan right now. If he enjoys playing so much, let him go to the kitchen and play with that big black pot." Chief Lu interjected. "Let's keep watching." With that, the monitoring screen changed again. The camera now focused on a grassy hillside, where the morning sun bathed everything in warmth. Soldiers lay among the grass, basking in the sunlight. A gentle breeze swept across, like waves of grain brushing against their uniforms. Voices emerged from the screen. "Soldiers, make sure to enjoy the sun. Sunbathing helps with calcium absorption. After soaking up the sun in the front, flip over and sunbathe your backs." Commander Qin's eyes twitched uncontrollably, as if about to burst. His body convulsed as if struck by 1,000 volts. This is insurrection. This is outrageous. If I do not remove Huang Longan from his position today, I shall write the character for Qin upside down. Chief Lu patted Commander Qin's arm. "Old Qin, do not be so angry. Have you not noticed? From the very beginning, Commander Huang's troops exude an aura of the uncanny. He seeks to find a glimmer of hope in an utterly disadvantageous situation by engaging in actions that defy conventional understanding. Should you dismiss him now, you may miss witnessing an extraordinary turnaround. Give him a chance." Commander Qin took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. "Fine, for your sake. Old Lu, I shall wait a bit longer." In one corner of the surveillance screen, the Blue Side's exoskeleton armored special operations team successfully ascended the 888 high ground from an astonishing position. After assessing the surroundings, the team leader promptly relayed the situation back to the Blue Command Post. Staff Officer Chun at the headquarters, noticing the incoming message, muttered to himself, This exercise seems to have an unusually frequent communication flow between the command post and the frontline troops. Could this expose our command post's location? Something feels off. Lin Zai, upon receiving the information, wore a confident smile. Old Chun, do not be overly suspicious. I have arranged 3 false command post locations. The radio signals must pass through the fake headquarters before reaching us. No one could pinpoint our location within 24 hours. The Exoskeleton Armored Special Operations Team reported good news. Having successfully reached the periphery of the 888 high ground, which was completely unguarded. Huang Longan has indeed been careless. Next, we can effortlessly locate their long-range rocket artillery positions using micro-drones. The Exoskeleton Armored Special Operations Team deployed dozens of reconnaissance drones. At this distance and position, there was no concern about being shot down or interfered with by the red side. They could easily determine the precise location of the artillery positions. The drones buzzed into the sky like agile birds, heading toward the core of the 888 high ground, where the main camps of the red side forces were situated. Lin Zai, through signal relay, also received the video and audio feeds from the drones. As the signal quality met the standards, the display monitor revealed the first image. Lin Zai and Staff Officer Chun held their breath, their nerves taut as they leaned forward to observe the screen. On the vast hillside, a well-trained unit was waiting. They were sunbathing. Lin Zai could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously, faster and faster until sparks seemed to dance across his retina. His lips quivered, words failing to emerge. The exoskeleton armored soldier controlling the drone, seeing the red side soldiers not launching an attack, decided to descend lower for a closer look. Now it was clearer. The entire unit was basking in the sun. Some were so engrossed they had shed their jackets and even vests, baring their upper bodies. Nearby, someone was applying sunscreen. Their sun-kissed skin glistened healthily in the sunlight. Lin Zai was transfixed, as if struck by a paralysis. A wave of shock surged through him, crashing against his hypothalamus, causing his brain to malfunction. The next image flashed onto the screen. This time, the drone's lens focused on an open area. Several square tables were set up, each surrounded by soldiers. They were enthusiastically playing with small square pieces, the crisp, cheerful sounds of their collisions resonating distinctly. Shuffle, draw. Check your hand. I'm all in. Apologies, but I have a complete flush. Tonight, you guys will be responsible for washing my socks and drawers. Oh, I forgot to mention, I have sweaty feet, and my feet are like walking gas bombs. Lin Zai felt his sanity fracturing. He suspected that Huang Longan had spiked their breakfast with some hallucinogenic. Otherwise, how could such an unreal scene unfold? Not only during the exercise, but even in daily training. Such behavior would never be permitted in the barracks. Had Huang Longan gone mad? Was he inviting a military tribunal? How dare he? Logically, he should never have done this. Nor could he have. Yet, he did. Was there some extraordinary reason behind it? Staff Officer Chun, what do you think? Staff Officer Chun appeared dazed. His brain racing while a significant number of brain cells had perished. Anxiety and fatigue were etched across his brow. There is a conspiracy. Surely there is a conspiracy. Lin Zai scratched his head vigorously, causing his hair to frizz out, pulling out a significant handful. I think the same, but what exactly is his scheme? It's entirely unclear. We must decipher his plan before launching an offensive. We cannot be deceived. As long as my troops do not suffer significant losses and proceed cautiously, victory will always be within my grasp. Order the reconnaissance troops to launch a full-scale offensive, utilizing cutting-edge communication technology to uncover Huang Longan's intentions. The blue side deployed various means to engage in a frenzied information acquisition campaign against the red side. Meanwhile, at the red command post, Commander Huang calmly received urgent wartime reports from various main units. Commander, the red side's exoskeleton armored troops have reached our perimeter, and our men are still engaged in a tug-of-war. Do we really not need to intervene? The situation is dire, Commander. While we basked in the sun, the enemy's drone nearly hovered in front of us, its propellers almost grazing my beard. Just now, a reconnaissance squad from the blue side rushed in. Our men had barely shouted landlord before they were taken away. Shouldn't we rescue them? Commander, if you have any plans, please act swiftly. We are truly at our limit. In response to these urgent reports, Commander Huang calmly uttered a phrase to steady the nerves, remain calm, and continue the charade. He then rose to gaze outside the command post, feeling the pressure mount. Is it not yet ready? Chapter 47. I didn't even blink in the dense woods to the east of Emerald Mountain. A colossal tank lay concealed. Inside the tank's cockpit, Hao Shuang sat at the helm, her fingers rapidly tapping the virtual projection panel before her. With each touch of her delicate, snow-white fingers on the transparent buttons, a subtle vibration of feedback was felt, akin to pressing actual keys. On the main screen, the quantum-phased radar was intently scanning the entirety of Emerald Mountain, marking numerous suspicious points. Now, it was crucial to identify the true location of the Blue Command Center among these points. Countless signals were bouncing between various relay stations, indicating that the Blue Commander was exceptionally cautious, deliberately causing the signals to bounce around certain points to obscure his exact location. Hao Shuang's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Her gaze filled with urgency. Time was of the essence. They must locate the Blue Command Center and seize it before the Blue side could secure Hill 888. Unfortunately, her mastery of the poison blade was merely rudimentary. If Suemo were here, she would have likely captured Lin Zai by now. Quantum-phased radar, I rely on you. Be swift. Quickly. Just as she murmured to herself, the virtual screen erupted with a series of red lines. These lines sequentially connected the previously marked points. Soon, the screen resembled a spider's web, intricately woven with red threads. The lines converged at a core point after several deceptive jumps. Hao Shuang's eyes sparkled with determination, and her smile widened. Fortunately, she had refrained from acting recklessly. She had nearly been deceived. Commander Lin, conceal yourself well. I am coming for you. As her voice faded, the engine of the poison blade tank roared to life, the treads spinning rapidly as the rear exhaust expelled a torrent of flame. The forest was whipped into a frenzy, leaves cascading through the air. The tremendous thrust slammed against Hao Shuang's back, propelling the tank forward like a rocket. In an instant, it reached the critical point of ground effect flight, soaring just above the earth. The surrounding forest was obliterated by the shockwave, leaving devastation in its wake. A terrifying presence enveloped Emerald Mountain, exerting a stifling pressure for miles around. Hao Shuang maneuvered through the uninhabited zones, delaying detection by Lin Zai. At the Red Command Post, Commander Huang sensed something amiss as he gazed out the window. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes, and his taut nerves relaxed slightly as he exhaled deeply. Commander Lin, prepare to face the onslaught. In the underground observation center, General Qin and Chief of Staff Lu simultaneously felt a tremor beneath them. They exchanged puzzled glances. Strange. Lu, did we just experience an earthquake? It shouldn't be. If seismic waves had come through, the monitoring system would have alerted us. It can't be live ordnance either. Live ammunition is prohibited during drills. What could it be? As Chief of Staff Lu spoke, he grabbed the remote and rapidly switched between surveillance feeds, but found no explanation. General Qin waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. The exercise is nearing its conclusion. The red side has no chance of recovery. We can investigate afterward. Meanwhile, at the Blue Command Post, the monitor on the desk continued displaying absurd scenes from the red camp. Lin Zai slouched in his chair, his hair disheveled from his anxious scratching. Bloodshot eyes betrayed his fatigue. Huang Longan, why are you having the soldiers engage in tug-of-war, sunbathe, play mahjong, and poker? What is your intention? What do you really want? He spoke while furiously tugging at his hair, nearly balding the center of his scalp. Beside him, Advisor Chen also appeared frantic, his expression shifting erratically. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life. Lin Zai answered, and an urgent voice came through. Report, Commander. The sentries stationed on the periphery have relayed that an unidentified object is approaching your command post. An unidentified object is coming towards us. Lin Zai's expression shifted dramatically, a chilling realization washing over him. The hairs on his body stood on end. So, this was Huang Longan's masterstroke. All those distracting behaviors were merely a ruse for this moment. After delaying for so long, he had somehow pinpointed the true location of my command post. Advisor Chen lamented. Had I known, we should have launched a total assault from the beginning. The exercise would have ended by now. Just as they finished speaking, the communicator blared again, this time with heightened urgency. The voice was frantic, nearly hysterical. Commander, the object is accelerating, and it appears to be flying just above the ground. It is preliminarily identified as a supersonic cruise missile. Please evacuate immediately. The gravity of the situation became clear. Lin Zai leaped from his chair, his eyes wide with terror. His heart raced wildly. A cruise missile. This is a drill, not a real scenario. How could he launch a true cruise missile? Before he could finish, the communicator erupted with frantic noise, the voice nearly shrieking. Commander, I assure you this is all true. If I lie, you may execute me. At this critical juncture, Lin Zai had no choice but to take it seriously. Advisor Chen's expression twisted in confusion. Could Huang Longan truly dare to launch a cruise missile and obliterate us? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Zai shook his head vehemently. Huang Longan was no spy. Why would he annihilate us? Forget everything else. Relay my orders immediately. Launch a full assault on Hill 888 held by the red side, regardless of what their troops are doing. Charge in at full speed and take it down. We must also relocate the command post. This place is no longer tenable. Advisor Chen nodded and swiftly dispatched the orders. Just as they prepared to flee, a thunderous rumble erupted outside the tent of the makeshift command post. Gasps and screams filled the air. What on earth is that? I didn't even blink. How did the tank transform into a mech? Damn it, it's Megatron. The Decepticons have invaded Blue Star. Run. The commander is still inside. Hold the line. A wave of anxiety surged through Lin Zai and Advisor Chen. The air felt as though it were laden with lead, suffocating them. The frantic shouts outside only heightened their panic. Let's go see. With steeled resolve, they gripped the flaps of the command tent and yanked them open. Blinding sunlight flooded in, momentarily blinding them. Against the light, a colossal mech silhouette loomed between heaven and earth. As their vision adjusted, the pixelated camouflage of the four-legged mech came into focus. Slowly turning to face them, its angular armor glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, and its head hung slightly, red cross beams shooting from its eyes. Resembling a deity surveying the insignificant ants below, the four-legged mech's electromagnetic railgun was pressed firmly against Lin Zai's forehead. Chapter 48. I was just kidnapped by the Decepticons. Streams of chilling silver plasma flowed along the rail, while arcs of electricity, as thick as a man's arm, twisted and writhed like luminous serpents within the plasma. Fragments of electrical current dispersed into the air, causing an inexplicable itch upon the skin. Lin Zai's pupils constricted to mere pinpoints, trembling violently within their sockets. A wave of terror clawed at his bronchial tubes, rendering him breathless. His legs weakened, threatening to buckle beneath him. Static had transformed his hair into a wild tangle. His mind stalled for 3 or 4 seconds before regaining its capacity for thought. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to bellow. What audacity! Decepticons! How dare you invade Blue Star? Do you believe we won't broadcast your Cybertron coordinates across the universe? We shall all perish together. His voice reverberated throughout the forest. Beside him, Advisor Chen gazed at Lin Zai with incredulity, admiration evident in his expression. In such a critical moment, he had instinctively recalled the laws of the cosmic dark jungle. Those who reveal themselves first are doomed. To turn this against the Decepticons as a threat was audacious. Around them, the soldiers, oppressed by the mech's imposing presence, were rendered speechless, their eyes collectively fixed on Lin Zai, as if to say, "Commander, you are magnificent. Please accept my humble respect." A cold voice emanated from the four-legged mech. "Commander Lin, you are indeed cautious. Locating you is not an easy task. I am the Red Force's solo assault unit for this exercise, and you are now my captive. Please immediately surrender on behalf of the Blue Force to the Red Force." Pressed against the railgun, Lin Zai's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. His previous outburst had been spontaneous. Suppressing the turmoil within, he managed to assert, "This military exercise is a matter for us humans. What business do you, an alien, have in this? What are your intentions?" In the cockpit, Hao Shuang grew impatient upon hearing this. The urgency of her previous actions stemmed from the knowledge that the Blue Force had launched a full-scale assault. If Lin Zai did not surrender soon, the Red Force would face defeat. "Commander Lin, please do not delay. According to exercise protocol, I have the authority to demand your immediate surrender on behalf of the Blue Force." With the final words, the railgun's muzzle nudged forward, creasing Lin Zai's face. He felt a tingling sensation across his features as his mind raced. Lowering his voice, he pondered, what on earth is happening? Where did this alien come from? Could Huang Longan have betrayed humanity and allied with Cybertron? Is he my wall breaker? But I am not the wall breaker. As he contemplated, the massive four-legged mech appeared to lose patience. With a thunderous stomp, it pressed down onto the ground, causing the soil to sink over a meter, leaving a footprint the size of a small car. The ground trembled, sending chills down the spines of the soldiers, rendering them frozen in fear. Lin Zai swallowed hard, his throat dry, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the deep imprint. He muttered, "If that foot were to land on me, I'd surely be bruised all over." With a sigh, he pulled out his encrypted phone and dialed a number. Once connected, an elderly voice answered, "Commander Lin." As expected, the exercise concluded swiftly. "It seems Huang Longan and his troops have considerable room for improvement." "No, General Qin, I called to." Lin Zai hesitated, struggling to articulate his words. Since his debut, he had never tasted defeat. The myth of invincibility was now shattered. A puzzled voice came from the other end. "What is it?" "I wanted to inform you that during this red-blue military exercise, our Blue Force has surrendered." "Who surrendered?" ISNT your main force on the verge of completely occupying Hill 888. Victory is within reach. It must be Huang's troops who are surrendering. I assure you. It is our blue force that surrenders. At this point, Lin Zai looked up at the colossal mech looming above him, sensing that the railgun could obliterate his head at any moment. Regrettably, he had chosen a location for the command post that was completely concealed from observation. Otherwise, General Qin would have witnessed this spectacle firsthand, which would have been quite a sight. General Qin, I am serious. Please issue the order to conclude the military exercise. If I have the chance to meet you, I will personally explain the reasons. Very well, I shall issue the termination notice to all personnel involved in the exercise. However, I expect you to hasten to the underground observation center. I want to hear your report in person. Yes. Lin Zai hung up the call, remaining motionless as he observed the mech's next actions. In the cockpit, Hao Shuang received the termination notice of the military exercise. Commander Huang ordered her to retreat. With her left hand on the control stick and her right hand on the throttle, she maneuvered simultaneously. The four-legged mech's legs bent like a bow, launching itself into the air with a resounding crash, disappearing into the distant forest. The soldiers of the security unit were drenched in cold sweat, utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with dread. Those who had encountered the Decepticons understood the overwhelming sense of pressure and visual shock that came too swiftly. Advisor Chin's face turned pale as he watched the mech vanish into the distance before asking, "Commander, what now?" "I'm heading straight to General Qin to discuss this matter in person without reporting." 10 minutes later, Lin Zai entered the underground command center. He hurried toward General Qin and Chief Advisor Lu, saluting while panting heavily. General Qin gestured toward the sofa opposite the coffee table. "Don't rush. Sit down and speak." Lin Zai's expression was grim, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. Once seated, he organized his thoughts and spoke earnestly. "General Qin, what I am about to say requires you and Chief Advisor Lu to remain composed." The two men exchanged glances, a light-hearted smile gracing their faces. After years of military service, they had encountered countless unbelievable situations. What could possibly unsettle them? Chief Advisor Lu chuckled. "General Qin and I are veterans of decades. We can handle it. Please go on." Lin Zai bit his lip, raising his gaze to meet General Qin's, his eyes slightly dazed. "I was just kidnapped by the Decepticons." General Qin's face froze in disbelief, leaning back slightly. Struggling to maintain his composure, he turned to Chief Advisor Lu, who had also glanced over. Both men found it increasingly difficult to suppress their reactions. General Qin scratched his chin, tentatively asking, "Which Decepticon are you referring to?" Lin Zai recalled the shocking sight he had witnessed, his expression contorted, remnants of fear lingering in his eyes. Not just any Decepticon. It was one towering 6 meters tall, clad in metallic armor, wielding an electromagnetic railgun. He pressed the railgun against my head, claiming to be a solo assault unit of the Red Force, and demanded that I surrender. Left with no choice, I had to comply with his demands. Chief Advisor Lu took out his phone and generated an image based on this description in under 10 seconds. Lin Zai glanced at the generated image and corrected. "It doesn't have 2 legs, it has 4. Chief Advisor Lu promptly adjusted the prompt, and the image was updated. Lin Zai felt exasperated. The head and body are one. The railgun is long, about 5 or 6 meters. Chief Advisor Lu made further adjustments, but the results grew increasingly absurd. General Qin observed the increasingly bizarre images, his expression stiffening, a sense of absurdity creeping into his mind. His gaze toward Lin Zai grew increasingly disapproving. After years of military leadership, this was the first time he had encountered such ludicrous claims. Unbelievable. Chief Advisor Lu, losing interest in generating more AI images, followed up with a question, "Commander Lin, does this Decepticon speak human language?" Lin Zai nodded vigorously. "Yes, it speaks human language," with the voice of a young girl, perhaps 18 or 19 years old. She spoke fluent and melodious Chinese. Regrettably, the situation was too urgent for me to discern her demeanor or record her voice. Chapter 49. Let us unleash the heavy tungsten core armor-piercing rounds and obliterate it. Commander Qin's expression darkened considerably, despite years of honing his composure. He found himself unable to endure this moment. Is this even rational discourse? Lin Zai, I comprehend your meaning. Are you suggesting that a teenage female Decepticon, merely 18 or 19 years of age, has kidnapped you and coerced you into surrendering to the Red Faction? Ah, yes, that seems to be the case. Initially, she took the form of a tank, then later transformed into a quadrupedal mech. Everyone in my security detail can attest to this. Should there be a single falsehood, I am willing to face a military tribunal. Upon hearing this, Commander Chin hesitated. Logically, it was entirely implausible, yet Lin Zai spoke with unwavering conviction, supported by witnesses, even willing to face a military tribunal for it. It is worth noting that such a tribunal can issue death sentences on the spot. Chief Lu suggested, "Perhaps we should contact Colonel Huang and seek his perspective?" "Very well, I shall make the call now." Commander Chin dialed the number, awaiting the connection. At 888 Heights, the poison blade stood tall in its quadrupedal mech form amidst an open area, surrounded by soldiers whose eyes gleamed with excitement. They gazed at the mech as one would at a blooming bride. The atmosphere was rife with anticipation. The cacophony resonated through the sky. After much commotion, the colonel had already prepared this trump card. "This is a true mech, utterly magnificent. I have always maintained that warfare is akin to a trajectory, akin to the path of an orbital cannon, the ultimate romance for men." Hao Shuang stood at the mech's feet as Huang Longan approached briskly, delivering a hearty pat on Hao Shuang's shoulder. "A decisive strike, splendidly executed. Your efforts were pivotal in securing this victory," Hao Shuang humbly replied. It was the colonel who capitalized on Lin Zai's suspicious nature to devise a strategy of feigned incompetence, thereby buying enough time for the Poison Blade's quantum radar to successfully lock onto Colonel Lin's position, leading to the successful outcome of the exercise. "You and the Poison Blade are truly the heroes. I merely executed the plan." Just as Huang Longan was about to say more, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he stood upright, seriousness enveloping him. "Good day, leader." "Huang Longan, am I still your superior?" "Absolutely. You command me eastward. I shall not veer west. You instruct me to catch a dog. I shall not chase a chicken. You command me. Enough? Spare me the pleasantries. Did you dispatch a solitary commando to assault Lin Zai's command center, compelling him to surrender?" "Indeed, this should not contravene the exercise's regulations, correct?" "This commando. She is 18 or 19, with a melodious voice, wielding an orbital cannon several meters long. Is that not so?" Huang Longan glanced at Hao Shuang, then cast a look at the electromagnetic orbital cannon mounted on the Poison Blade's shoulder, affirmatively stating, "You are entirely correct." Gasp. The sound of sharp inhalation echoed through the phone. Even over the line, one could sense the tension, as if the very air was about to burst. After a pause of several seconds, Commander Chin spoke again, his voice hoarse yet tinged with frantic urgency. "Huang Longan, I command you. Immediately bring your commando to the underground observation center to meet me at the swiftest pace." Hearing the urgency in his tone, Huang Longan dared not disobey. "Yes. I shall escort her there at once." He hung up, turning his gaze toward a valley on the side of Chui Mountain, the location of the underground observation center. He muttered to himself, "How can we arrive there swiftly?" Hao Shuang replied, "Colonel, that is simple. I shall guide you there. It will be quick." Huang Longan turned to the massive steel foot of the Poison Blade, his gaze rising, a spark igniting in his eyes. At the underground observation center, Commander Chin ended the call, his heart tumultuous. His worldview felt shattered. Given the circumstances, no matter how absurd it may seem, he had to believe. Lin Zai's claims were, astonishingly, all true. A female transformer had indeed emerged within Colonel Huang's armored synthesis division. Chief Lu pondered aloud, "Old Chin, since Colonel Huang and this Decepticon are on their way, we should remain vigilant and prepare thoroughly. What do you think?" Commander Chin contemplated for a moment and issued a command. "The heavy artillery unit assigned to guard the observation center is to prepare for battle. The Z-21 will be armed with air-to-air and surface-to-air missiles at the ready. The military flags and air defense missiles are under full alert." A series of commands were dispatched. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the entire observation center. Birds in the sky seemed to sense this chilling aura, fleeing in droves. The air grew eerily silent. Commander Chin's expression remained composed as he gestured. "Let us proceed. Whether she be dragon or serpent, we must confront her." They exited the underground observation center and stepped onto the surface. Just as they steadied themselves, a sudden tempest erupted around them. Leaves rustled loudly in the wind. The clear sky was obscured by an ominous presence, dimming their surroundings considerably. A powerful gust of air descended from above, causing the group to sway precariously. The concealed air defense missile launchers began emitting a chaotic series of beeps, as if they had detected something terrifying. Up above, someone shouted hoarsely. Commander Chin and the others looked skyward. A massive shadow descended, its 4 enormous feet rapidly enlarging in their vision, poised to crush them. Boom. The ground erupted with a violent tremor as the Poison Blade made its grand entrance. The 4 metallic feet narrowly missed crushing Commander Chin and the others, instead embedding themselves deep into the earth, leaving the ground riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The mech basked in the sunlight, seemingly absorbing and converting solar energy. The electromagnetic orbital cannon crackling ominously. Its eyes glowed red, casting the earth in a crimson hue. Commander Qin and Chief Lu stood frozen in place. Their expressions akin to statues, their gazes vacant. The unparalleled visual impact rendered them breathless. Their hearts seemed to cease beating. Even Lin Zai, having witnessed this once before, felt a tremor within at the sight of it again. The pressure threatened to burst the veins within her body. Moments later, a frantic voice crackled through Commander Qin's earpiece. "Commander, the enemy has appeared. Please evacuate to a safe location immediately. We request to initiate comprehensive fire coverage." Commander Qin regained his composure, about to respond when a series of metallic clangs erupted. The metallic modules on the four-legged mech's body transformed and reconfigured before their very eyes, swiftly morphing into a towering, super-heavy tank. Commander Qin's eyes widened in shock, his pupils nearly scattering. His taut nerves felt as though they were on the verge of snapping. The urgency in the voice over the earpiece escalated. They were nearly ready to bypass Commander Qin's authorization and launch an attack. "Commander, it transformed before our very eyes. What is the difference between that and shedding one's garments before us? It is an outrageous provocation. You must evacuate immediately. Let us unleash the heavy tungsten core armor-piercing rounds and obliterate it." Chapter 50. Huang Longan, congratulations on your newfound wealth. Commander Qin's hand tightened within his sleeve, his gaze sharp as a blade. At this moment, maintaining composure was paramount. For now, this behemoth had yet to display hostility. An impulsive attack would be ill-advised. While deep in thought, the tank's vertical hatch opened with a click. The surrounding personnel, like startled birds, turned their gazes toward the sound. A familiar head emerged from within. Huang Longan waved to Commander Qin, a cheeky grin plastered across his face. "Commander, please wait. I shall be right out." With that, he climbed out of the cockpit and swiftly approached Commander Qin. Hao Shuang followed suit, standing beside him. The two stood tall, simultaneously saluting Commander Qin with military precision. Colonel Huang Longan of the Army's Armored Synthesis Division Z, reporting for duty. Z Division's Poison Blade Tank Driving Instructor, Hao Shuang, reporting for duty. Commander Qin observed the spirited demeanor of the two, his astonishment now transformed into curiosity. As the gaze traversed the gap between the two individuals, it fell upon the technologically advanced tank in the background, leaving a large question mark hovering above. After several moments of silence, he finally spoke, but not to Huang Longan and his companions. All systems ceased targeting the objective. The immediate danger had been averted. After conveying this, he turned to the two before him. "Huang Longan," meaning there was no Decepticon in sight. "This transformation tank is a new addition to your division, isn't it?" Huang Longan stood tall and declared, "Report to the commander." Strictly speaking, this tank was borrowed from Hao Shuang, but Hao Shuang is indeed now a soldier of our division. The situation unfolded thus. A few days prior, Huang Longan had visited the Northern Army's Equipment Research and Development Base. 10 minutes later, he had clarified the entire situation. The tension in the hearts of Commander Qin and Chief of Staff, Lu, finally began to ease. Nearby, Lin Zai wore a face of frustration. He had always been the one utilizing high technology to outsmart others, but today, the tables had turned. The group approached the Poison Blade tank, taking a moment to admire it. Commander Qin caressed the tank's tracks, his face aglow with delight. What a splendid piece of equipment. With this, our Northern Army shall be the strongest among the 5 major war zones. Huang Longan, I congratulate you on your good fortune. Huang Longan, who had been smiling politely, suddenly felt a chill at those last words. It seemed eerily familiar, inducing an ominous premonition. Fortune? Let us just get by? Commander Qin's gaze turned towards him with a grin. Longan, didn't you mention earlier that you had ordered a batch of Poison Blade tanks from the Northern Army's equipment, RD base? How many in total? Not many. Just 110 units. I'm preparing to form a Poison Blade Special Armored Composite Brigade. Look at you. You think a division can form a Poison Blade Composite Brigade? Does that mean my army group should have a Poison Blade Composite Division? It should. For your esteemed reputation, a fully equipped Poison Blade army would not be excessive. Enough of the pleasantries. Once they deliver, you keep half, and the other half is to be sent to my Northern Army headquarters. Huang Longan's polite smile froze instantly, and he bitterly replied, What are you doing, Commander? Is this a heist? You might as well execute me. I absolutely refuse. Commander Qin's expression immediately turned serious, his demeanor reflecting an unwavering sense of duty. Refuse? Then we must discuss this. Your soldiers during the drills engaged in tug-of-war, singing songs, sunbathing, and even playing mahjong and poker. That is a serious violation of discipline. That is no small matter, is it? Huang Longan was taken aback. feeling as though he had been struck mute, unable to articulate his grievances. No, Commander, that was tactical flexibility. Soldiers must employ cunning. War is the path of deception. Commander Chin chuckled lightly. That's cunning? It's clearly a blatant breach of conduct. Spare me the nonsense. Either you keep half, or we pursue charges against you for allowing your soldiers to breach discipline. Your choice. Huang Longan, with a dejected face, conceded. All right, you are the leader. Your word is law. He muttered under his breath. Being in a high position allows one to crush others. If you want to rob, just say so. Why use these excuses? Commander Chin's stern face broke into a broad smile, his lips stretching from ear to ear, with laughter illuminating his features. The prospect of soon possessing over 50 of these poison blade transformation tanks thrilled him to the point of wanting to leap with joy. He threw an arm around Huang Longan's shoulder, akin to a brotherly embrace. Longan, you are a blessing to our northern region. Come, let us go inside. I shall personally serve you tea. Huang Longan hesitated. How could I dare? Commander Chin laughed heartily. We are all family here. No need for formality. Huang Longan quietly teased. Just a moment ago, you were talking about punishment, and now you're like this. Your mood changes as quickly as turning a page in a book. The group made their way to the underground observation center. Lin Xiaozai quietly tugged at Huang Longan's sleeve from behind, whispering, Brother Long, let me introduce myself. I am Lin Xiaozai. Hello, Chief Lin. Just call me Xiaozai. Why be so formal? Lin Xiaozai smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, hesitating yet eager. We grew up together. Even if you were playing at your house and I at mine, we are practically brothers. Could you possibly spare me half of those poison blade tanks? I only need 20. I'll get the necessary procurement funds approved by my superiors. Or take any equipment from our division that catches your eye. Feel free. Huang Longan, still feeling the sting of his earlier predicament, raised an eyebrow at the overly flattering Lin Xiaozai. You want poison blade tanks? Yes, I desperately want them. I see them when I close my eyes. And if I don't hold one while I sleep tonight, I'm sure I won't be able to rest. Well, no poison blades for you. Your life is not worth it. Huang Longan quipped before dashing after Commander Chin into the underground observation center. Lin Xiaozai stood rooted like a lamppost, envy and jealousy lighting up his eyes, on the verge of madness. Upon returning to the underground observation center, Commander Chin indeed served tea personally to Huang Longan and Hao Shuang. Longan, Hao Shuang, you two are the heroes of our Dragon Country Army. I thank you on behalf of the Dragon Country Army. Huang Longan and Hao Shuang recognized the sincerity in Commander Chin's words, their expressions humble, not seeking glory. Huang Longan remarked, Commander, if we are to speak of credit, it should truly go to Brother Su Mo. Commander Chin had already heard this name mentioned before. Su Mo had developed this tank for the Northern Army without seeking anything in return, truly a national hero. Our entire army must express gratitude to him. The poison blade boasts formidable capabilities, unmatched in land combat. It perfectly resolves the current predicament of tanks becoming mere targets on the battlefield. However, if we could develop another equally powerful piece of equipment to complement the poison blade, it would be even more perfect. Hao Shuang interjected, Commander, if we wish to invite Mr. Su out of seclusion to develop another model, it's not impossible, but Commander Chin's breath quickened at this statement. He leaned forward, straining to catch every word, while Chief of Staff Lu held his breath, intently focused on Hao Shuang. Huang Longan and Lin Xiaozai felt a surge of excitement. For Huang Longan, the prospect of acquiring another powerful piece of equipment, equal to the poison blade, meant that any future adversary would be mere trifles. Lin Xiaozai was equally eager for the military technology that Mr. Su could provide. Hao Shuang paused, his expression wavering slightly. However, Mr. Su is unlike other researchers. He is a true recluse. His daily identity is that of an unremarkable university student, running a seemingly shabby repair shop where he fixes various tools. He hides away from the world, preferring not to be disturbed, and enjoys quietly conducting research. After developing top-tier technology, he pretends to repair something for others, using this as a pretext to donate his inventions to the state. He briefly recounted how Hao Shuang had previously asked Su Mo to repair Tank 300. The group felt a deep respect for him, and Su Mo's image grew even more elevated in their hearts, shining brilliantly. Commander Chin turned to Chief of Staff Lu. Old Lu, do you have any ideas? Chief of Staff Lu contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. I believe we could try this. I have a 10-year-old scrapped Vulture Raptor pickup truck, with only half a rusted chassis remaining. The wheels, engine, and exterior are long gone. If we bring it to Mr. Su for repairs, as Hao Shuang mentioned, he might enjoy working on something thoroughly damaged, allowing for greater creative potential. Perhaps, in a fit of inspiration, Mr. Su might even produce another powerful piece of equipment. After this suggestion, hope blossomed in everyone's hearts. Commander Chin immediately made a decision. Let us go with it. Even if there's only the slightest chance. We must try. If there are challenges, we'll face them head-on. If there are none, we will create them. I will personally handle this matter. I'll risk my reputation to ensure it gets done. Chapter 51. No savings. But some balanced General Chin promptly set out for the Northern Military Equipment Research and Development Base, intending to personally visit Sumo. The base had recently completed its first production line for the Poison Blade, with most processes automated through AI machinery. Even Sumo no longer needed to oversee operations on-site frequently, as long as the various components operated in harmony and materials were consistently supplied. The Poison Blade tanks could be produced at a rate of 5 units per month. Once they established 10 production lines, that figure would rise to 50 tanks monthly. A manufacturing pace that delighted both Elder Chun and Elderly. The prospect of the Dragon Kingdom's army soon fielding a Poison Blade armored division filled them with ecstatic anticipation. Early in the day, Sumo returned to Harbin. With a bit of financial success, he decided to purchase the old warehouse and workshop he had previously rented. The process was remarkably straightforward, completed in just 1 hour. The versatile workstation was also transported back, with the research points increasing to 3 per 100. He began contemplating what modifications or repairs to undertake next. Before he could finalize his thoughts, he received a phone call from his mother, once again urging him to find a partner. She lamented that the longer he waited, the more difficult it would become, not to mention the need for a car, a house, and a bride price, as good women would soon be taken by others. His second aunt's third uncle's nephew's friend had introduced him to a girl who was willing to connect on WeChat. After adding her, Sumo refrained from hastily messaging her. He perused her WeChat moments and found her to be of above-average attractiveness. Her posts featured images of travel, yoga, cycling, afternoon tea, and dog walking. Before he could ponder further, she messaged him first. Sumo responded politely. Hello, handsome. I'm Chi Yao. You can call me Yao Yao. Hello. Would you like to meet for lunch? Sure. Location information. Click to start navigation. I'm here. Come over. All right. Upon arriving at the Northern Military Equipment Research and Development Base, General Chin, accompanied by Hao Shuang, discovered that Sumo had already returned to Harbin that morning. Elder Chun guided General Chin on a tour of the Poison Blade production line, showcasing the tank's performance and weapon testing videos. General Chin's excitement was palpable. The Poison Blade was indeed an impressive creation. The speed at which Mr. Su had established the production line was nothing short of miraculous. No matter what, I must meet him today. Hao Shuang, let us head to Harbin. The two set off once more. As noon approached, Sumo could no longer withstand his mother's incessant nagging. He rode his electric bike to the location Chi Yao had provided. If she were the kind of person he could genuinely connect with, he was open to developing something more, especially since he was still single. Meeting her was certainly not a burden. He parked his electric bike outside a magnificent 5-star hotel, the letters St. Martin prominently displayed overhead. The location indicated he had arrived. And he stepped inside, where attendants bowed respectfully on either side. The Italian luxury-style decor exuded elegance, with soft, melodious music echoing gently throughout the lobby. As he approached the dining area, he noticed several tables occupied by patrons relishing their meals. Hello, over here. A voice called from beside him. Sumo turned to see a beautifully dressed woman smiling and gesturing for him to take a seat. Although she looked somewhat different from her photos, he could still recognize Chi Yao from her eyes and brows, despite the thick layer of white foundation that slightly caked her skin. A waft of perfume enveloped him as he nodded and greeted her hello. She must have seen his WeChat moments, recognizing him from his photos. Before he could settle in, 2 barks interrupted them. Chi Yao, engrossed in her phone, was replying to someone while casually introducing her pet. This is my dog, Mao Mao. He acts like family, and I take him everywhere. She then flipped her phone screen down on the table and continued, since we are both adults, I'll be straightforward. I tend to be somewhat slow to warm up. All right, Sumo interjected. Why don't you take your time to warm up, and we can connect later. He stood up to leave. Chi Yao looked taken aback, but quickly responded, You're quite inconsiderate. If you don't pursue me, how can I warm up? We should at least try to get to know each other. Fine, let us get to know each other then. Sumo leaned back in his chair, his seriousness morphing into a playful demeanor. As Chi Yao organized her thoughts, she slowly introduced herself. I consider myself a quality individual. I think I'm quite pretty. Have a good figure, and enjoy traveling, yoga, and cycling. I have a great personality. I hope to find a partner who is handsome, fit, kind, owns a car and a house, and is financially stable. As for the marriage dowry, I expect 388 million. Given my age, anything less wouldn't be appropriate. Suemo nearly choked on the water the server had just brought, coughing a couple of times. Chi Yao regarded him quizzically. What's wrong? Nothing, please continue. Additionally, after we marry, you must purchase a house for my brother within 5 years. If you fail to do so, it will lead to divorce. And the dowry will not be refunded. Suemo struggled to contain his disbelief. You mean I pay 3.88 million for the dowry, and also have to buy a house for your brother? Yes, marrying me means marrying into my entire family. You must take care of my brother. I want to be attending to your parents after marriage. They didn't raise me, right? But what if my parents become ill or elderly? Don't they require care? That's your parents, not mine. Why should I be responsible for them? I believe your thinking is problematic. Chi Yao crossed her arms and frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Suemo's objections. And the house we live in must be transferred to my name, and your parents' finances should be managed by me for family expenses. I am not your housekeeper. I want to cook or clean, and I don't want children for the first 5 years. If you agree to these terms and then fail to fulfill them, resulting in divorce, the dowry will not be refunded. Do you have any objections? Suemo's mind was somewhat in turmoil, unable to respond immediately. After hearing so much, all he could think about was those 4 words, dowry non-refundable. Chi Yao abruptly changed the subject. By the way, I forgot to ask, do you own a house? Yes. Sumo replied, pulling out his phone to show her pictures of his newly acquired repair workshop. I just took it over this morning. Chi Yao's expression cooled slightly as she leaned back, her eyelids fluttering. You're not planning to use this as a marital home, are you? That would surely scare someone away. Do you have a car? Yes. Suemo pointed outside to his electric bike parked by the hotel's glass wall. I've been riding it for 2 years, and I recently made some modifications. It's incredibly fast, and everyone who has ridden it says it's great. Chi Yao burst into laughter, the earlier tension easing somewhat. That's your idea of a car? Do you have any savings? Suemo sincerely shook his head. No savings. Just a little balance on WeChat and Sifubeo. I haven't counted the exact amount. Would you like to see? Chapter 52. You're free to do as you please. I have no objections. The money Suemo earned from the orders he placed through Hao Shuang, aside from what he gave his parents, was mostly in his WeChat balance. The payments he received from collaborating with Elder Li and others, along with subsequent commissions, were all channeled through Sifubeo. At this point, the balance in his Sifubeo account had grown so large that even Suemo had lost count. While talking, he opened his phone to check his Sifubeo balance. It appeared to be quite substantial. Chi Yao sneered. You should put that away. I doubt your 2 accounts combined have more than my overdue balance with Duyan. Suemo pocketed his phone and retorted. You seem to be of considerable age. Might I ask how old you are? I'm in my 30s. Why? Do you think my value has diminished? Of course not. Suemo replied earnestly. There are people in their 70s still having children, and directors in their 50s doing the same. You're only in your 30s, so why the rush? To be candid, after conversing with you for so long, I perceive you as an exceptional individual, one who remains untainted by the mundane world, akin to a lotus that rises from the mire. You ought to seek a gentleman as pure as the lotus. The conditions you previously mentioned seem rather conservative, which may convey a sense of insecurity. As Chi Yao gazed into Sumo's earnest eyes, she felt an unexpected closeness to this young man, her previous indifference melting away. She nodded, her tone affirming. Acknowledging the wisdom in his words, pursuing her own happiness was undoubtedly a righteous endeavor, and regardless of age, there would always be someone for her. With a clap of his hands, Suemo leaned forward, seizing the uplifting atmosphere. For someone as remarkable as you, even if you were bedridden, suitors would still flock to you. In our village, there's a 96-year-old who was dug up to get married. So, even if you were to be incapacitated, there would still be admirers. At just over 30, if you consider living to 90, you have another 60 years ahead. There's no need to rush in finding someone worthy of you. Am I right? Chi Yao nodded vigorously, feeling momentarily like she had found a kindred spirit, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Absolutely. She leaned in closer, nearly touching Sumo's head. Despite the unpleasant scent of her perfume, he continued, have you encountered any deceitful suitors in your past blind dates? Those who spoke ill of you through intermediaries? That's because they are unworthy of you. Those who cannot attain the grapes will claim they are sour. As he spoke, Suemo rolled up his sleeves, growing more animated. I know of a woman who, at 65, divorced with 3 grandchildren, worked as a cleaner in a presidential palace. Guess what? She caught the eye of the president and became the first lady. Now she resides in the palace, adorned with unique jewels every day. The reason you haven't encountered such opportunities yet is merely due to a lack of encounters. If you remain patient, you will surely meet your Prince Charming. Upon hearing this, Qi Yao's gaze faltered, biting her lip. Sigh. I am self-aware. I feel I am not worthy of a president or a prince. You need not flatter me. How can you say that? Sumo's expression turned serious, feigning anger as he declared emphatically, everyone deserves to be loved. Why can others find good partners, yet you cannot? You are so talented and hardworking. You must have more confidence. I dislike seeing you so self-deprecating. With that, Sumo straightened his back and declared resolutely, come. Say it with me. I want to find a tall, rich, and handsome man. Qi Yao turned to glance around, embarrassed at the thought of being overheard. Sumo urged. If you have a dream, you must vocalize it. Say it with me. I want to find a tall, rich, and handsome man. With the atmosphere building, Qi Yao, albeit reluctantly, followed suit and softly shouted, I want to find a tall, rich, and handsome man. Sumo intensified his encouragement, his eyes brimming with support, louder. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yao mustered all her strength and exclaimed, I want to find a tall, rich, and handsome man. Her voice echoed through the dining area, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, who regarded her with bewilderment. Teddy was startled, nearly jumping onto the table. Yet, Qi Yao felt no embarrassment, rather. Her face radiated confidence and fervor. A waiter, drawn by the commotion, approached with a polite bow. Good day, may I assist you with your order? Qi Yao turned to Sumo with questioning eyes. He shrugged, order whatever you like, I'm indifferent. Her eyes lit up as she recalled that today was Mao Mao's 5th birthday, deciding to celebrate it here, albeit simply. It's a bit quiet. But next year, I must ensure that all my partner's relatives and friends come to celebrate. Perusing the menu filled with exquisite delicacies, she began to order. I'll have the 12-head South African dried abalone, 2 Australian lobsters, 1 Eastern Star grouper, and the 8 treasure Buddha jumps over the wall. She continued to list over 20 dishes, also ordering a bottle of Flying Mutai and a bottle of Bordeaux, before pausing contentedly. Is this sufficient? Sumo shrugged. It's up to you. Qi Yao shot him a look that suggested disbelief. Waiter, that will be all. Please serve it quickly. I am famished. Certainly, esteemed guest. The waiter, surprised by the lavish order, hurried away. Soon, a variety of dishes began to arrive at their table. Qi Yao savored a 4-pound Eastern Star grouper, then remembered Mao Mao. Placing 2 dried abalones into his bowl, little Teddy had never tasted such delicacies and gobbled them down, nearly choking. Sumo, meanwhile, was preoccupied with his phone. Hao Shuang messaged him, saying he had brought a leader to Harbin for potential collaboration. Upon seeing the word collaboration, his spirits lifted even higher. The previous partnership had proven immensely beneficial, and he was determined not to miss this opportunity. Moments later, Hao Shuang sent another message. Su Ge, can you repair the Raptor? We might need your help to modify it. Sumo did not reply immediately. Instead, he quickly searched for information on the Raptor. Previously, he had struggled with a tank repair. This time he needed to be more cautious. The AI efficiently provided a comprehensive introduction. The Raptor, developed by Lockheed Martin for the Air Force, is a single-seat, twin-engine, all-weather tactical stealth fighter jet, designated F-22. Upon reading about the Raptor, Sumo became excited. This is a significant order. Without hesitation, he replied to Hao Shuang. Yes, I can repair it. That is wonderful. We arrived in Harbin. Where are you? Have you eaten? Let us have lunch together. I'm at the St. Martin Hotel. Haven't tea eaten yet. Just sitting here. You're at the St. Martin Hotel and haven't tea eaten? All right, hold tight. We'll be there soon. I know that place well. Let me treat you to a grand meal. Chapter 53. Is what I said reasonable? Just as Sumo finished messaging Hao Shuang, he heard Qi Yao's sweet voice. The food here is quite good. Both Mao Mao and I enjoy it. Why aren't you eating? I'll eat later. No rush. Well, we've ordered a bit too much. We might not finish. Could you call my friend Xiao Mei to join us? Feel free. I'm indifferent. Qi Yao quickly video called Xiao Mei, and within 5 minutes, she appeared. Upon arrival, she didn't engage with Sumo, directly embracing Qi Yao at her invitation. The two women chatted and dined, occasionally pushing aside the mutai to indulge in the Bordeaux, which they seemed to prefer. As they feasted, 30 minutes passed. Encouraged by Xiao Mei, Qi Yao hesitantly spoke up. These dishes are delightful, and the wine is quite nice. Could I get some to take home? Sumo replied nonchalantly, whatever you wish. Thank you. Qi Yao exclaimed, summoning the waiter. This lobster is excellent. Please prepare another to go. And this abalone, please pack one as well. Oh, could you also make another birthday cake and deliver it to my home? I'd like my neighbor's dog to enjoy your culinary skills. And the Buddha jumps over the wall. The waiter complied with her requests. After another half hour, the takeout was packed, and the cake was dispatched. The two women, now with full bellies, leaned back, sighing contentedly, their pants straining against their waists. Qi Yao waved her hand. Waiter, the bill, please. The waiter approached, presenting the bill with both hands. Good day, sir. The total is 70,300. Suemo was taken aback, realizing why indulgent dining often topped the list of pleasures. Her expression remained composed, even with a hint of innocence. What do you want from me? She questioned. They dined. Why should I pay? I didn't eat anything. I don't even know them. She gestured towards the empty plates and the untouched chopsticks. The waiter paused for a moment, retracting the bill and glancing at Qi Yao and Xiao Mei. Qi Yao appeared equally bewildered, blinking at Suemo. What do you mean? Sumo's feigned innocence intensified. Madam, I would like to ask you the same. I do not know you, so why should I settle your bill? I haven't consumed any of your food. Turning to the waiter, she inquired. Isn't my reasoning sound? After a moment of contemplation, the waiter's expression shifted from confusion to clarity, nodding vigorously. Absolutely reasonable. Suemo continued. I've been meaning to ask, why did your hotel make me share a table with them when there are so many vacant ones? You didn't even provide a menu. Upon hearing this, Qi Yao's face contorted in disbelief. How can you be like this? If you can't afford it, just say so. Sharing a table? What makes you think you're worthy to sit with such a beautiful girl as me? Suemo replied. Whether I can afford it or not is irrelevant to you. We are not acquainted. If you can even utter my name, I would gladly pay your bill. The waiter looked expectantly at Qi Yao, who, realizing she didn't even know Sumo's name, felt perplexed. Xiao Mei, growing anxious, shook Qi Yao's arm vigorously. Come on. Think. What's his name? You can't really not know, can you? I can't believe this. You're running a scam and don't even know the name of the pig? Qi Yao finally lost her composure, directing a tirade at Suemo, spitting words. You're not my father. Why should I care what you're called? Just pay the bill already. Are you short on cash, or what? Suemo, uninterested in the banter, had no intention of footing the bill for these two fools. Just as she looked up, a striking figure clad in military camouflage approached briskly. With her sharp silver hair and a face reminiscent of a comic book character, it was none other than Hao Shuang. Accompanying her was an imposing elder in military attire. Adorned with two gleaming stars on his shoulders, Commander Qin. The surrounding waitstaff, upon noticing Hao Shuang, immediately straightened, dropping their casual demeanor. Miss. The hotel manager approached with a beaming smile. Miss, your reserved private room and meals are prepared. Right this way. Yes, Uncle Qiao, we'll head over shortly. As she strolled towards Suemo alongside Commander Qin, onlookers cast admiring glances at the young woman, even ignoring their companions. Whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't that the heiress of Longbei Group, in military attire? She actually enlisted. This St. Martin Hotel, being a property of Longbei Group. Explained the staff's deference. Longbei Group is a Fortune 500 company, valued in the hundreds of billions. If one could marry such a woman, I'd willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Are you all not seeing the issue? Look at that elder's shoulders. What is wrong with them? It was at this moment that many noticed the two dazzling stars. Shock and fervor filled their gazes as they looked at Commander Qin. Anyone familiar with military accolades knew the significance of such a distinction. And to possess 2 stars indicated a lifetime of valor on the battlefield. This elder had emerged from countless conflicts. It was clear he stood as a pillar of the Northern Army. Some in the crowd were eager to request an autograph. Yet the overwhelming aura of lethal prowess emanating from Commander Qin restrained them, as if they were facing not a man, but a monumental edifice. Hao Shuang and Commander Qin had become the center of attention. Qi Yao, initially scheming to coerce Suemo into settling the bill, now found herself stymied by the waiter's announcement of the miss, and resolved to portray herself as a victim. She stood up abruptly, feigning distress, and approached Hao Shuang and Commander Qin, declaring loudly, "This hotel is owned by your family, right? This shameless person invited us to dinner, then threw a tantrum when it came time to pay. Why must I endure such treatment?" Hao Shuang and Commander Qin zeroed in on Suemo at the table, their pace quickening, completely disregarding Qi Yao as they brushed past her. They reached Suemo, who stood to greet them. The moment Hao Shuang laid eyes on Suemo again, her gaze sparkled, though it flickered away for a moment. "Brother Su, this is Commander Qin, whom I mentioned to you on WeChat. Commander Qin, this is Mr. Su, whom I spoke of." Suemo extended his hands to shake Commander Qin's, who reciprocated eagerly. "Commander Qin, I grew up hearing tales of your battles. You are an idol to our generation. It's a tremendous honor to meet you. Mr. Su, the pleasure is all mine. I've long admired your reputation." The moment their hands met, Commander Qin's stern visage softened, radiating warmth and esteem. The fierce aura of warfare dissipated entirely, revealing a tender-hearted elder. Chapter 54. From now on, we each mind our own business. Onlookers were left astounded, witnessing the once intimidating general transform into an endearing grandfather in an instant. The speed of this transformation was astonishing, and the heiress of Longbei Group, upon encountering this young man, appeared almost bashful. One would think it was a fan meeting. Chi Yao stood frozen like a lamppost, remnants of her earlier pretenses still visible on her face. Many had overheard Su Mo's words, and the more she played the victim, the more she resembled a clown in a circus act. The crowd began to murmur and point, and she wished for a hole to hide in, turning her gaze to Su Mo, who was now engaging amiably with Hao Shuang and Commander Qin. Her clenched fists could no longer contain their fury. How could it be that even the heiress of Longbei Group and a true general held him in such high regard? There was even a hint of flattery in their tones. What on earth is his true identity? The matchmaker said he was merely a common university student from an average family, but that does not seem accurate. Compared to him, I feel like a mere mutt. Meanwhile, Su Mo and Commander Qin exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere warming. Hao Shuang glanced at the uncollected table nearby and suddenly asked, "Brother Su, have you eaten?" "Not yet. I just shared a table with two ladies I didn't know and didn't get a chance to order." "No need to order. I've arranged for the manager to prepare a feast in the Imperial box over there. Let's dine and chat." "Sounds good." The trio made their way to the private room, leaving Chi Yao and Xiao Mei abandoned. Upon hearing shared a table, Chi Yao felt her anger surge, nearly causing an aneurysm. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Mei, signaling for a chance to escape, but the waiter from earlier blocked their path. "I'm sorry, ladies, but you need to settle your bill before leaving. Otherwise, we will have to call the police. According to civil law, failure to pay exceeding 3,000 yuan can lead to detention. Your total is 70,030 yuan. The charges will not be minor." The two exchanged despairing looks, realizing they could not evade the bill. Xiao Mei urged, "Yao Yao, you invited me to this meal, so you should pay." Chi Yao exploded, "We both ate. There's no way I'm paying the whole bill. We'll split it." Xiao Mei crossed her arms, unfazed. "Do you have no shame? You called me to celebrate Mao Mao's 5th birthday. Of course, I'm not paying. You figure it out? I'm leaving." "No, you can't leave." Chi Yao firmly grasped Xiao Mei, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, twisting each other's arms and legs, tearing at their clothes. The scene was quite spectacular, drawing a crowd of onlookers who eagerly watched the spectacle unfold. Unfortunately, after a few moments of tussling, they were forced apart, their overindulgence leaving them unable to continue. Some onlookers were thoroughly entertained, offering unsolicited commentary. To think they could eat so much without fearing a stomachache. And what about Bai Lian calling her Yao Yao? I see her more as a meaty version of Yao Yao. She still hopes to find a tall, rich, and handsome man. She'd better sit on him with her 3 skills. And that Xiao Mei, eating like a Snorlax. By the way, who was that young man earlier? Why is he so favored by the big shots? Even the heiress of Longbei Group turned into a little fangirl in his presence, almost seeming a bit self-conscious. He must be quite an impressive character. What were they discussing in the VIP room? It looked like a delightful atmosphere. Can you hear what they're saying? The walls of the VIP room are made of triple-layered tempered glass, soundproofed. There's no way to hear anything. I heard clearly that he's passing the title to the 4th prince. Get lost. Upon hearing the surrounding comments, particularly the phrase meaty version of Yao Yao, Chi Yao felt a surge of anger, her fury nearly causing her to spit blood. In a fit of rage, she slumped into her chair. "Xiao Mei, I definitely don't have 73,000 yuan. How about this? You lend me half, and I'll write you an IOU." Xiao Mei, aware that they wouldn't leave without shedding some blood today, sighed heavily. "I'll do my best." The two women simultaneously pulled out their phones, frantically scrolling through their contacts. Chi Yao was the first to find a preferred number, dialing quickly. "Wanggo, it's Yao Yao. Are you busy right now? I've run into a bit of trouble. Could you come to St. Martin Hotel to help me settle the bill?" The line abruptly went dead. Chi Yao steadied her composure and continued trying one number after another. "Hello, President Liu? Could you come to St. Martin Hotel and help me pay the bill? Are you abroad?" "Does she go? It's your Yao Yao. I've got a bit of a situation. I forgot my wallet while dining. Could you possibly come over? Is it true you two are getting married? Can you postpone it? I'm in urgent need here." As Chi Yao made her calls, Xiao Mei was also fervently scrolling through her phone. Both women exhausted their contacts, unable to find a kind soul willing to come to their aid. They were left in a state of anxious despair, persistently trying. In the VIP room, Su Mo was already quite hungry, as were Commander Qin and Hao Shuang, neither having had breakfast. The three enjoyed their meal while engaging in lively conversation. "Mr. Su, I have attended numerous world military expos and witnessed the pinnacle of contemporary land army equipment, yet nothing compares to your poison blade. Commander, just call me Xiao Su. When you were leading troops into battle, I wasn't even born yet. How could I dare to call you Mr.? Ha ha. I enlisted at 16 and was on the battlefield by 18. I did start quite early. However, I've heard much about your accomplishments. You certainly deserve the title of Mr. Commander Chin laughed heartily, finding Sumo increasingly agreeable. As for you, let us drop the formalities. From now on, you call me Lao Chin, and I'll call you Mr. Su. How does that sound? Sumo nearly spewed the fresh juice he had just sipped, coughing heavily. Commander, that seems inappropriate. Nonsense. I see it as settled unless you don't consider me a friend. Ah, well Sumo could only reluctantly agree. What a situation. Commander Chin raised his glass, lightly clinking it against Sumo's. Mr. Su, regarding the modifications to the Falcon, Xiao Shuang should have mentioned it to you. Let us discuss it in detail. Sumo's gaze sharpened slightly, a smile gracing his lips. They were finally getting to the main topic. Lao Chin, for these modifications to the Falcon, do you have any specific requests? Commander Chin pondered, replying intermittently, enhance its performance across the board. Speed, safety, functionality, endurance, and so on. There are no particular requirements. It's mainly up to your creative discretion. Sumo recalled the previous AI-generated Falcon specifications, swiftly processing Commander Chin's words. The Falcon's top speed was 225 Mach, roughly equivalent to 2414 km per hour. To surpass that speed, significant adjustments to the power and aerodynamics would be necessary. For safety, the framework and critical structures would require carbon alloy to ensure robust defense, alongside enhancements to the active defense and weapon systems. Sufficient functionality would necessitate consideration of mode switching for various mission environments. Endurance depended on the powertrain, energy type, and overall weight reduction. In mere seconds, Sumo had a clear plan forming in his mind, having undergone the modifications on the poison blade tank. His knowledge of military technology had surpassed that of an ordinary person. With a clear gaze directed at Commander Chin, he confidently stated, I understand your requirements. Based on those, I will introduce some bold innovations that will surely impress you. Commander Chin, upon hearing this, raised his glass high. Mr. Su, you're quite impressive. Very much to my taste. Sumo raised his glass in return, both men downing their drinks. Hao Shuang peeled a large shrimp and placed it on Sumo's plate. Su Gu, try this shrimp. It was airlifted here, incredibly fresh and tender. Thank you. Sumo hastily swallowed it without truly savoring the flavor. Commander Chin, enjoying a side dish, turned to Sumo. As for compensation, Mr. Su, please don't hesitate to state your price. The poison blade tank is renowned as a hexagonal warrior in land combat equipment. The extensive technologies utilized within are priceless. Any one of them could create a seismic shift in the scientific community, potentially winning multiple Nobel Prizes. This modification to the Falcon would undoubtedly be equally impressive. No matter the price Sumo set today, Commander Chin would agree without hesitation, be it 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, or even 1,000 billion. The equipment produced would still be worth far more than its cost. Seeing that Sumo hadn't responded immediately, Commander Chin remained patient, waiting. As Sumo continued to eat and think, he recalled that the last tank modification had earned him 3 million. This time, the difficulty of modifying the Falcon was incomparable. The price surely could not be low. Material costs would likely be substantial, and more importantly, the client was a top leader in the Northern Army. Offering too little would not be fitting for such a prestigious position. Lao Chin, since this is a collaboration, we must be transparent like brothers. This modification presents certain challenges, and the material costs will not be negligible. Additionally, my workshop incurs expenses for utilities and labor. The costs are substantial, as per our usual practice. I only need a service fee. With that, Sumo took a deep breath, extending 3 fingers toward Commander Chin. How about this amount? Sumo's nerves tensed as he held his breath, his clear gaze fixed on Commander Chin. Multiplying the 3 million from the poison blade tank tenfold, he proposed 30 million. It was indeed a significant leap. He wondered how Commander Chin would react to such a high price. Commander Chin's expression stiffened, momentarily speechless. Hao Shuang was equally stunned, staring at Sumo in disbelief. Noticing their unusual reactions, Sumo quickly attempted to remedy the situation. Lao Chin, Xiao Shuang, haha. I was just joking. How about it? Did I trick you? The rigid body of Commander Chin melted in an instant. His lips parched, he forced a couple of laughs. Lowering his voice, he whispered to Hao Shuang beside him. Mr. Su is indeed humorous. I almost fell for his trick. I told you. How could it possibly be just 300 million? For such top-tier technology, even 30 billion would be too little. Hao Shuang nodded in agreement, softly responding, exactly. The previous poison blade was a loss even when given away for free. If this modification of the Raptor sells for 300 million, it would be no different from giving it away. After all, developing so much top-notch technology requires vast funding. Brother Sue can't possibly save up enough just by being frugal. How can he continue the research? The two had just finished their murmurs when Suemo smiled and said, "Actually, I thought about it carefully, the entire modification this time." He stretched out 2 fingers toward Commander Chin, feigning seriousness, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "This number will do. Please don't give me more, or I'll turn hostile. 30 million is too much. 20 million should be acceptable." The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Commander Chin was bewildered, his heart pounding violently, as if he were seeing things. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he still saw it too. He turned to look at Hao Shuang, who gazed at Sumo's fingers with wide, watery eyes, muttering incomprehensibly. Cutting 300 million down to 200 million feels like a stab in the artery. With such a small amount of money, where will the funding for research come from? Even if one pinches every penny, it wouldn't be enough. She had always been extravagant, not caring much for money, while Brother Sue diligently invested every cent into research, selflessly contributing his findings. Not only was he unwilling to take a single extra penny, but he even subsidized the costs. As she pondered, tears brimmed in her eyes, her heart heavy. Commander Chin felt similarly, at a loss for words. He had long heard about this child's benevolence. Seeing it in person was even more impressive, seeing that the two remained unresponsive and still found the price high. Suemo felt a tightening in his chest again. The cost for modifying the Raptor was roughly within 5 million. Asking for 20 million was hardly a profit. One must consider the future. In this harsh economic climate, should he marry a wife like Chi Yao, the expenses for a car, a house, and a bride price would be enormous. Once children come along, the costs for milk powder, medical care, and education from kindergarten to university were enough to give one a headache. If he had a son, he would need to save for a house and a car, and prepare a bride price. If he had twin sons, how on earth could he afford it all? The smile on Sumo's face had become unnatural, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Actually, I was just joking. You've been fooled again, haven't you?" With this remark, the atmosphere relaxed once more. Commander Chin's face twitched, his breathing slowed, revealing a look of resignation. Mr. Sue is indeed young and lively. This back and forth was hard on his heart. Hao Shuang adjusted her well-endowed figure, took a couple of gulps from the beverage on the table, her inner turmoil slightly calming. Sumo's expression turned more serious. Straightening his back, he raised a finger, indicating, "This is the price. This time it's the real deal, no jokes." Commander Chin's eyelids twitched, utterly stunned. Mr. Sue is indeed a master of negotiation. The genius brain of his is unlike that of ordinary people. Asking for merely 10 million is certainly insufficient for research expenses, let alone materials and labor costs. This is akin to cutting into his own flesh to nourish the military industry. Mr. Sue is a true patriot. At that moment, Commander Chin reevaluated this young man. His previous admiration stemmed from Sumo's exceptional research capabilities and the commendable deeds he'd heard from Hao Shuang and others. Now, his respect grew from personally witnessing this fearless spirit. Commander Chin took a deep breath, his throat constricting, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Mr. Sue, you dedicate yourself to the nation. How could I not support you? Fine, just 100 million. Chapter 56. I know you're excited, but hold your horses." Suemo sighed in relief. Any further reduction would leave no profit margin. "All right, let us finalize it. 100 million, wait." Just as he began, he realized, staring wide-eyed at Commander Chin, "Old Chin, did you just say 100 million? Commander Chin smirked. "Mr. Sue, I know you might want to muddle the price down a bit more, but that's out of the question. Reducing it further would mean slashing the future of our military technology. If everything is to be sacrificed by you, that would be too inhumane." His expression grew increasingly displeased, the ironclad aura of a commander overseeing hundreds of thousands of troops enveloping the room. His hoarse, aged voice carried an undeniable authority. "Mr. Sue, are you suggesting 10 million? I'll make it clear. If it goes below 100 million, this cooperation is off. You've already sacrificed enough. Your efforts and dedication must be valued fairly. If we can't even ensure your basic livelihood, what use is someone like me?" Hao Shuang grew anxious, fearing Suemo might stubbornly insist on 10 million, which would lead to a deadlock. She filled Sumo's glass with freshly squeezed juice, using an unprecedented gentle tone to persuade him. "Brother Sue, how about we settle on 100 million, okay?" Commander Chin maintained a stern demeanor, resolutely raising his glass and drinking it all in one go, exuding an air of unyielding determination. He stole a glance at Suemo. Hao Shuang blinked her big, watery eyes, her gaze filled with pleading. Suemo scratched his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. With the atmosphere at this point, there was no time for further deliberation. Refusing was not an option. All right, 100 million it is. Ha ha ha. That's the spirit of my good brother Chin. Cheers. Cheers. Sumo's face twitched awkwardly as he clinked glasses with Commander Chin. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Some matters needed to be clarified in advance to avoid complications later. By the way, old Chin, once the modifications on the Raptor are complete, all that remains is delivery and the handover of technical blueprints, right? Any subsequent maintenance and upkeep must not be included in the payment. Otherwise, it would turn into a lifelong free service, and I'd be exhausted. Commander Chin's gaze flickered, the liquor in his mouth freezing midair. His lips trembled slightly, his mind on the verge of collapse. He was expected to donate the technical blueprints to the nation as well. It was like buying a car and the dealer gifting the technical drawings along with it. He had never heard of such a selfless person. He had underestimated Mr. Su's profound love for his country. Mr. Su, that's it. No more. After this drink, I'll have 3 more. What? Before Suemo could respond, Commander Chin began downing the liquor, with Hao Shuang following suit. Suemo could only keep up, but he was drinking juice. After all, he had to ride an electric bike back to the repair shop. No drinking and driving. They continued discussing the timeline, agreeing to complete the modifications within half a month. All materials needed for the modifications would be supplied by the logistics line of the Northern Army, with Hao Shuang acting as the temporary liaison. With this, the deal was settled. Commander Chin, with an astonishing tolerance for alcohol, downed a bottle without showing any signs of inebriation. Old Su, I, Chin Zhan, rarely admire anyone, apart from General Hua, it's you, he declared. In the future, if there's anything, just say the word, and I, Chin Zhan, will surely lend a hand. An hour later, after a hearty meal, the royal suite was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Commander Chin received a phone call and reluctantly took his leave. Suemo surveyed the table full of delicacies and indulged in a few bites of his favorites, wiping his mouth with a napkin that Hao Shuang offered. He patted his round belly. Hao Shuang, let us depart as well. Time is of the essence, and our tasks are pressing. Indeed. The two stepped out of the private room and into the dining area's grand hall, only to discover that Xiao and Xiaomei were still there, their faces ashen, anxiously awaiting a wealthy patron to settle their bill. The waitstaff had changed shifts multiple times. Staring at the plush toy in her arms, Xiao suddenly devised a plan. With a beseeching expression, she addressed the waiter. Handsome, would this arrangement suffice? I shall leave this toy here as collateral. It holds immeasurable value to me. Once I gather enough funds, I shall surely return to reclaim it. Before the waiter could respond, the malevolent plush toy seemed to comprehend Xiao's words, and a glimmer of menace flashed in its eyes. It bared its sharp fangs and emitted a fierce growl, as if proclaiming that a massacre was imminent. In the next moment, it sank its teeth into Xiao's chest. Ouch! What the hell? Suemo and Hao Shuang exchanged amused glances, too disinterested to engage further, and made their way out of the hotel. They climbed onto the electric bike, which Suemo had slightly modified. Hao Shuang felt bashful about wrapping her arms around Sumo's waist, unsure where to place her hands. Ultimately, she settled for gripping the fabric of his back, maintaining a respectful distance. Suemo instructed, hold on tight. A spark of recognition flashed in Hao Shuang's mind. She felt as though she had heard that phrase before. Her instinct for survival compelled her to disregard everything else and clasped Suemo tightly from behind. Suemo gripped the handlebars and with a swift motion, twisted the throttle fully. The electric bike jolted violently as a surge of power coursed through it. The motor could scarcely handle such a colossal electric flow, and countless tiny arcs of electricity leapt towards the wheels and seat. A tingling sensation shot through Hao Shuang's hips, causing her to tremble. The wheels, from a standstill, suddenly erupted into thousands of revolutions per minute. The tires screeched furiously against the pavement, and it was evident that friction had ignited a spark. A resounding hiss echoed through the street, drawing astonished gazes from onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was as if they had witnessed a long-lost ancestor. Someone gasped, "Goodness! I've never seen a dual-drive electric vehicle like this. The wheels are spinning so fast they might bore through the earth and spew lava." It was moving. It was moving. Amidst the cacophony of awe, the electric bike shot forward like a bullet, leaving behind a fading silhouette. In the blink of an eye, it vanished at the street corner. Hao Shuang felt the exhilarating rush of speed, her heart racing wildly, her chest heaving. Her arms clung to Suemo like a koala, while her legs flailed behind her, as if they might fly off. In a state of panic, she screamed, Su, go. Slow down. It's so scary. Upon hearing this, Sumo's pupils sparkled with excitement, and a broad grin spread across his face. His blood surged with warmth as his cells ignited with enthusiasm. After all these years, someone had finally urged him to ride faster and exclaimed how exhilarating it was. This was a grand validation of his driving skills. With a flick of his left thumb, he popped open a transparent plastic cover, revealing a red button inside. He pressed it with a finger. An even greater force of acceleration enveloped both Su Mo and Hao Shuang. They felt as though they were riding a rocket, hurtling forward at breakneck speed. Hao Shuang's heart raced, and her hair stood on end. Su, this is too fast. Is it safe? Are we violating traffic regulations? Fear not. This vehicle is exceedingly safe, equipped with numerous obstacle avoidance systems. I just secured the road test permit yesterday. It's completely legal and compliant. We are currently in the light testing phase and may enter mass production soon. But I am so scared. I understand your excitement, but hold on tight and brace yourself. Here we go. Chapter 57. The sweet advice at the St. Martin Hotel's dining area. Xiao clutched the wound inflicted by the plush toy, grimacing in pain, her face pale. Hearing the commotion outside, she couldn't help but sneak a glance. Through the transparent glass wall, she beheld Su Mo racing away with Hao Shuang. As though propelled by a rocket, her expression froze in astonishment. Previously, Su Mo had mentioned that the electric bike was remarkably fast, but she had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Xiaomei sighed heavily. Yao, what on earth were you thinking? It was evident that man was a high-powered figure in disguise. Look, even that young lady was vying for his attention. You might not have recognized him, but you certainly shouldn't have treated him like a mere pig for slaughter. You've dragged me into this mess. Xiao's face was etched with bitterness. She felt conflicted. Aside from his handsome appearance, she could discern no extraordinary qualities about him. I didn't wish for this. Enough of this chatter. Hurry and call someone to come rescue me. I must go get a rabies shot. This wretched plush toy will be stewed when I return. Woof, woof, woof. Oh no, it bit me again. In the old industrial district. At a dilapidated repair shop, when Su Mo returned with Hao Shuang, Commander Qin's flatbed truck arrived, carrying a severely damaged Falcon. All that remained were a few mechanical components. The engine and wings were long gone. Master, could you please help me unload this into the warehouse? Certainly. The driver swiftly unloaded the cargo once he confirmed he was at the correct location and departed. Standing in the empty warehouse, Sumo cast a glance at the workbench shrouded in gray tarpaulin in the corner. An idea sparked within him. System. It's time for you to assist in the maintenance and modification of the Falcon. Beep. Host requirements have been read. This repair will consume 2,200 research points. Relevant technological knowledge has been transmitted. A torrent of related knowledge flooded into Sumo's mind, and he could almost feel countless memory cells working beyond their limits. In less than a breath, he had absorbed the information. Turning to Hao Shuang beside him, he said, Xiao Shuang, prepare the materials. All right. Hao Shuang rubbed her pale face, tousled her hair, and took a few deep breaths. Riding the electric bike had felt akin to being on a roller coaster, and her heart was still racing. Suemo typed on his phone, compiling a list of materials and forwarding it to Hao Shuang. The list included numerous items, and if he were to gather them himself, he might not succeed. However, with access to the Northern Army Supply Department, the task became significantly simpler. After taking over an hour to gather the first batch of readily available materials, Hao Shuang set out to procure the remaining items herself. Throughout the afternoon, heavy trucks came and went, and materials piled high in the warehouse. Once her task was complete, Hao Shuang guzzled some water and wiped her mouth. Sugu, could you find time to return to Longbei Technology University tomorrow? I need to renovate the warehouse in the morning, but I should be free in the afternoon. Is there something you need? Indeed, I have a few matters to discuss. Let us chat in detail once you arrive at the school. Sure. Hao Shuang bid farewell and departed. Suemo approached the corner of the warehouse and yanked the gray tarpaulin aside. The gleaming universal workbench was revealed. Workbench, activate. Beep. Materials scanned. Universal workbench level 1 activated. Aerodynamic calculations completed. Hydrogen propulsion engine, thrust-to-weight ratio calculated. Firepower output pairing completed. Aerial combat enhanced lift wing calibration completed. This repair and modification will take 14 days. Beginning repairs. As the voice concluded, the universal workbench's 4 mechanical arms sprang to life with vigor. Raw materials transformed into various rough components under the precise control of the robotic arms. The sounds of acetylene cutting and electric welding echoed through the warehouse, illuminating the surroundings with alternating light and shadow. To convert that pile of scrap metal into a true Falcon fighter jet, a series of stringent procedures had to be followed. Crucible furnaces, intelligent lathes, metal 3D printers, and comprehensive forging machines needed to be constructed beforehand. Suemo toiled until midnight before finally dragging his fatigued body home. As soon as he stepped through the door, the voice of his mother, Wang Lan, resonated through the room. "You're back, son. How did the blind date go?" "Oh, it is difficult to articulate. That Chi Yao is aptly named, resembling a dose of medicine. I spent over 70,000 on a birthday celebration for his furry companion. Mao Mao, who is turning 5. What could possibly cost that much? Who is Mao Mao, and why celebrate a 5th birthday?" Gourmet delicacies were served, accompanied by premium liquor and imported red wine, naturally expensive. Mao Mao is a mischievous poodle who ultimately succumbed to his primal instincts, awakening his predatory nature. "Over 70,000, all from my pocket? What is this mischievous poodle you speak of? I cannot comprehend your words." Suemo hung his coat on the rack. "I did not partake in any food nor spend a single cent. That woman is likely still at the hotel. Enough of this. I've been busy all day. I shall take my rest now." With that, he entered his room. Outside, his mother's voice echoed. "Son, if you're not going to shower, at least wash your feet." "No, I'll wash tomorrow." Suemo lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone, listening to music. The prodigious Ode by Ao. With an 80 success rate, racing down the hill without anyone overtaking him, Nyonyo's foot has a large wound. It hurts. Now, we begin trimming. The Zhangjie Wilderness Survival Challenge has reached its conclusion, with only 12 contestants remaining, engrossed in the competition. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. The avatar depicted a charming girl with 2 braided pigtails, her online name being Su Su. Who else could it be but Tao Xiao Su? "Suemo, are you asleep?" "Not yet, just contemplating." "Why haven't you come to school for several days? You're not planning to drop out, are you?" "I have no such intention for now. I'm just busy with various matters." After a minute, several messages arrived in succession. "For now, there are some things I feel I shouldn't say due to my status. But not saying them leaves me uneasy. We are all children of ordinary families. To change our fate, we must rely on our own efforts. Relying on others may yield temporary gains, but what seems free is often the most costly. What is not ours must eventually be returned." These words may not be pleasant to hear, but I hope you reflect on them sincerely. The sincerity and goodwill flowing through her words left Suemo with no feelings of discontent. He promptly replied, "I understand what you mean. Rest assured, I am well." "That is good. After more than 2 years of friendship, if you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask for help. There is no need to feel embarrassed." "Will you be coming to school tomorrow?" "Yes, I will." "All right, see you tomorrow." The next day, Sumo first visited the repair workshop, collaborating with the multifunctional workbench to initiate a preliminary upgrade of the warehouse. The original warehouse was too dilapidated, prone to leaks, or even collapsing under strong winds. Such losses would be unacceptable. By midday, the warehouse had undergone a remarkable transformation. The ceiling was raised to 20 meters, and the main structure was reinforced with steel. Once conditions permitted, the smelting furnace would be operational, further fortified with carbon alloy. The roof was designed with an intelligent retractable structure, allowing for full exposure to sunlight, and would automatically close in response to rain or threats. The warehouse door was equipped with facial recognition and basic security measures. Should any external force attempt to breach the door, Suemo would receive surveillance footage from the security system, enabling him to activate a remote control that would deliver a stunning shock of 100,000 volts to any intruder. Having completed these tasks, the multifunctional workbench shifted its focus to the maintenance and modification of the Falcon. He would not require assistance for the afternoon. After a midday meal, he rode his electric bike to school. Chapter 58. Suemo's University Lecture. As soon as Suemo stepped onto campus, Hao Shuang called him. "Su-go, I'm here at the board office. Just come directly." "How did you know I arrived?" "Your news travels fast. The surveillance room informed me." Suemo sensed that Hao Shuang might have an unusual connection to this school. Walking through the university campus again evoked a distinct mindset. Vibrant students strolled about, and the distant sounds of basketball were quite endearing. Previously, Suemo had been a member of the basketball team, but he had voluntarily withdrawn to focus on earning tuition and living expenses. "Hey, old Su, you finally made it." Wang Fei and Zhou Yu approached him. Suemo smiled upon seeing them. "A Fei Yuzi, hello?" Wang Fei playfully punched Sumo's arm. "Old Su, you didn't take the preliminary exam seriously, and now you've taken such a long leave. Be careful. What if you get expelled?" Zhou Yu scoffed. "Expulsion is impossible. Our old Su has connections." However, the results of the preliminary exam were just announced at noon, accessible via mobile. "Since you're here, let us check your scores." Suemo's eyes flickered. "Why would the Longbei Group be giving scholarships to our university?" Zhou Yu shrugged. "Old Su, our university is called Longbei University of Technology. What do you think is the connection to Longbei Group?" Suemo was taken aback. How had he not noticed this before? Could this university be affiliated with Hao Shuang's family? Surely not. It was a public university. With lingering doubts, he informed Wang Fei and Zhou Yu. I have some matters to attend to in the administration building. I'll talk to you later. He made his way toward the administration building. It was only after Su Mo had walked away, his silhouette fading, that Wang Fei was able to retrieve the results of the previous preliminary exam. After entering Su Mo's class and name, the scores appeared. Mechanical design, 100 points. Principles of automatic control, 100 points. Mechanics of materials, 100 points. CNC technology, 100 points. Wang Fei thought there might be a system error and re-entered the information, only to see the same perfect scores again. His expression gradually froze. Disbelief in his eyes as he gazed at the distant, fading figure. Zhou Yu glanced at the score sheet, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. I can't believe it. Old Su finished every exam in 5 minutes and scored full marks. Could he be the legendary genius scholar? Wang Fei shook his head. I'm more inclined to another possibility. Old Su's background is too powerful. The grading teacher was forced to award perfect scores on blank papers. As they exchanged glances, both felt a chill run down their spines. Regardless of the truth, either scenario was astonishingly outrageous. Wang Fei murmured with a peculiar tone. Old Su used to interact with us as an ordinary person, but now he is no longer pretending. It's either he is a genius scholar or a wealthy heir. In the administration building, at the board office, Su Mo had not yet approached when Hao Shuang was already waiting at the door. Su Gu, I've been waiting for you. The two entered the room in succession. An elderly gentleman seated on the sofa stood up as Su Mo entered. Mr. Su, I've heard much about you from Old Chun these past few days. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Upon recognizing the old man's face, Su Mo recalled the image of the textbook editor from the aerodynamics course he had studied last year. The photograph on the title page resembled this man. He had even appeared on the preliminary exam paper. It was Mr. Ren Yang, the living fossil of military technology in Dragon Country. Su Mo's expression turned respectful as he quickly stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Ren, I am honored. Their hands clasped firmly. Typically, research scientists have delicate hands. But the hands of this generation of researchers were unusually rough, bearing the marks of years spent braving the cold to refine their research tools. Once seated, the three engaged in conversation, discussing various matters. Su Mo was surprised to learn that Mr. Ren had previously served as the president of Longbei University. This university was a collaboration between government and enterprise, with enterprises holding a 49% stake in operational management, while the government oversaw policy development. President Feng was dismissed due to poor personnel decisions, and the university could not continue under an interim president. A capable leader needed to be appointed. At this juncture, both Mr. Ren and Hao Shuang turned their attention to Su Mo. The relaxed expression on Su Mo's face gradually faded. His eyelids twitched. You can't possibly mean to make me the principal, right? I certainly cannot take on such a role. The highest position I've ever held is that of a sports committee member. Hao Shuang, with patient persuasion, replied, Su, once you become the principal, you need not come every day. A visit every month or two would suffice. You're so capable, it will surely work out. Old Ren, with a gentle demeanor, added, Mr. Su, you are a promising young talent and undoubtedly suited for the role. Please do not decline. Su Mo shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum. Becoming the principal would undoubtedly be a source of great stress and exhaustion, consuming all his energy, leaving him no time for anything else. He would absolutely refuse. Old Ren, you are still vigorous and robust, like an old horse ready to race, full of cunning wisdom, and certainly not in tears. You are still under 70, the prime age for bold ventures. I propose that you once again take up the mantle as the president of Longbei University. It is what everyone desires. After delivering this lengthy discourse, he felt parched. Hao Shuang promptly handed him a large cup of tea. While sipping, Su Mo observed the expressions of Old Ren and Hao Shuang. They exchanged a glance, realizing that Su Mo had no intention of accepting the position. With a sigh, Old Ren suggested, how about you serve a few more years? Rest assured, the mundane management tasks will not trouble you. You shall oversee the broader picture. Su Mo quickly interjected, I am still a student at Longbei University. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall not decline. Old Ren did not respond immediately, but rose and approached the window, his murky gaze surveying the campus outside. With a long sigh, he finally said, very well. I can serve a few more terms, but I have 2 small requests that I hope Mr. Su will agree to. I wish for you to become the honorary president of Longbei University for life, without needing to engage in any management duties, just a title, of course, with all the associated benefits. Additionally, I request that you hold an academic lecture at the university. Suemo stroked his chin, sensing a potential trap, though he could not quite articulate how. Enjoying the benefits of merely holding a title seemed appealing, and hosting a lecture was a trivial matter. Unable to fathom it further, he decided to agree. Since you have requested it, how could I refuse? It is settled then. A glint of cunning sparkled in old Ren's eyes. Xiao Shuang, I suggest we proceed with the formalities for Mr. Su's appointment as honorary president immediately. Hao Shuang quickly tapped her phone, and after a brief pause, looked up with a smile. The paperwork is completed. Old Ren's expression twitched in surprise. That was quick. Mr. Su, when shall you hold your lecture? Suemo pondered for a moment and replied, since I am already here at the university, let it be today. Old Ren promptly began arranging the details for the lecture, selecting students with impeccable backgrounds from a pool of volunteers to attend, to ensure Sumo's safety and confidentiality. A circle of tempered frosted glass would be placed around the podium so that the audience could only see a blurred outline. Simultaneously, the notification of Sumo's honorary presidency would initially be disseminated only to the mid-level management. News of the esteemed figure from the research community set to lecture at 4 p.m. spread rapidly. Many speculated that it would be Old Ren, the newly appointed principal, personally delivering the talk. Naturally, this drew countless exceptional students eager to register. Unfazed by the commotion, Suemo retreated to the backstage resting area of the auditorium. Glancing at the time, he noted there were still 15 minutes until the commencement. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message from Su. Suemo. There's a significant figure giving a research lecture at the school, an incredible opportunity. I've signed you up too. The application has been approved, and I'm on my way to the auditorium now, so hurry over. I've saved you a seat. As Suemo began to reply, a voice called from behind, Mr. Su, the electric scooter you requested has been brought outside the auditorium. Should we carry it to the podium? Suemo nodded. Yes, please do. Place it outside the tempered glass, where the students can see it. I will need it shortly. Understood. The electronic screen above the podium has been activated to sync with the laptop at the lectern. If you require any materials or presentation slides, feel free to operate it as needed. Thank you. The attendant then briefly introduced the auditorium layout and spotlight adjustment methods, ensuring Suemo was well informed before departing. Regaining his focus, Suemo checked the time again. It was nearly time to start. He gently opened the door, and a wave of noise surged through the vast crimson curtain. Switching his phone to airplane mode, he took a deep breath and walked toward the curtain. He would respond to Tao Zaisu after the lecture. With the tempered glass shielding him, the audience's view would be obscured, preventing them from clearly seeing Sumo's face. Taking his seat at the lectern, he surveyed the surroundings. The semicircular podium was surrounded by over 1,000 tiered seats, now nearly filled to capacity. Having attended lectures here before, this was his first time speaking. Standing in front of so many students made him feel a hint of nervousness. With just 2 minutes remaining, he adjusted his breathing and mindset. The students, already present, noticed movement at the podium, and the clamor subsided like a receding tide. Countless curious gazes turned toward the stage. Whispers floated through the air. How strange, why is there frosted glass? It's as if they're afraid we might see the real person. You don't understand. That's tempered glass. Today's lecture is by Old Ren, a living legend in the research community, a thorn in the side of the Eagle Nation. For such a public lecture, safety must be ensured. That's true, but why the frosted glass? I've never heard of him having social anxiety. Enough chatter. It's about to begin. Tao Zaisu, overhearing the discussions, turned to glance at the auditorium entrance. Where's Suemo? Why hasn't he arrived yet? She sent a few more messages. Suemo, hurry. Old Ren's lecture is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The student council is about to close the doors. Seeing no response from Suemo, Tao Zaisu stood up and jogged to the entrance, approaching 2 student council members with a sincere expression. Could you please wait a moment? There's one more person who hasn't arrived yet. They should be here shortly. One of them, upon seeing Tao Zaisu, brightened with desire. Su, your friend is also a friend of mine, Li Jianese. Don't worry. Even if she's late, I can find a way to get her in. As long as she is qualified to attend. What is her name? Tao Zaisu, relieved, replied. Her name is Suemo. She is qualified to attend. Li Jianese's expression stiffened immediately. Su, do you not understand my feelings for you? Aside from being somewhat good-looking, what can Suemo possibly compare to me in terms of academic achievement or family background? Ignoring him, Tao Zaisu craned her neck to look for Suemo. As the time dwindled to the final 30 seconds, he still had not appeared. With a sigh, she quickly returned to her seat and checked her phone for new messages. Finding none, she sent one last message to Suemo. You must have been held up by something. Old Rin's knowledge is profound. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to comprehend. I will do my best to remember everything and relay it to you. That is all I can do. With that, she turned off her phone. The notification for this lecture had stipulated that no recording or sharing was allowed once it began. The auditorium lights dimmed swiftly, and a spotlight illuminated the podium. A figure settled beside Tao Zaisu. Noticing this, she felt a surge of joy. He made it just in time. Turning to look, however, she was surprised to find not Sumo, but an elderly man with white hair, illuminated by the faint light. She gasped in astonishment. Old Ren, greetings. The speech was vague and stammering. Mr. Ren wore a kind expression, nodding towards Tao Zaisu. His eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at the podium. He retrieved a tablet with a dim screen, opened a note-taking app, and inscribed a line in small handwriting. Lecture notes by Mr. Su. Tao Zaisu was somewhat bewildered, her gaze oscillating between the side and the podium. A large question mark seemed to hover above her head. Wasn't he, Mr. Rin, supposed to be giving the lecture? His actual presence beside her raised the question of who was speaking at the podium. What qualifications did this Mr. Su possess that warranted Mr. Rin's attendance as a listener? Just as she pondered this, a booming voice resonated through the venue. Ahem, good afternoon, students. I am the lecturer for today's seminar, Su Haitu. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the audience. The students, who had been eagerly waiting to hear Mr. Rin speak, were taken aback. Many furrowed their brows. Some whispered, "Isn't this supposed to be Mr. Rin's lecture? Who is this person? He sounds younger than I am. What credentials does he have to lecture us?" The name Su Haitu was unfamiliar. Could he be a newly hired lecturer? Unlikely. Anyone qualified to teach us should at least hold a professor title. How could someone so young be a professor? He was probably just a half-baked celebrity influencer. Many universities are keen on such gimmicks to attract attention. Listening further would be a waste of time. I'm leaving now. You all take your time. Disappointed. Some stood up and stealthily made their way toward the now closed doors of the lecture hall. They exchanged a nod with the student council and slipped out through a small gap. Within 10 seconds, dozens had already departed. The majority remained, observing. In the last row of the hall, Wang Fei and Zhou Yu had managed to secure a spot, hoping to savor some intellectual morsels. But upon hearing the speaker's voice, they were momentarily stunned and exchanged perplexed glances. Fei, doesn't this Su Haitu's voice sound familiar? I think so too. It resembles old Su's voice. They both share the surname Su. Could they possibly be the same person? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Their conversation was overheard by the student council duo sitting nearby. One of them remarked, Li, could it really be Su Mo at the podium? I think it sounds like him. Li Jianese scoffed, if he could give a lecture. I'd twist my head off to use as a chamber pot. After a moment's thought, he conceded, you're right. Our department's top student is you, Li. Since freshman year, you've consistently ranked within the top 3 in every exam. In the center of the hall, Tao Zaisu also recognized the voice. It bore too close a resemblance to Su Mos. Her heart filled with suspicion. Could it truly be him? The voice from earlier rang out again. Due to the impromptu nature of this lecture, I did not prepare extensively, so I opted for a simple topic. Hoping you will enjoy it. Please look at the big screen. Thousands of eyes lifted, converging upon the colossal display above the podium. Su Mo sat poised at the lectern, his fingers dancing nimbly across the keyboard, typing a line. Topic: How to achieve a speed of 800 kilometers per hour with an electric vehicle. Chapter 60. An ant sees the sky. Countless individuals gazed at the striking red letters on the screen, utterly bewildered. An electric vehicle reaching 800 kilometers h? Impossible. This topic was anything but simple. This Su Haitu, sounding merely in his 20s, had the audacity to start with such a sensational claim. Was he not afraid of being ridiculed? There have been lecturers with insufficient knowledge who were booed off stage, facing public humiliation. Some students who initially intended to slip away hesitated, now intrigued by the absurdity of the title. Even if just for the spectacle, they decided to linger a while longer. Before Su Mo could continue, a hand shot up in the audience. Teacher, an electric vehicle cannot possibly reach a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. This is a fallacy. Immediately, another voice chimed in. Teacher, even the world's fastest F1 car has a recorded top speed of only 415 kilometers h. And commercial airliners fly at around 800 kilometers h. Are you suggesting the electric vehicle should take flight? Laughter erupted in the hall. Many who had intended to listen attentively were now caught up in the jest. Su Mo, unfazed by the mockery, acknowledged the students' points. They are correct, generally speaking. An electric vehicle cannot attain such speeds. However, what we aim to explore is how to turn the impossible into the possible. An electric vehicle and an F1 car are fundamentally similar. Achieving high speed primarily depends on aerodynamics and power. As he spoke, he typed a series of conventional formulas related to drag and power output on the big screen. A few formulas were not found in textbooks, derived by Su Mo from existing equations. This effortless display of knowledge caused many to reconsider their initial dismissive attitudes. Legionnaires, piqued with interest, abandoned his post at the door and found an empty seat. Observing Su Mo present a formula and its derivation, he crossed his arms and commented, "There's something here." But not much. Another hand was raised. "Teacher, based on your formula, we can conclude that as speed increases, the drag coefficient also rises. When the speed reaches a critical point, drag becomes infinite. Not only electric vehicles, but even high-speed motorcycles cannot exceed 300 km/h. I believe there is no further significance to discuss on this topic." Upon hearing this, countless astonished gazes turned toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a girl with a cold expression. Some recognized her and whispered explanations to those nearby. That girl is a top student in the electrical engineering program. Her IQ is reportedly exceptionally high, and she struggles to interact normally with others, having few friends. The already bleak atmosphere in the hall grew even more somber. An awkward silence was nearly unavoidable. Tao Zaisu, filled with concern, fixed her gaze on the indistinct figure at the podium, unable to discern the face. She noted that the voice and tone of speech were strikingly similar to Su Mo's. While she had no idea why Su Mo was giving a lecture, the situation clearly indicated that it was on the verge of failure. Yet, she couldn't think of how to assist. Her palms grew sweaty with anxiety. Amid the thousands waiting, Su Mo spoke slowly. "This young lady makes a valid point. However, have you considered that if we employ some special designs to reduce drag, we might just elevate the speed limit? For instance, this." As he spoke, a spotlight from the podium illuminated an object with a click, drawing the student's attention. A seemingly unassuming electric vehicle came into view. Confusion spread across the audience. Su Mo continued, "Please take note of the rear of this electric vehicle. Can you see the two arched wind deflectors? These can disturb the wake behind the electric vehicle during high-speed travel, significantly reducing drag. You may refer to them as deflectors." The eyes of the 1,000 attendees fixated on the two arched plates at the back of the electric vehicle, their pupils slightly quivering. Aren't deflectors exclusive to aircraft? Has someone truly installed them on an electric vehicle? This is madness. Yet, on the other hand, it seemed this approach might indeed be feasible. It appeared that this teacher Su was genuinely guiding them through a thought process towards creating an electric vehicle capable of reaching 800 km/h. The audience regarded the young figure obscured by frosted tempered glass with renewed seriousness. The initially gloomy atmosphere began to lift slightly. Teacher, Legionnaires, unable to contain himself any longer, raised his hand, a cultured smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, he glanced at Tao Zaisu, clearly eager to impress her. Teacher, we are all familiar with deflectors. They are present on all aircraft and even on supercars. They can indeed reduce drag to some extent and increase the speed limit. However, the cruising speed of a civil aviation aircraft can reach 800 km/h. And this remarkable feat is not only attributed to the deployment of spoilers that reduce drag, but also to the formidable thrust produced by powerful engines. In stark contrast, an electric vehicle relies solely on meager electrical power and a feeble motor. What could it possibly compare to the engines of airplanes or supercars? Even with spoilers, their efficacy cannot be fully realized. He smirked, his previously hurried tone suddenly slowing. A profound confidence shimmered in his eyes. Am I not correct, Teacher Su? Countless gazes directed at Legionnaires were filled with admiration. To grasp the core of the argument and identify its flaws in such a short span of time is no small feat. Students familiar with Legionnaires raised their thumbs in approval. However, some, like Wang Fei and Zhou Yu, inadvertently raised their middle fingers instead. Legionnaires cast a triumphant glance at Tao Zaisu, who returned his gaze coldly before promptly raising her hand to speak. If we do not find a way to stabilize the situation, things will undoubtedly go awry. Teacher, I disagree with Lee's perspective. The electric vehicles currently available do indeed possess limited power and performance, but that does not imply we cannot develop a battery with a vast capacity and a powerful motor. Anything is possible. Before Su Mo could respond, Legionnaires chuckled. Tao, you're quite the joker. If anyone truly had the capability to develop such a thing, it would have been accomplished long ago. No one has managed to do it in reality. Tao Zaisu struggled to formulate a counterargument, her palms clammy with anxiety. The topic of the lecture seemed to have hit an impasse. Elder Ren gently patted Tao Zaisu's arm, saying, Young lady, do not fret, just focus on listening. Tao Zaisu glanced at Elder Ren, unable to absorb his words. She even pondered asking him if he had any solutions, yet she lacked the courage to voice it. The venue fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere plunging to an icy low. Some began to contemplate leaving. Alas, a sigh echoed from the lectern, reverberating in the air. Let us embark on a journey together, designing a battery with an immense capacity and a powerful motor on paper. Everyone, stay attentive and do not fall behind. As Suemo spoke, he launched an industrial design software on his notebook. The screen projected the visuals for all to see. Thousands of students were taken aback. This teacher, Su, was not merely talk, but was indeed putting ideas into action. Hao Shuang's eyes brimmed with doubt and concern. Li Jianyi's assertions were not entirely baseless. Currently, the most advanced batteries and motors in the world could not sustain an electric vehicle at 800 kilometers per hour. Could it truly be designed? Elder Ren's eyes, slightly narrowed, sparkled with excitement, his heartbeat quickening. His hand, clutching the stylus, trembled with anticipation. Here we go. Suemo commenced the design and development process before everyone. Lines of text and formulas were swiftly inscribed, with structural design blueprints being intermittently sketched. High-specific energy long-cycle lithium-ion battery development, core material system selection, positive electrode material, high-nickel cobalt-free ternary material, Li9Mn10 and Cm9010, tap density 28 g centimeter. Elder Run gazed at Sumo's writing with eyes wide in exhilaration, his stylus dancing across the page as he became completely absorbed, oblivious to his surroundings. Students began to grow impatient, yet endeavored to follow Su's research trajectory, their expressions gradually turning serious as a tempest brewed within their hearts. Having previously attended lectures by industry leaders, they possessed a certain foundational knowledge and could comprehend some aspects. The scientific knowledge displayed on the big screen was often unseen elsewhere. Some research problems mentioned in textbooks were deftly addressed by Teacher Su. It was simply extraordinary. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly peculiar. The air inexplicably became stifling, the temperature soaring as if propelled by a rocket. The previously vocal female scholar stared blankly, her beautiful eyes glued to the screen, unblinking. Her expression was one of shock, her breathing quickening. Distorted sounds occasionally escaped her lips. Oh my, no need for high-temperature sintering. Directly using lithium carbonate solid phase to create the positive electrode material. The long-standing challenge of solid-phase lithium carbonate at room temperature, resolved with such ease. If I were to conceive of this ingenious solution, I would willingly meet my demise right here. Wait, that is an SEI membrane devoid of VC additives. Why wouldn't the positive electrode structure collapse? This could very well merit a Nobel Prize. Those with even a modicum of scholarly background gradually became immersed in Sumo's research process. They fixated on the big screen, their souls seemingly drawn in. Their pupils reflected a cascade of luminous formulas and exquisite design blueprints. Ultimately, amidst tears and laughter, they became frenzied. Some trembled, exclaiming, "This is no mere lecture. It is a veritable feast of scientific research. Teacher Su, please forgive our previous ignorance." Not witnessing Teacher Su's research and design is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the sky. Observing it is akin to an ant witnessing the vast heavens. Chapter 61. How infuriating. I have been outsmarted. Even Li Jianyi recognized the remarkable brilliance of Sumo's written content. However, with his limited background, he could only marginally follow Sumo's research line. The ingenious scientific derivation methods and the resolution of global research challenges were beyond his grasp. Even attempting to memorably encapsulate them was unrealistic. The majority fell behind halfway, ensnared at an incomprehensible juncture, pulling their hair in frustration. Some cursed their own lack of intellect, lamenting their inadequacy. It was evident that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to absorb top-tier scientific knowledge. Missing it would mean never having such a chance again. Others angrily berated themselves. I am but a worthless being. Watching Teacher Su conduct research made me realize that I am merely a shell of a person compared to others. The crowd once again glanced toward the shadow behind the frosted glass, their gazes transforming into respect and reverence. In a daze, that silhouette seemed to morph into the highest peak standing tall in Longbei University of Technology and the entire global scientific community. Such heights are forever unattainable for mere mortals. 20 minutes later, the venue was enveloped in silence. The overwhelming majority of attendees slumped in their seats, their eyes deeply sunken into their sockets. Their expressions were lost, as if questioning their very existence. Only a handful of scholars persevered under the strain of mental exertion. Li Jianyi slowly closed his eyes, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, ceasing to keep pace. Continuing to ponder would surely lead to mental overload. reflecting on the knowledge he had just encountered. His mind went blank. He had retained nothing. Such advanced knowledge could not be memorized. It required deep understanding. He paused and quietly murmured, "Who on earth is this person? Since I can no longer keep up, it would be prudent to devise a plan to uncover your true identity." As a student council member, he possessed the authority to maintain order and could navigate the venue. Tao Ziyasu's eyes were streaked with bloodshot veins, her temples pulsing with tension. Her gaze remained transfixed on the big screen, struggling to endure. Her body trembled intermittently, on the verge of collapse, yet she fought valiantly to persist. If the person on stage were not Suemo, she would strive to absorb as much of today as topic as possible to relay to him. As she had promised in her WeChat group, if the person on stage were indeed Suemo, she had no choice but to remain steadfast. Elder Rin, however, was able to keep pace with Suemo's research process, glancing over at the struggling Tao Zisu during pauses, deeply imprinting the image of this girl in his memory. This girl possessed remarkable talent, though she was not the absolute best. Yet, her indomitable spirit was a rare quality. The research field is not lacking in individuals with top-tier talent. What it truly lacks are individuals endowed with such exceptional attributes. On the other side of the venue, the previously speaking female academic stood out with a sense of ease compared to others. However, it was evident that her limits were also being reached. 10 minutes later, not a single individual in the audience could keep pace any longer. Both the female academic and Tao Zisu had halted 5 minutes prior. Old Ren let out a wry smile, ceasing his notes and calculations, marveling at Mr. Su's extraordinary prowess. After a while, Suemo typed the final character into the design software, signaling the conclusion of the research and development phase. Thus, the development of a compact yet powerful battery and a robust miniature motor had been accomplished. The entire process was laid bare before the audience of thousands. Yet not a soul retained the essential points. It was akin to a master manipulating a Rubik's cube. The average observer saw nothing but a blur, unable to discern even the colors of the cube. Those with a slightly keener eye could catch glimpses of intricate turning techniques. When the cube was finally solved, no one could remember the steps taken or the top-tier skills involved. Only the astonishing result of the 6 restored faces left them in awe. Sumo's voice resonated in the hall. At this juncture, the design and development process concludes. I hope you all glean the essence from it. Surely, you comprehend it? The audience fell silent. Not a single person spoke. Moments later, someone suddenly began to applaud. The applause swelled like a tide, echoing throughout the venue. Everyone held a deep respect for teacher Su Haitu, bordering on reverence. The fervent clapping persisted, with some students becoming fervent admirers of teacher Su, clapping with such intensity that they risked injuring their fingers. After a considerable time, the applause began to dwindle. Suemo, sensing the enthusiasm, smiled and said, "Students, strive to understand the principles behind the recent design and development. If comprehension eludes you, it is acceptable to memorize it for gradual assimilation later." A quiet murmur arose. "Teacher, do you think we are geniuses like you? I can't even remember the punctuation, let alone those complex derivations. My brain feels overloaded. I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes." Unbeknownst to Suemo, who was preparing to continue his discussion, someone raised a hand. Li Jianese, with a mocking glint in his eyes, slowly stood up. His gaze, filled with hostility, was directed at the figure behind the frosted glass. He had just caught a glimpse of Sumo's true identity from an unorthodox angle. The elaborate research and design presented earlier must have been pilfered from somewhere. How infuriating it was to be deceived. The original designer of the blueprints probably didn't even understand the entire process, especially the final part, which was likely a haphazard compilation of words, resulting in no one being able to follow the design's logic to the end. It wasn't that the audience lacked capability. The plan itself contained flaws, rendering it impractical. Under the spotlight, Li Jianese articulated each word with conviction, declaring, "Forgive my bluntness. This ostentatious research and design cannot be realized in practice. Teacher Su, if you truly possess the ability, produce it. Can you do that?" Li Jianese became the focal point of the entire hall. The glances directed at him were predominantly disapproving. The intricate research and design process was witnessed by all, and Sumo's capabilities were beyond question. To transcribe the entire development process was already a remarkable feat. Expecting Suemo to transform the theoretical into reality was tantamount to asking the impossible. Tao Ziyasu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Li Jianese, everyone has seen how teacher Su conducted the lecture. You are clearly looking for trouble." "Looking for trouble?" Li Jianese laughed, the sound growing louder. The more Tao Ziyasu defended Suemo, the more his anger surged. "Is it wrong to speak the truth? Does this school still uphold freedom of speech?" Sumo's calm voice emerged from behind the frosted glass. What if I can produce it? Legionese crossed his arms, sneering. Su, don't think I don't know who you are. Pretending to be an academic. If you can produce it, I will be your son. If you can't, you must call me father. Don't just talk. How long do you plan to take to produce it? At that moment, the spotlight on the podium clicked, converging on a nearby electric scooter. Sumo stepped out from behind the frosted glass, standing alongside the scooter. The dim light cast shadows, allowing the students only to see his outline. He extended his hand, glowing faintly, and tapped the scooter. Behold, I just happened to build one a few days ago. Chapter 62. Still unable to achieve it? Ha ha. Legionese was nearly doubled over with laughter. He thought to himself, bringing in a scooter to feign high technology. Does he truly believe he is a professor or an academic? Tao Zaisu immediately retorted, Legionese, don't you have the basic respect for your teacher? How can you speak to Teacher Su like that? Legionese tilted his head. What did I say wrong? Just pushing over a scooter and pretending to install a couple of air deflectors to fool us. Don't think I don't know who he is. This lecture is merely a farce, a scam, if it were only to deceive you lot. Before he could finish his sentence, the hand under the spotlight delicately pressed the scooter's ignition button. Zzz. The moment his finger descended, time seemed to slow. Sparks erupted from the electrical system, twisting around the scooter's wheels. The blinding light nearly overwhelmed the audience's vision. In a fraction of a second, the rear wheel of the scooter spun violently, reaching an extreme speed. Brrrr. The rear wheel, propped up by a stand, spun furiously without being able to dart away. The ferocious rotation and the dazzling electric arcs made the rear wheel resemble a blade from an electric cutter. Even from a distance, it felt as if it could slice through flesh. Students closer could feel their hair stand on end, with some shrinking back in their seats, fearing that if the wheel touched the ground, the scooter would launch like a cannonball. The entire audience was left in shock, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Someone exclaimed, who brought a large cutting saw onto the podium. Shut it down. Teacher Su, please reign in your miraculous powers. Teacher, hurry. I'm scared. I need a hug. Earlier, when Sumo claimed to have created the scooter from the blueprints, many in the audience had their doubts. Designing on paper and actual hands-on practice are two entirely different matters. Yet now, everything unfolded before their eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. This powerful current output and the extreme wheel speed were undeniable proof of the battery's considerable capacity and the motor's formidable performance. Facts spoke louder than words. Each face in the crowd bore the mark of astonishment. Tao Zaisu, illuminated by the electric brilliance, caught a glimpse of the young man's face on stage, her heart fluttering. Is it really him? The atmosphere in the hall surged with intensity, driven by the electric flashes. The students experienced an eye-opening revelation. Wang Fei and Zhou Yu led the charge, shouting Haitu. Many in the audience joined in, clamoring, Haitu, Haitu. These two words seemed contagious, igniting everyone present. The thunderous roar crescendoed, threatening to lift the roof off. The gazes directed at the podium transformed from shock to fervor. Their blood raced with excitement. And the name Teacher Haitu was indelibly etched in their memories, never to be forgotten. The waves of sound in the auditorium crashed against the glass walls. The dazzling spectacle on stage resembled the exuberant lights of a nightclub. Passers-by outside, sensing the commotion within, couldn't help but stop and peer through the windows to catch a glimpse. In less than 2 minutes, the glass walls of the auditorium were completely obscured by a dense crowd. There were more onlookers outside than those inside the hall. They too began to chant, many unaware of why they were shouting those two words, yet the atmosphere had reached such a fervor that they felt compelled to join in. Inside the auditorium, Legionese stood in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. His legs trembled, shifting between X and O shapes, as if partaking in a vintage dance alongside the flickering lights. At that moment, Wang Fei suddenly stood up and looked at Legionese, asking, Classmate, what did you say about calling Teacher Su if it could be made? Zhou Yu chimed in, seizing the opportunity with the crowd's energy, shouting, What is Teacher Su to you? 1,000 gazes in the hall, along with thousands more pressing against the glass outside, turned towards Legionese. He once again became the center of attention, though the expressions of the crowd resembled that of onlookers observing a clown. Teacher Su was not only an exceptional theorist, but also capable of validating theories through practical application, making the lecture itself immensely captivating. Yet, he had yet to make a true appearance, akin to a sage hidden within the mists. Every detail about him drove the audience into a frenzy. Many girls were already inquiring about Teacher Su, eager to marry him. Even some boys were wondering if Teacher Su might be gay, contemplating the possibility of bending their own preferences, even considering a minor surgical procedure if necessary, as if it were merely a trifling matter. Li Jianyi's complexion turned pale, tinged with green. At that moment, he felt like an animal on display in a zoo. Under the immense pressure, he could barely hold himself together, mumbling incoherently, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the world's top research laboratories could not create something like this. This is simply unscientific." He fixated on the wildly spinning rear wheel of the electric bicycle, his gaze dropping to the ground beneath it. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. No, something is amiss. I understand now. His eyes emitted a brilliance akin to searchlights. His expression shifted dramatically, and his breath quickened. He shouted almost at the top of his lungs, "This electric bicycle still cannot reach 800 kilometers per hour. The weight of the bicycle is constant. No matter how large the battery capacity or motor speed, the power source relies on the friction between the wheels and the ground. According to the rolling friction formula FFN, the maximum friction is primarily related to the weight of the electric bicycle. To achieve 800 kilometers per hour, this bicycle must weigh at least over a ton. Therefore, everything you have stated remains a fallacy." The crowd erupted with a chorus of roars, reminiscent of a wild beast's final struggle when captured. However, those present were all academically accomplished individuals, and they quickly grasped the validity of Li Jianyi's argument. It was undeniable. To rely on the friction from the bicycle wheels to reach 800 kilometers per hour would require the vehicle to weigh over a ton, rendering it nearly impossible. The previously vibrant atmosphere in the hall felt doused with cold water, and expressions froze. Some furrowed their brows, a sense of regret spreading in their eyes. Others sighed softly, lamenting, "What a pity. I truly thought it was possible." Although Li Jianyi is unlikable, he possesses genuine talent. He had indeed picked apart the flaws with precision. Li Jianyi's chest heaved as he gasped for air, a half-circle smile spreading across his face, the grin becoming somewhat sinister. Hao Shuang's earlier joy was frozen at that moment, her clear eyes swirling with emotions of unwillingness. Her red lips moved, whispering, "Is it still not achievable?" It was so close. Li Jianyi waved his hand toward his friends. "Come on, fellas. Staying here is a waste of time." Just as his voice fell, a familiar tone resonated from the podium. "Students, have you ever heard of a device that directly converts electrical energy into thrust?" Chapter 63. What is he doing? The voice was not loud, yet it sent a ripple through the crowd. Countless eyes turned towards the podium, with the spotlight still illuminating the electric bicycle, which had now ceased its spinning. Sumo's shadow stood beside it. Li Jianyi hesitated in his desire to leave, a hint of panic flickering in his gaze. A direct conversion of electrical energy into thrust? Is such a device even possible? This very question echoed in the minds of numerous students. Racking their memories, none could recall any teacher discussing anything akin to it. What puzzled them further was Sumo's sudden mention of this concept. Did this electric bicycle possess such a device, capable of propelling itself forward without relying on the friction of its wheels? Hao Shuang strained her mind, grappling to comprehend the nature of this device. Meanwhile, Ren Lao's murky eyes gradually cleared, his face revealing an expression of sudden understanding. Instinctively, he uttered 5 words, "Hall thruster." Almost simultaneously, a female academic on the other side abruptly raised her head, shock etching her cool features. It couldn't possibly be a Hall thruster. Isn't that a cutting-edge technology used solely in aerospace? Sumo, not one to prolong the suspense, after allowing a moment for contemplation, provided an answer. "The device I refer to is a plasma thruster. It utilizes magnetic fields to confine electrons, forming a Hall current, and accelerates ions through an electric field to provide thrust. The entire process directly converts electrical energy into thrust, with the formula being FV. If I were to install it on the electric bicycle, it would achieve sufficient thrust to reach 800 kilometers per hour, making it possible." Li Jianyi scoffed, his expression twisting further. "After all this, it's just a hypothesis. By your logic, I could also claim to be Einstein. What is the use of that?" "Huh," Sumo replied. "Why are you so agitated over a mere academic discussion? I am not hypothesizing because it has indeed been created." As he spoke, he pointed to a device resembling a miniature jet nozzle beneath the rear spoiler of the bicycle. "Look, it's not easy to spot unless you're specifically looking for it." Li Jianyi's expression turned cold, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably, his words spilling out rapidly. "Using a gas stove nozzle to pretend it's a Hall thruster? If I didn't know who you were, I might have fallen for your ruse. If you have the ability, don't just talk. You claim to enjoy testing things?" His voice escalated into a roar, seemingly attempting to bolster his confidence and salvage his earlier lost face. "Activate your so-called thruster. Come on, do it." Sumo remained unfazed, extending his arm under the spotlight, gesturing for him to proceed. "Since you're so interested, why not take a seat and experience it yourself?" However, once the thruster is activated, the speed will increase rapidly, requiring advanced driving skills. I will bear no responsibility for any safety issues. You must think carefully. Thousands of eyes turned towards Legionese, awaiting his decision. From a personal standpoint, everyone was eager to witness someone test this peculiar electric bicycle. As for the hall thruster, many were beginning to believe in its possibility. After all, Teacher Sue had previously displayed miracles before their eyes, raising the potential for a second miracle. With the crowd's eager anticipation, Legionese found himself in a precarious position. Sumo's assertions were convincing. Should he truly manage to create a functional thruster and use him as a test subject, it could end in disaster for him. Yet, retreating now would make him the laughingstock of Long Bay University, rendering him unable to show his face on campus again. At this juncture, he had no choice but to press on. Fine, let us test it. Legionese forced himself to step onto the podium. Upon approaching, the seemingly harmless expression of Sumo inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within Legionese. Sumo patiently elucidated. To your right is the accelerator. Twisting it will cause the rear tires to rotate. When you toggle the lever at the thumb position to the blue setting, the front wheels will also gain power. As for the button on the left, once you open the safety cover and press it, the hall thruster will activate. After starting the electric scooter, simply press this button without needing to twist the accelerator. Legionese, seated upon the electric scooter, released the rear wheel support, one foot planted firmly on the ground. An inexplicable anxiety gripped him, driven by an instinctual survival response warning of impending peril. Doubts began to creep into his mind. According to traffic regulations, riding an electric scooter necessitates a helmet. I, Legionese, have always adhered to the law. How can I ride without a helmet? Sumo prompted. Just move a bit forward, retrieving a helmet from beneath the seat and securing it upon Legionese's head. Now let us showcase. He added. Could someone please open the side door of the podium? We might be pressed for time. Wang Fei scampered over to open the side door. Legionese realized he could no longer decline. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the start button. The central control screen of the electric scooter lit up, tensing his nerves. He jabbed his finger onto the red button of the hall thruster. In an instant, the electric scooter erupted in a blinding flash. A violent surge of electricity surged forth, flooding the hall thruster at the rear in a fraction of a second. A translucent blue radiance shot from the nozzle. The terrifying thrust slammed into Legionese, threatening to dislocate his arms. His soul felt as if it were being ejected from his body. The immense force propelled both him and the scooter through the side door like a cannonball. He flew ahead while his spirit trailed behind. Thousands of students merely caught a glimpse of his fleeting shadow before he vanished entirely. A fierce gust of wind swept through the venue, scattering Tao Ziyasu's braided hair and tossing her thick locks about. An old tablet belonging to Ren Lao nearly toppled to the ground. As the wind ceased, the figure was gone. The podium, illuminated by spotlights, stood empty. Silence enveloped the scene, as if time had frozen in that moment. The students wore expressions akin to those who had been struck dumb, their minds dulled from the overwhelming speed. Some believed it could exceed even 800 mph, perhaps even 1000 mph. A full minute elapsed before astonished gasps reverberated through the crowd. What just transpired? Nothing major, just Teacher Sue launched a supersonic missile of wind. I think I just witnessed a scene reminiscent of Iron Armor Little Treasure's rolling wheels. This lecture was truly worthwhile. Teacher Sue is the most extraordinary instructor I have ever encountered. What happened to Legionese? Perhaps he went to the Shijija commune to get a trendy hairstyle from Hudelu. The crowd's fervor intensified as they gazed at the figure on the podium, their hearts racing at over 900 beats per minute, breaths akin to a high-pressure pump. The blood within them boiled with excitement. The students present, all aspiring to make their mark in the realm of technology, were so exhilarated by the spectacle that they wished they could drag Legionese back to share in the excitement. Never before had a teacher delivered such a vibrant lecture, launching students into the atmosphere. Chapter 64. This is what true gallantry looks like. Sumo's voice resonated through the auditorium once more. Classmates, this concludes today's lecture. I look forward to exploring new topics with you next time. Thunderous applause erupted. Thousands of students inside and outside the hall seemed ignited like nuclear explosives, their pupils ablaze with fervor. Their hands applauded until the skin threatened to burst from the force, pain rendered irrelevant. A torrent of emotions, admiration, obsession, and madness converged, overwhelming Sumo on the stage. Legionese's two followers exchanged glances filled with complexity as they whispered, "Is he on a roll? If not, I'm starving." Tao Ziyasu had nearly convinced herself that the figure on the stage was indeed Sumo, yet without a clear sight, she felt a nagging curiosity. As the crowd cheered and applauded, she summoned her courage to approach the podium. After all, the lecture had concluded. It wouldn't be too presumptuous to catch a glimpse of Teacher Sue before he departed, would it? To her surprise, a throng of dozens, if not hundreds, had already surged toward the podium, including some members of the student council tasked with maintaining order. Many cried out, "Teacher Sue, wait. Can I have your autograph? Teacher Sue, a friend asked me to inquire about your orientation. We love you, teacher." Tao Zaisu squeezed her way in, but by the time she managed to push through, the figure had vanished. The crowd wore expressions of disappointment. How did he just disappear like that? Teacher Sue has left gracefully, shrouded in mystery. What a master. Alas, I had hoped to steal a kiss. Whoa, dude, don't go there. The hall's ambient lights flickered on, yet still, Teacher Sue's figure eluded sight. Dejected, Tao Zaisu slowly descended from the podium, her mind racing with thoughts of the knowledge imparted by Teacher Sue. A voice interrupted her contemplation. "Zaisu, did you understand everything from the lecture?" Tao Zaisu casually replied, "I grasped about 30%, retained 60%, but the rest just went in one ear and out the other." Following her remark, she stomped her foot in frustration. "No worries. Take your time to comprehend the 60% you've retained. Once you feel ready, I can explain the rest to you." "You?" Tao Zaisu finally registered the voice. Realizing it belonged to Su Mo, turning around, she was met with a familiar face standing before her. The podium remained crowded with curious attendees, all wondering how Teacher Sue had seemingly vanished. Little did they know, he had already descended from the stage, and because they had never seen his face clearly, no one recognized Su Mo as the enigmatic Teacher Sue Haitu. "Su Mo, is that truly you? It's a long story, let us discuss it over a meal later." Just as they exchanged a few words, Rin Lao approached with steady strides. "Mr. Su, thank you immensely for today. You're too kind, Rin Lao." Rin Lao then turned his gaze to Tao Zaisu. "Young lady, would you be interested in interning at my laboratory?" Tao Zaisu, initially astonished that Rin Lao knew Su Mo and was treating him with such regard, was taken aback by the surprising offer. After a moment of stunned silence, her expression transformed into one of pure joy. "Rin Lao, are you saying I can intern at your laboratory?" As a living legend in the scientific community of Longguo, managing multiple top-tier labs, an internship there would be a significant highlight on her resume. If she could secure a position post-internship, it would be a monumental achievement, fulfilling her aspirations and bringing honor to her family. Rin Lao smiled. "Indeed, you are quite impressive. I believe you will experience substantial growth in the laboratory." Tao Zaisu felt a surge of excitement, eager to accept immediately. Yet, just as the words were about to escape her lips, she hesitated. After a few seconds of contemplation, she spoke, "Rin Lao, I would be absolutely thrilled to join your laboratory. However, may I make a request?" Rin Lao's gaze sharpened. "Please, go ahead." Tao Zaisu turned to Su Mo, biting her lip. "Could you allow him to intern at your laboratory as well?" Rin Lao's expression stiffened, and his lips twitched. "Young lady, let us not jest. Mr. Su is a research genius. It would be an injustice for him to be in my modest laboratory." While the three conversed, students finally began to take notice of their gathering, and many surrounded them. "Principal Run, when did you arrive? It's wonderful to have you back as our principal. Are you here to oversee the lecture?" Surrounded by enthusiastic students, Rin Lao found it difficult to continue his conversation with Su Mo and Tao Zaisu. "Let us connect later." As Su Mo and Tao Zaisu exited the auditorium, they simultaneously opened their mouths. You go first." "No, you go ahead." Su Mo nodded, preparing to speak, when Tao Xiaosu suddenly interrupted with a sweet smile on her face. With her adorable big eyes sparkling, she earnestly gazed at Su Mo. "You actually, no matter what happens, it's still you, right?" "Yes. Given our relationship, you must treat me to a grand feast." "No problem. Once I retrieve the electric bike, we can go eat." "No need. Just treat me to something at the school cafeteria." "Huh. What grand meal is there at the school cafeteria?" "There is. Anyway, I will order, and you can swipe your meal card." "All right." After a brief exchange, the two headed towards the school cafeteria. Tao Xiaosu bounced ahead, clearly in high spirits. Su Mo watched her retreating figure, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. He had already read the WeChat messages, and he sensed that her sudden interruption was likely due to his hesitation, indicating her understanding nature. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Tao Xiaosu ordered a Tijia-style pancake and a spicy mixed dish accompanied by fried dough twists, while Su Mo opted for a generous serving of rice topped with shredded pork and green peppers. The payment was still shouldered by Tao Xiaosu, as Su Mo had yet to recharge his meal card this semester and had forgotten about it, leaving him with an abundance of zeros in his account, which were of no use here. They found a seat close together. Sensing Su Mo's awkwardness, Tao Xiaosu comforted him. "It's all right, You can treat me next time. Fine. A familiar figure sat down opposite them. It was Li Jiannan, who had previously rushed out of the auditorium for a test drive. At that moment, his hairstyle resembled that of a gambler, likely tousled by strong winds. He beamed at Tao Xiaosu, revealing a gap in his front teeth. Perhaps a remnant of his poor driving skills. Su, what a coincidence. You're here for a meal too. Tao Xiaosu snorted disdainfully, ignoring him. Li Jiannan's gaze turned to Su Mo, gritting his teeth in anger. He picked up his utensils and began slurping his noodles. Each bite seemingly intended to crush the bowl, as if he were gnawing on Su Mo's very veins. Noodle broth splattered dangerously close to the opposite side. Tao Xiaosu frowned in disgust. Li Jiannan, why are you eating so rudely? You're almost splattering noodles on someone else's neck. Li Jiannan chuckled, slowing down his pace. My apologies, I will be more mindful next time. Su Mo, having worked hard all day, was famished. He eagerly dug into his spicy pork and rice, his vigorous movements sending grains of rice flying onto Li Jiannan's head. Li Jiannan immediately protested, Su Mo, why are you eating so rudely? Rice is flying on his Su. Before Su Mo could respond, Tao Xiaosu interjected, Li Jiannan, what do you know? A boy eating like this is called boldness. Li Jiannan dropped his chopsticks onto the table with a clatter, while the bowl and utensils remained intact. However, a distinct sound of shattering echoed. Today's noodles tasted terrible, sour. Chapter 65. Have you ever seen a bird of prey? After finishing dinner, Sumo bid farewell and retrieved the electric bike, heading towards the workshop. After a long day, he inevitably had to work overtime that evening. For the remainder of the time, Sumo was engrossed in his work at the workshop. The maintenance of the bird of prey entered a new phase a week later. Early in the morning, a military bus came to a halt outside the workshop. Old Ren was the first to disembark, followed closely by an elderly gentleman in military attire wearing glasses. Following them were more than 20 youthful university students, their clear eyes marking their identity. The warehouse door of the workshop emitted a deep, rumbling sound as it slid open, creating a pathway for entry. Sumo, clad in a deep blue work uniform and sporting a smile, swiftly walked out. Today, he had arranged for Old Ren to bring over some outstanding students from Longbei University to observe and learn about the modifications of the bird of prey. These students were exemplary in their studies, possessing no blemishes in their records, and their backgrounds were immaculate. Most importantly, they had been meticulously selected as passionate youths loyal to their country. Coupled with the constraints of a confidentiality agreement, they would not disclose any secrets after their visit. Sumo hurriedly approached, his expression humble. Old Ren, Commander Lu, and all of you students, welcome. It is an honor to have you here. Old Ren looked at Sumo, his admiration and affection almost overflowing. After the last lecture, Sumo had specifically sent him the research and design manuscript he had drafted during the session, asking him to assist in guiding Tao Xiaosu during his spare time. However, Old Ren understood that teaching Tao Xiaosu was merely one reason. Mr. Su was likely concerned that he had not comprehended everything during the last lecture. He probably feared that handing it directly to him would embarrass him. Mr. Su is truly thoughtful. Old Ren and Sumo shook hands firmly. Mr. Su, your manuscript has been immensely helpful to me. My research project has accelerated at least twofold thanks to it. By the way, Su had to take leave today due to family matters, so she couldn't join us. Oh, it's nothing of great significance. Sumo expressed sincere respect towards Old Ren, his words earnest. Commander Lu also shook hands with Sumo. I've been hearing Commander Qin speak of you lately. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Commander Lu praised him, to which Sumo humbly replied, in your presence, how could a junior dare to claim the title of hero? Sumo was taken aback when he learned more about Commander Lu. Upon receiving Old Ren's call yesterday, he had inquired about Commander Lu from Colonel Huang. He discovered that this military civil servant was once a rising star in the research community, who later switched to military service when the conflict at the southern border erupted. Although he appeared scholarly with his glasses, he was fiercer than anyone in battle, causing enemies to steer clear upon sighting him, earning him the notorious title of the Deadly Scholar. Now, during training of new recruits in a certain country, they would warn them that if they did not train diligently, they would eventually encounter the Deadly Scholar from Long Country and would have no chance to escape. After a round of mutual flattery, Sumo gestured for them to enter. And Old Ren and Commander Lu stepped through the door. The students behind murmured softly, isn't that Sumo from Mechanical Engineering Class 302? Are we really visiting his research base today? How can he sit at the same table as Principal Ren and military dignitaries? Am I dreaming? Forget about that. Don't you think he sounds exactly like the Su Haitu from the last lecture? Sumo, Su Haitu. Oh my, I think I've discovered something. But since I signed a confidentiality agreement when I came, I dare not speak. Among the crowd, a striking girl with an elegant appearance and an aloof demeanor kept her gaze fixed on Sue Mo, her curiosity evident. The surrounding students maintained their distance from her, indicating she had few friends. The group entered the factory one by one, and their focus quickly shifted. The cacophony of sounds enveloped them, with distant sparks illuminating the air. Sunlight streamed through the skylights of the warehouse, casting bright rectangular pathways into space. Massive machines loomed before them, their cold metallic surfaces glistening under the light. Most striking was a 10-meter-high, hefty machine, its gray-black exterior adorned with robust reinforcements, its solid circular base firmly embedded in the ground. A dull thumping sound emanated from within, resembling the clatter of thousands of steel balls. The control panel on the side glowed with a soft blue light, and tubes connected the machine to other equipment like veins in a body. Old Ren's gaze was immediately captivated by this machine. "Mr. Su, what is this machine used for?" Sue Mo glanced at the machine and replied, "It is designed for producing certain unique outer shells for the bird of prey." Oh, Old Ren was momentarily stunned, then looked up suddenly. Such a large machine is for the bird of prey shell? Beside him, Counselor Liu appeared somewhat astonished. His purpose for visiting today was to assess the modifications and repairs of the Raptor under General Qin's command. Little did he expect to encounter such an advanced and colossal machine. Surely, the Raptor pickup truck could not rival the size of this machine. Sue Mo explained, "Indeed. You must have seen the Raptor in videos or images, correct? That vehicle is replete with various irregular structures, and conventional lathes cannot efficiently create such intricate hollow curves. Hence, I developed this ball-type integrated stamping machine. It is capable of performing significant deformation in a single stamping process, with an impact load capacity of 800,000 tons. This technique refines the grain structure of the components, densifying them and enhancing their strength by over 50, while extending fatigue life by 80. Both Elder Ren and Counselor Liu exchanged bewildered glances, feeling lost despite the brevity of his explanation. They looked at each other, lowering their voices uncertainly. "Old Liu, have you ever seen a raptor?" "I have indeed. The shell does seem to possess some curved structures, but it's merely an exterior. Does it truly require such an advanced machine? I feel this machine might be overly sophisticated even for spacecraft manufacturing. Perhaps Mr. Su is driven by an unwavering pursuit of perfection, striving for excellence in every aspect. Our ordinary minds can never fathom the thoughts of a genius." Indeed, Elder Ren's gaze towards the ball-type integrated stamping machine was almost reverent. "Mr. Su, may I approach to observe it more closely?" "Of course, everyone can come closer. Just refrain from touching any buttons," Sue Mo replied. Elder Ren, filled with anticipation, hurried towards the machine, nearly striding with exaggerated enthusiasm. Counselor Liu, whose once dormant passion for research was reignited, followed suit, alongside 20 eager students who rushed forward to touch the machine's surface. The coarse metallic texture confirmed that this was no mere dream. In Chapter 66, titled Electrically Assisted Diffusion Welding, a student quietly remarked, "Mr. Su mentioned an impact load capacity of 800,000 tons. What metal could withstand such a level of force? The Raptor produced in this manner would certainly be formidable." Yet, an unconventional voice from a girl among the students interrupted, "But the strength of such irregular structures might be too high, potentially hindering effective connections, whether through welding or riveting, leading to severe stress concentration. Over time, this stress could cause disintegration." Numerous gazes turned towards the girl, some furrowed brows reflecting concern, while others contemplated the validity of her statement. Sue Mo also recognized her. She had spoken at a lecture at Longbei University before. She seemed to be quite the academic achiever. Elder Rin noted, "Her name is Jiang Lunglong. She possesses remarkable research talent and tends to speak very directly. What she means is that components made using this ball-type integrated stamping machine are exceedingly strong. So how will they be welded or riveted together?" Counselor Liu pondered aloud. Conventional welding methods such as arc welding, gas-shielded welding, argon arc welding, and electroslag pressure welding may not suffice. Laser welding cannot meet the strength requirements either. The only remaining option is the vacuum electron beam welding that we currently use in aerospace applications. But as far as I know, vacuum electron beam welding is only feasible for small components. It is unrealistic for such massive structures. Hearing both experts express their concerns, the students couldn't help but feel a wave of apprehension. Sue Mo gestured towards the area where sparks were flying. The solution to this problem, everyone, can be observed up front. Elder Ren's eyes lit up, and he eagerly moved forward, with Counselor Liu and Jiang Lunglong swiftly following. As they passed through the entrance, The crackling sound of electric arcs filled the air, and dazzling sparks made it difficult to see. Within the semi-transparent gray-black tempered glass enclosure, mechanical arms were engaged in welding peculiar-shaped components. Astonishingly, towering columns of steel cables, 8 meters high and entwined with dense copper wires, surrounded the welding area, with arcs occasionally dancing upon them. Behind the tempered glass, a chill ran down their spines. Jiang Longlong, wide-eyed with astonishment, edged closer, her dark hair frizzing out like that of a 1990s punk. Her delicate face bore the marks of shock, her brow slightly twitching. Elder Ren cautioned, Longlong, do not get too close. She halted her advance, and Elder Ren and Counselor Lu stopped beside her. Jiang Longlong murmured, this can't be right. Is this just ordinary electric welding? Can it satisfy the strength requirements and eliminate stress concentration? Elder Ren shook his head, his murky gaze fixed on the copper-wired steel columns around them. Longlong, you are mistaken. This is not ordinary electric welding. A magnetic field has been introduced around it. Could it be that the magnetic field alters the welding state of the components, enabling them to meet the strength requirements? I have never heard of such a technique. Elder Ren was becoming increasingly agitated, while the students exchanged bewildered glances, feeling lost in the spectacle before them. Suemo patiently explained, actually, it is quite similar to what you mentioned, Elder Ren. I have arranged a spatial electric field around the area, and I am using welding rods made from carbonane alloy. When the carbonane alloy melts, the electric field facilitates the diversion of stresses and impurities at the weld interface, allowing for a flawless connection of the components without any quality or stress issues. Elder Ren hesitated for a few moments before his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had just completed a cerebral connection. Ah, I see. Without the spatial electric field, it would be impossible to alleviate stress and expel impurities, let alone melt the carbonane alloy. Brilliant. He inquired, may I ask, Mr. Su, does this welding technique have a name? After a moment of contemplation, Suemo casually coined a term. Let us call it electrically assisted diffusion welding. Jiang Longlong repeatedly murmured the phrase electrically assisted diffusion welding, her beautiful eyes intently scrutinizing Suemo. Her gaze was filled with curiosity, not of the romantic sort, but rather a fervent desire for scientific exploration, as if she yearned to delve into the research herself, tirelessly studying it from every angle. The students were awestruck, gathered around the tempered glass, observing the welding from various perspectives. Each shift in position unveiled new discoveries. One student, filled with astonishment, whispered, how strange. Are these components really meant for the vehicle? Look at that device. It resembles a missile launcher. And that over there couldn't possibly be a wheel suspension, could it? Why is it using a hydraulic damper typically found in fighter jets? This is absurd. At that moment, Counselor Lu adjusted his glasses and suddenly remarked, Mr. Su, I heard General Qin mention that when the Raptor was delivered, it only had some worn metal connection structures left, and even the engine was missing. Upon hearing this, Suemo sighed heavily. Don't remind me. I thought it was transported from a war-torn region. It was in a dreadful state. Alas, I could only create a new engine. Counselor Lu raised an eyebrow, continuing. Surely the ball-type integrated stamping machine and the electrically assisted diffusion welding cannot be sufficient to produce an engine, could they? Would it be possible for us to catch a glimpse of the engine you are developing? I am curious about your methodology. Elder Ren's face lit up with anticipation. I bet Mr. Su has employed the precision shaping and finishing process for the components, though I am certain it is executed with far greater finesse than that of his peers. Jiang Linglan's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as well. The precision shaping and finishing process is the pinnacle of automotive engine manufacturing, and given Mr. Su's remarkable capabilities, he must have applied it in a more ingenious manner. The students, having heard of this process, awaited Suemo's response with bated breath. Yet, Suemo did not reply immediately. Instead, he contemplated what this precision shaping and finishing process entailed. He realized he had never encountered it before. Perhaps his knowledge was lacking. Apologies, esteemed guests. The moment those words escaped my lips, the eager expressions of the crowd swiftly transformed into disappointment. Old Ren let out a silent sigh. Yet he bore no trace of resentment towards Suemo. It was entirely reasonable that access to the engine, now entwined with significant scientific secrets, was restricted. Chief Lu also wore a face of regret. Jiang Lung could no longer contain herself. Unexpectedly, a second later, Suemo followed up with, the engine I am developing has not utilized traditional component shaping and finishing techniques. Rather, it employs an alternative method. If you are willing, you may come take a look. Would you like to? Old Ren's head snapped up, his eyes lighting up with excitement. As you wish, Mr. Su, lead the way. Chief Lu nodded fervently, brimming with anticipation. To witness Mr. Su's craftsmanship was a rare opportunity indeed. Jiang Long and the students, too, could hardly restrain their eagerness. "Please, follow me," Su Mo gestured. As they passed through a curtain, a whooshing sound filled the air. The surroundings quickly dimmed, and a wave of scorching heat enveloped them, carrying with it the scent of burnt metal. Their gaze instinctively gravitated towards the center of the space, where a 2-meter-long nozzle hung from a crisscrossed ceiling track. Glowing molten metal oozed from the nozzle, gradually forming an intricately shaped engine on the platform below. It appeared that 13 had already been printed. Nearby, a 5-meter-high smelting furnace continuously channeled molten metal through black golden pipes to the nozzle. The entire system was encased in sealed tempered glass, completely isolating it from the outside world, clearly to prevent dust, temperature, or humidity from interfering with the process. Upon witnessing this scene, Chief Lu's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his features. His lips trembled, rendering him speechless. The students' breaths quickened, unable to suppress their astonishment. "My goodness, what a colossal 3D printer. This must be capable of printing an entire massive engine. I've only seen such engines in sci-fi films. This is the planetary engine." Countless gasps roused old Ren from his stupor. His body jolted, eyes widening to an extraordinary size, mouth agape in disbelief. 3D printing. "Mr. Su, are you printing an entire engine?" "Indeed," Su Mo replied calmly, his demeanor earnest as he continued. "I chose this method after careful consideration. The advantages are numerous, such as eliminating a significant number of welds, bolts, and other connecting components, thereby reducing structural weaknesses. It allows for smoother airflow channels, minimizing air loss and enhancing engine thrust and fuel efficiency. Of course, Su Mo refrained from mentioning that should this technology catch the eye of Commander Qin and be mass-produced, the subsequent maintenance might fall on his shoulders. This integrated shaping simplified manufacturing and assembly while greatly reducing maintenance costs and frequency, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Old Ren's expression twisted slightly, his withered throat swallowing hard, as though he wished to voice something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chief Lu's expression mirrored his astonishment. What astonished them even more was how Su Mo managed to construct such an immense metal 3D printer. The spectacle before them was nothing short of astonishing, akin to scenes from a science fiction movie. Jiang Long, fixated on the engine in the process of being printed, gradually regained her composure. Looking at Su Mo, she inquired, "Mr. Su, may I ask you a question?" "Please do." Jiang Long cast a grateful glance at Su Mo and continued. "The 3D printed engine undoubtedly ensures structural integrity and uniformity in shape. However, to guarantee sufficient precision, it must also appear sufficiently smooth. It is well known that 3D printed components often exhibit issues at a microscopic level, resembling pixelation, as this method essentially constructs objects from points to surfaces to volumes. Have you resolved this issue with the printing points?" Upon finishing her question, her bright eyes fixed intently on Su Mo. Old Ren and Chief Lu had also considered this matter. Yet, ultimately, this was merely an automotive engine, and there was no need for the precision of a planetary engine. As everyone watched, Su Mo gestured, "Please, take a few steps closer." He led them towards the tempered glass once again. The heat emanating from within intensified. Those who had stoked a boiler would recognize this sensation, akin to standing at a coal entryway. Some girls began to feel their makeup starting to smoke. Su Mo pointed to the railing before them. "Place your hands on it and feel." Without hesitation, Jiang Long pressed her delicate hand against the railing. "Huh, there's a subtle vibration." The students and Old Ren followed suit, their hands meeting the scorching surface, which they had anticipated. But what was even more curious was the faint vibration emanating from the railing. More precisely, some form of vibration was transmitted to the railing. Old Ren suddenly came to a realization. "Mr. Su, you are using vibrations to eliminate the printing points, aren't you?" Su Mo glanced at Old Ren, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive." Jiang Long furrowed her brow. "But, won't such vibrations compromise the printing structure? The force of the vibrations coupled with gravity could cause certain hollow structures to collapse and could lead to vertical structures buckling. Given that the viscous metal being 3D printed possesses a degree of fluidity. Is that not so?" Su Mo chuckled. "Not at all. Since the printed material is metal, it will be influenced by magnetic fields. I have set up a vertically oriented magnetic field beneath the printing area to counteract the effects of gravity during the vibrations. By controlling the angle and intensity of the vibrations appropriately, we can avoid the concerns you have. With that," he added, "I trust you have grasped the concept now?" Jiang Long stood in stunned silence for a full 7 or 8 seconds before suddenly looking up, her eyes shimmering with newfound understanding. Her gaze towards Su Mo transformed once again, filled with respect, admiration, and even a hint of uncontainable possessiveness. Old Ren and Chief Lu were equally in awe of Sumo. The students, listening to Sumo's explanation, felt goosebumps rising all over their bodies, utterly amazed. One student whispered, "I can hardly fathom how Su Senior's mind works. If only I could transplant some of that brilliance into my own. Indeed, he is the same age as us. So handsome and talented, I wish to marry him." Subsequently, Old Ren and Chief Lu posed a few more questions to Sumo, who answered each with clarity. They then continued to explore the warehouse. Despite it being a single building, Sumo's modifications had transformed it into a labyrinth. The group spent a full hour wandering before finally emerging from the main entrance, still yearning for more. Old Ren remarked, "Mr. Su, today we have witnessed numerous unprecedented scientific techniques. I have gained much insight and shall not impose further." Sumo respectfully nodded to both Old Ren and Chief Lu. "You are always welcome to visit whenever you have the time, esteemed elders. I shall await your arrival." Chief Lu patted Sumo on the shoulder and nodded in agreement. Just as the two elders were about to depart, two bold female students rushed up to Sumo, bashfully presenting two small notebooks. "Senior, could you please sign for us?" With a smile, Sumo accepted the notebooks, his pen dancing across the pages as he inscribed the name Su Haitu in an elaborate cursive script, nearly illegible. The two girls beamed with joy, bowing deeply to Sumo before scampering away in delight. Seeing this, other students also approached for signatures, and Sumo graciously obliged them all. Observing the students' enthusiasm, Chief Lu moved closer to Old Ren, seemingly on the verge of voicing something, but ultimately refraining. Old Ren noticed his hesitation and whispered, "Old Lu, are you hoping I would stop them from asking Mr. Su for an autograph?" Chief Lu shot him a glance. "Of course not. I merely wish to ask if your students could procure one for me as a memento." Old Ren smiled mysteriously and took two small notebooks from the hands of the two girls. Chapter 68. Its stubborn little universe resonates with me. "Old Lu, would you like an autograph? Just say the word, and I'll gift you one." Chief Lu half-heartedly snatched one of the notebooks. "Since you offer, I shall graciously accept." Old Ren reminded him, "Old Lu, this is a notebook personally signed by Mr. Su, so consider this a significant favor owed to me." Chief Lu tucked the notebook into his pocket and gently patted it, satisfied. "All right, I acknowledge this favor." The group boarded the bus and departed from the scene. After they left, Sumo returned to the warehouse. The materials were somewhat insufficient, and he needed to acquire more. He made a phone call to Hao Shuang. "Shuangzi, increase our materials. I'll send you the types and quantities via WeChat." "Got it." 2 hours later, a large shipment of materials arrived at the warehouse. This should suffice to fully assemble the Raptor. However, the warehouse was becoming cramped. After some deliberation, Sumo decided to rent the adjacent warehouse number 2 as well, which would be ideal for storing materials. As the saying goes, if money is not an issue, then nothing is a problem. In less than 20 minutes, he secured warehouse number 2. He decided to purchase the previously rented second-hand pickup truck to facilitate the movement of materials. However, a new problem arose. The pickup truck was too underwhelming, lacking in both load capacity and power. "Sai, let us allocate some funds for modifications. Tongzi, please assist me in making light adjustments to this second-hand pickup for transporting goods and groceries." Ding, host requirements have been acknowledged. The light modifications to the second-hand pickup were completed in half a day. For the next week, Sumo stayed in the warehouse. As the deadline for delivery agreed upon with Commander Chin drew closer, the estimated completion time provided by the versatile workbench was not absolutely accurate, given that timely material supply could impact the timeline. Nevertheless, according to Sumo's plan, everything should align perfectly. As the final delivery day arrived, Sumo had the rare opportunity to return home and rest well the previous night. This morning, while carrying a multi-grain pancake, he spotted a striking figure waiting near the warehouse. "Shuangzi, good morning." "Sugu," Hao Shuang exclaimed with delight upon seeing Sumo. "How is the modification of the Raptor going?" "Commander Chin is a bit anxious and sent me to check in." Sumo patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured. Tell Commander Chin that the final assembly is underway and will be completed by noon. I will personally deliver it." "That is wonderful." After a brief hesitation, Hao Shuang asked, "Could I take a look at its current state?" "Of course." Sumo led Hao Shuang through the entrance. As she stepped inside, Hao Shuang gasped, her expression akin to that of someone who has seen a long-lost relative. Inside the vast warehouse, dozens of robotic arms meticulously assembled sharp-edged mechanical parts. The sound of machinery echoed, and electrical currents crackled, stimulating her senses. Sparks from welding drifted down like golden shooting stars, illuminating her beautiful eyes as if they were adorned with falling meteors. Some of the metallic components were enormous and oddly shaped, making it hard to fathom that they would come together to form a Raptor pickup truck. Taking a deep breath, Hao Shuang whispered, "This is astonishing. I can't wait to see what the final Raptor will look like." Su Mo assured her, "Rest easy. Everything is crafted according to Commander Qin's specifications, and it will surely impress him." Hao Shuang nodded. "All right, I shall return to the base. See you at noon." Su Mo pondered for a moment and called out to Hao Shuang, "Why don't you drive my second-hand pickup back to the base? After I deliver the goods, you can return in your own vehicle. Otherwise, you'd have to give me a ride." "Sounds good. Just drive straight over. The facial recognition will grant you access. I've synced your permissions with the toxic blade tank." Hao Shuang approached warehouse number 2, where the second-hand pickup was parked. As she neared, she realized the pickup was far from ordinary. Its boxy, angular design resembled a prowling tiger. Upon close proximity, facial recognition was completed, and the doors opened automatically as the seats adjusted themselves. Climbing onto the electric step felt reminiscent of entering a tank. The dashboard bore striking similarities to that of the toxic blade. The vehicle sat high, and from within, other vehicles appeared to be as small as ants. With a single push of a button, the engine roared to life, and as she gently pressed the accelerator, the second-hand pickup surged forward with a thrilling sound. Hao Shuang was both exhilarated and astonished. This was no ordinary pickup, it was a youthful version of the toxic blade. At the Northern Army headquarters, the A-type outdoor training ground spanned approximately 2 basketball courts. Its foundation was constructed with C-120 concrete, reinforced internally with an 80 steel mesh, providing sufficient hardness and strength to withstand any tank or armored vehicle without leaving a dent. Even conventional missiles would not leave a crater upon impact. Commander Qin stood in the center of the training ground, his aging eyes frequently glancing towards the entrance. His anticipation was palpable. "Old Liu, I contacted Mr. Su yesterday. He assured me delivery would be before noon. Do you think it will arrive?" Chief Liu replied confidently, "If Mr. Su says it will, it surely will." The eager and impatient Qin remarked, "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Old Ren shot him a glance. "Old Qin, it's not even noon yet. Why the rush? You weren't this impatient when you married." Commander Qin scoffed. Getting married is nowhere near as significant. The 3 men, old acquaintances, were comfortable with one another. The guards surrounding the area stood vigilant, weapons in hand, ready to respond to any suspicious activity. Suddenly, their gazes fixed on the entrance as if drawn by a magnetic force. Old Ren slapped Commander Qin's thigh excitedly. "It's here. It's here." Having witnessed the modification process, Old Ren's anticipation was even greater than Commander Qin's. In that moment, every cell in his body trembled with excitement. Commander Qin fixed his gaze on the entrance, muttering, "Old Ren, as familiar as we are, can you control yourself? So many soldiers are watching. Do I not deserve any dignity?" As countless eyes focused on the entrance, a shadow loomed on the horizon. The powerful roar of an engine resonated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Commander Qin exclaimed, "Old Liu, we will soon discover what the Raptor has transformed into." Chief Liu's eyes sparkled, his breath quickening and heart racing. "I can already sense its presence, smell its essence. I feel its stubborn little universe resonating with me. It must be my Raptor." Chapter 69, Take Off. The pickup truck, under Hao Shuang's vigorous driving, approached Commander Qin and his team. Even from a distance, it felt as if it could send everyone flying. The aggressive front design resembled a bull charging forward. With a smooth motion, the vehicle came to a halt before them. The 3 elderly men stood in front of the truck, just slightly taller than its tires, having to tiptoe to see inside. Chief Liu eagerly reached out to touch the front bumper of the pickup, his eyes gleaming. "Look at this bumper. It's clearly crafted from that hard new alloy. The wheels of this vehicle are crafted from a specialized rubber, reminiscent of a non-Newtonian fluid. I dare say even a rocket would struggle to shatter them." As he spoke, he crouched beneath the vehicle, scrutinizing the chassis intently. His breath quickened, and his mouth felt parched. "Goodness, take a look at this chassis and suspension. They are indeed akin to those found in fighter jets. The engine is quite formidable as well. I believe I've spotted vector nozzles. I would readily believe this vehicle could haul 100 tons. From its interior to its exterior, every component is constructed from high-strength materials. This is no mere pickup truck. It is truly a new generation of armored vehicle. Mr. Su is indeed remarkable." Commander Qin also crouched under the vehicle, his face alight with fervor as he observed everything on the truck's chassis. His gaze was filled with an eagerness to take this beast for a spin around the military camp. As the saying goes, a wealthy man returning home is like a richly dressed man walking in the night. The design, temperament, and configuration of this vehicle far exceed expectations. It captivates the heart. Old Ren followed suit, also crouching down, his eyes flashing like camera lights as he examined the vehicle's intricate details. Many parts of this truck employ the world's most advanced technology, featuring structures so ingeniously crafted that even he had never heard of them. When Mr. Su produces something, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Excitement surged through Colonel Liu as he seized Commander Chin's arm. "Old Chin, I recall you drove this Raptor many years ago. Come, place your hand on it and feel." Commander Chin pressed his calloused hand against the chassis, slowly closing his eyes to immerse himself in the sensation. The expression on his face was akin to savoring fine wine. Colonel Liu inquired, "How does it resonate with you?" Commander Chin opened his eyes, a glimmer of light and emotion swirling within them. Complex feelings surged within him. "It does indeed resonate." Just as he spoke, the car door clicked open. Hao Shuang leaped from the driver's seat. After parking, she had briefly studied the vehicle's sentry system. With this system, the vehicle could autonomously monitor suspicious individuals in its vicinity. "Commander Chin, Colonel Liu, Old Ren. The vehicle has not yet completed its final assembly, Mr. Su asked me to return first. He assured me it would be fully assembled and personally delivered before noon." "Huh, where has he gone?" Hao Shuang scanned her surroundings and soon discovered the three esteemed figures all beneath the vehicle. "What are you all doing?" Commander Chin's hand, which had been caressing the chassis, paused. His expression shifted awkwardly as he asked uncertainly, "Hao Shuang, are you saying this vehicle is not the Raptor we asked Mr. Su to modify?" Hao Shuang nodded, "Of course not. That Raptor will be personally delivered by Mr. Su." The three elders crawled out from under the vehicle, brushing off the dirt from their clothes, their faces serious. Commander Chin and Old Run turned to Colonel Liu, who had been the most animated moments ago. His expression was somewhat awkward, his hands fidgeting as he scratched his head. "Well, since it hasn't been delivered yet, let us wait a bit longer. It's just past 11:30. It won't be long now." He chuckled. Old Ren quietly asked Hao Shuang, "What is the origin of this vehicle?" Hao Shuang explained, "This is Mr. Su's vehicle for hauling goods." "Oh," Old Ren pondered for a moment before suddenly gasping, "Ah." Commander Chin and Colonel Liu's hearts skipped a beat. Having just examined the vehicle's details, they realized that this vehicle, more formidable than an armored car, was merely a grocery hauler. Their assessment of Mr. Su's capabilities soared once more. Truly, that man, his grocery hauler, is the strongest on the planet. If the Dragon Kingdom's army had 1,000 such vehicles, they could easily dominate the Yao region. The sun was shrouded by clouds, casting a cool gloom over the sky, signaling an impending rain. Time edged toward noon, and anticipation grew stronger among the onlookers, their eyes fixed eagerly on the entrance of the venue. Suddenly, Commander Chin's phone rang. He pulled it out and immediately answered. A hurried voice came through the line. "Hey, Old Chin, weren't you supposed to come see our Air Force's new equipment test? Why aren't you here? Your Air Force's new equipment test. And you expect me, the Army Commander, to attend? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Others are busy. Besides, with such impressive new gear, who wouldn't want to see it? The main point is how handsome it is." Upon hearing this, Commander Chin's lips curled in a faint expression of disdain. "Handsome? And you flaunt it in front of me? No matter how handsome your new gear is, can it compare to mine? To be frank, old Zhao, I am testing new equipment today and have no time to come see yours. All right, enough of this. My equipment is about to arrive. Goodbye." In Harbin, an old industrial district, Su Mo lounged in a rocking chair, casually playing on his phone while patiently awaiting the final touches. Behind him, massive mechanical arms sparked as they swiftly assembled the modified Raptor fighter jet module by module. Every stage, from design to construction, pursued absolute precision, resulting in a seamless assembly with no hitches. Gradually, a magnificent and imposing fighter jet took shape. Ding! Raptor modification completed. Air combat enhancement floating wing not yet finished. Su Mo paused, his hand halting on the phone. He slowly rose from the chair, gazing towards the center of the warehouse. A heavy fighter jet, one that sent tremors of excitement through him, stood prominently. Its fuselage was adorned with a dazzling red paint scheme that resembled flowing flames. The Raptor is the name of the Eagle's aircraft. It certainly deserves a dragon-themed name. What shall it be? Crimson Flame Zero, Sacred Shield Assault Spear Falcon Fighter? No, that's too long. I'll simply call it the Crimson Flame Fighter. The air combat floating wing is still in production and currently serves no purpose. Let us deliver the Crimson Flame Fighter for now. A few minutes later, the warehouse's retractable roof opened, and a gray shadow vanished into the sky. The Northern Army headquarters is located northwest of Harbin, separated by a Northern Air Force base. The vast Air Force base was packed with leaders from various branches of the Air Force today. However, everyone's eyes involuntarily darted away from the figure at the forefront. not daring to meet his gaze. This elder is a legendary figure, renowned for flying in and out of border conflicts unscathed. Both friend and foe refer to him as the airborne Zhao Zilong. He currently serves as the commander of the Northern Air Force. Commander Zhao's eagle-like sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Historically, our Northern Air Force has lagged behind in the deployment of new equipment compared to other combat zones. Our 5th-generation and 4.5-generation aircraft rank among the lowest. If this 6th-generation aircraft test succeeds, we can alter this situation. Achieving this milestone would not have been possible without the efforts of Academician Du and all the researchers. Regardless of the outcome of the final test, I want to express my gratitude to all of you, Commander Zhao said, bowing deeply to the assembled crowd. A middle-aged man in a blue uniform from the Northern Air Research Institute stepped forward, his face filled with respect. Commander Zhao, you flatter us. We have merely done our duty. Commander Zhao spoke no further, glancing at the overcast sky as light raindrops fell on his face. Academician Du. Will the weather permit flight tests today? Academician Du adjusted his glasses, frowning slightly. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer to see if it clears up. Commander Zhao remained patient, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting. 2 minutes later, the drizzle intensified. Academician Du sighed. With this downpour, visibility is too low. And there are thunderclouds above, we must wait longer. At that moment, a voice crackled through Commander Zhao's radio. Report to Commander Zhao, pilots Zhang Fei and Ma Xiang have entered the test 6th-generation fighter and completed all pre-flight preparations. Should we take off? Commander Zhao immediately replied. Do not take off in the rain. It is prohibited. Understood. The communication cut off. Inside the dual-seat 6th-generation test fighter, Zhang Fei shouted excitedly, Ma Xiang. The commander said not to hesitate. Take off immediately. Let us go. Chapter 70. What on earth did you see? Ma Xiang had long awaited this moment. With a decisive finger, he pressed the ignition button and forcefully pulled the throttle. The sleek, dark gray-painted Xianglong 6th-generation fighter soared down the runway like a hare. Taking to the skies, General Zhao watched as the fighter ascended abruptly, his eyelids twitching. He seized the phone and exclaimed, Zhang Fei, Ma Xiang. Have you both lost your minds? I expressly forbade takeoff. General Zhao, we flew straight up. There was no turning involved. You fools. General Zhao's chest heaved in frustration, his nostrils flaring. It was a sign of his advancing age. Even if he were a decade younger, he would have to pilot the aircraft himself to bring these two miscreants down. After so many years of commanding troops, this was the first time he faced such a situation. It was utterly outrageous. Academician Du squinted thoughtfully, suggesting, since we are already airborne, we might as well conduct tests in this stormy weather. This would better validate the fighter's performance in adverse conditions. However, the risks for the pilots will significantly increase. General Zhao glanced at the ascending fighter. The danger was already taken. What could be done now but to proceed? Then let us test it. Academician Du nodded and picked up the radio, instructing the ground data acquisition team to gather all flight data and report any anomalies immediately. After speaking, he turned to General Zhao. The technical team is ready. We can commence the electromagnetic testing. General Zhao promptly ordered, launch the electromagnetic test aircraft. Another sizable plane began its run and successfully took off into the rain, heading towards the Xianglong fighter. Confused soldiers murmured, why is another aircraft taking off? A nearby technician explained, today's tests focus on airspeed, maneuverability, and electromagnetic countermeasures. We need another aircraft to engage in electromagnetic combat. The soldiers quickly understood. General Zhao remained uneasy and reminded via radio, Zhang Fei, Ma Xiang, since you have the audacity to test in a thunderstorm, perform well and ensure there are no mistakes. Prioritize your safety. Zhang Fei's competent voice responded through the communicator, rest assured, we will fulfill our mission. There will be no errors. If any unusual situation arises, even if we must crash, we will land the aircraft back on the runway to preserve complete flight data and templates for the 6th-generation fighter. Upon hearing the last sentence, General Zhao felt his anger dissipate. Among all pilots, test pilots faced the greatest danger. Each test flight required them to pin their wills, prepared for the worst. He wished to urge Zhang Fei and Ma Xiang to eject at the first sign of trouble, but the words that escaped his lips were simply, take care. In the skies thousands of meters high, Ma Xiang yanked the throttle, and the Xianglong fighter's twin engines roared to life. Flames shot through the clouds, nearly scorching them dry. The flight speed surged. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted through the air. Everyone initially thought it was thunder, but the lightning did not follow. A thrilling immediate report crackled through Academician Du's radio. The Xianglong fighter has exceeded the speed of sound. No afterburner engaged. It is supersonic at cruise altitude. The Garrett intake is functioning normally, the pulse detonation engine is stable, and the flight posture is steady. Upon hearing this, Academician Du's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. Yet, the testing had only just begun. He could not celebrate prematurely. General Zhao clenched his fists. Though he remained grounded, his heart soared with the aircraft. He feared any complications during the test. The pilots must remain safe, and the fighter must not fail. This tension surpassed even the battles of his youth. Another series of thunderous booms echoed through the atmosphere, the clouds swirling ominously, seemingly intimidated by the Xianglong fighter, unable to coalesce. The ground data acquisition team transmitted another message, their voices trembling with exhilaration. Report. The Xianglong fighter is still cruising normally, with speed surpassing 2 Mach. Report. The Xianglong fighter has engaged afterburners, and its speed has exceeded 3 Mach. The last statement nearly tore their throats. Academician Du could no longer contain himself. Elation radiated from his eyes. This Xianglong fighter was the 4th 6th-generation aircraft developed after 3 had already been announced by the Dragon Nation, a culmination of his lifelong dedication and effort. Achieving such results felt akin to a cherished child passing an esteemed exam. Pride. Honor. However, caution was paramount. The subsequent tests would grow increasingly challenging. General Zhao's face reflected enthusiasm as he spoke into the communicator. Zhang Fei, Ma Xiang, you are performing excellently. Return to base. Yes. Ma Xiang responded immediately. But before the echo faded in the cockpit, the main control panel erupted with a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Unidentified aircraft approaching our position at a speed of 8 Mach and accelerating. The aircraft's flight path and attitude were extraordinarily peculiar, rendering the AI system incapable of further identification. Electromagnetic sensing had failed, and image recognition was unsuccessful. The object was swiftly vanishing from the phased array millimeter-wave radar. Danger! 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 Pilots, immediate countermeasures are required. Zhang Fei and Ma Xiang felt their hair stand on end, as though facing a formidable enemy. Their hearts raced. Zhang Fei spoke rapidly, questioning what kind of aircraft could fly at Mach 8. Could it possibly be a hypersonic missile? Ma Xiang quickly refuted this, asserting that the radar had initially detected it and identified it as an aircraft. Thus it must have captured its external characteristics, undoubtedly a fighter jet. Let us not dwell on that. It's not approaching us, yet it appears to be getting closer. How could it suddenly vanish from the radar? The two men instinctively glanced at the radar panel. Indeed, the suddenly appearing red dot was shrinking at an astonishing speed, transforming into an imperceptible pixel before completely disappearing from the radar. They were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Zhao, the commander, urgently inquired over the communicator. Zhang Fei. Ma Xiang, have you encountered an enemy aircraft? Return to base immediately. Those damned Americans and Japanese must have deployed reconnaissance aircraft to spy on our flight tests. Zhang Fei realized that the alarm they had just heard had likely reached the commander as well. He promptly responded, Commander, we are unsure if it is an enemy aircraft. Given its terrifying speed of Mach 8, it should be extremely close, yet it bizarrely vanished from the radar. We cannot see it at all. He trailed off mid-sentence. And both he and Ma Xiang turned to gaze outside the transparent canopy, their expressions frozen in shock, mouths agape as if they could swallow the control stick. The remaining half of Zhang Fei's sentence lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Their pupils reflected a colossal aerial steel behemoth. The communicator crackled with Zhao's increasingly frantic voice, demanding, what do you see? Please respond. What did you witness? Speak up. Chapter 71. Undercurrents in the air forced Zhang Fei and Ma Xiang's dark eyes ignited with an intense flame of terror. The astonishment in their gaze reached its zenith. Though their mouths were agape, no sound emerged. The scene before them was more astonishing than witnessing a miracle. This aircraft, capable of evading detection by millimeter-wave radar, was now hovering before them. Its underside was almost brushing against their transparent canopy. The incredible speed generated shockwaves that caused the Xianglong fighter jet to tremble violently. Zhang Fei and Ma Xiang felt as though their eyes might be shaken from their sockets. The opponent executed a seamless maneuver, swiftly distancing itself from the Xianglong fighter. This maneuver seemed a fusion of cobra and barrel rolls, along with reverse leaf gliding, a truly terrifying display. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Fei and Ma Xiang quickly steadied their emotions. Ma Xiang roared, attack it. Zhang Fei pressed the electromagnetic countermeasure button. The test aircraft was unarmed, leaving them with only this means of retaliation. However, should the enemy fall victim to it, the powerful electromagnetic pulse could potentially cripple their flight control system, leading to a catastrophic crash. Regardless of their origin, Anyone daring to intrude into Dragon Nation's airspace and insult their 6th-generation Xianglong fighter would not be tolerated. A tsunami of electromagnetic pulses surged towards the enemy aircraft. The next moment, an even more terrifying electromagnetic pulse surged back in retaliation. Fortunately, it lasted only an instant, causing no harm to the Xianglong fighter. The enemy's tail belched flames hundreds of meters long, slicing through the clouds above, and it vanished from sight. The enemy aircraft's appearance and disappearance felt like an illusion, lasting barely 10 seconds. Zhang Fei and Ma Xiang gazed at the sky, now split in two by an endless sea of clouds, their astonishment beyond measure. The communicator continued to echo Zhao's voice. Zhang Fei, Ma Xiang, what is your status? Please respond. Zhang Fei, in a daze, replied, Commander, we just encountered an aircraft we have never seen before. It executed an inertial drift while turning, then ascended vertically, performing a series of SSS aerial maneuvers at incredible speed. We only caught a glimpse of its body, which bore a red flame pattern. His tone shifted slightly, revealing a hint of confusion and regret. However, it seemed to harbor no significant hostility towards us. It felt more like a casual encounter. Regardless, it was terrifying. We lost. We lost decisively. At the ground testing base, Commander Zhao listened to Zhang Fei's report, maintaining a composed demeanor, though the slight twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed the turmoil within. Zhang Fei, Ma Xiang, returned to base at maximum speed. Yes. Commander Zhao then turned to a middle-aged man beside him, Academician Du, and inquired, what is your perspective on this matter? Academician Du's brow furrowed deeply, his complexion pale, his eyes still reflecting shock and disbelief. It is terrifying. An aircraft that flies at speeds comparable to hypersonic missiles and executes unconventional aerial maneuvers, rendering electromagnetic countermeasures ineffective. If it hadn't held back, the returning electromagnetic pulse alone could have downed our Xianglong fighter. The more Academician Du spoke, the more alarmed he became, his expression contorting in distress. His words grew disjointed and stammering. It was well known that the Xianglong fighter's speed and maneuverability had been tested, placing it among the world's strongest, with an electromagnetic countermeasure system that could easily outmatch the most formidable American electronic warfare aircraft, the EA-37B. With such capabilities, they had no right even to glance at the enemy. I dare not contemplate further. The atmosphere in the room quickly grew somber. The earlier joy of successful testing dissipated entirely. Commander Zhao pondered aloud. It showed no hostility and bore a design reminiscent of Dragon Nation style. Could it possibly be a new generation of fighter developed by one of our domestic design institutes? Perhaps it coincidentally encountered us during testing? Academician Du nodded. There is indeed a possibility. Moreover, the Xianglong fighter is equipped with an external image capture system, which may have recorded video data of the enemy. I will download it from the cloud immediately. Without delay, Academician Du downloaded the video to a tablet within a minute. Commander Zhao and several other military officers and technicians gathered to watch. Upon playback, the footage appeared clear, yet the enemy aircraft remained mostly in the visual blind spots. The few exposed moments were so swift that frame-by-frame analysis revealed only blurry images. Academician Du, unwilling to concede, meticulously searched for clues, finally discovering a crucial frame at one juncture. The group gazed at the frozen image, which clearly displayed a flame pattern. Academician Du asserted firmly, this is a design characteristic of Dragon Nation. It is neither from Japan nor Korea or any other country. Commander, that aircraft is highly likely to be the latest fighter developed by one of our domestic design institutes. And since it was tested within our northern airspace, we can narrow it down to the northern region. A glimmer of insight flashed in Commander Zhao's eyes. He suddenly felt that this might not be a negative occurrence. The Xianglong fighter was already formidable, a mysterious aircraft that could overpower it could be considered a 7th-generation fighter. If it truly originated from one of the northern design institutes, the Northern Air Force would be in for a breakthrough. With this thought, Commander Zhao's nerves tightened. He waved his hand, directing immediate communication with all potential aircraft development organizations in the northern region to inquire if any aircraft were undergoing flight tests today. Yes, the scene became bustling. Academician Du contacted several large flight research departments to ascertain the situation. After a thorough investigation of all design institutes and research facilities associated with the northern region and the Air Force, the responses received were consistently negative. Commander Zhao stated gravely, it appears that this isn't from our northern region. Academician Du scratched his head in frustration, exclaiming, that aircraft possesses an astonishingly high speed and is advanced enough to surpass a 6th-generation fighter. From this, we can infer that it likely has an exceptionally long endurance. and we cannot dismiss the possibility that it has flown in from another battlefield. Commander Zhao exhaled heavily. I will call them right away. How dare they flaunt their new aircraft in front of me? Is there no law anymore? He first dialed the number of the nearest Air Force commander in the Central Plains war zone, as they were the most probable source. The phone rang once before being answered. Hello? Old Zhao, what brings you to call me today? Old Gao, let me ask you something. Did your aviation research unit in the Central Plains war zone conduct any new aircraft test flights today? Well, the Central Plains war zone is quite vast. I can't say for certain if there were any test flights. You've caught me off guard here. Upon hearing the hesitation in the other party's voice, Commander Zhao's expression changed immediately, his beard quivering. Gao, stop playing coy. We are brothers from the same flight training team, back in the days of hardship. I lent you my gear several times. During the border air battles, think about who turned back to rescue you from enemy formations. Do you think I can't tell when you're lying? Hurry up and confess what new aircraft you've developed. I don't care. You must allocate me a few dozen. A torrent of words left the Air Force Commander Gao speechless on the other end. After a few moments of silence, Gao finally replied, Old Zhao, as familiar as we are, can we not bring up that borrowing incident? The moment you open your mouth, I know you're up to no good. To be honest, the Central Plains War Zone did have a test flight today. It was for the 6th generation J-36B production model. Once it's in mass production, I'll make sure to set aside a few for you. After all, our brotherhood stands. Commander Zhao listened intently, his gaze shifting to Academician Du, who whispered, That can't be right. I have studied the J-36 performance extensively. It couldn't possibly reach a speed of Mach 8. Commander Zhao shared this belief and scoffed into the phone. Old Gao, one of your test aircraft just flew at Mach 8 right in front of me. Stop pretending. What? Mach 8? No. Old Zhao, are you out of your mind? What aircraft can fly that fast? There must be some misunderstanding. We at the Central Plains War Zone have not developed such an outrageous aircraft. Is it really not you? I swear it's not. The sincerity in Gao's tone indicated he was indeed telling the truth. This brother of his was not one to lie easily, making it clear to Zhao that it could not be him. If not him, then who could it be? Zhao recounted his encounter with the mysterious aircraft to Gao, who nearly dropped his phone in astonishment. After a few breaths, it seemed Gao had identified a potential suspect, exclaiming, Old Zhao, don't say anything else. I think I know who it is. It must be that old fellow Chong from the eastern region. Just a few days ago, he mentioned that an impressive aircraft was under development. It has to be him. I can't believe he would flaunt it over your head. I'll call him right now and make sure he allocates some for us brothers first. After hanging up, Commander Zhao awaited Gao's findings. However, Gao's communication did not go smoothly. Old Chong adamantly denied any involvement, sounding as if he might burst into tears. Gradually, the entire Dragon Nation Air Force system was embroiled in an undercurrent of intrigue, as if an invisible vortex stirred the winds of change. High-ranking officials were inundated with phone calls, and the situation escalated further. Chapter 72, Vertical Landing. After several minutes, Commander Zhao was utterly exasperated. He sank into his chair, his eyes bloodshot. Which Flight Research Institute produced this aircraft? The entirety of the Air Force had been scoured, yielding no trace. Could it not be a Dragon Nation aircraft? Yet, why did it bear Dragon Nation paint without any hostility? It couldn't possibly be an aircraft from the army, could it? Upon uttering this thought, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. How absurd. What aircraft would the Army develop? At the Northern Region Army headquarters, the outdoor training area A was filled with Commander Qin, Chief of Staff Lu, and Elder Ren, who were patiently awaiting. Hao Shuang glanced at her phone. Only 3 minutes remained. It's almost noon. I believe Brother Su will make it on time. Commander Qin gestured for Hao Shuang to remain calm, stating, Good things take time. Even if it's past noon, it's not a big deal. We waited this long, a bit longer 1T hurt. Chief of Staff Lu suddenly interjected. Mr. Su mentioned he would complete the delivery before noon, right? If he finishes by noon, it could take several more hours for the vehicle to arrive. Wouldn't that be the case? Commander Qin was momentarily taken aback, agreeing. Perhaps we misunderstood Mr. Su's timeline? Elder Ren stroked his beard in agreement. Indeed, we likely misunderstood. Mr. Su probably won't deliver the vehicle for at least another 2 hours. Commander Qin pondered, should I call Mr. Su to check? The call connected, and upon answering, Sumo's voice was accompanied by a sharp noise. Commander Qin, I'm on the road now. I'm going a bit fast, and there's a lot of wind noise. The signal isn't great, so I can't chat much. We'll talk when I arrive. After the call ended, Commander Qin and Chief of Staff Lu exchanged glances, hesitating. It seems he's indeed on his way. He might still be on the highway, possibly traversing a dark tunnel, which explains the poor signal. Chief of Staff Lu's eyes sparkled with insight. If he hasn't exited the highway and is still in the tunnel, I can estimate his location. It will likely take him about an hour after exiting the highway to arrive. Why don't we head to the cafeteria and grab a bite while we wait? We've been here since early morning and haven't eaten breakfast, suggested Lu. Commander Qin and Elder Rin agreed. All right, let us go eat. Come on, Xiao Shuang. You join us. The three elders slowly stood up. Hao Shuang glanced at the empty entrance of the training area. A gentle breeze ruffled her silvery short hair, partially obscuring her vision. She brushed her hair aside and turned to say something, when suddenly, boom, a deafening roar erupted in her ears. The terrifying sound wave threatened to shatter bones in an instant. The surrounding barriers vibrated with a high-frequency hum, as if about to collapse under immense pressure. Commander Qin and his companions were drawn like magnets to the entrance. Yet, the entrance remained empty, void of any sign of a powerful vehicle. However, Hao Shuang looked up at the sky, her expression rapidly changing, her starry eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Quick, look above. Commander Qin, initially startled, quickly regained his composure. Dismissing the noise as just the test flight activities of the Northern Region Air Force aircraft from the Southeast base. That rascal Zhao really enjoys showing off. Flying an aircraft over my army base. He reached for his phone to call and admonish him, but before he could dial, Hao Shuang's gaze fixated on the sky, trembling with urgency. No, Commander, that aircraft seems to be heading straight for us. What? Commander Qin and Chief of Staff Lu turned their attention skyward. As they looked up, a blinding red light streaked across the sky, trailing a long fiery line. It descended directly above the army base, shifting into a steep vertical dive. From the heavens to the earth, the stars descend upon the ground like a cataclysmic collision. The tumultuous clouds are disturbed, coiling into a furious vortex, resembling a demonic eye gazing down upon humanity. The vibrations in the air intensify, as if the very fabric of space is fracturing. A boundless, terrifying aura crashes down with ferocity. Time appears to plunge into a quagmire, while the spatial realm stagnates like a frozen presentation on a screen. Only a flash of crimson flickers within this frozen tableau. Hao Shuang and Commander Qin, along with others, find their minds racing yet their mouths are sealed, their bodies immobilized. As that piercing red figure approaches the ground, the accompanying shockwave reaches them first. Boom. An invisible column of air floods the entire outdoor training ground. A fierce gale spirals outward from the center, sweeping across the vast expanse. The three elders, including Commander Qin, nearly get swept away. But Hao Shuang and nearby soldiers swiftly intervene to support them. The tempestuous winds are so violent that it is nearly impossible to keep their eyes open, forcing them to squint. Their garments rustle in the wind, and Hao Shuang's silver hair dances wildly. Commander Qin catches his breath, exclaiming in astonishment, "Whose aircraft is this? What are its intentions?" Chief Lu's tone shifts. "Commander, can't you see? It aims to land right on us." Commander Qin's face twitches, and he bellows. "In such a small space, this is not an airport. How could it possibly land?" "Nonsense." Several soldiers are already shouting to lift Commander Qin and the others, attempting to drag them away. "Commander, you must evacuate immediately. Hurry, get them out. There is no time left." The aircraft offers them no chance to escape. The bright sky suddenly darkens. A massive form plummets from above. With nearly 20 meters of wingspan and a 30-meter fuselage, it nearly obscures the entire sky. The roar of the engines reverberates, threatening to rupture eardrums and shatter minds. Boom. The aircraft's landing gear deploys, firmly supporting the fuselage on the ground. It has truly landed. The enormous wings hover above Hao Shuang and Commander Qin. Flames ripple across the body of the aircraft as if it were ablaze, igniting the very souls of onlookers. The fuselage is sleek and sharp, merging technology with aesthetics in a breathtaking design. The tailless configuration outlines a minimalist silhouette. The vertical nozzles on the underside quickly retract after landing, and the rear vector nozzles gradually cease operation. High above, amidst the swirling clouds resembling demonic pupils, a beam of brilliant sunlight pierces through, enveloping the aircraft in a cascade of radiant light. Tiny metallic glimmers dance upon its surface. Commander Qin, Chief Lu, Elder Rin, along with Hao Shuang and dozens of soldiers, stand frozen, motionless and dumbfounded. Chapter 73. Is it possible that the Raptor is also a vehicle? Until the aircraft's engines die down, leaving an eerie silence in their wake, they awaken from their stupor. Hao Shuang gazes up at the magnificent aircraft, unable to stifle her admiration. It's so stunning. Commander Qin's throat tightens, his expression shifting from shock to seriousness. He sternly remarks, "Well done, you old Zhao. The aircraft you've developed is indeed remarkable, but you can't just flaunt it by landing it in my training ground. I will not let this go. Saying this, Commander Qin dials the Northern Air Force headquarters to contact Commander Zhao. The call connects, and before Zhao can speak, Qin launches into a tirade. Old Zhao, you lunatic. You think having wings makes you special? To show off, you made the aircraft land vertically on my training ground. Thank goodness the pilot is skilled, or I would have been crushed. Listen carefully. If you dare leave that plane here, don't expect to take it back. At the Northern Air Force Base, Commander Zhao is in a frenzy trying to locate the mysterious aircraft when he sees an old friend calling. He intends to vent his frustrations. But before he can utter a word, he is met with a barrage of insults. He is bewildered. What is this all about? He let the aircraft land on the Army's training ground? Ridiculous. The problem is, the Dragon Kingdom has not yet developed a new vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. The volume of the call is loud enough for Academician Du beside him to overhear. Academician Du leans closer to Commander Zhao, whispering, "Could this aircraft that landed on the military training ground be the one we are searching for?" Commander Zhao trembles as if struck by lightning. It is highly plausible. Moistening his cracked lips, he steadies his breath and maintains his composure. Cautiously, he inquires, "Old Qin, does this aircraft you mentioned have flame patterns on its fuselage?" "Of course." The flames look so real, they nearly singed my eyebrows. "I must tell you, you need to take me for a massage to recover." "Sure, don't mention the massage. I'd even shine your shoes personally." "Ha ha, just wait there, I'm on my way." After hanging up, a hint of confusion appears in Commander Qin's eyes. When did old Zhao become so calm? After I berated him, he seemed completely unperturbed, even claiming he would shine my shoes. Just then, the cockpit hatch of the aircraft above them opens with a clang. A simple retractable staircase extends down. "Oh, all the leaders are here. I hope I'm not late." Sumo's voice sounds from above the invisible wings. Hao Shuang trembles as if electrified, her beautiful eyes following the staircase upward. Indeed, Sumo is quickly descending. Commander Qin, Chief Liu, and Elder Ren all realize, after all this commotion, that this sudden aircraft is developed by Mr. Su. No wonder it is so formidable. Just the sheer presence of it instills a sense of awe. While they are momentarily stunned, Sumo has already approached them, his handsome face illuminated by sunlight, his eyes bright and clear. Chief Liu hesitates for a few seconds before unable to hold back. "Mr. Su, didn't you say you would bring the Raptor over?" This is Sumo is caught off guard by the question. "What do you mean?" "This is the Raptor you wanted, completely modified according to your specifications." As he speaks, his tone becomes increasingly assertive. As the secondary party, delivering on time can often lead to difficult negotiations with the primary party, and at such times, one must stand firm. He has undertaken numerous modifications and is well aware of the intricacies. Old Qin, Chief Liu, and even Elder Ren are here to witness. This Raptor, after modifications, although it appears drastically different from the original F design, is precisely to meet your requirements. Sumo counts off on his fingers, his demeanor poised. "First, let us discuss speed. It has significantly surpassed the Raptor's original maximum speed. There's no need to worry about safety either. The main structure is made of carbonate alloy, extremely durable. In case of emergencies, there are active weapon options available. Functionality is indeed the core selling point of this product." At this point, his gaze locks onto Elder Ren. "Elder Ren, you are esteemed and knowledgeable. Please share your insights on the Raptor." Sumo's question goes unnoticed by Elder Ren, whose heart is racing wildly, as if it might burst from his chest. His breathing is rapid, akin to a bellows. Elder Ren's lips quiver as he responds. "If we are not talking about vehicles, but fighter jets, the Raptor production version only has a single seat. The Eagle Nation has indeed proposed a dual-seat design scheme and manufactured a limited number of dual-seat prototypes and trainers, but none were mass-produced." Sumo gestures toward the modified aircraft beside him, stating, "This Raptor can be piloted by one person or operated collaboratively by two. Furthermore, it can carry 2 additional passengers." The aircraft is also equipped with a life health monitoring system, adaptive load acceleration, a constant temperature radiation protection system, LS-level intelligent driving assistance, and more. The aircraft can perform vertical takeoffs and landings and switch maneuvering modes in special circumstances. The endurance is simply beyond comparison, once fully fueled with hydrogen and without mid-air refueling. It can travel an impressive 50,000 kilometers. There is absolutely no exaggeration. In summary, this modified Raptor is an essential companion for both home excursions and adventurous outings. After making this proclamation, I turned to the crowd, awaiting their reactions. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Silence enveloped us. Commander Qin's face twitched intermittently. His pupils reduced to mere pinpricks. His upper and lower jaws clashed rhythmically, producing a clicking sound. Chief Lu appeared dazed, his glasses nearly slipping off his nose. As if entranced, Old Ren was similarly affected, his hair tousled by the wind, mumbling incoherently about the 50,000 kilometer range when the circumference of the equator is only 40,000 kilometers. Hao Shuang fidgeted, biting her cracked lips, hesitant to speak. Finally, unable to contain herself, she asked, Brother Su, is it possible that the modified Raptor you commissioned is actually just another vehicle like the Tank 300? Sumo's heart sank at her words, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Is there such a vehicle? Hao Shuang pulled out her phone, opened the app Car Understanding, and displayed a Ford Raptor to Sumo. As he gazed at the image on the screen, his bravado evaporated. He swallowed hard, forcing a sheepish smile. Well, they're quite similar. He pointed at the picture of the Ford Raptor, mustering his courage. Look, this Raptor has large tires, and so does ours. It can go off-road. And ours can too. It's even wilder than all other off-road vehicles. That's right. Hao Shuang nodded vigorously. The others mechanically followed suit, staring at Sumo as he continued. This Raptor has a cargo bed, and ours features an internal compartment that can hold a substantial amount of gear. In a pinch, even Fat Z and Xiao Nin could fit in there. You see, the two Raptors aren't really that different, are they? Once again, the group nodded in a stupor. Sumo retrieved a receipt from his back pocket and handed it to Commander Chin, who dazedly signed his name. Sumo visibly relaxed, not daring to linger any longer. All right then, let's leave it at that. I have some complimentary items being prepared in the warehouse, and I expect to have them ready by this afternoon. I'll personally deliver them. Farewell, leaders. And goodbye, Shuangzi. As he uttered the last words, Sumo had already settled into the driver's seat of a nearby modified second-hand pickup. With a clang, the door shut, and the engine roared to life. He pressed the accelerator fiercely, the vehicle shooting forward with a thunderous roar, disappearing into the distance, unbothered by the potential chaos left in his wake. Chapter 74. Wait. I want to get out. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, Commander Chin and the others remained entranced. Hao Shuang's phone buzzed with 2 messages. Oh, I forgot to mention, I've given this aircraft a new name, Crimson Flame. It supports voice and facial recognition and can be controlled through this app for basic functions. After reading the messages, Hao Shuang turned to Commander Chin. Commander, what shall we do next? Should we test its performance ourselves? Commander Chin took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, a look of contemplation on his face. It seems that the operational scope of our Northern Army will no longer be confined to the land. We must venture into the skies. But he was uncertain if old Zhao would agree. Wait. At this point, Commander Chin's expression suddenly turned grave, his body tensing as if faced with a formidable adversary. This is bad. Old Zhao said he would come over. If he sees this aircraft, it would be akin to a 60-year-old bachelor encountering a fresh young maiden. Quick. Lock down all access points. No one is to enter, especially from the Air Force. Instantly, the entire Army headquarters was engulfed in tension. Orders were swiftly disseminated, barricading Zhao and his team from entry. Shortly thereafter, Zhao's phone call came through, but Commander Chin refused to answer. When Zhao called the Northern Army headquarters, he was informed that Commander Chin was possibly on a highly classified mission. Zhao spent half an hour trying to negotiate his way through, but ultimately left in frustration. Meanwhile, the name Crimson Flame had already resonated with Commander Chin and his team. The 3 elders, along with Hao Shuang, gathered around the cockpit of the aircraft as the canopy opened. They gazed in awe at the sci-fi-inspired control panel and seats, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. This extraordinary visual experience surpassed even that of the Poison Blade tank. Old Run, a living relic of the research community, could no longer contain his admiration for the Crimson Flame. He puckered his lips and planted a kiss on the opened cockpit cover, his mouth clinging to it like an octopus's sucker. Chief Lu, noticing this, asked quizzically, Old Run, what are you doing? Old Ren released his mouth with a smirk, slightly embarrassed, and replied, I feel a deep connection with the cockpit cover. I couldn't help myself. Old Lu, you've traversed the path of research. Surely you're familiar with many of the devices within the cockpit? He gestured. Look at this moderately sized chamber, equipped with virtual projection, intelligent interaction, omnipresent situational awareness, and systematic control, an array of disruptive super technologies. I can hardly imagine the immense advantage such an aircraft would have on the battlefield. Chief Lu's expression grew serious as he solemnly declared, that would be a dimensional strike. The final 4 words resonated deeply with everyone present. In modern warfare, whoever holds aerial supremacy commands the battlefield. With this super aircraft in their possession, they would undoubtedly decimate any adversaries they encountered. The speed and presence with which the crimson flame descended from the skies had already conveyed its regal demeanor. Commander Chin could no longer restrain his eagerness to board the aircraft and soar through the skies. Chief Liu, noticing the glint of ambition in Commander Chin's eyes, remarked, "Old Chin, I fear that the super technology developed by Mr. Su may not be easily managed by us ordinary individuals. If we are to conduct flight testing, I suggest that it be entrusted to Comrade Hao Shuang, as she possesses relevant experience." Before Commander Chin could respond, an eager Hao Shuang interjected, "I promise to complete the task." Commander Chin pondered for a moment, then smiled at the two elders beside him. "Mr. Su has personally flown the aircraft over from the research facility, so it must be thoroughly calibrated and safe for operation. I have complete faith in Shuang's skills, especially with the impressive intelligent assistance available. There are 4 seats. Old Liu, Old Ren. Would you like to join me for a flight to see it up close?" Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in both Old Liu's and Old Ren's eyes. Since aging, they hadn't experienced flying in a combat aircraft. Yet, as the saying goes, an old steed still aspires for 1,000 miles, and at 60 or 70, they were certainly in their prime. Both elders eagerly expressed, "Old Chin, this idea is quite audacious and intriguing." Having reached this point, they felt they could not rest until they had soared through the skies. "Old Chin, we must not delay. Let us hurry." Hao Shuang was the first to leap into the cockpit, taking her place in the driver's seat. Commander Chin, an experienced pilot, naturally settled into the co-pilot's seat. Chief Liu and Old Ren positioned themselves in the passenger seats. Once seated, Hao Shuang began reviewing the driving instructions on her app. Even with Mr. Su's LS-level assistance, she remained cautious. Commander Chin and the others exchanged thoughts on the comfort of the fighter jet seats. Minutes later, Hao Shuang tucked her phone away and exhaled slowly, her eyes sparkling like stars, now glinting with determination. Channeling Mr. Su's relaxed demeanor, she declared, "Hold on tight. Put on your helmets and fasten your seatbelts." The Commander Chin and his team promptly complied. With a snap, Hao Shuang donned the holographic helmet and activated it with a single touch. In an instant, the engines of the Crimson Flame fighter roared to life, and vibrant virtual screens materialized before them. Thanks to the holographic helmet, their gazes pierced through the virtual barriers, revealing everything outside the aircraft with scarcely any blind spots. Without any forewarning, the chilling and hurried mechanical voice echoed, "Pilot scan complete. Permission level A. Current form, multi-purpose fighter. Begin novice assistance. Quantum phased radar activated. Thrust normal. Flight control normal." The rapid-fire announcements blended together, leaving little time to comprehend one statement before the next came rushing forth. The initially vibrant atmosphere grew tense as vibrations surged through the seats, prompting Hao Shuang and Commander Chin to adopt a serious demeanor, instinctively holding their breath. Their audacity was remarkable, largely stemming from their trust in Mr. Su's developed equipment. Mr. Su had assured them of its safety, which should imply no issues. Yet, the hairs on their bodies stood on end, as if forewarning of impending events. Amidst the relentless mechanical sounds, the vertical nozzles at the fighter's belly opened, and the rear vector nozzles pivoted downward. Waves of searing flames erupted, and the aircraft trembled slightly, causing their bodies to shake violently in response to the energy dispersal from the roaring engines. In a blend of excitement and anxiety, the rapid-fire announcements finally culminated. They could hardly decipher the words. Vector thrust adjusted. Weapon systems self-checking. Pulse blade mounted. High-energy penetrating laser cannon mounted. Air combat enhancement item assault wing not mounted. Crimson Flame Fighter. Launch. As the command concluded, Hao Shuang seized the throttle. Boom. A terrifying wave of flames surged from the nozzle, assaulting the ground as if to pierce through to the Earth's core. The fighter ascended vertically, soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Clang. Hao Shuang deftly maneuvered the control stick. The vertical nozzles slowly closed, and the rear vector nozzles redirected straight back. The engines unleashed even greater power, thrusting the load against the backs of the 4 occupants. Their eyes were nearly forced back into their sockets, bones cracking under pressure, muscles taut. Commander Chin, Advisor Liu, and Old Ren yelled amidst the immense pressure, their eyes nearly bursting. This aircraft had tremendous power. Had they just heard the laser cannon? Something was amiss. Wait. I want to get out. Accompanied by chaotic shouts, the Crimson Flame fighter shot into the sky, ascending to the heavens. Chapter 75. Where have we been taken? Hao Shuang maintained a calm expression, her left hand firmly gripping the control stick and her right hand tightly clutching the throttle. The virtual projection in front of her displayed the flight data of the fighter in real time. The entire operational interface was akin to that of the poison blade tank. Furthermore, having previously piloted a small private aircraft, she quickly adapted. The Crimson Flame fighter tore through the rolling clouds, climbing at a sharp angle. The rear vector nozzles expelled orange-red flames stretching 100 meters long, enveloped by a multitude of Mach rings. The sound of sonic booms echoed continuously. Everything around them receded at breakneck speed, as if breaking free from the grasp of Earth's gravity, racing towards the stars and the sea. In the cockpit, the three elders slightly acclimated to the ferocious acceleration. Fortunately, the design of the seats and cabin alleviated some of the G-forces. Otherwise, merely the speed would have been enough to shatter their frail bones. Even so, they were far from comfortable. Commander Cheen glanced at the wildly fluctuating virtual panel, his gaze trembling. With beads of sweat resembling marbles on his forehead, he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "The altitude has already reached 190,000 meters. Even the F-series of the Eagle Nation has limits around here. Can we still ascend?" Advisor Liu also glanced at the panel, and in that moment, the figure jumped to 200,000 meters. Their breaths became increasingly labored, their tracheas nearly bursting. Old Rin called out to the pilot, "Xiao Shuang, will it be dangerous to climb any higher? Just testing the basic performance is sufficient." Hao Shuang's gaze remained fixed ahead as she responded without turning. "There's definitely no danger. If we reach the altitude limit, there will be a warning. Right now, the throttle is still at the lowest setting, so the speed is at its slowest. Just a moment, I'll try something else." Listening to Hao Shuang, Old Rin's anxiety intensified. He muttered, "How high have we climbed so quickly? The airspeed shouldn't be slow." His murky eyes followed the real-time flight data on the virtual projection. He read aloud. Flight coordinates, 46N, 127E, cabin temperature, 25C, cabin oxygen concentration, 209, current airspeed, 88 Mach. Upon hearing this figure, the three elders, encased in their seats, trembled violently. Their eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. This speed rivaled that of hypersonic missiles. No wonder the G-forces felt so immense. Before they could fully react, a metallic clang resonated from the cockpit. Hao Shuang swung her arm and shifted the throttle to the adjacent slot. A familiar, chilling mechanical voice rang above them. "Gear shift, second gear." Before the sound could settle, an even more powerful thrust surged through the seats, pressing against their backs. The instrument data fluctuated at an accelerated pace. The three elders felt as if their skin were being flayed alive, their blood and flesh threatening to spill out. They truly could not endure any longer. Commander Cheen roared, "What kind of monster has Mr. Su created? It's too powerful." Advisor Liu echoed with a bellow. "The forces astronauts endure when launching on a manned rocket must be similar to this." Old Rin's wide eyes fixated on the fluctuating data panel, his lips quivering violently as he stammered, "Good heavens, 1010 Mach. Moreover, the aircraft's flight posture is nearly vertical at a steep angle. The engine's power was unparalleled. The F-119 engine of the Eagle Nation didn't even have the right to raise its head before it, maintaining stability at this speed. The flight control system and the aircraft's aerodynamic structure had reached the pinnacle of fighter design. I, Rin Yang, would honor this aircraft as the king of the skies." The expressions of the three elders were frenzied. Anxiety, excitement, and shock overwhelmed their consciousness. Hao Shuang swung her arm once more. With a clang, the throttle shifted to the third slot. "Gear shift, third gear." In an instant, an oceanic wave of thrust enveloped the fighter. The sounds around them faded into silence, and their vision blurred, their eyes on the verge of succumbing to blackouts due to oxygen deprivation. Even with oxygen supply in the cockpit, it couldn't fully alleviate the sensation of disconnect from the surrounding space. Their consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. It felt as if they were being propelled forward by a planet racing through the cosmos. Nerve signals faltered, and the pressure on their bodies dissipated. In this daze, Old Rin glanced at the current airspeed, heart racing, 15 Mach. In that moment, he believed he might have lost his mind. What he saw could only be a figment of his imagination. It was also possible that the aircraft's projection system had malfunctioned. How could a fighter jet achieve such speed? If this were true, the Crimson Flame would truly carry them beyond the blue planet. In this haze, the familiar voice sounded once more. The elders were stunned. Again, it wasn't over yet. "Gear shift, fourth gear." After a few moments of struggle, Old Rin glanced at the current airspeed, a half-smirk forming as he gasped, "Huh? We've surpassed the first cosmic velocity. I can't believe this. If this is real, I'm finished. I'll jump out from here." No sooner had he spoken, a wave of dizziness swept over him. The Crimson Flame fighter's speed finally stabilized, allowing the crew to feel a slight relief from the overwhelming G-forces. It was then that they noticed the once azure sky shifting from a deep blue to an inky black. This transformation occurred at an astonishing pace, turning pitch dark in the blink of an eye. It was as if a boundless black curtain was adorned with a few twinkling specks of light, evoking an inexplicable sense of solitude and dread deep within their hearts. The cockpit echoed with the sound of swallowed saliva. Hao Shuang adjusted the control stick, allowing the aircraft to drift and alter its flight path. A colossal blue arc slowly emerged at the edge of their vision, pressing down with an unsettling sense of oppression. In the presence of this luminous arc, all aboard felt insignificantly small, even less significant than the ants scuttling below. Elder Ren, Commander Qin, and Chief Lu remained motionless, holding their breath as their hearts raced in their throats. They stared wide-eyed at the slowly approaching giant, as if awaiting the judgment of fate, knowing that none had the privilege to struggle before it. The suffocating brilliance was mirrored in Hao Shuang's clear, beautiful eyes, rendering her equally transfixed. Moments later, the enormous entity finally revealed itself in all its glory. In its deep, hollow black silhouette, a blue planet of unimaginable size hovered silently. The planet was streaked with deep indigo, adorned with wispy clouds of white. A hazy cyan halo enveloped it. In that instant, a tingling numbness spread across their scalps, and goosebumps erupted on their skin. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. Without any warning, the four of them succumbed to a profound fear of the colossal entity. It was an instinctual crisis embedded in human DNA. Fortunately, their adaptive abilities were strong, and after a few breaths, they managed to regain their composure. Though their eyes still reflected deep shock, Elder Ren was still contemplating the previous speed issue, but now he was certain what they had experienced was indeed real. It was impossible to reach such a place in such a brief time without it being true. Witnessing this sight was worth a lifetime, Chief Lu cautiously remarked. Where on earth has this brought us? Chapter 76. Test flight concludes, returning to Earth. Commander Qin lowered his voice, as if they had ventured into outer space. Hao Shuang glanced at the display panel and casually remarked, Our current altitude is 411 kilometers from the surface, which is the height of Blue Star's low Earth orbit. The three elders simultaneously gasped in astonishment, gazing once more at the azure planet before them. Their feelings were undeniably complex. They had merely intended to test the fighter jet. Who could have anticipated they would find themselves in space? Beep, beep, beep. Just as they caught their breath, a sharp, urgent alarm blared in their ears. The quantum-phased radar detected an unidentified flying object approaching their position. It was currently undergoing precise path identification. Hao Shuang tightened her grip on the control stick, her gaze sharpening. In low Earth orbit, even the slightest problem could lead to a catastrophic space disaster. Commander Qin and the others tensed, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Dimly, it appeared that a minuscule point of light was gradually enlarging. At that moment, aboard the International Space Station, led by the Eagle Nation, astronauts Kirill and Pierre donned their space suits and stood in the depressurization chamber, awaiting the completion of the process. The transparent visors reflected the vast expanse of stars outside. Occasionally, they exchanged banter over the radio. Buddy, it's just the two of us left on the space station. It's getting lonelier by the day. Indeed. Ever since the last pressure failure due to the aging station, many countries have ceased sending astronauts, fearing they might not return. Our previous crew member was stranded in space for nearly a year. Director Mary is simply despicable. Since no one else wants to come up, she sent us. They exchanged silent glances and sighed in unison. Sigh. I want to return to Blue Star. A voice from the radio announced the completion of depressurization. Kirill stepped forward, grasping the hatch door and turning it counterclockwise. The hatch slowly opened. Kirill and Pierre secured their safety ropes and floated out in succession. As they exited, the ground communication device on their suits crackled to life with a woman-esque voice. Kirill, Pierre, we've detected your exit from the chamber. Please report your current status. Kirill leaned against the outer railing of the space station, casually looking around while responding. Esteemed Director Mary, we are currently executing our 8th spacewalk mission, aimed at replacing, mid-sentence. Kirill spotted a red point of light racing towards them at an unimaginable speed. His expression shifted dramatically, shock washing over him. Breath quickening, a chill raced up his spine. Is that what's Reese? Pierre, noticing Kirill's alarmed demeanor, followed his gaze. As the red point drew closer, it rapidly expanded, allowing them to discern its outline. Oh my gosh. I think I see an aircraft. Why is it flying towards us? As they shouted. Director Mary on the other end of the communicator sensed something was amiss and urgently inquired, Kirill, what is happening? Kirill, staring at the approaching aircraft, felt his mind nearly short-circuit. He simply could not comprehend how a fighter jet could be seen in such a location. responding with a distorted, sharp voice that was half crying. He said, "Director Mary, you might not believe this, but I see a fighter jet heading straight for us." Silence fell on the other end of the line. The tension was palpable, and the suppressed fury surged from within. Director Mary's breath could almost be felt on Kirill's face. Moments later, an explosive shout erupted. "You imbecile! Your space station is in low Earth orbit. Tell me, what aircraft can fly in a vacuum?" Kirill's expression twisted in frustration as he watched the aircraft approaching with alarming proximity, feeling close to insanity. Fear and panic gnawed at his mind like a virus. His legs felt utterly weak. Had it not been for the weightlessness, he would have collapsed in terror. "No, Director, I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. If you don't, ask Pierre." Kirill turned to see that Pierre had already fled back into the depressurization chamber, poking his head out to affirm, "Director, Kirill is telling the truth." On the other end, the communicator erupted in mocking laughter, tinged with an eerie tone. "Oh, so you've come to con me. Pray tell, where's this aircraft now?" Tears welled in Kirill's eyes as he desperately insisted, "Director, it's about to crash into my face. Please believe me." As he shouted, the fighter jet's nose hurtled toward the space station with violent intent. A collision seemed imminent. The situation was dire. In the cockpit of the Crimson Flame fighter, Hao Shuang intended to approach and discern what it was, but the speed was too great. Just as she adjusted her direction, they were on the verge of a head-on collision. If not for their seatbelts, Commander Chin and the others would have leapt from their seats. Their expressions frozen in shock as they shouted in unison, "Watch out. We're about to collide. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes." Hao Shuang raised her left foot and frantically kicked at the brake position multiple times, nearly losing her shoe, yet she couldn't locate the brakes. Her expression gradually stiffened as she dryly stated, "Leaders, can we please stop giving nonsensical commands? Where would the brakes come from on a plane?" Commander Chin and the others began to realize the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. At this distance, there was no possibility of stopping. A disaster was inevitable. Commander Chin could scarcely bear to look ahead, while Chief Lu shrank into his seat, his face pale. Eldarin closed his eyes, bracing for the impending calamity. Meanwhile, Hao Shuang exerted every ounce of strength to maneuver and avert the disaster. The countdown to impact had begun. At this moment, Kirill was paralyzed with fear, as he stood helplessly watching the alien spacecraft approach. Only mere centimeters from his face, the intense heat radiating from it scorched his spacesuit, leaving a burnt odor in the air. His body involuntarily recoiled. However, behind him lay the outer wall of the space station, leaving him no room to retreat. He could only tremble and cautiously shift sideways, inching towards the depressurization hatch. At that moment, his heart raced, teetering on the edge of despair. As if one foot were already in the gates of hell, his consciousness threatened to shatter. The bile in his stomach felt as if it were about to burst. Just as his sanity was on the brink of collapse, he abruptly severed communication with the director and instead activated the public radio channel. Even in the face of death, he resolved not to succumb to confusion. Recalling a question posed by a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom he had learned about on Tito, he shouted with the last remnants of his strength, demanding the name of the approaching entity. In that instant, the alien aircraft, poised to collide with him, suddenly veered off course. Simultaneously, a melodious female voice responded over the radio, proclaiming, "Zhao Zilong of Changshan." With that declaration, the alien fighter vanished into a distant red dot, disappearing into the vastness of space. It took a full minute before Kirill dared to take a deep breath, his body drenched in cold sweat, his face a mask of relief from the near escape. Director Mary attempted to re-establish radio communication, and as soon as Kirill answered, she began to scold him incessantly. "Kirill, how dare you unilaterally cut off communication? Do you wish to face a military tribunal? Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You aim to reduce your duty time at the space station, don't you? Speak." With a cold chuckle, Kirill severed the communication once again. Inside the depressurization chamber, Pierre seized Kirill and pulled him inside, sealing the chamber door with a resounding clang as they began to repressurize. Pierre's face was ashen, bearing large dark circles under his eyes, and he spoke with palpable fear. That was bizarre. That entity spoke fluent Chinese, calling itself Zhao Zilong of Changshan. "What do we do now?" Kirill firmly grasped Pierre, asserting, "That was undoubtedly a spacecraft. I believe it is definitely extraterrestrial. It could be the vanguard of the Trisolaran fleet, deliberately speaking Chinese to confuse us. They intend to invade Blue Star and annihilate us. This has nothing to do with us." With urgency, he continued, "We must immediately use the standby return spacecraft to go back to Blue Star." Pierre hesitated, but the director ordered us to remain on duty until the end of next month. Karif shook Pierre vigorously. What are you talking about? Even if we must die? We shall die on solid ground. Their gazes locked, determination solidified between them. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame fighters soared freely. The earlier incident had startled Hao Shuang and the others. Fortunately, the LS-level Intelligent Auxiliary Driving System had intervened, averting disaster. Hao Shuang reflected on how Su Mo had plunged from the sky to the ground with near-urgent braking, finally grasping the complexity of such maneuvers. Clearly, she still had much to learn in terms of piloting skills. Commander Qin glanced at Hao Shuang and said, Xiao Shuang, let us conclude today's test. It's time to return. Understood. Hao Shuang nodded, gently pulling the control stick as the fighter dove toward the Azure Planet. Chapter 77. Born a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, die a ghost of the Dragon Kingdom. The Crimson Flame fighter resembled a diving falcon, its speed reaching new heights with gravitational acceleration. The wings and nose of the aircraft burned a deep crimson. Fortunately, the carbon nanotube alloy was robust enough, providing exceptional thermal insulation, sustaining a constant temperature of 25 degrees in the cockpit. Commander Qin and his two companions had reached their physical limits, sparing Hao Shuang the need to worry. The fighter's life support system autonomously detected their conditions, adjusting speed and oxygen supply while stimulating acupoints with mild electric currents to maintain bodily functions, ensuring their safety. At the same time, above the Pacific Ocean, a business jet cruised steadily. Inside the cabin, a middle-aged man in a black suit, around 50 years of age, reclined in his seat, resting his eyes. Beside him, a young man in his late 20s frequently peered out the window, anxiety etched across his face. Glancing at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, he couldn't help but voice his concerns. Teacher, we still have over 2 hours before entering the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom. I can't shake the feeling that something is about to happen. Our sudden return home will surely not be overlooked by the Eagle Nation. The middle-aged man opened his eyes slightly, glancing at him. I, Wu Hui, have taught at Eagle Nation's Masha University for many years and owe them nothing. This time, the research achievements I bring back could represent a breakthrough in material science. I must return everything to my homeland. Wen Tao, remember, we are citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in life, and ghosts of the Dragon Kingdom in death. If anything happens to me, you must take on the responsibility and complete my unfinished work. The young man nodded silently, his gaze filled with deepening worry. Suddenly, the plane jolted. A cold voice crackled through the radio. Bombardier 45. This is the Eagle Nation's Air Force Squadron 1, Aircraft F, serial number 0987. On board are Wu Hui and Ma Wentao, suspected of stealing significant scientific secrets from the Eagle Nation and attempting to escape back to the homeland. We will enforce mandatory escort and interception. You have 30 seconds to respond and correct your course, flying in formation to the lower left of our squadron back to the Eagle Nation's Air Force Base. Failure to comply will result in immediate destruction. The voice repeated ominously. Shadows of fighter jets appeared on either side of the aircraft. The expressions of Dr. Wu and Ma Wentao turned grim, their nerves taut. Ma Wentao slammed his fist against the armrest, cursing, damn it. We were so close, just 2 hours away. Dr. Wu sighed. It has come to this. There is nothing more to be said. All my research findings reside in my mind. If they want them, they can take my mind. In the cockpit of the Bombardier 45, the pilot was pale upon hearing the Eagle Nation's ultimatum and obeyed without hesitation. The plane veered sharply, following the formation of Eagle Nation's fighter jets toward Eagle Nation's lost state. In the cockpit of Aircraft F, the pilot, Zwalon, observed the obedient Bombardier 45 on the radar, thinking escape would not be so easy. He activated the radio communication device once more, speaking in an undeniable tone. Bombardier 45. Maintain open communication and deactivate all non-essential electronic devices except the transponder before landing. Dr. Wu, I know you are on board. Please do not panic. And do not engage in any self-destructive actions, or we cannot guarantee the safety of those around you. The communication codes used by the Bombardier were entirely controlled by the Eagle Nation, allowing their fighter jets to manipulate the aircraft's broadcast system at will. If they knew the specific serial number of the plane, it would be effortless to cause it to crash. Inside the passenger jet, Dr. Wu turned to Ma Wentao, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone, dialed a long uncontacted number, and composed a message. Professor Ren, this is your student Wu Hui. I am in trouble. My current coordinates are 4843 N, 15850 E, and I am being hijacked by the Eagle Nation's Air Force, heading toward Lost State. After finishing the lengthy message, he clicked send. Despite the GPS connection, the signal was poor, and he was uncertain if it had been successfully sent. As it continued to display sending, Dr. Wu's serious, profound gaze fixed upon the window, uncertain of how events would unfold next. At the Northern Army headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom, the Crimson Flame fighter gradually landed on the training ground. Hao Shuang and the others emerged from the cockpit one after another. Hao Shuang and Commander Qin appeared relatively unscathed, though somewhat pale. However, as Lu the Chief of Staff and Old Rin disembarked, they nearly lost their stomachs. After a quick rinse and wipe, the four of them made their way toward the training ground. As I took a few steps forward, a figure suddenly blocked my way. Commander Qin's expression stiffened upon seeing this person, but in the next moment, it transformed into a smile as he approached. "Ah, is that you, old Zhao? What brings you here? You could have informed me in advance. I would have come to greet you personally. After all, we are like family." Commander Zhao's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, retorting, "Enough of this nonsense. Fortunately, I kept my wits about me and pretended to leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to witness your army's advanced vertical takeoff and landing fighter jets to prevent me from seeing it. Your soldiers blocked my way for half an hour. If I hadn't specifically sought permission from the leadership for access, I wouldn't even be here now." His anger intensified, nostrils flaring, face twitching, and his voice grew sharper. "You, Qinzhan, are quite something. What do you propose we do about this?" Aware of his own shortcomings, Commander Qin maintained a placating smile. "Old Zhao, why are you upset? What if your anger leads to something dire? There are not many of our brothers left who fought in the border wars." He gestured. "Come, let us discuss this in my office. Tonight, I'll treat you." Reluctantly, Commander Zhao was pulled away toward the distant building by Commander Qin. Glancing back at the training ground, his eyes sparkled with longing for the fighter jets, his desire nearly spilling forth. Yet, as he turned to face Commander Qin and the others again, his expression reverted to one of fury. Once seated on the office sofa, Hao Shuang, with keen insight, served tea to the distinguished guests, steaming cups for each. Commander Qin, with a beaming smile, handed a cup to Commander Zhao. "Old Zhao, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us calm down." Unyielding, Commander Zhao replied, "Old Qin, after decades of camaraderie, you turn me away for a fighter jet? That's disheartening. Don't think a cup of tea will suffice. I demand several of those aircraft you showcased at the training ground." Commander Qin sat up straight, eyes wide. "I only have this one. It hasn't even entered mass production yet. How can I give you dozens? Are you planning to rob me?" With an unimpressed demeanor, Commander Zhao retorted, "Even one would suffice for now. You can supplement the rest once production ramps up. After all, what does an army need with a fighter jet?" Commander Qin replied earnestly, "You don't understand. Who says the army can't have fighter jets? Our Northern Army is developing a new type of integrated land-air combat mode. Only with fighter jets can this model unleash its full potential." Commander Zhao, nearly laughing in disbelief, shot back, "So the army handles the Air Force's business? What use will we have left? In short, I must have that aircraft, whether you agree or not. If you refuse, I'll just move into your house tonight, and you'll have to feed me." Commander Qin's face twitched. He was at a loss for words. "Old Zhao, are you willing to sacrifice your dignity for a plane?" Commander Zhao sneered. "Dignity? What's that compared to a fighter jet?" Chapter 78, A Direct Meeting. The two continued their spirited debate, while Chief Lu and Old Rin savored their tea, their complexions regaining their rosy hue. Under Old Rin's direction, Hao Shuang sat upright beside them, daring not to make any unnecessary movements. Both Commander Qin and Commander Zhao were formidable figures. After several minutes, Commander Qin and Commander Zhao finally reached a conclusion. "Old Qin, let us agree on this. When the first batch of Qi Yin fighters arrives, give me a third of them. I knew we were like brothers. How could you forget me in such a fortunate situation?" Commander Zhao's face lit up with joy at Commander Qin's assurance. With a hint of resignation, Commander Qin remarked, "Old Zhao, you truly are like a dog. Your expression changes so swiftly." Commander Zhao, brimming with pride, replied, "If I weren't this way, would you ever agree to share the Qi Yin fighters with me?" Commander Qin took a sip of tea. "To be saddled with you is my misfortune. However, the matter of mass production is not solely in our hands. We must consult with Mr. Su. Only with his approval can we proceed." As he spoke, a brief message rang from Commander Qin's communicator. "Commander, Mr. Su has arrived." Commander Qin's eyes brightened, and he quickly stood, pulling out the communicator. "Didn't I say Mr. Su doesn't need to be announced? Just let him in." He hurried to the entrance, and Commander Zhao, already enamored with the Qi Yin fighters, eagerly followed. Hao Shuang, Chief Lu, and Old Rin also stood to greet him. Su Mo parked his modified pickup truck at the building's base and, upon stepping out, was startled to see such a lineup of dignitaries emerging. He quickly approached. "Hello, Commander Qin, Chief Lu, Old Rin, and you too, Hao Shuang." Commander Qin embraced Su Mo as if they were long-lost brothers, nearly kissing his cheek. Mr. Su. Just call me Old Qin. This is Zhao Long, the commander of the Northern Air Force. You can call him Old Zhao as well. Upon hearing the name Zhao Long, Sumo's heart raced. Zhao Long was a legendary figure, famous for his exploits in border aerial combat, renowned for his unparalleled victories. It was said that if all his military honors were displayed, they would stretch from his chest to his waist. Commander Zhao, I grew up hearing tales of your exploits. To meet you in person is a childhood dream come true. Commander Zhao was taken aback by Sumo's youthfulness. If not for Commander Qin's presence, he might not have dared to believe it. The future of the Air Force would undoubtedly rely on Mr. Su, and hearing such praise from Su-Mo warmed his heart, bringing a gentle smile to his face. Mr. Su, such a talented young man. What a pleasure. Su-Mo shook hands with everyone as they entered the building and arrived at Commander Qin's office. Hao Shuang thoughtfully poured tea for Su-Mo as well. Once Su-Mo had taken a sip, Commander Qin spoke leisurely. Mr. Su, we have conducted preliminary tests on the modified Raptors, the Chi-Yin fighters. I can't say they are invincible, but they are extraordinarily powerful, exceeding our expectations. Hearing this, Su-Mo felt a weight lift from his heart. He had worried that Commander Qin might be dissatisfied with the Chi-Yin fighters, given their transformation from a pickup truck to a fighter jet. Commander Qin paused, exchanging a subtle glance with Commander Zhao before continuing. I have a question to consult you on. Is it possible to establish a production line for the Chi-Yin fighters to facilitate mass production? You only need to provide the technology, all materials, labor, facilities, and costs will be covered by my Northern Army and Air Force. As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Zhao eagerly added, for anything related to setting up the production line, we will spare no effort to meet your demands. Even if you want that old hag from Tianhuo, Old Zhao can arrange it for you. Commander Qin shot Commander Zhao a glare before returning his attention to Su-Mo. As for compensation, similar to the poison blade tanks, you will receive a 9 commission on the procurement price for each Chi-Yin fighter. For the production line equipment you provide, we will base the price on the equipment used for the poison blade tank production line. Does that sound agreeable? Su-Mo's deep, contemplative gaze revealed his seriousness. Regarding the production line for the Chi-Yin fighters, I trust Old Qin that you have considered everything thoroughly. Let us proceed as you suggested. Excellent. The project is settled. I am currently drafting a written plan, aiming to finalize the site selection and material dispatch, as well as personnel allocation by this afternoon. We strive to commence construction tonight. Su-Mo smiled and nodded, casting a warm glance at Commander Qin and the others, who equally reciprocated with affection. Initially, I thought this visit was merely for a delivery, yet it has unfolded into an unexpectedly delightful surprise. The sale of related machinery, coupled with commissions from fighter jets, promises a substantial income. Extending a hand towards Commander Qin, I expressed a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration. Both were visibly excited, and the atmosphere in the office was palpably fervent, as if they were on the verge of swearing brotherhood. At that moment, Mr. Ren, seated nearby, had just set down his tea when his phone emitted a notification sound. He glanced at it, and the smile on his face instantly froze. An involuntary twitch appeared at the corner of his eye, his expression betraying a profound unease. Commander Qin and the others, perceptive as they were, immediately noticed Mr. Ren's change in demeanor and turned their gazes towards him. Mr. Ren, what has happened? Su-Mo inquired. Feeling the tension from the sudden shift in atmosphere, his attention fixed on Mr. Ren. Such a reaction from the elder surely indicated a grave matter. Mr. Ren displayed the message on his phone screen for everyone to see. A student I taught 20 years ago, Wu Hui, is now a world-renowned expert in materials science. Unfortunately, he encountered an incident while returning to the country with significant research achievements. The mood in the office darkened considerably after reading the message. Everyone wore a grim expression. Chief Liu, with a somber tone, swiftly analyzed the situation. The message was sent 20 minutes prior, likely delayed due to signal issues. The coordinates provided pointed to the edge of the South Pacific, specifically Hawk Sea. From there to the nearest state in Eagle Land, Laos. It would ordinarily take about 3 hours at a cruising speed of 900 km/h. Commander Qin narrowed his eyes, his expression icy. This meant we had at most 3 hours to rescue Dr. Wu. Old Zhao, is there a chance for rescue? All eyes turned to Commander Zhao, the Northern Air Force chief. He clenched his fist slowly, enunciating each word with conviction. We must rescue him. His voice was chilling, filled with a palpable sense of resistance and hatred towards imperialism. Without hesitation, he continued, since the founding of our nation, foreign powers have conspired to imprison, persecute, and block our overseas talents. Elder Sun, and many others like him, have endured countless hardships to return home. Many talented individuals, such as Elder Chung, Elder Wei, and Elder Chong, have met tragic fates while filled with dreams of returning, or were harmed before boarding cruise ships. As he spoke, veins of anger crept into his eyes. Burning with fury, his tone grew heavier and more forceful, fingers whitening with tension. They have exhausted every means: diplomatic isolation, economic sanctions, blockade of our islands, and provocative naval incursions, attempting to hinder the development of our nation. They bomb our embassy, invade our airspace, and innocent citizens of our nation spill blood. The Eagle Land and its sycophants have never intended to let us live. They aim to force us to our demise. As long as our nation thrives, they cannot survive. A murderous intent ignited in Zhao's eyes, the coldness palpable. His voice resonated firmly in the room, and the atmosphere escalated rapidly. Blood debts immeasurable, new grievances countless. Today, let the Northern Air Force repay blood with blood, tooth for tooth. The last few words thundered like a clap of thunder above everyone's heads. In a daze, they recalled the atrocities committed by Eagle Land against their nation over the years. The long-suppressed hatred within them erupted. The air in the office grew thick with an intense heat. Commander Chin remarked, "Well said. Our nation has grown strong. It will not be easy for Eagle Land to dominate." Chief Lu adjusted his glasses, contemplating the complexity and risks of intercepting a passenger plane with force to rescue another under the threat of Eagle Land's fighter jets. Mistakes could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. We must prepare a series of countermeasures. Commander Zhao's gaze was resolute. Regardless, the person must be saved. There was no time to consider alternative methods, as even seeking higher approval would consume precious moments. I will dispatch an aerial combat formation to pursue along their return route to rescue him. Even if friction or aerial combat ensues, it is a risk we must take. Strike first to avoid being struck later. Cowardice only invites more severe oppression from imperialism. To stand tall, we must brandish our swords. This operation is codenamed Draw the Sword. I, Zhao Long, will bear all consequences. Saying this, he retrieved his communicator. Ready to dial a number. Commander Chin interjected, "Should the sky fall, I will stand with you." Chief Lu and Mr. Rin echoed in agreement. "We are with you." At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Commander Zhao, wait." Suemo raised his head slightly, his expression calm and eyes serious. Deploying distinctively marked Dragon Country fighter jets against Eagle Land may not yield effective results. If they retaliate with a scorched earth policy, it could lead to complications. I have a better plan. Hearing this, Commander Chin, Commander Zhao, Chief Lu, and the others turned their attention to Suemo, curiosity and doubt flickering in their eyes, wondering what strategy the researcher could propose. Sitting closely beside Suemo, Hao Shuang turned to him, intently observing his profile. As all eyes fixed on him, a glint of madness surged in Suemo's pupils as he calmly uttered 4 words, "A lone wolf approach." Everyone jolted, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chapter 79, Wolves. "I am coming," Suemo declared solemnly. "I will pilot the Xian fighter jet alone to rescue Dr. Wu and his team." The Xian fighter jet is currently an experimental model, not part of the combat roster, thereby bypassing the cumbersome approval processes for military operations. Even if it were to be spotted by Eagle Land or other nations, its origins would remain unknown. Moreover, it is fast and capable of executing the rescue. Commander Zhao and the others gazed at Suemo, seeing the determination in his eyes. They could not deny that this plan was indeed the most reasonable option available. Hao Shuang tentatively suggested, "Su Go, what if I go instead? I have learned the basic operations of the Xian fighter jet." Considering the imminent risk of direct confrontation with Eagle Land's aerial forces, she added, "We cannot afford any mishaps. You must not take any risks." Suemo maintained a calm demeanor, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I will be fine." Without waiting for Commander Chin and the others to respond, he turned and walked towards the door. "I am not part of the formal military structure. My upcoming actions represent only myself and are not sanctioned by anyone. This is my own decision." His voice echoed in the office as Suemo's figure disappeared through the doorway. Commander Zhao's gaze trembled, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. His initial respect for Suemo stemmed from his remarkable research abilities, but at this moment, he admired the young man's character even more. This spirit and passion for his country were invaluable. He truly recognized this young man now. Commander Chin and the others experienced a complex whirlwind of emotions. They wished to prevent Suemo from embarking on such a perilous venture, yet felt powerless to stop him. Their hearts felt as though they were being roasted over an open flame. Commander Chin murmured to himself, "Go ahead and do it. Even if you bring the sky down, the Northern Army will support you." Taking a deep breath, he stood tall, saluting towards the door with military precision. Commander Zhao, Chief Lu, Mr. Rin, and Hao Shuang followed suit, saluting in the direction Suemo had vanished. collectively wishing, may Mr. Su return triumphantly. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Commander Qin suddenly turned to Hao Shuang, asking, "Is there any way we can monitor Mr. Su's actions?" "Yes." Hao Shuang opened the dedicated app for the Xian fighter jet on her phone, navigating to the first-person perspective of the holographic helmet. She clicked to sync the video in real time. Outside, in the training field, Su Mo had just scanned his face to enter the cockpit of the Xian fighter jet. Seeing the central control display indicating that Hao Shuang had initiated the video connection, he clicked to accept. He waved towards the helmet camera, secured himself in the seat, fastened his seatbelt, and raised his hand to initiate the start sequence. A resplendent virtual light curtain rapidly unfurled before them. The engines roared with ferocious intensity, while a series of brisk, cold mechanical sounds reverberated. Pilot scan complete. Permission level, SSS, current form, multi-purpose fighter jet, beginner assist mode disabled. Manual control activated, quantum phased radar online. Thrust normal, flight control normal. As the sounds resonated through the cockpit, they were also distinctly heard by Commander Qin and his team. Everyone turned to Hao Shuang, their expressions grave. Chief Lu remarked, "Xiao Shuang, it seems quite different from what you experienced while piloting." Shock filled Hao Shuang's eyes. Su Gu had disabled all intelligent assistance systems, compelling her to rely solely on her own skills to maneuver this aerial behemoth. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the scene, tightening everyone's hearts. The sounds persisted, growing increasingly intense. Weapon systems undergoing self-check. Pulse light blades mounted. High-energy penetrating laser cannons mounted. Air combat enhancement item. Assault wings in progress. Positioning complete. Signal connected. Commencing connection. As the final sounds concluded, a pair of sharply defined metallic wings floating in low Earth orbit trembled abruptly. Brilliant arcs of light shimmered across their surfaces. The wings' propulsion system expelled waves of orange flames, propelling them into a furious dive towards the surface of Blue Star. Friction with the atmosphere ignited a conflagration. Under the searing heat, flame patterns reminiscent of the Crimson Flame fighter spread across the wings, rising in a fiery transformation. Bright dots of light cascaded from the heavens, heading directly towards the Army headquarters training ground. The air defense alarm blared automatically. Everyone at the Army base felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively looking up at the sky. A piercing sound filled their ears. The meteor-like red dots offered no time for reaction, instantly appearing above the training ground, and in the next moment, they plunged towards the Crimson Flame fighter. The alarm continued to blare. Warning! Warning! Intercontinental ballistic missile detected, approaching the Army headquarters at a minimum speed of 45 Mach. All personnel, evacuate immediately. All personnel. Commander Qin and his team in the office had no time to heed the air defense alarm. Their eyes glued to the smartphone screen showcasing the Crimson Flame fighter. Just as the red steel wings seemed poised for collision, they split with a sharp sound, transforming into two separate wings, hovering alongside the Crimson Flame fighter like loyal wingmen. Although there appeared to be no physical connection to the fighter, a careful observation would reveal that the air between them seemed distorted by an immensely powerful field. Hao Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I understand now. This must be the bonus Su Gu mentioned." The onboard system also referred to these wings when I activated the fighter. Everything transpired rapidly, and in an instant, the smartphone screen emitted a voice. Assault wings mounted. Crimson Flame fighter fully operational. Engage. Su Mo slightly lifted the control stick with his left hand. The front landing gear of the Crimson Flame fighter surprisingly rose swiftly first. The fighter seemed to mimic humanity, preparing to stand, tilting to a tremendous angle. Su Mo abruptly thrust the throttle to the fourth notch. The gear lever collided with its slot, sparking a shower of flames. Had it not been for the material's resilience, it might have shattered. The surface of the fighter glowed with flowing crimson flames, the terrifying energy bursting forth. The vector nozzles, already expelling flames, erupted in a cataclysmic flash of red light. The immense thrust propelled the Crimson Flame fighter and Su Mo into the sky, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Those in the office were left in astonishment, their expressions blank. It was their first encounter with such a takeoff method. Unreal, beyond comprehension. Hao Shuang's heart was struck with overwhelming impact, her expression frozen in disbelief. It felt as though Su Gu's Crimson Flame fighter and the one she piloted were not the same. Just moments ago, the Crimson Flame fighter had nearly stood vertically at a 90-degree angle, then surged skyward with maximum thrust in fourth gear. Such a maneuver was beyond her wildest dreams. However, theoretically, this method could indeed achieve the highest altitude and speed in the shortest possible time. In the northern borders of Long Country, above the clouds, The crimson flame fighter sliced through the sky like a blade, racing fiercely. Suemo leaned against the pilot's seat, casually wiping away a trickle of blood from his nose. His piercing gaze fixed straight ahead, veins bulging on the backs of his hands gripping the throttle and control stick. Wolves, I am coming. Chapter 80. Ace pilot Zwolon 800 nautical miles off the coast of Lost State. 3 F-fighters flew at low speed. Were it not for the Bombardier 45's sluggish pace, they would have already been seated in the Air Force Base's office, sipping tea. The Bombardier 45 remained in close proximity to the F-fighters, daring not to attempt any escape. The civil airliner was no different from an ant that could be crushed at will beneath the might of a fighter jet. A single air-to-air missile from the F-fighter could obliterate it into fragments. Inside the Bombardier 45's cabin, Dr. Wu observed the positioning on his phone. Realizing they were alarmingly close to the Eagle Nation's homeland, and the last flicker of hope in his eyes dimmed. His gray pupils turned to Wen Tao beside him. I am well aware of the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency's methods. They may administer special drugs to force me to disclose my research findings. I fear I may not withstand this ordeal, and when the plane lands, I must depart. I cannot allow my research achievements to sink into oblivion. As he spoke, a glimmer of light emerged in his otherwise vacant gaze. You are a born researcher, my most promising student. Their primary target is me. You still have a chance to escape. The burden may fall upon you. Ma Wen Tao's pupils flickered, disbelief etching his features. Teacher, you cannot mean doctor. Wu's expression turned serious, his tone gravely weighted. Indeed, I intend to relay my research findings to you orally. Remember as much as you can. Ma Wen Tao's expression twisted in struggle, his brow furrowed like a pretzel, his complexion shifting. Internally, he seemed to bear an immense torment. Teacher, you will be fine. Dr. Wu raised a hand, patting Ma Wen Tao's shoulder. Wen Tao, you are a naive researcher, unaware of the treachery of the world, easily exploited. Be cautious moving forward. I will now commence imparting the core of my recent significant research findings to you. Regardless of whether Ma Wen Tao agreed, Dr. Wu took a deep breath, the memories within his mind beginning to flow. He started to narrate profound scientific knowledge. First, the superconducting precursor. Through first principles calculations, quantifying the electronic band structure, phonon spectrum, and electron-phonon coupling strength of the target system, we filter combinations of elements or compound structures with high TC potential. Ma Wen Tao listened intently as Dr. Wu continuously shared a torrent of scientific knowledge, his gaze earnest as he exerted every effort to remember. Even if he could not comprehend it all in the short term, he needed to memorize everything. Yet, he was merely an assistant, unable to keep pace with Dr. Wu's thoughts. As the knowledge delved deeper, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his breathing becoming rapid. His eyes reddened, as if plunged into an ocean of knowledge. The overwhelming sensation of drowning, leaving him gasping for air. Dr. Wu paused mid-sentence, noticing Ma Wen Tao's struggle. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from Ma Wen Tao's brow, his gaze filled with tenderness. Child, you are doing remarkably. But this is the only way for your teacher. Next is polycrystalline densification. This part is rather challenging, but you must remember it at all costs. Should you ever find yourself subjected to drugs and violence by the Eagle Nation in the future, for your own safety, you may disclose the previous information. But this must remain a secret. If escape is impossible, then bring him to the coffin. If successful, continue with the subsequent research and development. The Dragon Nation has been pursued and besieged by the Eagle Nation and other powers for a century. This presents a unique opportunity for the Dragon Nation to leapfrog the Eagle Nation in technological advancement, crucial for the resurgence of the Chinese nation. It is entrusted to you. To achieve the densification of polycrystals, one must first apply spark plasma sintering, SPS, to high brittleness systems. Under an inert gas mixture of R. A pulsed current of 1000-5000 A and an axial pressure of 30-100 MPa must be applied to facilitate the directional growth of grains and achieve a porosity of 20. After 20 minutes, Wu concluded his final sentence, offering a pale smile and casting an encouraging glance towards Ma Wen Tao. Ma Wen Tao, utterly exhausted, slumped in his seat, reflecting on everything Dr. Wu had said, especially the latter, more critical parts. Confusion filled his gaze. It was too intricate. He had barely grasped 2/3 of the information. Seizing the opportunity to recall that 2/3, he hurriedly sought to deepen his understanding once more. The cabin was thick with a tense and somber atmosphere. The air felt stifling, as though it could suffocate anyone present. Meanwhile, 3 F-planes flying in proximity engaged in idle chatter over the communication channel. Brothers Wallon, I heard your flight hours have reached 500. That's double that of an ordinary pilot. Is that true? Why ask? Brothers Wallon has served in regions like Hezhu, Ozhu, and Asia, participating in various conflicts. His flight hours must exceed 500. Haha, I'm sorry, Brothers Wallon. In the cockpit of aircraft number 1, Zwallon listened to the exchange, a faint smile of disdain crossing his lips. Adopting a didactic tone, he replied, Roy, sick. Flight hours merely reflect an employee's tenure and do not definitively indicate a pilot's prowess. My combat flight hours are only over 650. This merely signifies my lengthy service, not my combat skills. To truly gauge a pilot's combat capability, one must consider their record. Understood? Upon hearing this, Roy and Sick stood in respectful silence. Over 650 combat flight hours. In any nation, that marked one as an absolute king of the skies, an ace pilot. With numerous real combat experiences, Roy cautiously inquired, Brothers Wallon, could you share a bit about your record with us? Zwallon chuckled lightly. Records are not my primary concern. However, I don't mind sharing a bit. During my time in the Zhongdong region, I executed over 100 aerial interception missions, all flawlessly completed, bringing down enemy aircraft. In Asia, I have conducted over 50 classified missions along the southeastern coast of the Dragon Nation. Entering its air defense identification zone is as simple as a stroll. A collective gasp echoed through the radio channel. Roy and Sick could barely maintain their grip on the flight controls. The Zhongdong region, plagued by frequent skirmishes among 5 or 6 nations, often saw aerial combat as a norm. The chaos of missiles and air-to-air combat was commonplace, making it miraculous to survive over 100 aerial interception missions in such a volatile area. Currently, the world's foremost aerial powers, aside from the Eagle Nation, are the Dragon Nation. The southeastern coast of the Dragon Nation, an industrial hub, boasts the densest air defense capabilities. Brothers Wallon's ability to navigate this region with such ease is a sight unseen among other pilots. Roy and Sick could hardly contain their excitement. Oh my god, Brothers Wallon, you are incredible. Can you teach us a few tricks? Zwallon, casually maneuvering the controls, replied nonchalantly, remember, to become an ace pilot, one must not only focus on the mission itself. Sometimes, one must relish the sensation of dancing in the sky, like a cat playing with a mouse, toying with it at will. Only then can one become a formidable aerial assassin. Do not forget, the aircraft we pilot is named Raptor. Any target appearing in the sky is our prey. Roy and Sick fell silent for a moment, as if struck by enlightenment. Just as they were about to speak, an unexpected voice cut through the radio channel. What a coincidence, I'm also flying a Raptor. Chapter 81, Tactical Combat Mode. The abrupt voice stunned the three in the channel. At 10,000 meters high, they were engrossed in their radio conversation when someone speaking broken English suddenly interrupted. Roy and Sick felt a chill run down their spines. Zwallon frowned and asked, who spoke just now? What's going on? This is a mission period, no joking allowed. Brother, I didn't say anything. Neither did I swear. Oh no, could it be an intruder? Stop thinking. It was me. The voice echoed again. And even Zwallon felt a tinge of unease. He glanced at the aircraft radar, but nothing was detected. Peering through the transparent canopy outside, he saw nothing amiss. Zwallon's expression darkened as he switched Roy and Sick to a different communication channel, a glint of hostility in his eyes. It must be the Dragon Nation's 5th-generation fighter trailing behind, likely trying to rescue Dr. Wu. The more they cared, the more it indicated the correctness of their actions. Regardless of how stealthy the opponent's capabilities, they would inevitably show a flaw. They could not instantaneously eliminate all three of them. After all, they were merely a mischievous prey. Sick, it's up to you. Go find him, toy with him, and annihilate him. Upon hearing Zwallon's words, Sick's tension dissipated rapidly. As long as it wasn't a metaphysical problem, there was nothing to fear. With a light snort, he replied, let us see what happens. He maneuvered the controls. And aircraft number 3 executed a barrel roll, turning to fly towards the rear. Zwallon instructed on the channel, Roy, opportunities for offensive and defensive operations against 5th-generation fighters are rare. Sick's flying skills are quite commendable. Pay attention to his details and learn from him. Roy replied emphatically, understood. Brother Sick, we'll be counting on your skills. Both simultaneously accessed Sick's first-person flight perspective on the flight panel, which displayed on the upper left of the central control screen. Since they were flying in formation, this visual synchronization was achieved in under a second with virtually no delay. Above the sea of clouds at 10,000 meters, the atmosphere was tumultuous. Aircraft number 3 weaved through the clouds. The radar power was set to maximum. After circling around for a while, they failed to locate any trace of the enemy. Sick boldly opened the public frequency to mock. Come out, coward. Face me in battle. I'll leave you unrecognizable. Barely had he finished speaking when a bright point appeared in the distant sky. The swirling clouds parted violently, creating a massive rift. The tumultuous clouds on either side cascaded towards the opening, and the surrounding space vibrated intensely. It felt as if the heavens themselves had been cleaved apart. Sick, seated in the cockpit, felt a slight tremor. His gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the controls, his thumb releasing the safety latch. Preparing to launch a missile attack. Though not an ace pilot, he sensed that the approaching entity harbored ill intentions. Glancing at the radar, his expression hardened. He could see the target with his eyes, yet the radar remained unresponsive. What puzzled Sick was how the enemy could infiltrate their radio communication channel from such a distance. In the distant sky, above the sea of clouds, in the cockpit of the Shuo fighter, Su-mo observed 4 red dots on the radar. Tightening his grip on the controls, he had finally caught up. The reason for intruding on the opponent's communication channel from afar was merely to slow their pace. Indeed, the entire formation had begun to decelerate. Before Su-mo, on the virtual projection panel, 4 red dots were encircled, each accompanied by a green progress bar. Next to the bar, small text read, "Analyzing target aircraft." In less than 3 seconds, the progress bars filled completely. Among the 4 red dots, 3 indicated F-planes, while the other identified a bombardier passenger aircraft. A flicker of relief crossed Sumo's eyes. During his journey, he had been anxious about any potential mishaps involving Dr. Wu's flight, but now he could finally breathe easy. He was ready to act without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's army, in an office, Commander Qin and his colleagues were observing the scene through Hao Shuang's phone screen. Their expressions turned grave, the atmosphere thick with tension. The 3 F-planes undoubtedly carried a full complement of air combat weaponry. The reputation of the Raptor, having dominated the skies for years, was not merely a facade. Its combat prowess was well established. In the wars instigated by the Eagle Nation against certain countries, this aircraft had never failed a mission or been shot down. Its status in the air was akin to its name, truly a predator of the skies. The Xian fighter, merely a test model, had never engaged in any weapon trials. Could it genuinely compete in actual combat against the venerable F, the old master of aerial supremacy? Commander Qin and Commander Zhao felt their hearts lodged in their throats. Hao Shuang's hand trembled slightly as she held the phone, overwhelmed with anxiety, silently praying for Su-mo's safety. In contrast, Su-mo himself displayed no signs of tension. Instead, it seemed as if he had awakened a long-buried martial instinct passed down through millennia of Chinese heritage. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand to press a button on the virtual panel. A slight vibration surged through his fingertips. A deep, icy voice resonated from the cockpit. Combat mode activated. Quantum phased array field initiated. Beyond visual range dynamic visual capture system online. Weapon authorization granted. Accompanied by rapid sounds. The Xian fighter maintained its speed, producing a sharp metallic clatter as its wings flipped and folded, the fuselage contorting and reshaping. The clang of steel reverberated through the sky. Each connection of metallic components expelled the floating white clouds in the air. Sunlight scattered countless gleaming points across the surface of the transformed armor, assembling a hazy yet stunning silhouette. The 20-meter-tall Xian mech was fully formed, its previously floating wings now positioned at the mech's back, with the tapered edges continuously emitting bursts of crimson waves, enhancing its maneuverability. Fiery patterns danced across the mech's body, and arcs of energy crackled outward. Propellers at the back and ankles provided propulsion, while a handle-like apparatus rested at its waist. An energy furnace at its chest radiated an intimidating heat. Dual eyes projected cold red cross lasers, their brilliance piercing directly into outer space. Surrounding clouds parted as if to honor their sovereign. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom's Army Command, Commander Qin stared with wide eyes, fixated on the screen, his mouth agape as if to swallow the phone whole. His expression hardened into a mask of concrete, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Commander Zhao was equally stunned, his eyes quivering violently, nearly dislodging from their sockets. Chief Lu's glasses cracked under the pressure, his gaze behind the lenses reflecting sheer astonishment, akin to witnessing the Jade Emperor himself. Hao Shuang's beautiful eyes brightened, her heart racing, every cell in her body pulsating with excitement. While she had suspected the Xian fighter possessed this combat mode, the notion of it transforming into a mech had seemed absurd. She had not dared to entertain such thoughts. Who would have known it would truly manifest? Having piloted the Poison Blade mech before, she was now particularly eager to dive into the screen and experience firsthand what it would be like to pilot this freshly unveiled Xian fighter.